Chapter 1751. I know what I am doing. This immortal GU resembled a bee. It was the size of an adult fist, its body was covered in alternating gold and black stripes, and its whole body was covered with a layer of thin red radiance. When it moved, this red light would brighten. The most eye-catching part was the bee's stinger. It was extremely thin and sharp, its length surpassed the body itself, reaching that of an adult's forearm. According to rumors, Steel Life Immortal GU was the first immortal GU obtained by thieving heaven demon Venerable. Its origin was extraordinary. Fang Yuan looked at Steel Life Immortal GU and was immersed in thoughts. Although thieving heaven is a demon Venerable, his nature is mild and not bloodthirsty. He is completely different from spectral soul demon Venerable. But because of this nature, he created Theft Path. Fang Yuan knew a lot about thieving heaven demon Venerable. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was an otherworldly demon. He wholeheartedly wanted to return to his original world. His nature was mild and he did not enjoy killing. He only gathered resources and cultivated constantly, searching for a way to return home. What to do? Facing this question, Theft Path was the answer he created. The 10 Venerables were the most outstanding characters in history. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he became even more interested about these Venerables and placed even greater importance on them. It could be said that in Fang Yuan's previous life, in the unprecedented battle which started based on Fate Gu's restoration project, Venerables played a key role. Every time a Venerable made a move, it would almost change the entire battle situation. The unparalleled strength and far-sighted planning of each Venerable left an extremely deep impression on Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a light of inspiration flashed past Fang Yuan's mind. Limitless, Star Constellation, Primordial Origin, Genesis Lotus, Giant Sun, Red Lotus, and Paradise Earth, all of them used various kinds of methods to take part in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Only Thieving Heaven, Reckless Savage, and Spectral Soul did not make a move. No, Spectral Soul was already taken captive and only his remnant soul remained. How could he have any power to make a move? I, who inherited Shadow Sect's true inheritance and led Shadow Sect to battle, can be considered as his move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is incomparably bold and has the deepest killing intent. After death, he accumulated strength, reaching the terrifying achievement of having Great Grandmaster attainment in every path. Just based on his attainment levels, he can be considered as the #1 person in history, surpassing all the past Venerables. But even he has to follow the most fundamental law. Without any immortal essence or GU worms, and having only a remnant soul left, he had no tools to do anything and could only be a captive of Heavenly Court. So did Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Reckless Savage Demon Venerable predict the 5 regions' chaotic war or not? Both of them should have been able to predict it. After all, both Primordial Origin and Limitless left behind their arrangements. These two are also similarly rank 9 Venerables and were born later as well. How could they not have deduced it? They deduced this battle, so did they leave behind any arrangements to intervene? It is possible that Thieving Heaven only thought about returning home, but what about Reckless Savage? He was one of the demon Venerables who attacked Heavenly Court. He should have left a lot of arrangements. They were not exposed in my previous life, but can I find Reckless Savage's arrangements in this life and use them? Fang Yuan's eyes brightened at this thought. This was an excellent method. Facing a colossal force like Heavenly Court, unless he could advance to rank 9 Venerable, he would have to borrow the strength of others. At this time, Lang Ya Land Spirit interrupted Fang Yuan's thoughts. Fang Yuan, you now have rank 8 Steel Life Immortal GU. This means you have 5 rank 8 Immortal GU in your hands. It is truly unbelievable. You only have rank 7 cultivation but actually possess 5 rank 8 Immortal GU. Such a situation has rarely happened even in the whole of history. Lang Ya Land Spirit sighed with deep emotions. Fang Yuan had obtained Steel Life Immortal GU. He also had Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, and Soul Beast Token. He had 5 rank 8 Immortal GU indeed. This naturally did not include Wisdom GU because Wisdom GU was rank 9. Lang Ya Land Spirit had been paying attention to Fang Yuan all along and was quite aware of his situation. Fang Yuan smiled nonchalantly. How could he tell Lang Ya Land Spirit that he would still obtain more rank 8 Immortal GU in the future, like Spring, Summer, Big Chi, and Regret? If he said it, wouldn't it scare Lang Ya Land Spirit? It is just that this Steel Life Immortal GU has a flaw. Back then, when Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left it behind, he was worried this GU would bring catastrophe to people, thus he only left behind 3 chances to use it. In my previous life, in the battle to defend Lang Ya, the chances were used to kill Thunder Ghost True Monarch, then Steel Life Immortal GU was destroyed by Chen Yi using Karma Divine Tree. This is not the only flaw of Steel Life. Using Steel Life Immortal GU alone does not distinguish between enemies and allies. While it targets enemies, it will endanger the user as well. This is quite an awkward result. So, now that I have obtained Steel Life Immortal GU, I will have to deduce some killer moves to remove this flaw at least. If possible, it would be even better if I could lift the limit of using Steel Life Immortal GU for 3 times only. Various thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. However, he was aware that Steel Life Immortal GU's 3 usage limit was set by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It would be extremely difficult for him to resolve it. While thinking of these, Fang Yuan smiled at Lang Ya Land Spirit, First Supreme Elder. This Steel Life Immortal GU seems like it can only be used 3 times. Do you know why that is the case? Lang Ya Land Spirit was inwardly shaken. Fang Yuan actually saw through it. How was this possible? This was Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method, even he himself was unable to sense it. No clues could be seen from the outside. Even when the previous Land Spirit used all kinds of refinement path methods, he was unable to sense the limits placed by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan only took several glances and he understood it clearly. Lang Ya Land Spirit blurted out with a shocked expression, "How did you discover it?" The moment he said this, Lang Ya Land Spirit's expression changed, because this question was no doubt confirming Fang Yuan's words. He coughed and said with an awkward expression, "It was not that I intentionally hid it from you, I was planning to tell you." Although land spirits could not lie, they could think and scheme. Like the black-haired land spirit, he was ambitious and had good leadership as well. The previous white-haired land spirit was more proficient in enduring silently and managed to develop Lang Ya Blessed Land very well. The black and white land spirits each had their own strengths. The black-haired land spirits intended to say the truth, but his idea was saying the truth after Fang Yuan discovered the flaw. It was not considered lying. Fang Yuan looked at black-haired land spirit and said with a faint smile, "First Supreme Elder, I wanted to exchange for refinement path true meaning, just these immortal GU won't do. Steel Life is also in this state, you need to add some things to fill in the difference." The black-haired land spirit rolled his eyes and mumbled, "I know this." "Speak, what else do you want?" Fang Yuan smiled, "I have a suggestion." He said his suggestion, the general idea was to deepen the collaboration with the other 3 races, by using Lang Ya sect's accumulation to exchange for the time path immortal GU that the 3 variant human races had. Lang Ya Land Spirit was surprised, "You still want to exchange for time path immortal GU? Are you thinking of developing in time path?" Fang Yuan nodded. This was necessary. He currently had yet to kill Xian and lacked spring, summer, autumn, and winter, these for time path immortal GU. He also had not gotten rank 7 edge GU from Tai Chu Zhong yet and could not use time cutting edge either. Fang Yuan's time path immortal GU came mainly from 2 sources, the most important of them came from Hei Fan's true inheritance, while the others were some GU worms left from graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme Grandmaster, his time path was 2. Adding on that Red Lotus true inheritances were still in the River of Time, Fang Yuan would need to go into the River of Time. Thus, he naturally needed powerful battle strength in the aspect of time path. Lang Ya Land Spirit nodded, "Then I shall swallow my pride and discuss with the other 3 races. Fang Yuan, the important thing now is still Heavenly Court. We need to quickly get rid of the harmful Dao marks in the Blessed Land before secretly relocating as quickly as possible." Fang Yuan quickly comforted the anxious black-haired land spirit, "I know what I am doing, relax. I am gathering these Time Path Immortal GU to deal with Heavenly Court as well. I have some plans to deal with the harmful Dao marks in Lang Ya Blessed Land. I will modify our Super Immortal formation after some time as well. That's good. The black-haired land spirit patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and left. His actions were extremely efficient. He settled the discussions not long later and gave the Time Path Immortal GU to Fang Yuan. Counting in the Time Path Immortal GU from Lang Ya Sect's treasury as well as those exchanged from the variant humans, there were 5, 3 rank 6 and 2 rank 7. Among the rank 7, there was Time Concealment Immortal GU and Time Needle 1 Immortal GU. Among the rank 6, the Immortal GU were yesterday, 10 days, and successive years. To Fang Yuan, the most helpful one was Time Concealment Immortal GU, as this GU could conceal the GU Immortal. He was extremely happy to have obtained it. Time Needle Immortal GU was an offensive GU which would shoot out thin needles towards the enemies once activated. The remaining 3 rank 6 GU were just passable and would at most be used as supplementary Immortal GU. A day later, large amounts of rank 8 Immortal materials were thrown down and formed into a multicolored whirlpool. Wisdom GU dove into the vortex of its own accord like a cat that had smelled fish. Fang Yuan opened his sovereign Immortal aperture and stored the multicolored whirlpool inside. Back then, Lang Ya Land Spirit had used this method to deceive Wisdom GU into moving to Lang Ya Blessed Land from Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This method was used in Fang Yuan's previous life as well. This time, although he was familiar with it, he pretended like it was the first time he saw it and praised Lang Ya Land Spirit endlessly. To hide the secret of his current rebirth, he needed to start concealing it from these small details. The black-haired land spirit was praised by Fang Yuan, but his disappointed feelings were already revealed. Sigh, my heart feels so empty now. Black-haired land spirit heaved a deep sigh. He had been coveting Wisdom GU for a long time. He had not expected it would still go to Fang Yuan in the end, and he had even spent a large amount of lifespan GU in the process of feeding it. But he could do nothing about it. Under the threat of Heavenly Court's invasion, the black-haired land spirit had to accept this no matter how unwilling he was, to prevent Wisdom GU from ending up in Heavenly Court's hands. Take a look at this Immortal GU recipe. We will refine this Immortal GU next. After Fang Yuan collected Wisdom GU, he gave an Immortal GU recipe to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit looked carefully. Myriad Self-Immortal GU. Right. This GU can greatly increase my battle strength and it will be helpful in dealing with Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan said while walking out of this valley. Start preparing. I will go to gather the 8 main Immortal materials. Oh, wait a moment. Didn't you want to modify the Blessed Lands formation? Fang Yuan waved his hand without even turning around. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. Lang Ya Land Spirit. Chapter 1752. Killing Immortals, Plundering Loot. Autumn Blade Plain. A GU Immortal walked barefooted on the grassland. He was tall and well-built, and had a bronze luster to his skin. He was wearing an armored vest that revealed his shoulders. His pants were rolled up, revealing his calves. Every step he walked, there would be bloody footprints left on the grassland. He was Meng too. Blade Path Quasi-Great Grandmaster, Rank 7 GU Immortal with peak Rank 7 battle strength. He was one of the top 3 experts among Meng tribe's Rank 7 elites. In order to break through in his Blade Path attainment level, Meng too chose to guard Autumn Blade Plain, imitating Renzu's actions and almost ignoring the outside world completely. He was dead silent as he walked step by step in Autumn Blade Plain. His eyes were shut as he concentrated deeply, trying to comprehend the profundity of Blade Path. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He saw that monsters were emitting shrill shrieks as they attacked him. These monsters were horrifying in appearance. They had human shapes but had malevolent and terrifying faces. They had knife-like claws. Their eyes were filled with blood. Their intense killing intent made Meng Tu's hair stand on end. What in the world is this? Meng Tu was shocked and furious. After fighting against these monsters, he was shocked to realize that each of them had Rank 7 battle strength. Even with his peak Rank 7 battle strength, against this unceasing wave of monsters, he had no choice but to retreat. But right when he was about to retreat, the monsters attacking him self-detonated. This sudden event was out of Meng Tu's expectations. He was truly caught off guard. Boom boom boom. The monsters continued to self-detonate with great power. Meng Tu retreated while he spat out blood. These monsters are working together in a tight formation. They have great coordination. There must be a GU Immortal controlling them. I wonder if they are a soul path or enslavement path GU Immortal. Meng Tu was uncertain and worried. He was about to seek help from his tribe when the world suddenly changed colors. By the time Meng Tu reacted, he was already trapped inside an immortal battlefield. This immortal battlefield was set up so quickly? Shock flashed across Meng Tu's eyes. Until this point, he had not even seen the enemy's face yet. Sir, who are you? Why are you being enemies with my Meng tribe? Meng Tu shouted. The mastermind Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He started to prepare Luo Po seal while ignoring him. Fang Yuan did not have Wu Yong's concealment method. Once he started preparing Luo Po seal, intense winds blew. The overwhelming aura permeated the entire Yama battlefield. His location was thus exposed. Meng Tu's sharp gaze looked over. He saw that Fang Yuan was an ordinary-looking GU Immortal, wearing a grey robe and looking very much like a common passerby. But Fang Yuan's current aura made Meng Tu incredibly astounded. In fact, Meng Tu was dazed. He only has peak rank 7 cultivation. How can he use a rank 8 killer move? In truth, Luo Po seal was only quasi-rank 8, but it had immense aura. Because Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 immortal essence yet, the Luo Po seal he activated now had been modified and weakened a little. Meng Tu gritted his teeth, charging at Fang Yuan. Northern Plains GU Immortals were this courageous after all. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He was relaxed and calm, as if Meng Tu did not exist. A large number of human-shaped Yama children appeared and blocked Meng Tu with their lives. The number of Yama children sent Meng Tu into despair. Once Fang Yuan's Luo Po seal was ready, he attacked from afar. Due to the Yama children's obstruction, Meng Tu could not dodge anywhere. He was hit by Luo Po seal. Instantly, his expression turned pale and ghastly. He was dead. His soul dissipated completely, not a trace was left. Fang Yuan started collecting his loot. Meng Tu's body was intact. His immortal aperture was also left behind. There were many cultivation resources and 3 immortal GU inside. In the previous life, Meng Tu self-detonated. Fang Yuan only obtained Bladewing immortal GU. His gains were much higher now. After dispelling Yama battlefield, Fang Yuan looted the whole of Autumn Blade Plain. The drinking blade wine that was buried underground was his main goal. Fang Yuan also collected it. Other than that, there was a vast number of Mortal Edge GU. Forget about Immortal Level Edge GU, it was in the hands of Southern Border GU Immortal Tai Chu Zhong. Meng Tu self-detonated in my previous life. It was out of my expectations. His blade path Dao marks were left in this Autumn Blade Plain, making the potential of this place extraordinary. But in this life, Meng Tu was killed by me before he even thought of self-detonating. Now that I plundered everything here, this Autumn Blade Plain is as good as history. Fang Yuan took nearly everything. He swept through the area with a cold gaze before he turned around and left. He did not return to Lang Ya Blessed Land, because he still had immortal materials to collect. There were 4 main immortal materials for refining Myriad self-immortal GU. They were Drinking Blade Wine, Edge GU, Front-Back Divine Obstruction Needle, and Floating Life Fire. He had the first 2 now, only the latter 2 were left. Fang Yuan came to Divine Needle Valley. This was an artificial valley that rank 7 GU Immortal Sleeping Lady purposely created for the Divine Hedgehog. Sleeping Lady was a rank 7 Northern Plains lone immortal who did not have outstanding battle strength, but she controlled an immemorial Desolate Beast Divine Hedgehog that was a sword path immemorial Desolate Beast. The Divine Hedgehog had an ability to shoot out all the spines on its body, which was extremely fast and had terrifying power that could slaughter anyone it hit. If Sleeping Lady and the Divine Hedgehog cooperated well, there was a chance of killing Meng Tu. Precisely so, in the previous life, Meng Zizai and Meng Jiao from Meng tribe investigated Meng Tu's death and had actually suspected Sleeping Lady. Fang Yuan came to Divine Needle Valley but did not enter. He used the same trick as earlier, sending the Yama children to attack. Soon, Sleeping Lady's shocked screams could be heard in the valley. Such guts! You dare to attack my Divine Needle Valley! The Yama children exploded one by one as Sleeping Lady fled, cutting a sorry figure. Want to join up with the Divine Hedgehog? Fang Yuan sneered. He used the remaining force of the Yama children's self-detonation to rapidly form Yama battlefield, trapping Sleeping Lady inside. Sleeping Lady had almost the same reaction as Meng too. What immortal battlefield is this? It is so fast. Fang Yuan slowly showed up. Of course it is. But compared to Rumor Cage, this is still too slow. Sleeping Lady looked at Fang Yuan with a wary expression. Sir, who might you be? Do we have any grudges between us? Please let me off. We can negotiate if you need anything. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I want your life. Sleeping Lady's expression turned pale. The Yama children attacked together. Sleeping Lady held on desperately in this situation as she screamed, "Spare me, I will do anything you want." Wait, I will teach you the method to control the Divine Hedgehog. How about that? I will use this in exchange for my life. Fang Yuan looked at her plainly. Stop acting. How can someone who was able to survive between Murong tribe and Meng tribe be such a coward? Seeing that Fang Yuan exposed her, Sleeping Lady roared as she displayed her true battle strength. Her strength was not low, it was quite different from the outside world's evaluation. She managed to fight a way out of the Yama children's encirclement. But so what? She could not break out of the Yama battlefield. She was still a fish caught in the net. Fang Yuan started to prepare Luo Po seal. Sleeping Lady rushed towards him and attempted to stop Fang Yuan from using his move. But her strength was much lower than Meng too. If he could not stop Fang Yuan, how could she? Sleeping Lady smiled bitterly. I am just a lone immortal who does not offend anyone. I usually stay home and rarely go out. I just wanted to develop my small business here. To think that trouble would come to me even when I am home. You devil! One day, you will face your retribution. All your evil acts will be repaid to you 100-fold. You will end up like me. She cursed Fang Yuan loudly, venting the anger and fear in her heart. Fang Yuan's voice was icy cold. It seems that you do not know your sin yet. Sleeping Lady stared with wide eyes. What sin do I have? She was extremely angry. Not only was Fang Yuan trying to kill her, he was also slandering her. Sleeping Lady smiled coldly. You are a demonic path GU immortal, but you are trying to slander your enemies like a righteous path hypocrite. HMPH, simply ridiculous. You do not even deserve a bit of respect from me. You want to know your sin? Your weakness is a sin. Saying this, Fang Yuan shot out Luo Po seal. As expected, Sleeping Lady was hit by this move as her defenses broke like thin paper. She died on the spot. Fang Yuan kept her corpse and immortal aperture. The only downside was that Sleeping Lady had self-detonated all of her immortal GU. Fang Yuan dispelled Yama battlefield. He disguised himself as Sleeping Lady as he stored all of the front-back Divine Obstruction needles from the Divine Hedgehog. The Divine Hedgehog's battle strength fell to rock bottom. Fang Yuan directly suppressed it and sent it into his immortal aperture. As for this Divine Needle Valley, Fang Yuan did not let it off. He used Pulling Mountain Immortal GU to directly take it away, stuffing it into his immortal aperture. Nothing was left behind. Chapter 1753. Retrieving Red Lotus True Inheritance again. In an ordinary grassland, there was nobody around. Suddenly, a mystical light appeared in the sky. 4 GU Immortals emerged. They were Fang Yuan, Ying Wuxie, Fairy Miao Yin, and Lady White Rabbit. After Rebirth, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, along with Sixth Hare who was inside Lang Ya sect as a spy, had not been sacrificed yet. They were all alive. All right, you can go back and cultivate. Fang Yuan opened the entrance of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture as the 3 GU Immortals went in. All of these remaining Shadow Sect GU Immortals were inside Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture, cultivating. Fang Yuan needed them to assemble the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. This was the method that allowed Fang Yuan to move rapidly across large distances. Omnidirectional travel was very important to Fang Yuan now, it made up for his weakness in movement. After Fang Yuan lost fixed immortal travel, this move replaced it and helped Fang Yuan get out of many dangerous situations. But fixed immortal travel is still more convenient to use. Fang Yuan sighed internally. After leaving Divine Needle Valley, he moved through more than half of Northern Plains before arriving here. The aura of omnidirectional travel could not be concealed, it drew attention. Fang Yuan purposely made some detours here and there, he had to go around several super forces stealthily. If he had fixed immortal travel, it would not be so troublesome. Fang Yuan added in his head, of course, fixed immortal travel has to be rank 7 for me to use it well. By now, Feng Juji should already have rank 7 fixed immortal travel. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had stolen rank 7 Immortal GU fixed immortal travel from Feng Juji using Great Thief Ghost Hand in the Battle of Lang Wei. This GU worm was very useful to Fang Yuan. Even after becoming rank 8, rank 7 fixed immortal travel could become the core of a Space Path immortal killer move. The killer move's power was sufficient to help Fang Yuan travel around the world with ease. Fixed immortal travel was really convenient, it was a top-tier Space Path immortal GU, its user could basically go anywhere they desired. Omnidirectional travel was useful but inferior to fixed immortal travel, be it the 5 regional walls or the Heavenly Wind Chi wall, or even the number of people needed to use it. In my previous life, I was lucky and stole fixed immortal travel using Great Thief Ghost Hand. But this method is unreliable, it requires luck. How can I ensure that I obtain fixed immortal travel this time around? Fang Yuan was reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he brought back precious information, attainment levels, and killer moves, but his luck had also fallen drastically. These last days, he had been using luck path methods to sustain his own luck. But in terms of luck path, the truth was that even though he explored Imperial Court Blessed Land and destroyed 88 True Yang building, his luck path gains were far less than the world thought. As Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose, these luck path methods were starting to fall behind. But thankfully, in the previous battles, be it Meng Tu or Sleeping Lady, their battle strength is inferior to mine, even with lower luck, it was not a problem. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with the 2 battles earlier. The entire situation was within his control. This feeling of controlling everything that happens was truly wonderful. In the previous life, he lacked a powerful attacking method like Luo Po Seal, he could only rely on Great Thief Ghost Hand to win through a surprise attack, or to use Myriad Dragon and Yama Children for a battle of attrition, it was quite troublesome. This resulted in Meng Tu self-detonating, and Fang Yuan being forced to escape during the Battle of Lang Wei Blessed Land. In the previous life, Fang Yuan took many risks and spent a vast amount of effort and time to deduce Luo Po Seal. He only succeeded during the 5 regional mountain range battle. He used it to capture rank 8 GU Immortal Jun Guang alive, shocking even Wu Yong. This time around, he could use Luo Po Seal from the start, the effect was clear and evident. After killing Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, Fang Yuan had 3 of the main immortal materials for Myriad Self-Immortal GU, he only needed the Floating Life Fire now. According to his previous life's experience, Fang Yuan did not need to find the Floating Life Fire personally. After some time, Central Continent GU Immortal Zhongji would sell it in Treasure Yellow Heaven. By then, Fang Yuan could just buy a bit from him. Fang Yuan came to this ordinary-looking plane for other purposes. He landed and after hesitating for a bit, he activated an immortal killer move. Burning Soul Bursting Luck. My soul foundation is not high now, I need to be careful with using Burning Soul Bursting Luck. But this time, I am entering the River of Time, to play safe, I need to use it. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, many GU Immortals made deductions on him, they had been doing it all the way until Fang Yuan used Rebirth again. Although none of the deductions succeeded because of Emperor Yama, it expended Fang Yuan's soul foundation in order to block deductions. Right now, Fang Yuan still had a batch of Guts GU, but his soul cultivation had been stopped. Dang Hun Mountain had just self-detonated in Fairy Ziwei's hands. Fang Yuan needed a lot of time before he could restore Dang Hun Mountain to its peak condition again from that tiny fragment. After using Burning Soul Bursting Luck, Fang Yuan's luck rose, but it still could not be compared to his previous life at the same time period. Spring-Autumn Cicada's downside was immense. The higher his cultivation level, the lower his luck became. It was truly a wonder how Red Lotus Demon Venerable dealt with it in his time. Fang Yuan continued to activate GU worms as he moved around the plains in a circle. He stomped lightly as he activated the natural formation here. Next, he went inside the Immortal formation, vanishing on the spot. Similar to Southern Border, there was also a natural tributary of the River of Time here. After Shadow Sect found it, they used formation path methods and the natural Dao marks here to create an Immortal level formation, concealing this place and preventing anyone from finding it. Fang Yuan looked at the tributary of the River of Time as Time Path Mortal GU flew out of the river, floating above the river. Fang Yuan calmed his mind, carefully using a Time Path Immortal Killer move. This move was created by him days ago. He had not named it yet. Its main purpose was to conceal one's own existence and protect against deductions. After using this move, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. He jumped into the tributary of the River of Time. Flowing in the tributary of the River of Time, he quickly entered the main river. Far away, an Immortal GU house floated on top of the River of Time. River water flowed beneath it as ripples and waves crashed continuously. This Immortal GU house was designed as a pavilion that was not covered on all four sides. It was very simplistic in appearance. The cover was made of yellow grass, the pillars were grey-white rocks that were not polished. There was a folding screen in the pavilion consisting of multiple panels. It was the most elegant decoration in there. There were 4 GU Immortals in this pavilion, 3 male and 1 female. They were the 4 Xuanzi from Central Continent Spirit Butterfly Valley. They cultivated Time Path and had rank 7 cultivation level. They were quadruplets with a close relationship with each other. Fang Yuan used the Red Lotus True Inheritance that Spectral Soul found to get rid of Heavenly Court's Lord Huangshe. It caused Heavenly Court to experience a lack of Time Path experts. Even though the Xuanzi were not Heavenly Court members, they had great strength and were loyal. Fairy Zi Wei promoted them personally. Right now, they were guarding the River of Time inside Present and Past Pavilion. Once Fang Yuan entered the River of Time, they would notice it immediately. Oh. At this time, Shang Xuanzi gasped lightly. What is it? From among the 4, the youngest and the only sister Zun Guozi asked. The eldest brother, Shang Xuanzi, pointed at the folding screen in Present and Past Pavilion. He said with hesitation, I think I saw a ripple earlier on one of the panels. You did? Zhong Xuanzi and Xia Xuanzi looked at each other. Then let's check it. Zun Guozi had a vibrant and cheerful nature, but because this was an important mission, she did not fool around. The Fu Xuanzi activated Present and Past Pavilion. They inspected for tens of times but could not find anything amiss. Everything was normal. I guess I saw wrongly, ha ha. Shang Xuanzi was a little embarrassed. Brother, don't be too nervous. That Fang Yuan is only at the peak of rank 7, we for Xuanzi can defeat him even without Present and Past Pavilion. Zhong Xuanzi consoled. Even though Lord Huangshe died, Heavenly Court had investigated fully. They knew about his usage of Red Lotus True Inheritance and also Fang Yuan's current Time Path battle strength. Zun Guozi giggled, don't worry, even if all of you die, as long as I survive, you will be revived. You're cursing your brothers now? Oh you? You are really naughty. Brothers, spare me. Present and Past Pavilion was filled with laughter. These for who were toying around and having fun would never expect that Fang Yuan was already inside the River of Time. In his previous life, Present and Past Pavilion found him even though he had an incomplete Immortal GU house. But now, it was different. Firstly, Fang Yuan was only facing Present and Past Pavilion because now was too early. Heavenly Court had not assembled the other 3 Time Path Immortal GU houses yet. Secondly, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of Present and Past Pavilion. He had destroyed it twice in his previous life. Those for Xuanzi had died at his hands. Fang Yuan managed to capture 3 of their souls and soul search them. He learned a lot about the mysteries of Present and Past Pavilion. Finally, Fang Yuan exchanged for a few Time Path Immortal GU after Rebirth. One of them was rank 7 Time Path Immortal GU Time Concealment. It allowed a GU Immortal to conceal their traces. Using an Immortal killer move with it as the core, he could evade present and past Pavilion's detection, and his Time Path killer move was even amplified inside the River of Time. Because of these, rank 7 present and past Pavilion could not detect Fang Yuan's movement. Fang Yuan swam in the River of Time, moving rapidly. He faced some obstruction and difficulties, of course. Like the sudden springs which could even kill rank 8 GU Immortals, or the ripples of time that could reduce lifespan, any GU Immortal would fear them. There were also Year Beasts. The River of Time had the highest number of Desolate and Ancient Desolate level Year Beasts. As he swam, Fang Yuan met at least 3 immemorial Year Beasts. Thankfully, he had already used Burning Soul Bursting Luck before. His luck was quite good and most of these dangerous situations were resolved without much problem. Against these Year Beasts, Fang Yuan chose to avoid them. He tried not to cause a commotion. One reason was present and past Pavilion. If he fought, there was a high chance of getting exposed. The other was that Fang Yuan did not own a Year Essence pool now. Without it, he could not accumulate his forces. Catching Year Beasts was currently a burden for him. Eventually, Spring-Autumn Cicada started to vibrate. After a while, Fang Yuan found the Stone Lotus Island. Chapter 1754. Fang Yuan's Future Self. More accurately speaking, it was the first time this life, he had come here in the previous life. Once he stepped onto the Stone Lotus Island, Fang Yuan watched the scenes of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's memories. He had already seen this in the previous life. They were just repeated scenes, but Fang Yuan still felt slightly moved. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was truly a very unique Venerable. He had rank 9 cultivation level but used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He abandoned his rank 9 Venerable position. But if he did not, he would not be able to return to the past and change history to make up for his regrets. Thus, later on, he created Future Self, Call of the Ancient, and Support of the Future. He used these killer moves. The Stone Lotus Island that contained Red Lotus True Inheritance had concealment abilities. Heavenly Court could not find it easily. They had not made much progress all along. In the previous life, when they were about to obtain it, Fang Yuan ruined their chances and Feng Juji had no choice but to use Assimilation Wind Song. He destroyed the Stone Lotus Island. From Heavenly Court's perspective, it was quite sad. Fang Yuan stepped onto this Stone Lotus Island. It had been here for over 1,000,000 years. But for some reason, when Fang Yuan arrived this time, looking at the river water outside the island, he had a realization. The origin of the River of Time should be the time when the world was created. The end of the River of Time is naturally the time when the world is destroyed. The vertical movement and length of the River of Time is this entire world's experiences. The horizontal movement and width of the River of Time is represented by everything in this world: the birds, flowers, fish, insects, people, beasts, plants, and others. Evidently, the more bountiful the world is and the more things that exist, the wider the River of Time would be. The more desolate and barren this world is, the fewer things that exist, the narrower this river will be. Fang Yuan had Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level. His inspiration flashed now and he gained lots of realization and comprehension towards rebirth. The essence of my rebirth is just bringing a will from the downstream to the upstream through Spring-Autumn Cicada, before it fuses with me from a certain point in time. Because of the theory of time in this world, the world is unique and absolute. There are no parallel dimensions. When I rebirth, the downstream remains as it is. After I died, Heavenly Court dominated the world and the 4 regions were helpless against it. But after rebirth, I am like a drop of ink in this clear river water. As I continue to change events and people, some things will exist while others vanish. This ink will spread to a larger amount of water. This entire river will be dyed in a different color. When the ink gets to the point where Heavenly Court repairs Fate GU and holds the Refinement Path Convention, many things will change. The future will no longer be the same. Fang Yuan was a transmigrator from Earth. There was an idea called the butterfly effect. But now, Fang Yuan understood that in this GU world, the ink effect was more useful to explain the influences of rebirth. Of course, I can easily change things because Fate GU is not complete, and most importantly, because I am an otherworldly demon not bound by fate. If Red Lotus Demon Venerable goes back to the past, it is hard for him to change many things. The outcomes of many things will still return to their original root. Or rather, otherworldly demons are a huge blob of ink, while native GU Immortals are just ripples in the water, even though they can cause some disturbances in the short run. Under the restraint of Fate GU, everything will return to its original state, there would be no changes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's admiration towards Red Lotus Demon Venerable grew. This special existence had forcefully created the current situation despite not being an otherworldly demon. The price that he had paid for this and the sacrifices he had made were simply unimaginable. There were many time path immortal materials left on the Stone Lotus Island, among which were mostly rank 8 immortal materials. Red Lotus true meaning, it could allow a GU Immortal's time path attainment to rise to quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level. There were also all sorts of immortal killer moves that used Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core. Spring-Autumn Success was one of them. There was also the method that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind. It was called Future Self. It could allow a GU Immortal to enter his peak rank 7 condition in the future. The only thing lacking was Regret GU. This rank 8 Immortal GU was still inside the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. It was taken by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements to obtain Regret GU first before being transported to the Stone Lotus Island. Now, because he knew about the location of the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time, he came here in advance and took the Red Lotus True Inheritance. This was much earlier than last time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time 3 times. The first time, he was attacked by Heavenly Courts for Time Path Immortal GU houses and was also ambushed by Li Huang. He lost the incomplete Immortal GU house that he had created after much work. After exposing all his trump cards, he escaped. The second time, Fang Yuan used Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's method to obtain Regret GU and directly teleported to the Stone Lotus Island to inherit the Red Lotus True Inheritance. The third time, he found a new Stone Lotus Island that Heavenly Court was about to get. By working with Bing Sichuan and the rest to deal with Heavenly Court, he fought for the Red Lotus True Inheritance. Eventually, Feng Juji used Assimilation Windsong to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. Neither side could gain anything from it. All in all, Fang Yuan's experiences in the River of Time could be said to be full of ups and downs. He had experienced success and failure. This time, using the memories that he had, Fang Yuan first tasted success. Regret GU isn't here, but that is fine. The crucial thing now is Heavenly Court's invasion of Lang Ya Blessed Land. There is still some time until I upgrade and mass refine all of my Immortal GU. I should make use of Future Self first. Fang Yuan let out Ying Wuxie and the rest, letting them cultivate on the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with Future Self just like in the previous life. Different from last time, Fang Yuan's subordinates, Fairy Miao Yin and Lady White Rabbit, were still alive. It raised the usefulness of Future Self by a large extent. He himself could use Future Self too. In the previous life, he had rank 8 cultivation level. Future Self was useless for him, but now, he only had rank 7 cultivation. Future Self was still effective on him. Wait! Maybe this is the supposed timing for my arrival on the Stone Lotus Island. Back then, Red Lotus Demon Venerable deduced that I would come here with rank 7 cultivation level. That's why he left behind Future Self to help me. In the previous life, I thought that Red Lotus had made a wrong deduction. But now it seems that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had considered the situation after my rebirth. That means, this Red Lotus True Inheritance was not left to my previous life self, but was meant for the current me. Bright light flickered in Fang Yuan's eyes continuously for a while. He made Ying Wuxie and the rest stay behind while he left the Stone Lotus Island. Using a time path killer move, he concealed himself, continuing to swim. He remembered the third scene of entering the river. Towards the other Stone Lotus Island, he had his plans. His goal was to explore 2 Stone Lotus Islands in this trip. After spending a long time and facing some obstacles, Fang Yuan looked for all the spots that the Stone Lotus Island could appear. But regrettably, he did not find it. Stone Lotus Islands can move on their own. It seems that this Stone Lotus Island is not fixed in position, it is different from the previous one. Fang Yuan was not dejected even though he could not succeed this time. It was part of his expectations. Present and Past Pavilion. The Fushuanzi encountered a small problem. An ancient year beast attacked Present and Past Pavilion. It flickered with profound light and remained unmoving. Soon, with the cooperation of the Fushuanzi, this ancient year beast died. Zhangguozi cheered, "Great, we obtained a huge amount of time path immortal materials." That's right. Zhong Xuanzi sighed deeply. The River of Time is truly the sacred land of cultivation for us time path GU immortals. It is just like how Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley are sacred lands to soul path GU immortals. Xie Xuanzi added, "That's right. Heavenly Court sent us to guard Present and Past Pavilion. Even though we are supposed to defend against the demon Fang Yuan, this is also an extremely good chance for us to cultivate. If we can get more time path immortal materials, our cultivation will be smoother." Shang Xuanzi smiled. "Not just that, within Present and Past Pavilion, we can observe the upstream and downstream, we can see many scenes of the past and future. Looking at the influences of countless beings and their effects across time, it would greatly benefit our comprehension of time path. We can raise our time path attainment levels more easily." Zhangguozi gritted her teeth lightly. "It is a pity Fate GU was damaged and is incomplete. Long ago, before Fate GU got damaged, by observing the upstream and downstream of the River of Time, time path great experts could observe the past and peer into the future. They were able to predict many future events accurately." Xie Xuanzi nodded continuously. "That's right, star constellation Immortal Venerable did that in the past. Even though she was not a time path GU immortal, her wisdom path methods were extraordinary. She could mimic the power of time path and use the tributary of the River of Time to deduce many future events. She predicted that the 7 Louis Gui siblings would create the first immortal GU house in history, Turtle House, and thus created star constellation chessboard." The Fushuanzi reminisced about the glorious history of time path before they calmed down, resting and processing the ancient year beast corpse, before continuing their observation of the River of Time. They did not know that Fang Yuan had secretly entered the River of Time and obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance before leaving. Fang Yuan went back on the same route, leaving the River of Time and arriving in the tributary, before getting back to Northern Plains. He left the formation and activated Immortal GU fixed immortal travel, going towards southern border. Why did Fang Yuan have fixed immortal travel at this point in time? Immortal GU were unique, fixed immortal travel was still with Feng Ju GE currently. The reason, Fang Yuan was currently using Future Self. This time path killer move was very mystical. It created a human-shaped phantom image in Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The phantom image sat in the air. It was like a lump of water from the River of Time, shining in multicolored lights. The phantom image's face was exactly the same as Fang Yuan. The phantom image had a sovereign immortal aperture too. This immortal aperture was Fang Yuan's future immortal aperture. There were many phantom GU worms inside, for example, fixed immortal travel. Since Rebirth, Fang Yuan has not caused too much of an influence yet. The downstream of the River of Time was not dyed by the ink yet. Thus, the downstream was still maintaining the events of Fang Yuan's previous life. Future Self was able to allow a GU immortal to enter their strongest rank 7 condition. In the previous life, Fang Yuan's strongest moment as a rank 7 was right before the 5 regional mountain range battle. At that time, Fang Yuan had already captured Xia Cha and the other southern border pursuers. He had also extorted all of the southern border super forces to resist strong enemies and plot against Heavenly Court, so that he could obtain Red Lotus true inheritances in the River of Time. Fang Yuan annexed Xia Cha's time path immortal aperture and became a rank 8. He faked his tribulation in the 5 regional mountain range to set a trap for them. At the start, during the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan stole Feng Ju Ji's fixed immortal travel. After that, he attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and secretly worked with Kai Chu Yu. After that, Fang Yuan set the year's flow execution formation to capture the southern border pursuers and extort the super clans. After that was the 5 regional mountain range battle. And after that, Fang Yuan entered the River of Time. He did not find the Stone Lotus Island. Instead, Heavenly Court hunted him and he barely escaped. Thus, Fang Yuan's future self was fixed at the moment before he ascended to rank 8 through annexing Xia's immortal aperture. At this time, he already owned fixed immortal travel. Using future self, Fang Yuan went from northern plains to southern border. But he did not go to the 5 regional mountain range. The 5 regional true inheritance was very useful to him. Fang Yuan knew this. It was not wise to activate the 5 regional true inheritance now. Because the 5 regional true inheritance would cause a huge commotion, the 5 regional mountain range had to be destroyed before Dao Yu's will would awaken and acknowledge him. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level now. Even though his battle strength had grown, standing up to rank 8s was quite difficult. If he attracted any rank 8s or immortal GU houses when activating the 5 regional true inheritance, it would be awkward. To play safe, Fang Yuan was going to leave the 5 regional true inheritance for later. He came to southern border now. It was not for the 5 regional true inheritance, he came to an ordinary valley instead. Chapter 1755. Wild Immortal GU. Ying Wuxia and the rest were still on the Stone Lotus Island, practicing future self. Due to rebirth, Fang Yuan skipped that step. Future self's greatest help towards Fang Yuan was not in cultivation level or battle strength, but the use of fixed immortal travel. With future self, Fang Yuan could use it to travel between the 5 regions and 2 heavens. Of course, he could not enter places like the Dragon Whale Paradise. Immortal GU were unique. Right now, the real fixed immortal travel was in Feng Juji's hands, but if GU Immortals could create killer moves that could mimic the effects of other GU, they could use it in place of those unattainable immortal GU. This was the profundity of using GU. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, making deductions continuously. One of the tasks was to modify Yama Battlefield and add in time path immortal GU so that it could display the advantage of a time path battlefield. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had too little time. He had to raise his cultivation level while dealing with Heavenly Court and obtaining Red Lotus True Inheritance. Heavenly Court exerted great pressure on him. Fang Yuan had to manage his own immortal aperture while resisting them. In this situation, Fang Yuan created Yama Battlefield, Luo Po Seal, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and other killer moves. It was all that he could do. GU Immortals usually took 3 to 4 years to create an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan had the light of wisdom along with proficient wisdom path methods and high attainment levels in many paths. This allowed him to create this miracle in his previous life in terms of killer moves. And now, he brought these gains with him. Fang Yuan was able to make use of his killer move gains in the previous life now and even further elevate them. This was a huge advantage. Yama Battlefield is a battlefield encompassing Soul Path and Enslavement Path. Enslavement Path specializes in attrition battles. There are countless Yama children that do not fear death. They can even self-detonate before dying, draining the enemy's resources and battle strength. The advantage of Soul Path is to gain strength from killing. In a normal Soul Path battlefield, killing one enemy would increase the power of the battlefield itself. Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had these 2 traits. But the latter was weaker. The conversion speed of the Yama children was not fast. Fang Yuan often had to fight powerful enemies that made this advantage very unlikely to be useful. If I had Time Path Immortal GU in, Yama Battlefield would possess the trait of a Time Path Battlefield. A Time Path Battlefield specialized in changing the speed of time. The most classic example was to extend the time inside the battlefield. 1 day outside would be a month inside. This would give the user more time to kill the enemy inside the battlefield. For example, if an enemy was trapped inside a time path battlefield and the allies sensed something wrong, they would come and help. The allies take 15 minutes to arrive, but inside the formation, 3 days would have passed. The battlefield user would have killed the enemy and left by the time they arrived. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan trapped Feng Juji with Yama Battlefield and even stole his fixed immortal travel, he did not manage to kill him. The reason was that Feng Juji had Fate Armor Immortal GU to stall for time. Fairy Z Wei obtained enough time to deduce and break Yama Battlefield. If Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield had the power of Time Path, he could extend the battlefield's time to 3 days and nights. Even though Fairy Z Wei could still break it in the end, she would only receive Feng Juji's corpse. Fang Yuan modified Yama battlefield. He was quite expectant towards the results. Especially when he had quasi-supreme time path attainment level, it was not hard to add in time path Immortal GU. He cultivated many paths. It became increasingly useful as he got stronger. The killer move Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon was the best example. Against compound killer moves that fused many paths together, GU Immortals who cultivated just a single path could not deduce or defend against them easily. Fang Yuan stayed in this nameless valley for 4 days and 5 nights. Eventually, he found his opportunity. Rumble. Daytime, the earth shook, a crack appeared. The valley collapsed, dust clouds rose, Fang Yuan had to fly into the sky. The cracks on the ground became larger, the valley was completely devoured, a huge earth trench formed right before Fang Yuan's eyes. The 5 regional walls were slowly shrinking, the earth veins of the 5 regions were gradually fusing. When the earth veins shook, many earth trench formed. Southern border had the densest earth path Dao marks. The formation of earth trenches was also extremely intense. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He only descended after the earth trench stabilized. He started to search. A newly formed earth trench produced a large amount of GU materials. Life forms emerged from the ground as well. Of course, most were corpses. As Fang Yuan explored, he found more valuable things. Not long after, he saw the first Desolate Beast corpse. A Desolate Beast corpse was a bunch of rank 6 immortal materials. Even though it was damaged, it was simply free loot. Fang Yuan took the Desolate Beast corpse effortlessly. What made him happy was that this Desolate Beast corpse still had a soul in it. This Desolate Beast soul could be turned into a Yama child. Fang Yuan used his investigative killer move as he searched. His gains were increasing, but they were just easily collected things. When he met with mildly injured ancient Desolate Beasts, Fang Yuan avoided them. Why have I not found it yet? Are the rumors false? If Luo clan purposely sent out false news, this trip would be a flop. After another 15 minutes, Fang Yuan started to get anxious. This earth trench was in the territory of southern borders Luo clan. As time passes, Luo clan's GU Immortals would likely arrive. And they might bring their Immortal GU house along. After all, each earth trench formed would represent huge benefits. Luo clan had to be careful with it. Even though Fang Yuan was not afraid, he did not want trouble. He only wanted to achieve his goals and leave. By noon, Fang Yuan had not found his target, but his gains accumulated into a pile. It is really not here. Did I miss something? Or is my luck so bad it affected this trip? Right when Fang Yuan was suspecting himself, his eye started to shine in a divine light. I found something. He carefully approached and found an ancient Desolate Beast diamond head turtle. This turtle was as large as a boat. It was entirely bright yellow but had a flat shell on top. The most eye-catching thing was its head. It had a huge head that resembled a drill, its sharp mouth pointed outwards with a natural spiral. Half of its head was translucent, resembling a low-grade diamond. The diamond head turtle lived in the deep sea. It could swim very fast in water. It could also move in the earth, but when it did that, its head would rotate and drill as it loosened the soil ahead of it. But because of its huge shell, it moved much slower in the soil than in water. Fang Yuan floated above this diamond head turtle as he used several investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan's investigative methods were not outstanding, but against the diamond head turtle, it was sufficient. Soon, joy was shown all over Fang Yuan's face. He found a wild immortal GU on the diamond head turtle. That's it. This wild immortal GU was Fang Yuan's goal for this trip. Fang Yuan immediately acted, using Yama battlefield. Once Fang Yuan moved, his aura leaked as he got exposed. The diamond head turtle was just a wild beast without sufficient wisdom, but it had keen instincts. It growled at Fang Yuan before trying to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already arranged several Yama children to encircle it. The Yama children and the diamond head turtle fought in a big battle, but because he was afraid of damaging that wild immortal GU, Fang Yuan was quite restrained. Not long after, 2 Yama children were pierced by the diamond head turtle and one had its head bitten off. Even though the Yama children died, they did not self-detonate. Even though they suffered huge losses, the goal of pestering the Diamond Head Turtle had been achieved. With the help of the Yama children, Fang Yuan activated Yama Battlefield and trapped the Diamond Head Turtle. At this point, Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. He relaxed his mind a little. Yama Battlefield was successfully activated. It was hard to detect in the outside world. Even if Luo clan's GU Immortals came here, there was a low chance that they would find this battlefield. And the Diamond Head Turtle was basically helpless now that it was trapped in Yama Battlefield. Most rank 7 GU Immortals would be unable to escape if they ended up inside, not to mention this mere ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan was neither anxious nor proud. He played safe. To preserve immortal essence, he did not even use Great Thief Ghost Hand. His current luck was not optimal. He might only steal a large number of mortal GU using this move. Eventually, with the help of the Yama children, Fang Yuan weakened this Diamond Head Turtle to its limit and captured it alive. Its wild rank 7 immortal GU was also obtained by Fang Yuan. Very good. With this, I will be able to counter fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan was very happy as he stored the Diamond Head Turtle and wild immortal GU in his immortal aperture. He dispelled Yama Battlefield. Going back to the Earth Trench, Luo clan's GU Immortals had already arrived. They were furiously scolding now. They had clearly discovered that Fang Yuan had arrived before them. Looking at the traces, Luo clan's GU Immortals were feeling pained. A lot of the immortal materials were already taken away. Luo clan's losses were huge. Fang Yuan took a look at Luo clan's immortal GU house before concealing his traces and leaving quietly. After leaving for a certain distance, Fang Yuan used Future Self to go back to Lang Ya Blessed Land from southern border. Fang Yuan's sudden appearance shocked Lang Ya Land Spirit immensely. He moved towards Fang Yuan as he said with surprise and joy, "Fang Yuan, you snatched fixed immortal travel from them." If they did not have fixed immortal travel, it would be very hard for Heavenly Court to invade Lang Ya Blessed Land. But Fang Yuan shook his head. This is just a killer move. Are you all ready to refine Myriad Self? Lang Ya Land Spirit was very disappointed in Fang Yuan's answer, but he still replied, "We are almost ready. The hairy men are practicing day and night. The other GU materials are ready, but your 8 main materials are needed. Have you collected them all already?" Fang Yuan shook his head. "I only have 3, but there is no rush. We still have time." Lang Ya Land Spirit was anxious. "Elder Fang Yuan, that's not the right attitude. Heavenly Court might invade any moment now. We already have the weaker hand. If we act so carelessly, we will be in huge trouble." Understood, understood. First Supreme Elder, don't worry, I know what I am doing. Chapter 1756. You still don't get it. He still had a lot of time. Even though he had already killed Meng Tu and Sleeping Lady, even going to the River of Time to obtain a Red Lotus true inheritance, as well as taking that wild immortal GU from southern border. After doing all these, he still had a few days until Zhongji sold the floating life fire like in his previous life. This is mainly because I spent a few months to deduce killer moves like Yama Child and Emperor Yama in the previous life. But now, I took action straight away. I saved a lot of time and effort. For the next few days, Fang Yuan did not stay idle. Using Future Self, he continued to go all over the 5 regions from Lang Ya Blessed Land. He entered southern border the most. Fang Yuan purposely went to places where earth trenches formed. In his previous life, the commotion in the 5 regions as earth veins fused created many earth trenches all over the world. It was growing more intense as time passed. In the final battle, when Fang Yuan died at Duke Long's hands, the 5 regional walls had vanished, the earth veins were unified, earth trenches stopped forming as a result. For the following few days, Fang Yuan's gains were extremely high. Immortal materials piled into a mountain. He even obtained 3 wild rank 6 immortal GU. Fang Yuan's luck was worse than in the previous life, but it was not hard to make huge gains. He had clear information. Earth trenches were formed by Heaven's will. No GU immortal could predict them. Each earth trench was over 10 or 100,000 li long, being extremely deep and difficult to explore. Even super forces would face huge difficulties exploring the Earth trenches and extracting the most valuable resources in a short period of time. But Fang Yuan knew which places contained the best resources. He went straight for them. This was all thanks to the information that he collected during his previous life. The formation of Earth trenches had no pattern. Most GU Immortals did not see value in this information. But Fang Yuan, who could use Spring-Autumn Cicada, was different. In the previous life, I could not explore the Earth trenches. With just my strength alone, I cannot compete with super forces. And most importantly, Heavenly Court gave me immense pressure. I had to resist them while finding ways to obtain Red Lotus true inheritances. I had no time or energy to care about Earth trenches. And now it seems, these Earth trenches are truly valuable. It can move anyone's greed. And this is just the situation now. For the next few years, Earth trenches and Earth veins will create even bigger commotions. More and more resources will surface. The burst of resources would raise the strength of GU Immortals, and the rise in battle strength would spur on the ambitions of GU Immortals further. In my previous life, the 4 regions GU Immortals attacked Heavenly Court. These Earth trench resources played a crucial role. In the 500 years of my previous life, the reason for the 5 regions' chaotic war was mainly the Earth trench resources and the rise in attainment level through Dream Realms. In his free time, Fang Yuan would analyze the situation and look at his circumstances, continuing to improve on his post-rebirth plans. This rebirth was very different from the previous times. The most important thing was that his strength and influence now was great. It far exceeded any of his previous rebirths. With his strength and influence, the ink effect of his rebirth became much more significant. Fang Yuan acted to execute his own plans while preparing himself for any possible problems. And as expected, a problem really occurred. And it was a major one. A few days later, Fang Yuan observed Treasure Yellow Heaven and did not find any traces of Zhongji. In the previous life, he was already selling floating life fire at this time. Fang Yuan quickly investigated, but luckily, Zhongji's information was not hard to get. Black Heaven Temple's GU Immortal Zhongji lost to Immortal Crane Sect's Old Lord Kenyang in a competition. Thus when they went on an exploration and found the floating life fire by chance, it went into Old Lord Kenyang's hands. Immortal Crane Sect and Black Heaven Temple were part of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. In terms of strength, Immortal Crane Sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple, but in terms of GU Immortal battle strength, Old Lord Kenyang was stronger than Zhongji. Black Heaven Temple's Zhongji had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was very ordinary. Old Lord Kenyang was very famous though. His signature killer move life-chasing fire was a headache to most GU Immortals. Years ago, he even went to Northern Plains as part of Feng Juji's group to investigate the collapse of 88 True Yang building. News that Zhongji lost to Old Lord Kenyang quickly spread. Fang Yuan did not need to guess to know that this was Immortal Crane Sect's action. Immortal Crane Sect was weaker than Black Heaven Temple. They had to treasure every opportunity to raise their reputation. This victory was a great chance for publicity. Old Lord Kenyang's victory was not surprising. What interested him was, why did Old Lord Kenyang appear? In the previous life, Old Lord Kenyang did not show up. Zhongji had obtained the floating life fire without any hassle. This is not good. Different from Zhongji, Old Lord Kenyang is a fire path GU Immortal. Floating life fire is useful to him. Even if it is useless, Old Lord Kenyang can contribute it to Immortal Crane Sect. He is different from Zhongji. He has higher strength and status. If he gives it to the sect, they would reward him. Old Lord Kenyang's gains would not be low. Fang Yuan felt somewhat of a headache. He had to make other plans now to obtain this floating life fire from other sources. But at this time, Old Lord Kenyang started to sell the floating life fire publicly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked before he understood Old Lord Kenyang's intentions. Or rather, Immortal Crane Sect's intentions. Immortal Crane Sect saw this as an important opportunity. They wanted to spread the news and raise their reputation. Old Lord Kenyang selling the floating life fire had the same intention as Fang Yuan selling Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 3 rib bones. After understanding this, Fang Yuan became one of the floating life fire's buyers. Floating life fire was a rare immortal material. Its sale price was high but not absurd. In the previous life, Zhongji did not know its value. Fang Yuan got it cheaply. But this time, it was old Lord Kenyang who cultivated Fire Path. He knew about the value of the floating life fire. He naturally sold it at a different price. It seems that I have to pay a higher price to obtain this floating life fire. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, but the following competition was out of his expectations again. Buyers who were after the floating life fire seemed very interested. They competed and raised the sale price of the floating life fire to an absurd degree. The floating life fire's price was high, but the competing GU Immortals did not become disinterested. They created a huge ruckus as their verbal conflict soon escalated to a matter of pride and face. Fang Yuan realized that this was Immortal Crane Sect's show. They purposely got people to raise the prices to an absurd amount. The buyers and sellers were all part of their sect. They were paying some fees in Treasure Yellow Heaven to gain a lot of publicity. It was simple. The higher the price of the floating life fire, the more commotion and discussion it would generate. When they talk about the floating life fire, can they ignore old Lord Kenyang? That would involve Immortal Crane Sect as well. More and more GU Immortals would realize that Immortal Crane Sect was still a part of the 10 great ancient sects. They had deep foundations. Even though they seemed weak now, they might just be keeping a low profile. Thinking about this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. The floating life fire was too important to him. Even if the prices were high, he had to buy it. After all, the other plans were not reliable. Time was crucial now. If he wasted too much time, Fang Yuan's entire post-rebirth plan would be ruined. After getting the floating life fire, Fang Yuan passed the other main materials to Lang Ya Land Spirit. Lang Ya Land Spirit looked at them and checked that there were no problems with the immortal materials before he used the Refinement Path killer moves with Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man GU Immortals, trying to familiarize themselves with these immortal materials. After days of preparations, Lang Ya Land Spirit saw that the time was right. He brought Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man GU Immortals to the Longhair Refinement Path formation. What a good Refinement Path formation! Fang Yuan praised in admiration. Lang Ya Land Spirit smiled. The delight on his face was unconcealed. His eyes shined with great confidence. Both the formation and Immortal GU recipe are top-notch. Elder Fang Yuan, this Myriad Self-Immortal GU recipe you provided is very incredible. After looking at it for a long time, I finally understood half of its profundity. With my estimation, using this Myriad Self-Immortal GU recipe, there is a 40% chance of success. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. That's right, this is why I wanted to refine this GU to raise my battle strength and deal with Heavenly Court. Alright, enough talk, let's enter the GU refinement formation. At this point, Lang Ya Land Spirit frowned. Elder Fang Yuan, you lack refinement path experience. Are you really going to refine the GU personally? Fang Yuan nodded. This GU refinement is extremely important, especially to me. I need to participate. Even if the refinement fails, I will not be upset. Don't worry, First Supreme Elder, I am merely helping out. I will not interrupt you. I know my own limits after all. All right, since you insist, we will do that. Lang Ya Land Spirit sighed, entering the formation as the main person in charge. Followed by Third Hair, Fourth Hair, Sixth Hair, Seventh Hair, and the other GU Immortals, before Fang Yuan as the last one. Fang Yuan stood at the final formation core towards the end. The formation started to activate. Light shined everywhere, all sorts of refinement path methods were activated. The process was smooth and easy. Floating Life Fire and Edge GU were first refined, followed by Battlefield Blood Sand, Heart Blood, and other main materials. During this time, Fang Yuan took action several times, but they were all trivial matters. It was just as he had assured Lang Ya Land Spirit. Several days later, Lang Ya Land Spirit and the Hairy Man GU Immortals revealed expressions of joy. The Immortal GU was starting to form. They were just a few steps away from success. Suddenly, the light exploded as dust clouds rose. A stench filled the air as the GU refinement encountered an issue. Why did this happen? Lang Ya Land Spirit and the rest were very shocked. They quickly tried to salvage the situation. It was very chaotic. Right when they were about to fail and Lang Ya land spirit became helpless, Fang Yuan suggested building a temporary GU formation to assist the refinement path formation and get rid of all the impurities here. There was no choice, Lang Ya land spirit had to give it a try. He accepted Fang Yuan's suggestion. Once the formation within the formation was created, Fang Yuan said, "Please enter the formation, first Supreme Elder." Lang Ya land spirit had no doubts. In this situation, he was the only one who could do it. But once he entered the formation, he was immediately suppressed. "Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do?" Lang Ya land spirit was furious and shocked. "Lang Ya land spirit, at this point in time, you still don't get it." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Chapter 1757. Repaying kindness with enmity. Lang Ya land spirit screamed with a furious expression. He looked like a volcano about to explode. He was about to erupt with lava and melt Fang Yuan entirely. But at the next moment, Lang Ya land spirit's movements froze. The anger on his face turned into deep shock instantly. "Why? Why can't I move? My connection with Lang Ya blessed land is also almost entirely severed." At once, Lang Ya land spirit became dumbfounded. Fang Yuan smiled. Everything was going according to plan. Ever since Fang Yuan saw Lang Ya land spirit for the first time, he already had the thought of taking down Lang Ya blessed land. After many years, this thought finally grew from just a seed to a beautiful blooming flower. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Ya land spirit plainly but with deep confidence. "It is pointless, you do not know the difference between us after all." Lang Ya land spirit struggled intensely, but he was like an ant, suppressed and unable to move, not to mention regaining control of Lang Ya blessed land. He tried hard but found that the situation was not improving. Instead, his restrictions were becoming more severe. "This is impossible." He looked at Fang Yuan with a look of disbelief. Fang Yuan smiled. "It seems that you have already started to notice the difference between us." Fang Yuan's refinement path attainment level far exceeded Lang Ya land spirit. The former had used long-hair true meaning to reach quasi-supreme Grandmaster refinement path attainment level. The latter was just long-hair ancestors land spirit formed from obsession. Even though it had extraordinary refinement path attainment, it was very far from reaching quasi-supreme. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment level also far exceeded Lang Ya land spirit. Lang Ya land spirit had merely ordinary attainment in formation path, while Fang Yuan was a formation path Grandmaster. And most importantly, Fang Yuan was very skilled in the setting of formations. Self-cleansing formation, omnidirectional travel ancient battle formation, dragon scale seas food path immortal formation, immemorial year beast fishing formation, flood discharge formation, self-will heaven sealing formation, wisdom refinement formation. Fang Yuan had designed most of these GU formations. He had modified them and set them up personally step by step. Indeed worthy of you, Fang Yuan. You are truly a publicly recognized demonic path overlord. Lang Ya land spirit clenched his fists, his eyes were spewing fire and his face was distorted. He stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. He gritted his teeth as he said, "This was all part of your scheme. Myriad self-immortal goo's recipe was flawed from the start, but I could not notice. The problem was bound to happen during the GU refinement process. Using that chance, you created the formation and tricked me into entering. This formation within a formation takes reference to blood light spirit suppression. This also means that out of the 8 main materials of Myriad self-immortal GU recipe, the 4 blood path materials are used to target me. Only the first 4 materials are used to refine Myriad self-immortal GU." Lang Ya land spirit said with certainty as his emotions became calmer. Fang Yuan looked at him without speaking. He had a calm expression too. Lang Ya land spirit started to frown. He could see a faint smile from Fang Yuan's eyes. He seemed to have noticed his intentions. Panic flashed across Lang Ya land spirit's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He thought, "I need to stay calm. I cannot panic. Long hair refinement path formation is the peak creation of my main body. How can Fang Yuan grasp it so easily in this short period? He set a formation to harm me, but this blood path formation is just a formation within a formation. Soon, if the refinement path formation activates, this blood path formation will be destroyed. By then, I will be able to escape. As long as I can escape, the whole of Lang Ya Blessed Land will be in my control. I can spread news of Fang Yuan trying to harm me. The variant human alliance will stand by my side. By then, I will make sure Fang Yuan regrets this. Aya! Lang Ya Land Spirit suddenly patted his head. He had an ashen expression and deep regret. He wanted to kill himself, damn it. Why did I shout out my inner thoughts? Fang Yuan smiled. Don't worry, if even you could think about this flaw, why couldn't I predict it? What, you knew about it already? Lang Ya Land Spirit was first shocked before pretending to be calm. He laughed loudly. So what if you realized? Can you understand this refinement path formation? Fang Yuan rubbed his nose. My understanding of this formation is deeper than yours. But of course, I am still far from comprehending it fully. Lang Ya Land Spirit laughed loudly again. That's right. Just you wait, Fang Yuan. When I get out, I will show you the consequences of betraying my Lang Ya sect. But Lang Ya Land Spirit waited and nothing happened. A while later, the blood path formation was still stable as before. Lang Ya Land Spirit continued to wait, but the long hair refinement path formation showed no commotion. Furthermore, his entire body was already dyed in a blood-red light. This is impossible. What did you do? Suddenly, Lang Ya Land Spirit screamed at Fang Yuan. He had fallen into complete panic. Fang Yuan smiled and did not respond. He had interacted with this long hair refinement path formation far longer than Lang Ya Land Spirit expected. That happened in his previous life. Fang Yuan had deep attainment in formation path, refinement path, and wisdom path. He was able to understand the profundity and essence of the long hair refinement path formation. The long hair refinement path formation was created by long hair ancestor with all his effort back in the day. With Fang Yuan's current foundation, it would be very hard to create a refinement path formation that was on par with it. He would need a vast amount of time, energy, and resources. But looking at this long hair refinement path formation was a completely different case. Fang Yuan was not the creator, he was merely appreciating this work of art. It was easier for an artist to critique this piece of work now than to create it himself. Of course, he was just an observer. He could not understand the profundity of this formation in its entirety. But that was not a problem. Sixth hair, as the spy, had already controlled a certain important area of the formation. With Sixth hair's help, Fang Yuan ensured that the long hair refinement path formation could not interfere with his blood path formation. Lang Ya Land Spirit struggled for a while longer before he realized, due to Fang Yuan's meticulous scheme, he could no longer turn this situation around. There was no choice. This black-haired land spirit that was completely corroded by the bloodlight had to let the other white-haired land spirit appear to try and change the situation. But regrettably, Fang Yuan knew all about Lang Ya Land Spirit. How could he miss that potential problem? The moment white-haired land spirit appeared, he was suppressed by the blood path formation. A large amount of bloodlight went into him. You shameless demon! The white-haired land spirit was suppressed and unable to move. He could only speak. He scolded Fang Yuan intensely. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, you unscrupulous and devious scumbag. You were able to get to this stage today. My Lang Ya Blessed Land provided you the biggest help. Before you became immortal, I helped you. Eventually, you were able to destroy 88 True Young Building. When you first became an immortal and was completely broke, I made transactions with you and allowed you to earn immortal essence stones through deducing recipes. That was your starting point. When you wanted to refine GU, I helped you countless times. Which hairy man GU immortal in the Blessed Land has not helped you at least once? When your tribulations were too risky, we lent you immortal essence stones and immortal GU to pass those difficulties. I gave you the immortal tribulation tempering aperture as well as killer moves like triple layered sword wave. When you moved star form Blessed Land, we lent you GU worms and the necessary methods. When your Who immortal Blessed Land was attacked, we took a risk and helped you to minimize your losses. I was the one who fed your wisdom GU. I used up so many lifespan GU in my Blessed Land. When your Dang Hun Mountain was taken away, I compensated you according to the agreement, even if we had to give up the refinement path true meaning. White-haired land spirit got more and more angry. He felt extremely grieved. His eyes turned red as he spoke. Different from the black-haired land spirit's rash and strong attitude, the white-haired land spirit was calm and enduring. He was only interested in GU refinement and wanted to avoid problems. The black-haired land spirit was an extremist while the white-haired land spirit was a pacifist. Oh Fang Yuan, your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. Our Lang Ya blessed land treated you so well, yet you are repaying kindness with enmity. You schemed against me. When you were unable to live outside and all 5 regions GU Immortals went after you, Lang Ya blessed land was the place that sheltered you. You are a human but black hair and I accepted you. We made you a supreme elder and gave you important roles. We treated you as one of us. But this is how you treat us in return. Look at your own conscience. Do you feel any bit of guilt at all? Do you feel that you have done us injustice? The white-haired land spirit screamed and cried. He was extremely upset. Fang Yuan was expressionless. No. Lang Ya land spirit. After a while, he shouted, you are acting like this to your benefactor, your friends, your family. Does your conscience feel no pain? Do you not feel bad? Fang Yuan dug his ears. Not really, I am quite excited actually. Lang Ya land spirit was beyond furious. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan into epics. Fang Yuan, you demon. You are just too shameless. You are a beast, a bastard. You are a devious scoundrel. You are shameless, as expected of a human. Go ahead and laugh. You will not laugh for very long. People like you will die a terrible death. I was truly blind to have trusted you. Heaven will not let you off. If I was given another chance, I will kill you at first sight. I will incinerate your corpse and mince you into 1,000,000 pieces. Oh. Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head calmly. Too bad you can't do it. Lang Ya land spirit was speechless. He wanted to rip that smile off Fang Yuan's face. But he could not move. He could only curse to vent his anger. But against someone like Fang Yuan with no shame or morals, his anger was truly pointless and weak. Chapter 1758. Heavenly Court's Invasion. Bloodlight gradually faded. The blood path formation opened up as Fang Yuan and Lang Ya land spirit walked out with the latter behind the former. Fang Yuan's scheme succeeded. In the previous life, Lang Ya land spirit had caught Fairy Zi Wei off guard because she killed the black-haired land spirit and white-haired land spirit showed up. The black-haired land spirit was ambitious. Even though he knew about Lang Ya blessed land and longevity heaven's agreement, he did not want to use it. Once the white-haired land spirit showed up, he sought help from longevity heaven without second thoughts. Eventually, because of the white-haired land spirit's action, Fang Yuan escaped while Heavenly Court retreated in defeat. Longevity heaven obtained Lang Ya sect and became the eventual winner, gaining the greatest benefits. Right now, I suppressed the land spirit. Longevity heaven will not gain anything. Fang Yuan looked at Lang Ya land spirit. Right now, Lang Ya land spirit had gone back to the black-haired land spirit under Fang Yuan's orders. To prevent the hairy man GU Immortals from becoming suspicious, the black-haired land spirit pretended that their relationship with Fang Yuan was still the same as before. Fang Yuan purposely let out a breath of air. It was all thanks to First Supreme Elder this time that we salvaged the situation. The black-haired land spirit smiled. Ma 1, mainly because we had the refinement path formation, we should get back into refining the GU as quickly as possible. The black-haired land spirit had a slightly subservient tone and smile, but other than sixth hair, the other hairy man GU Immortals felt no suspicions. Who could have thought that this shocking change had occurred right under their very eyes? Fang Yuan entered the long hair refinement path formation and continued to refine Myriad self-immortal GU. Hours later, a sharp profound light appeared in the refinement path formation. The profound light faded as an immortal GU was revealed. This GU worm was more than 10 meters long. It was like a centipede that shined in a metallic luster. The mouthpiece on its head looked dangerous while there was a pair of long antennas on its forehead. It had 5,000 legs on either side of its body, having a total of 10,000 legs. Rank 7 Immortal GU Myriad Self. Even though Fang Yuan's main goal was to scheme against Lang Ya Land Spirit, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self-Immortal GU. In the previous life, Myriad Self-Immortal GU had a 50% success rate. But now, in order to trap Lang Ya Land Spirit, he modified the recipe and lowered its success rate from 50 to 40%. Regardless, he did not give up on refining Myriad Self. He could not give up on refining Myriad Self-Immortal GU after all. It seemed to have an insignificant boost to Fang Yuan's strength, but it was actually very important. The killer move Myriad Self was the combination of enslavement and strength path. It gathered the specialty of both paths. But it was overly complex and took a long time to activate. It spent a lot of thoughts of the GU Immortal. Now that it became a GU worm, Fang Yuan only needed to take a few steps to unleash the full power of the original Myriad Self killer move. Other than Myriad Self, Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Myriad Dragon, Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and other killer moves would also benefit from this. Especially Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon, Fang Yuan had created this move near the time of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Without Myriad Self-Immortal GU, he would need too many GU worms to activate it. The time taken would be too long and there would be no use for it in battle. Even though Myriad Self-Immortal GU could not raise Fang Yuan's strength directly, it strengthened his foundation and allowed him to gain even more potential in several aspects. The Immortal GU refinement ended. Next, Fang Yuan looked around the whole of Lang Ya Blessed Land and collated his gains. Lang Ya Blessed Land had an immense origin. It was left by one of the three greatest refinement path experts in history, Long-Hair Ancestor. Long-Hair Ancestor was a legendary figure. He had refined countless Immortal GU in his life. Even thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable came to look for him when refining GU. Long-Hair Ancestor also had a special identity. He was a hairy man. While hairy men had long lifespan, they would still die eventually. Long-Hair Ancestor left behind rank 8 Lang Ya Grotto Heaven, but after countless years of development, white-haired land spirit decided to lower its rank and returned it to a blessed land. Blessed lands faced far weaker calamities and tribulations than Grotto Heavens. With the white-haired land spirit's management, the blessed land developed very well. It had a huge space far beyond most blessed lands. It even exceeded many Grotto Heavens. In terms of time path, its time flow was 1 to 36 compared to the outside world. And worth mentioning was that Lang Ya Blessed Land had an immortal killer move on its tributary of the River of Time. It could alter the time flow in the immortal aperture. This was the work of Long-Hair Ancestor, who had invited a time path great expert personally when he was alive. In terms of Dao marks, Lang Ya Blessed Land had the highest number of refinement path Dao marks, surpassing 300,000. The remaining Dao marks were mostly water path followed by earth path. Lang Ya Blessed Land had 4 continents. They were the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents in the sea, as well as cloud cover continent in the sky. The blessed land produced abundant resources and people. There were also countless GU Immortals. It was truly a super force of its own. The vast number of people ensured the production of many lifespan GU. Undeniably, this was the #1 blessed land in the world. Lang Ya land spirit was suppressed by Fang Yuan already. Everything here belonged to him. Other than the blessed land's resources and manpower, there were also a vast number of GU recipes, killer moves, and GU worms. Lang Ya blessed land had many immortal GU in its inventory. For example, the currently rank 7 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, the would sprout immortal GU that Fang Yuan had once borrowed to use the killer move Light Fungus Radiance, Beast Enslavement Immortal GU, Formation Plate Immortal GU, and many others. Most of the immortal GU were already given out to the hairy man GU Immortals for their use. Lang Ya blessed land had 3 GU formations. The first was the Long Hair Refinement Path formation, the second was the Submain Teleportation GU formation, the third was the Ancient Battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. Among which, the main formation of the Submain Teleportation GU formation was on Cloud Cover Continent, while the 9 subformations were distributed all over northern plains, for example, Tai Chio, Dragon Elephant Plain, and Feng Bo Cliff. Other than that, Lang Ya blessed land had a highly incomplete immortal GU house, rank 8 immortal GU house Refinement Cauldron. There was also a man-made secluded domain of heaven and earth that was not completed despite immense effort, Refinement c. In the previous life, when Heavenly Court attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land, Lang Ya Land Spirit made use of the water in the Refinement Sea to display the killer move omnipresent for seas. He had once taken control of the situation using it. Lang Ya Blessed Land had a huge inventory with countless immortal materials but relatively few immortal essence stones. And finally, Lang Ya Blessed Land had 3 true inheritances. They were Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Giant Sun's Self-Luck true inheritance, and Longhair's Refinement Path true inheritance. Rank 8 Steel Life Immortal GU was part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. In the first life, Ma Hongyun obtained clues to this Thieving Heaven true inheritance. He came to Lang Ya Blessed Land and asked Lang Ya Land Spirit to refine GU for him 3 times. This was also part of Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of these 3 true inheritances. Years ago, he had transacted with Lang Ya Land Spirit and learned about this. Back then, in order to deal with strong enemies, he had to sell his own secluded domain of heaven and earth. Now, the whole of Lang Ya Blessed Land belonged to him. I have about half a month left. Fang Yuan estimated the time. In the previous life, he had worked on deducing Luo Po Seal at this time period, in order to make up for his lack of offensive methods. As for defense, he had reverse flow protection seal. There was no worry. In the end, he only managed to deduce Luo Po Seal years later. This time around, he already possessed Luo Po Seal. His main deduction was to add the effect of time path into Yama Battlefield, so that he could gain a compound battlefield killer move. Even though he suppressed Lang Ya Land Spirit and had sufficient refinement path attainment level, Fang Yuan was not in a rush to annex Lang Ya Blessed Land. He had already decided to use the tactic in the 5 regional mountain range. He was going to make Lang Ya Blessed Land a trap that would lure in the Heavenly Court members. Firstly, Fang Yuan needed Feng Juji to come here and contribute to his fixed immortal travel. After all, when Fang Yuan reaches rank 8, future self would not be usable anymore. Secondly, he needed Heavenly Court to expose their Starcast killer move. This method was too incredible. It could directly change the situation of all 5 regions. Any super force would feel extremely threatened by it. Once Starcast gets exposed, it would spur on the 4 region super forces to attack Heavenly Court. And thirdly, he wanted to kill a few Heavenly Court GU Immortals in advance. Fang Yuan would not let go of any chance to weaken Heavenly Court. And finally, Fang Yuan wanted to borrow the help of Heavenly Court to deal with the GU Immortals of the Snowmen, Rockmen, and Inkmen in the 4 Races Alliance. By using the same method as in the previous life, he would annex all 3 of these forces at once. Taking down enemies and allies in a single swoop, wasn't it a great idea? More than 10 days passed. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. Star Constellation Chessboard. This rank 8 Immortal GU house was shooting out fireworks. Countless starlight specks were flying out and radiating the entire Heavenly Court. Starlight shined on the faces of the Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Nearly 10 of them were ready to move out. The leader was Fairy Ziwei. She looked at the sky as bright light shined in her eyes, even more dazzling than the starry sky. To think that Wisdom GU is really inside Lang Ya Blessed Land. With it, Star Constellation Chessboard will become a rank 9 Immortal GU house. By then, I will be the #1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal in the world. Heavenly Court will almost certainly be able to repair Fate Immortal GU. Fang Yuan, I can't wait for this. I want to kill you personally. Thunder Ghost True Monarch gritted her teeth. Feng Juji was silent and peaceful. Chen Yi was waiting in anticipation. His performance in Green Ghost Desert was not good. He did not retrieve Divine Bin Palace. I cannot fail again like last time. I have just joined Heavenly Court. I need to show some results. This battle is a great opportunity. No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is merely rank 7. Lang Ya Blessed Land has a huge reputation, but it is too weak internally. Even Feng Juji could enter and leave at will. We are mobilizing so many rank 8 great experts now, we will definitely win. Lady Ziwei is too vigilant. Chen Yi grumbled a little. Fairy Z-Wei was sending such a huge force, it was like a tiger going all out to hunt a rabbit. Chen Yi would not be able to make any achievements. In his opinion, couldn't 2 or 3 rank 8 GU Immortals take down Lang Ya Blessed Land easily? They were not ordinary rank 8s, they were Heavenly Court members. Bam! Along with the expectations of many GU Immortals, the starlight in the sky gathered, a huge light blue pillar was formed in the sky. Immortal Killer Move, Starcast. Let's go! Take down Lang Ya Blessed Land and capture the demon Fang Yuan. Fairy Z-Wei gave her orders. Thunder Ghost True Monarch was the most impatient one. She directly rushed into the starlight pillar. Fang Yuan, I am coming. Just you wait. Thunder Ghost True Monarch snickered. Chapter 1759. I've been waiting. In almost an instant, she vanished from Heavenly Court, arriving in a huge formation space. She focused and looked, seeing that Fang Yuan was standing before her with a killer move that had been prepared already. Fang Yuan, good timing. Thunder Ghost True Monarch growled loudly with blood-red eyes. It was like the meeting of enemies. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Thunder Ghost True Monarch, I've been waiting for you. Saying so, he pushed with his palm as Luo Po Seal shot towards Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Thunder Ghost True Monarch wanted to dodge subconsciously, but the super formation's power was already affecting her. Even though Thunder Ghost True Monarch could dodge quickly, she needed a lot of time to do so. As a result, the overall result was that she moved very slowly in real time. Shock and anger was expressed all over Thunder Ghost True Monarch's face. She could not dodge, she was hit by Fang Yuan's Luo Po Seal. A huge black armor appeared all over Thunder Ghost True Monarch's body. The armor was ferocious and flamboyant, having sharp curved spikes and lightning flashing above it. The chest portion of the armor had a dark blue opened mouth like that of a giant ghost. And her helmet looked like a monster's head, forming a stark contrast with the girl's delicate and cute appearance. Luo Po Seal landed on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. At the next moment, countless cracks appeared on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's armor. Next, with a light pop, the entire armor cracked into pieces, exposing Thunder Ghost True Monarch's main body. Fang Yuan used Luo Po Seal and the super formation to destroy Thunder Ghost True Monarch's strongest defense in one move. Thunder Ghost True Monarch shouted loudly. Instead of dodging, she charged towards Fang Yuan. This was a wise tactic. Normally speaking, people would retreat in such circumstances to regain their footing. But doing that in front of Fang Yuan would make them lose initiative. It would be a downward spiral as Fang Yuan gains control of the momentum of the battle. Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not back down. Instead, she went ahead to fight against Fang Yuan. At this moment, Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rich battle experiences and brave nature was on full display. She invaded Lang Ya Blessed Land but got ambushed, landing in a difficult spot. The disparity in situation did not make her lose her cool. Instead, her bravery and fighting spirit were ignited. As expected of the person who once resisted Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, this person did not know what giving up was. There was no way to lower her morale. Her final killer move, Lightning Heart Explosion, was an actual mutual destruction method. Even if she dies, she would drag her enemies with her. This was her true nature. Of course, Fang Yuan already knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's final method. Fairy Z-Wei was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, but so was Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, he would make countless arrangements. How could he not predict Thunder Ghost True Monarch's nature and course of action? Like what Fang Yuan had said earlier, he had been waiting. Immortal Killer Move, Steal Life. After suppressing Lang Ya Land Spirit, thieving Heaven True Inheritance in Lang Ya sect became Fang Yuan's. Using Steal Life Immortal GU, Fang Yuan unleashed the Immortal Killer Move using Immortal GU Steal Life as the core. Even though Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal Essence, he could make Lang Ya Land Spirit do it. He had long hair's Immortal Essence after all. Steal Life was not displayed by Fang Yuan. Lang Ya Land Spirit, which was inside the formation, had used it. Red light that was as thick as a finger flashed as it landed on Thunder Ghost True Monarch's forehead. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's movements came to a stop. She rapidly aged. In the blink of an eye, she turned from a cute little girl to a wrinkled old lady. She stretched out her thin and dry fingers as she grabbed at Fang Yuan, speaking as her teeth fell off. How did you? These were her final words. She died. With intense regret and hatred. She had died of old age, her lifespan was fully consumed. Even after dying, her eyes were wide open, staring at Fang Yuan fixedly. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Within the Super Immortal formation, the GU Immortals of the 4 races were in a commotion. What happened? She died like that. We killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Wasn't that too easy? The variant human GU Immortals were all dumbfounded. After calming down, they started to analyze. It was Lord Fang Yuan's great plan. That's right, Thunder Ghost True Monarch fell into our trap. She had no way of retaliating. Even though she is a rank 8 GU Immortal, against Lord Fang Yuan, she was completely helpless. I finally understand why the human GU Immortals are bent on going after Lord Fang Yuan. The variant human GU Immortals sighed deeply, their gaze towards Fang Yuan carried wariness, fear, admiration, and reverence. Looking at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, Fang Yuan felt no surprise. As a rank 8 expert, her death was not as simple as it looked. The power of Wisdom Path GU Immortals was to make plans before taking action. With sufficient information, they could easily counter their enemies. Because of Rebirth, Fang Yuan knew about Thunder Ghost True Monarch's trump card. Secondly, Fang Yuan had spent a lot of effort in modifying Lang Ya Blessed Land's defensive formation. He added a lot of Immortal GU. Steel Life Immortal GU was one of them. It was all thanks to Fang Yuan's formation path attainment and the light of wisdom. Ordinary GU Immortals could not achieve this. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's 2 strongest methods were Lightning Heart Explosion and Soul Armor Combat. Thus, once Fang Yuan saw her, he used Luo Po Seal straight away. This move dealt with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's Soul Armor with incredible effect. Without her soul armor, after Thunder Ghost True Monarch died, she became suppressed by the formation. She could not activate Lightning Heart Explosion. And he also used the killer move Steel Life. This was not the same as using Steel Life Immortal GU, which could not distinguish ally and enemy. This time, Fang Yuan deduced the killer move Steel Life to target only the enemy. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had used his method on Steel Life Immortal GU. It could only be used thrice. Fang Yuan could not remove that limit. Even with only 3 uses, Fang Yuan used it on Thunder Ghost True Monarch without hesitation. Thunder Ghost True Monarch had great battle strength. The longer she stayed here, the greater the threat to the entirety of Lang Ya Blessed Land. If she unleashed Lightning Heart Explosion, his losses would be severe. Thus, Fang Yuan unleashed his moves instantly, killing her before she could even react. Heavenly Court. Looking at the Starlight Pillar, Chen Yi could not help but say, "I'm going too." Fairy Zi Wei glanced at him before nodding. As a Wisdom Path GU Immortal who possessed Star Constellation chessboard, she could more or less understand Chen Yi's intention and thoughts. After getting permission from Fairy Zi Wei, Chen Yi flew into the Starlight Pillar anxiously. "I need to act fast. With Thunder Ghost True Monarch's ferocious battle strength, the later I go in, the less achievements I can make." By now, she might have killed some variant human GU Immortals already. Lang Ya Blessed Land, here I come. Chen Yi entered the Starlight Pillar with great excitement. At the next moment, he arrived in Lang Ya Blessed Land's formation space. "This is Lang Ya Blessed Land?" Suddenly, Chen Yi's body froze, his pupil shrunk to pin size. He saw Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse. Fang Yuan had used the super formation to mimic Time Path's specialty, slowing the time flow. But over at Heavenly Court, time was moving normally. After Thunder Ghost True Monarch entered, Chen Yi went into the Starlight Pillar almost right after her. As a result, right after Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and captured her remaining remnant soul, Chen Yi appeared. "You are quite fast." Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Chen Yi stared at Thunder Ghost True Monarch's corpse, shouting, "Senior." Thunder Ghost True Monarch did not reply. She was undeniably dead. How could this be? This is impossible. Chen Yi, who had strong battle intent and enthusiasm, felt like cold water was poured all over him. He had been thinking that Thunder Ghost True Monarch was killing everything in her path. Lang Ya Blessed Land would be in complete chaos as Fang Yuan defends against her pathetically. But the truth was, Thunder Ghost True Monarch died, while Fang Yuan smiled towards him with absolutely no injuries. Who could have expected such a situation? Chen Yi blinked consecutively before he growled, "Very impressive, demon, you made this illusion so convincing that I was almost deceived by you." Saying so, Chen Yi flickered with green light. He used his defensive killer move. He did not attack in a rush, he stood to guard the black spiral behind him. Thus, at the next moment, Chen Yi sensed something amiss. The power of Time Path is affecting me. His defensive killer move formed very slowly. Heavenly Court. Fairy Zi Wei had a calm expression as she said to Feng Juji, "Go in as well." Feng Juji nodded as he entered the Starlight Pillar. With Feng Juji's strength, he should be able to defend himself. We are mainly relying on his own Dao Guardian luck. Heavenly Court does not have many luck path methods. This is the only way to resist Fang Yuan. Fairy Zi Wei sighed to herself internally. After Feng Juji was transported inside, she was the next person to go. But right when Fairy Zi Wei was about to move, boom! The Starlight Pillar exploded into countless starlight specks in the sky. Fairy Zi Wei was stunned. The Heavenly Court Immortals behind her? Chapter 1760. Overwhelming Advantage. Fang Yuan did not know much about Starcast, but he knew one crucial point. Starcast needed a tracer. This tracer was the harmful Dao marks that Feng Juji left behind the previous time he invaded Lang Ya Blessed Land. In the previous life, these harmful Dao marks turned into a dark spiral that transported Chen Yi, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Feng Juji, and Fairy Zi Wei in. Luckily, Fang Yuan and Lang Ya Land Spirit reacted quickly and destroyed the dark spiral in time. They prevented even more Heavenly Court GU Immortals from entering. This time, because of Rebirth, Fang Yuan knew the exact location of the dark spiral. Thus, he modified Lang Ya Blessed Land's defensive formation actively and covered it using the formation space. Thunder Ghost True Monarch came in first. She was directly killed by Fang Yuan and the rest, who were well prepared. Chen Yi was the second to arrive. Fang Yuan did not have much time to use Luo Po Seal, so he did not do anything yet. And third was Feng Juji. He was Fang Yuan's main target. Because rank 7 fixed immortal travel was in his hands. And the fourth person was likely Fairy Zi Wei. Fairy Zi Wei was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal possessing Star Constellation chessboard. If Duke Long was considered the spiritual leader of Heavenly Court and was the source of morale, Fairy Zi Wei was the brains of Heavenly Court, their tactician. She was very important, but even if Fang Yuan killed her, there would be little effect. Why? Because Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard had too many Wisdom Path GU Immortals. If Fairy Zi Wei died, the second would replace her. In the past, why did Fairy Zi Wei awaken? It was because Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, had died. Fairy Zi Wei had to awaken to take his position. If Fairy Zi Wei brought Star Constellation chessboard with her, Fang Yuan might have the incentive to kill her. But regrettably, Star Constellation chessboard was needed to maintain Starcast. It had to be left inside Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had his battle experience from the previous life. He was sure about this secret. In his position, Fang Yuan should not kill Fairy Zi Wei. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Fang Yuan was familiar with Fairy Zi Wei. It was advantageous to him. If he killed her, an unfamiliar Heavenly Court Wisdom Path GU Immortal would weaken Fang Yuan's post-rebirth advantage. Of course, there was the most important reason. Fairy Zi Wei had incredible battle strength. Even though Fang Yuan surpassed her by the time of Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, right now, he had not reached rank 8 yet. He was still far from his peak battle strength in the previous life. If he let Fairy Zi Wei in, Heavenly Court would have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. Fang Yuan had Heavenly Giant Solar, the Super Formation, the Immemorial Rock Dragon and himself. The battle would be intense, the situation would be out of control. And don't forget, Chen Yi had Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's trump card. Immortal killer move Karma Relocation played an important role in his previous life. Fang Yuan remembered deeply, he would not ignore it. Furthermore, Fang Yuan already suppressed Lang Ya land spirit, the whole of Lang Ya blessed land was his property. He wanted to reduce his losses. Thus, he destroyed the Dark Spiral earlier than in his previous life. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals were all shocked, while inside Lang Ya blessed land, Feng Ji and Chen Yi looked at each other with dumbfounded looks. This is completely different from our plans. Starcast failed, only the few of us are over here. Lang Ya blessed land was prepared for us, they reacted too quickly. Right now, we can only defend and stall for time until Starcast activates again. Chen Yi and Feng Ji quickly conversed. The two of them floated in the formation space, their backs were facing each other as they tried to defend themselves. Feng Ji asked, "That's right, where is Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch?" Chen Yi gulped, he hesitated a little but did not tell Feng Ji about the scene he saw earlier. Instead he said, "I am not sure too, I did not see Thunder Ghost True Monarch after entering." Feng Ji nodded, Senior Thunder Ghost must be too eager to make achievements, she went out and got separated from us. If we can join up with her, that would be best. Chen Yi was shrouded in a bad feeling, but he could not shake Feng Ji's morale at this moment. He could only say, "I can see how crafty this Fang Yuan is, he would not let us join up easily. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch might be currently busy against the enemies for all we know." Feng Ji was more optimistic than Chen Yi. He smiled, "Lord Chen Yi, we have outstanding battle strength ourselves. I can resist rank 8 GU Immortals, I can barely be considered a rank 8 battle strength. With you and Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch, we have 3 rank 8 battle strengths. It will be very difficult for Lang Ya blessed land to defend against us, right? Maybe with just us, we can take down Lang Ya blessed land." Chen Yi laughed and focused his mind forcefully. "Brother Feng is right, but this situation is truly out of our expectations. You should find a time to escape using fixed immortal travel." Feng Ji looked at Chen Yi deeply, thinking that this Chen Yi's emotions were so easily changed. Feng Ji had witnessed himself how Chen Yi charged in excitedly trying to make some achievements for himself. But once he got in, he became so dejected and low-spirited all of a sudden. Even though Chen Yi is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect, due to having an authoritative status for a long time, he has lost his bravery. No wonder he failed his mission in Western Desert and caused us to lose Divine Bin Palace. Feng Ji looked down on Chen Yi in his heart. Unknown to him, in the previous life, his relationship with Chen Yi was actually quite good. Especially after he used the Incomplete Destiny song to save Chen Yi's life. The two conversed rapidly in almost an instant. Fang Yuan had already taken action. But this time, he did not move out personally, he concealed his traces. The immemorial rock dragon took his place, along with Lang Ya land spirit and a band of hairy man GU Immortals using Heavenly Giant Solar. Feng Ji and Chen Yi worked together. After a long while, neither side could do anything to the other. But Chen Yi and Feng Ji continued to frown deeply. The immemorial rock dragon is tough and sturdy, but its threat is the lowest. The GU Immortals inside Heavenly Giant Solar are not too skilled at fighting either. That's right, the key is Fang Yuan. He has not shown up yet. Is he fighting against Thunder Ghost True Monarch or hiding to deal with us? Other than them, there is also this formation. We need to destroy this formation, otherwise, being trapped inside this formation space is very dangerous. Chen Yi and Feng Ji planned quickly, changing their tactic. Feng Ji started to use his killer move while Chen Yi defended him. Chen Yi blocked the immemorial rock dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar alone while Feng Ji prepared his killer move successfully, unleashing Separation Song. But in the previous life, this song already had no effect, it was even more useless this time around. How could Fang Yuan forget Separation Song? The tactic that Chen Yi and Feng Juji tried failed and instead gave Fang Yuan an opportunity to suddenly strike and isolate the two of them. Thereafter, the super formation started to activate as two subspaces were created, isolating Chen Yi and Feng Juji. Heavenly Court. Endless starlight specks gathered again. Fairy Zi Wei was full of sweat. She worked her hardest to create Starcast Killer move once again. However, Starcast was not so easily recreated. This move was incredibly powerful. It was able to transport rank 8 GU Immortals. It was truly a tactical method that could affect wars. Precisely so, the price of using it was huge, not only in immortal essence but also the time needed to prepare it with countless complex steps. Without deep wisdom path attainment, it was unusable. If we can succeed and regain wisdom GU this time, activating Starcast would be an easy feat. We will not encounter so much trouble. Fairy Zi Wei sighed. A GU Immortal beside her smiled. Lady Zi Wei, even if we do not go with those three, they have the power to take down Lang Ya Blessed Land. Heavenly Court's GU Immortals had calm expressions. The situation was very relaxed. But Fairy Zi Wei frowned deeply. She felt that something was wrong. That's right, Feng Juji has incredible talent. He can resist rank 8 as a rank 7. He already has experience in invading Lang Ya Blessed Land. It will only be easier this time. Even if he fails and gets attacked by Lang Ya Blessed Land's full power, he has Fate Armor Immortal GU. He can definitely defend himself. A Heavenly Court GU Immortal beside Fairy Zi Wei analyzed. Lang Ya Blessed Land. Puff! Feng Juji's body shook as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He escaped in distress inside the formation space. Fang Yuan chased after him with a sinister laugh. Feng Juji still had shock all over his face. My GU worms are vanishing mysteriously. How can this be? This should be a theft path method. Is it Fang Yuan's method or this super formation's? He had already used Great Thief Ghost Hand many times, but this time around, the results were different. Fang Yuan only stole a large number of Mortal GU and one Sound Path Immortal GU. Compared to my previous life, my luck is very low now. Fang Yuan also felt a little helpless. The higher his cultivation level, the more power Spring Autumn Cicada's rebirth would require, and the deeper his backlash would be. Before this battle, Fang Yuan had already used methods like Burning Soul Bursting Luck, but he was still not reaching his previous life's luck. Even though I gained Giant Sun Immortal Venerable Self-Luck True Inheritance, and this True Inheritance has a comprehensive amount of killer moves and Immortal GU recipes, there are only a few Luck Path Immortal GU currently. Thus, I have not stolen Fixed Immortal Travel yet. Fang Yuan sighed in regret while Feng Juji had a solemn expression. He has the power to steal Immortal GU. The situation is too severe. Even if I have Fate Armor Immortal GU, he can steal it. Should I use Fixed Immortal Travel to return? Do I abandon Chen Yi? Feng Juji was hesitant. At the other end, Heavenly Court's GU Immortal added, compared to Feng Juji, Lord Chen Yi is a true rank 8 GU Immortal. He is the former First Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus Sect. He has abundant battle experiences in his life. He is also the current generation Genesis Lotus Inheritor. He has powerful wood path methods. Lord Chen Yi is old and wise. He is reliable and dependable. He can definitely control the battle situation. Lang Ya Blessed Land, Super Formation. Chen Yi was full of sweat. The anxiety on his face could not be concealed. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. The super formation isolated him and Feng Juji. His enemies also vanished completely. The formation activated as layers of mazes were formed. Countless illusions trapped Chen Yi. Chen Yi continued to investigate and break the illusions, but there was an endless number of mazes and illusions. Faster, faster! I need to get out of here and join with Feng Juji. How did this happen? Why did it end up like this? Chen Yi cultivated wood path. His formation path attainment was not deep. Chen Yi's battle style was also not specialized in offense but in sustainability. Be it Ancient Tree Prison Cage or Karma Divine Tree, they had the same style. In the previous life, Chen Yi stayed in the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. He caused trouble for Wu Yong and Fang Yuan, but this time, he was the one tormented by Fang Yuan's super immortal formation. This was the tactic Fang Yuan used after familiarizing himself with Chen Yi. Heavenly Court. I know you are right, but somehow, the unease in my heart is getting more intense. Fairy Zi Wei sighed. The Heavenly Court GU Immortal beside her pondered, that shouldn't be. Even if Feng Ju Ji and Chen Yi face trouble, Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a true expert. She was a legend that caused problems for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Last time, Fang Yuan escaped because of the regional wall. This time in Lang Wei Blessed Land, she can use her true power. Perhaps more than 10 GU Immortals have already died in her hands by now. So what if Fang Yuan is there? He will only run around like a dog after being chased by Thunder Ghost True Monarch. The Heavenly Court GU Immortal said this with overwhelming confidence and certainty. Lang Wei Blessed Land, Formation Space. Fang Yuan chased after Feng Ju Ji while soul-searching Thunder Ghost True Monarch. He was multitasking. His advantage was too large after all. After using Great Thief Ghost Hand multiple times, even though he could not take fixed immortal travel, he had already obtained 3 of Feng Ju Ji's Sound Path Immortal GU. Feng Ju Ji's strength fell drastically, but he was not too injured now. Fang Yuan was using Great Thief Ghost Hand primarily, his other offenses were trivial and merely maintained his current advantage. He did not use moves like Luo Po Seal, because he was afraid that Fate Armor Immortal GU would activate after he injured Feng Ju Ji. Once Fate Armor Immortal GU was activated, Fairy Zi Wei would be able to sense his exact location. In the previous life, Fang Yuan suffered a loss from this. After Fate Armor Immortal GU activated, Fairy Zi Wei was able to rapidly deduce and break Yama battlefield. This time around, how could Fang Yuan commit the same mistakes? Oh? There are really many GU Immortals trying to invade Lang Wei Blessed Land. Fang Yuan gained a lot of information from soul searching. Thunder Ghost True Monarch's cultivation information was valuable, but Fang Yuan cast it aside. Heavenly Court's situation was much more important to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had countless wisdom path methods. He quickly deduced, this means that Star Cast can be used again. I need to hurry up and end the battle here. There is no choice. If this drags on, fixed immortal travel, Fate Armor, and the other immortal GU would get stolen by Fang Yuan. Feng Ju Ji had a solemn expression. He finally made his decision to use fixed immortal travel. Wishful thinking. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, activating Immortal GU Suppress Space. Suppress Space Immortal GU. This Immortal GU was obtained from the Diamond Head Turtle when he specially went to Southern Border's Earth Trench. There were many methods to counter fixed immortal travel, but after Rebirth, Fang Yuan had 2 most likely choices. One was Fixed Space Immortal GU, the other was Suppress Space Immortal GU. Fixed Space Immortal GU was in the hands of Heavenly Court GU Immortal Liu Hao. In the previous life, Fang Yuan ambushed Southern Border's pursuers including Xian Cha. Liu Hao was also captured. It was a pity that Fixed Space Immortal GU self-detonated in Liu Hao's body. Fang Yuan did not obtain it. As for Suppress Space Immortal GU, a Luo clan GU Immortal, Luo Ran, obtained it. In the previous life, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance GU Immortals to attack the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation. Luo Ran had used it and achieved great success. It was too difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain Fixed Space Immortal GU now. It was still too early. He was still inside Northern Plains Lang Wei Blessed Land. He had not traveled in Southern Border and attracted everyone's rage. Xian Cha and the rest had not pursued him yet. Without Wu Yong seeking help from Fairy Zi Wei, Liu Hao would not get involved. But Suppress Space Immortal GU was easily obtainable according to information from Fang Yuan's previous life. Fixed Space Immortal GU could fix a location. Even if fixed immortal travel activated, the GU Immortal would only be transported to the fixed location that was chosen. Meanwhile, Suppress Space Immortal GU could prevent the use of any space path methods within a certain area. As Suppress Space Immortal GU was also rank 7, it countered the rank 7 fixed immortal travel. Feng Juji was shocked by this, to think that Fang Yuan's preparations were so comprehensive. At the next moment, Feng Juji's expression paled. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, sighing inwardly, it was not easy, I finally stole fixed immortal travel. Chapter 1761. Taking blame even in death. This way, even if Fang Yuan rose to rank 8 and lost future self, he did not have to worry about losing fixed immortal travel's movement method. Fixed immortal travel was a powerful movement immortal GU that was extremely useful to Fang Yuan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan deduced a killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core. Even as a rank 8, he could travel all over the world and cause great chaos. With this immortal GU, he would have incredibly powerful maneuverability. But in the previous life, Fang Yuan stole fixed immortal travel with one attempt. This time, it was truly troublesome. He used Great Thief Ghost Hand more than 10 times, a lot of immortal essence was expended. The flaw of Great Thief Ghost Hand was evident. Even though it could steal immortal GU, it would steal mortal GU in most cases. Fang Yuan stole tens of thousands of mortal GU from Feng Juji, but only 3 or 4 immortal GU. Next is Fate Armor Immortal GU. Fang Yuan's cold gaze was fixed on Feng Juji. As long as he stole Fate Armor Immortal GU, Feng Juji would be finished. Feng Juji continued to escape. He had never thought that he would end up in such a distressed state. Fang Yuan knows me very well. He has been trying to steal my immortal GU without attacking much, he is targeting my weakness, he knows the power of Fate Armor Immortal GU. Feng Juji's heart sank to rock bottom, an intense chill permeated in his body. The more immortal GU he lost, the more his battle strength fell. Fang Yuan. Feng Juji thought about this name in his mind. Even though he had some estimation towards Fang Yuan's growth, he did not know that he would be forced to escape without a way of fighting back. Back then, Feng Juji was chasing after Fang Yuan from southern border to western desert. It seemed just like yesterday. Feng Juji could still remember clearly. But to think that now, their situations were reversed. Such immense growth. Feng Juji sighed in his heart. It was not that Feng Juji was not strong, but Fang Yuan's preparations were simply too plentiful. He did not expose his secret of rebirth, his advantage was well kept. The super formation in Lang Wei Blessed Land was modified by Fang Yuan, it was many times stronger than in the previous life. One of the reasons was that Fang Yuan controlled Lang Wei Blessed Land, he could mobilize all of its resources to build the immortal formation, he could also transact with the 3 variant human races. The second reason was that Fang Yuan was much stronger than in the previous life at this point in time, be it formation path or time path, he was far superior. This allowed him to create this superformation to trap Feng Juji and Chen Yi. At the other end, Chen Yi's eyes flickered with light, he was moving around in the illusory mazes. Damn it! I am still trapped after so long. Chen Yi was lost in the illusory mazes, even though he moved around quickly and broke many illusions, he still felt like vomiting blood. This formation constantly refreshed Chen Yi's evaluation towards it. Fang Yuan arranged almost all the variant human GU immortals to control the formation and target Chen Yi. Even though he had great battle strength with immortal killer moves like Ancient Tree Prison Cage, Giant Tree Divine Statue, Karma Divine Tree, and others, making it very difficult for Fang Yuan to handle these superb killer moves. In the previous life, Chen Yi fought against 2 enemies alone, facing the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar. His performance was incredible and breathtaking. But now, Fang Yuan obtained control of Lang Wei sect entirely. He arranged the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar to deal with Chen Yi, but the 2 were merely assisting. The main thing dealing with Chen Yi was the super formation. As Chen Yi struggled in the illusory maze, every time he had hope of breaking out, the immemorial Rock Dragon or Heavenly Giant Solar would appear to obstruct him and stall for time. Next, the variant human GU Immortals would create more layers and mazes, causing Chen Yi to stay trapped indefinitely. Chen Yi's methods were all unusable as a result. Fang Yuan targeted him specifically, easily countering him. Chen Yi was very anxious now. The longer this dragged on, the more uneasy he felt. Was the Thunder Ghost True Monarch corpse earlier just an illusion? Chen Yi was not certain. He wanted to believe that it was an illusion. The reason was simple: with Thunder Ghost True Monarch's battle strength, how could Fang Yuan possibly kill her immediately? Were there other possibilities? If Thunder Ghost True Monarch was still alive, why had she shown no commotion at all after such a long time in this battle? Right now, he and Feng Juji were isolated. A long time had passed. How was the situation on his end? Unless the Dream Realm. Chen Yi had a flash of inspiration. He did not know that Fang Yuan possessed rank 8 Steel Life Immortal GU, but he knew that Fang Yuan was skilled at using the self-detonation of pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to form Dream Realms and deal with strong enemies. During the battle at Yitian Mountain, Spectral Soul was captured by Heavenly Court. Afterwards, Fang Yuan was pursued by Wu Yong and Feng Juji. He used the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies to escape many times. Without the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, Fang Yuan would have died on the way already. Fairy Zi Wei was a Wisdom Path great expert. Before this trip, she had already made deductions. Fang Yuan's Dream Realms, Reverse Flow River, and others were all in her consideration. The Dark Spiral was the tracer for Starcast. It had detection abilities. If there were Dream Realms or Reverse Flow River nearby, Fairy Zi Wei could sense it. In fact, Fang Yuan could not truly control the Dream Realm or Reverse Flow River precisely. Once the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies self-detonate, they would create an expanding Dream Realm that moved on its own. He could also only move Reverse Flow River mildly. Be it the Dream Realm or Reverse Flow River, as long as the Dark Spiral was in contact with them, Starcast Killer Move would become unstable and fail. Fairy Zi Wei only had to create a slightly larger Dark Spiral to test if there were Dream Realms or Reverse Flow River around it. It is stupid to only use the Dream Realms or Reverse Flow River as a trap, but what if Fang Yuan created new Dream Path Killer moves? He has Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn from the future after all. Chen Yi thought. But the truth was, Fang Yuan currently had no Dream Realms with him. His pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies had all been consumed. Refer to Chapter 1585. Most of the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were used when Fang Yuan was escaping his pursuers. This resulted in Fang Yuan going to southern border to snatch Dream Realms after the Battle of Lang Wei Blessed Land. Later, Fang Yuan made transactions with Kai Chuyu secretly. He obtained many Dream Realms. His pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies became a sizable number. After that, Fang Yuan ambushed Xia Cha and the rest. These pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were incredibly useful. It could be said that Kai Chuyu was the main contributor. It was because of his secret transactions with Fang Yuan that he could use all these Dream Realms. If he was just stealing them, the efficiency would be much lower. Chen Yi made a wrong guess. His heart became heavy. No, I must destroy this immortal formation as soon as possible. The dangerous situation made Chen Yi resolve to use his trump card killer move, Karma Divine Tree. The Divine Tree was lush and green. It was beautiful as a pavilion. Green smoke rose slowly as it swayed with the wind. With Karma Divine Tree above his head, all sorts of illusions and mazes were forced away within a certain area. Chen Yi could see clearly ahead of him again. The variant human GU Immortals gasped. This is the Karma Divine Tree killer move that Elder Fang Yuan mentioned. The entire Super GU formation's power is being resisted by this move. The mazes and illusions cannot affect Chen Yi. Worthy of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer move. During the critical moment, the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi. The other variant human GU Immortals controlled the formation, trying to find a new way of trapping Chen Yi. Chen Yi snorted coldly. He did not fight the Rock Dragon or Giant. He flew around, targeting the formation itself. The immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar attacked Chen Yi, but he defended passively. Karma Divine Tree displayed incredible defensive power, it blocked all of the attacks perfectly. The Divine Tree, which was quite sparse earlier, started to bear fruits quickly. These fruits flew out and landed on the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar, causing them to endure the damage that they dealt themselves. Quickly block Chen Yi, don't let him rampage around. Fang Yuan sensed something amiss, he quickly ordered. But the variant human GU Immortals were very busy, they could not use the formation's power to trap Chen Yi. As for entering the battle themselves, they would not do it. Even though they were allies, they treasured their lives. They would hide inside the formation if they could. In the previous life, they only came out after the formation was destroyed. Boom! With an intense explosion, Chen Yi hit a crucial spot. The formation space that was isolated became connected. Even though Chen Yi cultivated Wood Path, he was still a rank 8 great expert that could mimic other paths. After such a long time inside this super formation, he could notice some of its characteristics. Chen Yi saw Feng Juji and quickly shouted loudly, "Hang on, I'm coming." It turned out that Feng Juji was already forced into a corner by Fang Yuan. The situation was dangerous. Be careful, the enemy has a way to steal GU worms. Feng Juji immediately gave Chen Yi critical information. Chen Yi's body shook, he immediately thought of the contest over Divine Bin Palace. Western Desert's GU Immortal Suan Bu Jin was the one who stole legendary immemorial beast Ching Cho's Immortal GU using Theft Path. They have Theft Path methods too. Chen Yi shook, he frowned deeply. Now was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan did not use Emperor Yama, Chen Yi could not link the two together. There was no evidence supporting the fact that Fang Yuan was Suan Bu Jin. Theft Path was actually spread to an extent in the 5 regions. Western Desert Suan Bu Jin had Theft Path methods, but Lang Ya Blessed Land had an even higher possibility of possessing Theft Path killer moves. After all, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had personally worked with Long Hair Ancestor and Refined GU together. Chen Yi attacked while Fang Yuan snickered, he charged forward too. He activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal while preparing Luo Po Seal. Fang Yuan's aura surged. 2 rank 8 killer moves. Chen Yi was deeply shocked, his pupils shrunk, one for offense and one for defense, they are complementary. Damn it! Fang Yuan and Chen Yi fought while the immemorial Rock Dragon and Heavenly Giant Solar approached Feng Juji. Feng Juji only had rank 7 cultivation level now, while a few of his immortal GU were stolen by Fang Yuan. His battle strength had fallen greatly. Facing the attack of 2 rank 8 battle strengths, he was quickly injured and Fate Armor Immortal GU got activated. Over at Heavenly Court, Fairy Z Wei's expression changed. Oh no! Fate Armor was activated. Feng Juji is in great danger. What should we do? In the previous life, Fairy Z Wei and Feng Juji were separated by only Yama Battlefield. She quickly broke the battlefield killer move and saved him. But now, Fairy Z Wei and Feng Juji were apart by a vast distance. Starcast was only half prepared. She could not let Feng Juji die, he was a Dao Guardian. Chen Yi also knew the importance of Feng Juji, but he was helpless. Fang Yuan was harassing him at all times. Even though Karma Divine Tree was powerful and had both offense and defense, Fang Yuan was also attacking him with 2 rank 8 killer moves. As time passed, Fate Armor Immortal GU became dimmer and dimmer. Once the light completely faded, Feng Juji would die. What do I do now? Chen Yi was panicking. At this moment, he heard Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's voice in his head. Look closely, this is the consecutive move built upon Karma Divine Tree, Karma Relocation. The killer move activated, as if intense winds were blowing, the green smoke flickered as Karma Divine Tree started to sway and dance in the wind. Fang Yuan quickly stopped his killer move, he let out a sigh of relief as this killer move was finally forced out. With Karma Relocation, Chen Yi could rampage in the battlefield, Fang Yuan could only avoid him. Chen Yi and Feng Juji quickly gathered, go back, these are my immortal GU, remember to tell the situation here to Lady Z Wei, take revenge for me. Chen Yi passed all the other immortal GU that he had to Feng Juji. At the next moment, Karma relocation activated as Feng Ju was transported away. Even with the superformation and Lang Ya Blessed Land's aperture walls, it could not block Feng Ju from leaving. Karma relocation was a rank 9 killer move after all. Feng Ju, you managed to escape this time, but next time will be different. Fang Yuan had a plain expression. He knew about karma relocation, he knew there was no way to block it. Earlier, he separated Feng Ju and Chen Yi because he considered this killer move. It was a pity he did not succeed. Chen Yi and Feng Ju were very brilliant, they had abundant battle experiences. Since Feng Ju escaped, you shall stay here and accompany Thunder Ghost True Monarch in the afterlife. Fang Yuan smiled ruthlessly. Chen Yi smiled plainly. Senior Thunder Ghost True Monarch was really killed by all of you. Come, even if I die, I will not go down easily. Chen Yi knew he was going to die, he completely relaxed. Even though he loved authority and status, he was still a member of Heavenly Court. Any member of Heavenly Court would not fear sacrifice or death. The process of killing Chen Yi was not easy, it was difficult and a deadlock occurred many times. But eventually, Chen Yi succumbed and Fang Yuan took his life. He did not leave behind any immortal GU, but his remnant soul could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The variant human GU immortals cheered loudly in victory, but they also cried out in pain. They had severe losses. Chen Yi killed many of their companions. Fang Yuan looked at Chen Yi's corpse as he sighed deeply, as expected of Chen Yi, as expected of a Heavenly Court GU immortal. Next, he consoled the variant human GU immortals, showing deep sincerity and sadness. Your sacrifices were worth it, this is a glorious victory. Even a rank 8 GU immortal died at your hands, this result will shock the world. There were only a few variant human GU immortals left, they were all heavily injured. Oh heavens, our losses were just too severe this time. Lang Ya Blessed Land suffered the least losses, they were all inside the formation, they were safe inside Heavenly Giant Solar. Strange, why did several layers of the formation break all of a sudden? Without it, we would not have lost so many people. Fang Yuan nodded, that must be Chen Yi's method, he is truly formidable, I did not even notice anything. The variant human GU immortals heard this, their eyes turned red and they gritted their teeth. That's right, this old scoundrel. Killing him was simply not enough. He deserves more than death. The pitiful Chen Yi had no idea that even after dying in battle, he had to take the blame for Fang Yuan. Chapter 1762. Ziwei's attack. What? Fang Yuan was surprised. He quickly left the heavily damaged superformation as he arrived at the source of the change. Feng Ju had left behind harmful Dao marks in many places, but the dark spiral that formed earlier was the densest. Right now, the other areas with fewer Dao marks started to experience a change. These Dao marks gave off pale blue light, they were like stars in the sky, extremely dazzling and bright. Fang Yuan took a look, his face turned dark. It could actually change like this. He had Wisdom Path Foundation and Star Path Attainment, he knew what this change was going to do. It seems that Feng Ju went back to Central Continent directly using Karma relocation, or he even went back to Fairy Ziwei directly. Thus, she obtained some information. They reacted so quickly. Fang Yuan was feeling slight regret. In the battle earlier, he should not have stalled for time to create a situation where both sides suffered losses. He should have attacked directly and killed Chen Yi without caring for the immortal essence expenditure. But the truth was, even if he did that, it would not be much faster. Karma Divine Tree was too superb, it combined offense and defense. Without the variant human GU immortal sacrifice, it was hard to kill Chen Yi in a short time. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, the changes in the Dao marks should be Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path great expert trying to locate the precise area of Lang Ya Blessed Land. We need to get rid of them, it might get very dangerous. Lang Ya Land Spirit was very anxious, the dark spirals are easy to destroy but these harmful shining Dao marks are impossible to get rid of. I've already tried. What's going on? At this time, the remaining variant human GU Immortals arrived with varying expressions. Fang Yuan ignored them, thoughts rumbled in his mind as he pondered at the speed of lightning. Fairy Zi Wei wants to find the actual location of Lang Ya Blessed Land, she is giving it one final attempt. Heavenly Court lost terribly this time, she is truly infuriated. Lang Ya Blessed Land has already been relocated to Loose Tail Ridge by the land spirit, but Prince Feng Xian is likely nearby, searching for it secretly. I cannot let Fairy Zi Wei deduce the true location of Lang Ya Blessed Land, that would be a terrible situation. Once the location is exposed, not only would Prince Feng Xian attack, Heavenly Court's GU Immortals will also reinforce him endlessly. Even if Heavenly Court fails, Fang Yuan would not leave unscathed, it would be a painful victory. Heavenly Court could even go crazy and tell the location of Lang Ya Blessed Land to everyone. This hairy man's sacred land would attract the greed of countless people. Longevity Heaven would be the first to attack. What should I do? Fang Yuan processed his thoughts rapidly. The variant human GU Immortals beside him were also becoming more anxious. They got an explanation from Lang Ya Land Spirit, they learned about the severity of this situation. Heavenly Court is too scary, we only killed 2 rank 8 GU Immortals after all our efforts. We are not out of danger yet. If we do not get rid of these Dao marks now, Lang Ya Blessed Land would be exposed, we would not be able to defend this place. That's right, at this point, we can only rely on Lord Fang Yuan. Even if Lang Ya Blessed Land could relocate, it could not make such a commotion with so many enemies outside. Everyone looked at Fang Yuan expectantly. Got it! Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he shouted. You found a method? Lang Ya Land Spirit asked immediately. Quickly activate the refinement path formation, use my method to refine these Dao marks. Fang Yuan answered rapidly. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had obtained the refinement path true meaning, he learned that the way to get rid of these Dao marks was to take action when the blessed land was relocating, it could be easily solved. But thinking about it, that was a trap. Prince Feng Xian was ambushing them outside, if Lang Ya Blessed Land moves, the commotion would expose them, Prince Feng Xian and Heavenly Court would attack. Fang Yuan's method was to use the refinement path immortal formation and a large amount of rank 8 immortal materials, as well as refinement water, to forcefully refine these harmful Dao marks. In his previous life, he did not think of this method because he did not know of the refinement path formation or refinement water during his deductions. By the time he knew, the battle had ended, he stole fixed immortal travel and longevity heaven arrived, Fang Yuan had to escape. Lang Ya Land Spirit was suppressed by Fang Yuan to begin with, after getting Fang Yuan's method, there was no hesitation, he immediately activated the refinement path formation and targeted these harmful Dao marks. Rank 8 immortal materials were tossed in one by one, the variant human GU Immortals had strange expressions, the hairy man GU Immortals had twitching faces. So many rank 8 immortal materials. This is an immense wealth, Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation is actually so deep. It is simply like cabbage sold in the market, I cannot believe this. Lang Ya Land Spirit was also feeling pained, Elder Fang Yuan, Lang Ya Blessed Land had accumulated this after much effort, your refinement method is too coarse, it can be improved further. Maybe we can wait a bit and improve on this method, we can save a lot of materials. No, trust me, we are in grave danger now. Even though we have no enemies here at the moment, we are not safe. We need to fight against time. Fang Yuan did not mention Prince Feng Xian, this was just part of his conjecture, he had no evidence. But Lang Ya Land Spirit was under Fang Yuan's control, he obeyed him without question. Fang Yuan's words sounded like a suggestion but they were basically an order to him, he had to execute it. All right, I will listen to you. Lang Ya Land Spirit's reply was very short. Fang Yuan's expression was solemn, come and refine these harmful Dao marks, don't feel pity for the refinement water used. I will enter the secret room and use wisdom path methods to stop Heavenly Court, nobody is to interrupt me. Anyone who disturbs me is a spy of Heavenly Court, I will kill you on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with killing intent, he looked around as a chill emerged in all the GU Immortals' hearts. After a stern warning, he entered his cloud city and went into the secret room. Heavenly Court, Central Great Hall. Fairy Zi sat in her usual seat as her eyes were shut. She was radiating with an intense purple light. The purple light filled the entire hall. It was like rising smoke or rushing tides. The aura was grand and magnificent. Fang Yuan's defenses were soon noticed by Fairy Zi. She frowned a little as she laughed coldly. "Want to stop me?" Star Constellation Chessboard. She immediately summoned Star Constellation Chessboard to assist her. Not long ago, Feng Juji had returned to Heavenly Court with grave injuries, but also precious information. After learning about it, Fairy Zi immediately understood that the dark spirals were exposed. There was little hope in using them. Thus, she changed her plan and decided to expend these Dao marks to deduce the exact location of Lang Ya Blessed Land inside Loose Tail Ridge. "I have not lost this battle yet." Fairy Zi held onto her belief. Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were likely goners. Feng Juji was heavily injured and had already fallen unconscious. Fairy Zi was responsible for this battle. She wanted to make up for her mistakes. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven had acted. They were powerful and originated from Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though Heavenly Court lost, Fairy Zi's reaction was not as severe. But now she lost to Fang Yuan and the variant human GU Immortals. Either of them made the proud Heavenly Court GU Immortals unable to accept this humiliating defeat. Like what Fang Yuan expected, Fairy Zi was truly angry. She tried her best, disregarding the intense backlash, to turn this situation around. Star Constellation Chessboard was a Wisdom Path Rank 8 Immortal GU house. It was extremely helpful. Fairy Zi quickly got the edge on Fang Yuan as her deduction speed rose continuously. In the previous life, even though Fairy Zi had this method, because Longevity Heaven had taken over Lang Ya Blessed Land, there was no point even if she tried. But now, because Fang Yuan won in the absence of Longevity Heaven, Fairy Zi still had hope. Furthermore, Feng Juji had used Fate Armor earlier. Even though it was a short duration, it was an important clue. Fairy Zi was very confident in deducing Lang Ya Blessed Land's location and defeating Fang Yuan across space. This is bad. Fang Yuan felt a mountain pressing down on him. The activation of Fate Armor Immortal GU gave Fairy Zi an extremely large advantage in deducing Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fairy Zi made use of this weakness. Fang Yuan could not see any hope of stopping her. Even though I have many wisdom path methods, I lack truly profound ones. Even though there was rank 9 wisdom GU, Fang Yuan could only use the light of wisdom. As for rank 8 wisdom sword Immortal GU, Fang Yuan did not have rank 8 Immortal essence yet. He had attitude GU, but how could Fang Yuan deduce a wisdom path method using attitude GU as the core to defend against Fairy Zi in this short time? There is only one final method. Resolution shined across Fang Yuan's eyes. Chapter 1763. Feng Zhan's Pursuit. In Central Great Hall. Purple light spread out like rushing tides. Suddenly, the light stopped. It was like the river flow had encountered an obstruction. Fairy Zi gasped lightly as she opened her eyes. She was in the middle of deductions. Her progress was smooth and success was close, but suddenly, the obstruction grew immensely. This was not an ordinary change. It was as if she had been pushing a wooden door earlier. The door was already shaking. There was a high chance of opening it. Once she succeeds, Fairy Zi would learn about Lang Ya Blessed Land's location. However, this wooden door turned into a heavy iron door instantly. What happened? Earlier, Fang Yuan tried to stop me. His wisdom path methods are lacking. He could not succeed. But now he suddenly succeeded. Wait, I get it. He annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. Fairy Zi's eyes shined with bright light. She got the answer. Fairy Zi faced great difficulty in deducing Fang Yuan's location earlier. After Fang Yuan obtained Emperor Yama, she had no hope of success. As long as Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land, it would become part of the sovereign immortal aperture. If Fairy Ziwei tried to deduce the location of Lang Ya Blessed Land, wasn't she just deducing Fang Yuan's location? Thus, all of Fairy Ziwei's deductions were stopped by Fang Yuan's Emperor Yama killer move. Emperor Yama contained the power of rank 9 killer move Ghostly Concealment from Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. It was a huge obstruction to Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei's thoughts flickered, but her movements did not stop. She continued using several wisdom path methods. After some probing, she confirmed her guess. This is the same as the time I tried to deduce matters on Fang Yuan. It seems he really annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. Annexing a rank 7 Blessed Land would require Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan's refinement path has Grandmaster attainment level. Fairy Ziwei found that she had underestimated Fang Yuan again. Her expression was extremely grim. Immortal apertures can only devour smaller apertures. What is Fang Yuan's immortal aperture? How can it annex that colossal Lang Ya Blessed Land? Fairy Ziwei did not know of the sovereign immortal aperture's secret yet. She was secretly shocked because the foundation that Fang Yuan exposed was already quite unfathomable. Damn it, Fang Yuan obtained Lang Ya Blessed Land. His foundation increased tremendously. What are these variant human GU immortals doing? They actually let Fang Yuan swallow their foundation? These idiots! Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. These variant human GU immortals were simply too useless. Wait, this is likely Fang Yuan's scheme. He is using these variant human GU immortals to target my Heavenly Court. At the same time, he is also using Heavenly Court to weaken these variant human GU immortals. After this battle, the variant human GU immortals must have suffered heavy losses. That's how Fang Yuan forcefully annexed them. In fact, he might have even used this threat of my deduction to trick them into agreeing with his plan. In one instance, Fairy Ziwei thought of many things. Fang Yuan left her an incredibly deep impression of being crafty and shrewd. She could not help but think of him in a bad light. Fairy Ziwei was extremely gloomy. She felt that this attack on Lang Ya Blessed Land was simply giving Fang Yuan benefits. Fang Yuan, I will not let you succeed. Prince Fengxian. Fairy Ziwei had anger in her eyes. She immediately contacted Prince Fengxian, who was in Northern Plains. Prince Fengxian had already received orders. He was lurking in Loose Tail Ridge. The original plan was to cooperate with Heavenly Court's GU Immortals if there was a chance to attack Lang Ya Blessed Land together. If Northern Plains GU Immortals noticed this, he would show up and obstruct them to stall for time. Prince Fengxian, Fang Yuan might show up now. Quickly investigate. Try to stall him the moment you find him. Fairy Ziwei ordered. Understood. Prince Fengxian said before quickly changing his tone. Wait, I found him already. You are alone. Be careful. Fairy Ziwei quickly said. Fang Yuan is devious and scheming. The theft path Immortal GU might come from Lang Ya sect. It could also be his. I have already sent GU Immortals into Northern Plains to help you. But in the short term, you have no reinforcements. Prince Fengxian had a solemn expression. I understand. He was a rank 8 GU Immortal, but he had to be so careful against a rank 7 GU Immortal? But he did not feel any absurdity in this. It was only natural. Not just Prince Fengxian, Fairy Ziwei and the Heavenly Court GU Immortals felt the same. Their earlier underestimation only revealed their own foolishness. Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi died. This demon Fang Yuan was extraordinary. He could not be assessed with common sense. Others could be underestimated, but trying to look down on Fang Yuan was simply stupidity. He is here indeed. Fang Yuan flew in the sky. He turned around to look. Prince Fengxian was already getting close to him at a rapid speed. The commotion of annexing Lang Ya Blessed Land was not small. Fang Yuan's main body was exposed. Prince Fengxian had been waiting close by. The moment he sensed it, he charged over. Fang Yuan flew ahead rapidly. He did not want to fight Prince Fengxian. After an intense battle earlier, he was not in peak condition. He had consumed a lot of immortal essence. At the same time, he had to defend against Fairy Ziwei's deductions. Emperor Yama was closely covering his soul, concealing his traces and expending his soul foundation. Fang Yuan, where are you running? If you are a man, stay here and fight me for 300 rounds. You coward, do you only know how to run? Prince Feng Xian had an arrogant attitude. He continued to scold endlessly. But the truth was, Prince Feng Xian was very much on guard. He seemed arrogant but his mind was on alert. Fang Yuan sneered. No matter how Prince Feng Xian provoked him, he paid no heed. Even if Fang Yuan was not in his peak condition, even with just rank 7 cultivation level, by using Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luo Po Seal, Heavenly Giant Solar, and the Immemorial Rock Dragon, he could totally fight evenly with Prince Feng Xian without falling back. But what was the point? Fighting against Prince Feng Xian could possibly cause problems if he was careless. This was one of the 10 great fierce areas of Northern Plains, Loose Tail Ridge. If Fang Yuan used his methods, he would expose precious information. His immortal essence would be expended for no reason. If Heavenly Court's reinforcements arrived while they fought, the situation would become much worse. The king does not dispatch troops based on anger. Be they righteous path or demonic path, if one could not control their emotions, regardless of how big their achievements were at the moment, they were just foolish clowns at the core. I arrived, this is it. Fang Yuan flew rapidly. When he saw the valley ahead of him with that huge frosty lake, he became extremely joyful. Prince Feng Xian had taken action long ago. He sent attacks towards Fang Yuan from the back. The two chased and fled. They rapidly got close to the frosty lake. A huge wave appeared in the frosty lake as an immemorial frost dragon appeared. It had a horn on its head, a long body of over 100 feet, and many layers of white scales on its body. The temperature of the surroundings fell drastically once it appeared. The immemorial frost dragon screeched, warning Fang Yuan and Prince Feng Xian to not approach its territory. But this immemorial frost dragon was Fang Yuan's target. When Lang Ya Land Spirit first relocated the Blessed Land, going from the Crescent Lake to Loose Tail Ridge, he did not tell Fang Yuan about the specific location. He was on guard against Fang Yuan. But now that the land spirit was under him, Lang Ya Blessed Land's location and the surrounding forces became Fang Yuan's knowledge. The immemorial frost dragon's warning was useless. Fang Yuan and Prince Feng Xian still charged towards it. It became enraged as it gulped, opening its mouth and emitting its endless frost breath. The frost breath was like a wave made of ice and frost. It was pure and white. Everywhere it went, there was an icy light which shined like crystals. Fang Yuan activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal, moving into this colossal frost breath. Prince Feng Xian saw that the situation was amiss. He also chased after Fang Yuan. The frost breath engulfed everything. It interfered with Prince Feng Xian's investigative killer move. Fang Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal made sure that he was intact and safe. As the frost breath flew past him, countless horse carriage-sized ice shards descended. Prince Feng Xian was bathed in flames. There was a layer of frost on his brows as he floated in the sky. After blocking the frost breath, Prince Feng Xian did not feel any smugness. Instead, he felt angered and anxious. Because he had lost any trace of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan has familiar face. He probably turned into an ice shard and descended with them. Prince Feng Xian knew some important information. With his rich battle experiences, he immediately realized the most likely reason for Fang Yuan's disappearance. It was not easy now if he wanted to find Fang Yuan's main body. Especially when the immemorial frost dragon attacked him right when he was about to move. Stupid beast! Prince Feng Xian shouted in anger. The immemorial frost dragon had limited wisdom. Since Fang Yuan vanished, it thought that he had died. The only one remaining was Prince Feng Xian, who was conspicuously bathed in raging flames. Compared to Fang Yuan's rank 7 aura, Prince Feng Xian had a powerful rank 8 aura. He was on the same level as the immemorial frost dragon. In the immemorial frost dragon's eyes, Fang Yuan was trivial. The true threat was Prince Feng Xian. Boom boom boom. Prince Feng Xian had no choice but to fight against the immemorial frost dragon intensely. At the same time, he found an opportunity to investigate all of the ice shards on the ground. He soon made a discovery. An ice shard fell onto the frosty lake and did not float. Instead, it turned into an ancient frost dragon and swam towards the bottom of the pond. Fang Yuan, you cannot escape. Prince Feng Xian gave up on attacking the immemorial frost dragon. He targeted the frosty lake. Fang Yuan entered the frosty lake and dived down continuously. Soon, he saw a large number of frost dragons. Here were ancient frost dragons and desolate beast frost dragons. This was a huge family of frost dragons. These frost dragons only looked at Fang Yuan curiously. He was one of them. They had no desire to attack. Prince Feng Xian's attack on the frosty lake was a completely different issue. Many of the ancient frost dragons started to attack him, but Prince Feng Xian incinerated all of them. The ancient frost dragons went into chaos. A small portion of them became ferocious as they pestered Prince Feng Xian while the rest escaped. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He mixed into the group. Fang Yuan, come out if you have guts. Prince Feng Xian lost all traces of Fang Yuan again. He screamed angrily inside the frosty lake. His voice caused huge ripples and waves in the calm pond. The immemorial frost dragon cried out in despair. Its descendants were all brutally murdered by this human GU Immortal. Blood dyed the frosty lake as its anger reached the tipping point. It attacked Prince Feng Xian with overwhelming hatred and anger. Chapter 1764. Evaluating Gains. Prince Feng Xian dived deep down into the frosty lake. But soon, a second immemorial frost dragon appeared from within the deepest part of the frosty lake, blocking Prince Feng Xian. There are two immemorial frost dragons inside this frosty lake. Prince Feng Xian and Fang Yuan were deeply shocked. Prince Feng Xian was furious but helpless. He was temporarily stalled. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He dived into the depths of the frosty lake, escaping Prince Feng Xian's pursuit. He soon found out that there was a secret tunnel in this frosty lake. It was connected to other places. Fang Yuan swam into the secret tunnel, arriving in another frosty lake. This frosty lake was tranquil and large. There were a large group of frost dragons here. So there is actually a huge group of them. No wonder there are two immemorial frost dragons. Wait, no, three. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. He found another immemorial frost dragon here. This immemorial frost dragon was sprawled around the edge of the frosty lake. Hearing the intense battle, it became anxious. It moved its head around and growled. After a while, it could not wait anymore, diving into the frosty lake and going to help out the other immemorial frost dragons. Three immemorial frost dragons, he. Fang Yuan felt a little pity for Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian was in trouble. Of course, immemorial frost dragons had much lower wisdom compared to humans. They could not kill Prince Feng Xian. In fact, one or two of the dragons might die. Prince Feng Xian had powerful battle strength. He had developed in Northern Plains to become a rank 8 GU Immortal. His battle results were astounding. But after Prince Feng Xian gets rid of the three immemorial frost dragons, I would have left already. Fang Yuan got out of the pond and was about to leave, but he suddenly stopped moving. He saw many frost dragon eggs. Each egg was the size of a millstone. There were a few hundred of these eggs lying around. So the immemorial frost dragon was protecting these eggs earlier. That's why they refused to leave. Wait, what is this? At the center of the batch of eggs, he saw a small stone pillar that was gray-white in color and emitting frost energy. This is rank 8 immortal material frosty stone? Such a huge piece, it has incredible value. Even with Fang Yuan's current wealth, he felt a faint sense of joy from obtaining it. At this point, he finally realized why this group of frost dragons had three immemorial frost dragons. He immediately took away the frosty stone and the thousands of frost dragon eggs. My luck suppresses Prince Feng Xian and these frost dragons. Thus, while being chased by him, I benefited instead. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. Prince Feng Xian was not Feng Juji. Without the help of Dao Guardian Feng Juji's luck, Fang Yuan's superiority in luck became very apparent. Prince Feng Xian could not stall Fang Yuan. Instead, he gained a huge benefit. Without him fighting these three immemorial frost dragons, Fang Yuan would not have a chance to steal this immense fortune. This was the power of luck path. I have to thank Prince Feng Xian for his cooperation. Fang Yuan was happy as he drilled underground, using fixed immortal travel to escape. Prince Feng Xian was still fighting the three frost dragons now. Suddenly, the three immemorial frost dragons received information from the other frost dragons and learned that the eggs were stolen. They became enraged, their eyes turned red as they sent out frost breaths like it was endless. Even the powerful Prince Feng Xian was dazed from their actions, he had to defend against them desperately. What are these stupid snakes doing? Why did they become so fierce? Prince Feng Xian could not understand. Sigh. These beasts are wasting so much time, Fang Yuan must have escaped already. My mission failed. Prince Feng Xian mentally sighed. There was no choice, Fang Yuan did not want to fight against him, he was too good at fleeing. Because Fang Yuan had transformation path attainment, Prince Feng Xian was at a disadvantage in a place like Loose Tail Ridge. Fang Yuan made use of his immense territorial advantage. When GU Immortals fight, those who only look at killer moves or Immortal GU are the ignorant fools. GU Immortal elites would learn to use their advantages and other natural factors, they would consider the enemy's emotions and plans. Then come back, Fang Yuan is crafty, because you appeared at this time, he has likely deduced your true identity. Fairy Zi Wei transmitted. Prince Feng Xian was silent, he felt dissatisfied but Fairy Zi Wei was right. He could not look down on Fang Yuan. The moment Prince Feng Xian acted against Fang Yuan, his identity was exposed. I'll retreat! Prince Feng Xian gritted his teeth, flying out of the frosty lake. But the three immemorial frost dragons did not let him off. What is going on? Are these three snakes crazy? They are not letting me off. Prince Feng Xian felt extremely unlucky, these three beasts were pestering him for no apparent reason. You think I am helpless against you? Prince Feng Xian was getting more and more furious. When he was about to attack, beast growls resounded around the entire ridge, figures of immemorial desolate beasts appeared as they looked at Prince Feng Xian with animosity. They recognized the three immemorial frost dragons, they had been neighbors for many years. But this human GU Immortal, where did he come from? He dared to invade Loose Tail Ridge. Prince Feng Xian's expression turned pale. Loose Tail Ridge was one of the 10 great fierce areas, even rank 8 GU Immortals had to be careful when exploring it. I might trigger a beast tide at this rate. I should leave. Prince Feng Xian's heart sank, he quickly retreated. Achoo! He was caught unguarded earlier and got hit by an immemorial frost dragon's frost breath, he was covered in frost now as he sneezed. Bam! With a loud sound, he was hit on the back by an ice ball from an immemorial frost dragon, he was pushed away by the momentum in a pitiful state. The three immemorial frost dragons chased after Prince Feng Xian relentlessly, but he did not dare to retaliate, he endured hits with an ashen expression as he escaped from Loose Tail Ridge while spitting out blood. 3 days later. The refinement path formation resonated, the final portion of harmful Dao marks had been removed. We finally succeeded! Lang Ya land spirit sighed. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air, he was finally safe. These 3 days, Fairy Zi Wei had been making deductions, Fang Yuan felt immense pressure. Even though Emperor Yama did its job perfectly, it was expending Fang Yuan's soul foundation constantly. Compared to the previous life, my soul foundation has fallen much more. To quickly refine these harmful Dao marks, I spent a lot of rank 8 immortal materials. But compared to my gains, these losses are inconsequential. Fang Yuan evaluated this huge battle. Now that the harmful Dao marks were gone, Fairy Zi Wei could no longer find them, this battle over Lang Ya blessed land had finally ended. Undeniably, Fang Yuan won this battle, his gains were immense. He was quite satisfied with it. The entire flow of the battle was within his control, nothing had gone out of his expectations. This was the advantage of Rebirth. Spring-Autumn Cicada's power was evident and clear. Of course, if the user was not Fang Yuan who had great strength, no matter how many times a mortal tried to rebirth, they would not be able to change anything. In essence, Spring-Autumn Cicada was just a supporting GU. The changes that one could do post-rebirth were dependent on the GU Immortal's own schemes and abilities. But some mishaps happened regardless. Like Feng Ju escaping easily through Karma Relocation Killer move. And the other ability of the harmful Dao marks, after Fairy Zi Wei gave up on the Dark Spiral and tried to deduce Lang Ya Blessed Land's location, I was caught off guard. This was something that Fang Yuan did not know in the previous life. Rebirth did not mean that Fang Yuan could know all of his enemies' trump cards. Especially against Heavenly Court, their foundation was just too deep. Rebirth carried advantages, but it was not absolute. The enemies were not stupid. If you act differently from the previous life, they would also react differently and make different actions. Fairy Zi Wei forcefully deducing Lang Ya Blessed Land and sending Prince Feng Xian after him was the best evidence. This had not happened in the previous life. Before the battle, Fang Yuan had considered this, thus, he chose to resist Heavenly Court and did not involve Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Lang Ya Land Spirit had to get help from Longevity Heaven. It made Heavenly Court retreat while Fang Yuan escaped. After suppressing Lang Ya Land Spirit, Fang Yuan gained a very alluring choice. That was to use the former agreement to make Lang Ya Land Spirit seek help from Longevity Heaven. Then, using Lang Ya Blessed Land as the battlefield, he could make Longevity Heaven and Heavenly Court fight to the death while he reaps the benefits at the best timing. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. It was too risky. Even though the benefits were huge if he succeeded, the risks were too high. Fang Yuan was unwilling to take the chance. Spring-Autumn Cicada was still recovering now, it could not be used. And he could not look down on his enemies. Whether they be Longevity Heaven or Heavenly Court, they were all full of rank 8 geniuses with deep foundations. If he was careless, they would make a different choice than in the previous life. They would use many different methods. The more they change their actions, the more the situation would warp until nothing remains the same. Fang Yuan did not have enough strength currently to suppress the situation when both forces were involved. Thus, Fang Yuan chose to resist Heavenly Court alone. This way, there would be less variance. He could control the situation. Even though some mishaps occurred, they were not too troublesome. Fang Yuan obtained victory in the end. Everything in Lang Ya sect belonged to Fang Yuan now. Right now, the 3 hairy man continents were placed in Mini-Eastern Sea. Because a lot of the refinement water was used, Fang Yuan collected the rest and created an incomplete refinement sea, putting it at the most western side of Mini-Eastern Sea, close to Mini-Central Continent. As for Lang Ya Blessed Land's cloud cover continent, Fang Yuan placed it in Mini-White Heaven. The incomplete Immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron of Lang Ya sect was stored away by Fang Yuan. He dismantled it and planned to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand with it. The refinement path formation was completely intact and kept in Cloud Cover Continent. As for the Luck Path Self-Luck True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, and Long Hair Refinement Path True Inheritance, Fang Yuan would research upon them in the future. 3 days have passed. I wonder if those variant human GU Immortals have made their choice. Lang Ya Land Spirit controlled the Long Hair Refinement Path formation as he slowly stopped it and spoke. Fang Yuan snorted lightly. I am a rank 8 GU Immortal. A wise person submits to circumstances. If they are really blind and do not want to join Lang Ya sect, we will eliminate these people. Chapter 1765. Taking in the variant humans. Mini-White Heaven, Cloud Cover Continent. How about it? Has everyone decided? Fang Yuan controlled his time path clone to meet these remaining variant human GU Immortals. Among these variant humans GU Immortals, there was Snowman GU Immortal Bing Yuan, Rockman GU Immortal Shizong and Shishacheng, as well as Inkman GU Immortal Mo Chi Yi. Because of Fang Yuan's intentional scheme, only these for variant human GU Immortals were left. 3 days ago, after Fang Yuan got free from Prince Feng Xian, he let these for GU Immortals decide if they wanted to join Lang Ya sect. They had 3 days to consider it. Right now, 3 days had passed. Fang Yuan's time path clone and Lang Ya Land Spirit came together. Bing Yuan and the rest looked at each other without speaking. They had difficult expressions. Fang Yuan's time path clone snorted coldly on the inside, but he showed a kind smile as he said warmly, "Everyone, you can tell me if you have any difficulties. We are allies, we are family. Even though I am currently a rank 8 GU Immortal, I will not change my attitude toward you." Fang Yuan tossed out both the carrot and the stick. He pointed out his rank 8 cultivation with a smile. There was deep meaning behind his words and actions. The 4 variant human GU Immortals heard this and had even uglier expressions. Fang Yuan had sold 3 of Thunder Ghost True Monarch's rib bones earlier. His reputation soared. The variant humans attached importance and paid attention to him. Now, he had controlled the situation to defeat Heavenly Court. He even killed 2 Heavenly Court rank 8 GU Immortals in front of the variant human GU Immortals. Fang Yuan's reputation was hundreds of times as high as before. He was like a tall mountain standing in front of these variant human GU Immortals. These words had completely different implications now after the battle. Every word was like a mountain that pressed down on the variant human GU Immortals' hearts. Seeing that the Immortals were silent, Fang Yuan smiled again. I am trying to help you. You were all involved in the battle. Feng Juji has escaped and divulged the information. With Heavenly Court's Wisdom Path capabilities, they will certainly deduce your information. Staying here is the best choice. The 4 variant human GU Immortals looked at each other with bitter expressions. Fang Yuan was right. But if they joined Lang Ya sect, they would lose their freedom. This was different from their alliance agreement earlier. Who would want to lose their freedom? Fang Yuan had said it nicely by asking them to join Lang Ya sect. But the 4 variant human GU Immortals knew that Lang Ya sect had been annexed by Fang Yuan already. Joining it was just a facade. The essence was to submit to Fang Yuan and become his subordinate. It was fine if Fang Yuan was a hairy man. But he was a human GU Immortal. The 4 variant human GU Immortals did not want to become the subordinates of a human GU Immortal. But the situation was quite peculiar. They had no choice, to be honest. Not agreeing to Fang Yuan's request had terrifying consequences. Fang Yuan's smile gradually faded. He urged them in a plain tone, "Everyone, you are thinking too much. If I really want to harm you, I can just kill you on the spot. Can you really resist me?" Fang Yuan was threatening them openly now. The 4 variant human GU Immortals' expressions changed. They could not rebuke him. Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength. Together with Heavenly Giant Solar, what could the Rockmen do with just 1 immemorial rock dragon? Fang Yuan looked at them as he continued, "Even though I am a demonic path human GU Immortal, that was not by choice, because Heavenly Court wants to kill me. What else can I do? You are all my friends and family. I will not harm you. After joining Lang Ya sect, we will be even closer together. If we are dispersed, Heavenly Court or even Longevity Heaven might find trouble with you to weaken us." Fang Yuan spoke earnestly. The 4 variant human GU Immortals felt a little more calm now. But Lang Ya land spirit was feeling a cold chill upon seeing this. Master Fang Yuan's acting is truly impeccable. He had plotted against them earlier. If not for him, how could the 3 races lose so many GU Immortals? If I say the truth, I wonder what expression these 4 variant human GU Immortals will show. The 4 variant human GU Immortals were not stupid. They were quite intelligent. After all, they were the leaders of their own tribes and had survived for so many years. They were suspicious towards Fang Yuan, but they concealed these suspicions and did not show it at all. Fang Yuan was too strong now. He had stunning battle strength and rank 8 cultivation level. He could roam all 5 regions unhindered. Even Heavenly Court could not succeed. Nobody could stop him now. Forget about Duke Long, he was a special case. Against Fang Yuan, the variant human GU Immortals felt deep fear but also a sense of reliance. If we join Fang Yuan, life should be much more stable. The 4 variant human GU Immortals had this thought in them. It was just the intensity that varied. One can find shade under large trees. Submitting to other human GU Immortals was too dangerous. But Fang Yuan seemed to be a good choice. But if they knew that Fang Yuan was going to attack Central Continent and Heavenly Court, who knew how they would feel? Since Lord Fang Yuan is inviting us with sincerity, we, the Snowman tribe, will believe in you. We will move over and join Lang Ya sect. After a while of silence, the first to agree was Snowman GU Immortal Bing Yuan. This rank 7 GU Immortal was the grandmother of Fang Yuan's fiancée, Shuai. With this relationship, she was closest to Fang Yuan. She agreed first. With Bing Yuan's agreement, the other 3 GU Immortals soon submitted and agreed to become members of Lang Ya sect. This was quite similar to the previous life. These variant human GU Immortals joined Lang Ya sect in the end. But last time, they were forced by longevity heaven, they had no hesitation. And in this life, Fang Yuan forced them, they agreed after 3 days. The leaders of the variant humans agreed. Next, Fang Yuan's main body went to the northern icy plain and Inkman City to capture all of the variant humans there. Wait, no, he was going to rescue them and escort them into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, the next day. At the extreme north of mini northern plains. A pair of GU Immortals, male and female, floated in the sky as they looked down on the ground. The male had a plain expression but his eyes were deep like the abyss, he gave off an incredible air that could intimidate anyone. It was Fang Yuan's soul which had entered his former body, the current time path clone. The female immortal was young and beautiful, she was tall and vibrant, she had blue eyes and hair, she had the icy trait of her variant human race. It was Snowman GU Immortal Shuo, Fang Yuan's fiancé in name. Shuo, my main body could not come here, only my clone can accompany you, will you blame me? Fang Yuan's time path clone said gently with an apologetic tone. Shuo blinked several times before rapidly saying, Fang. Fang Yuan, don't worry about it, am I such a petty girl? With your clone by my side, I am very happy already. Shuo placed herself on a low status. Even though Fang Yuan's time path clone had the same cultivation level as her at rank 6, his main body was a rank 8 GU Immortal. Right now, the entire Snowman tribe had to live in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture, even her grandmother Bing Yuan had become Fang Yuan's subordinate. The time path clone saw Shue's attitude and nodded in satisfaction. Shueg asked, I have a question, why did you bring me here? Ha ha ha, I have a present for you. Shuo, take a look down there. Fang Yuan's time path clone said as he waved his hand. The frost energy fog below faded as the mountain and formation were exposed. Shuo opened her mouth as she showed a shocked expression, this is the snow crystal formation. I used an ice path crystal essence and a lot of ice and snow path GU worms to create it. From now on, your snowman tribe will live here. Fang Yuan explained the benefits of this formation. The snow crystal formation covered a wide range of tens of thousands of li. The snow crystal formation would emit the frost energy that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowmen. At the same time, snow monsters would be produced, they would coexist with the snowmen and train each other. Shuo, we are engaged. The snowman tribe is closer to me than the others. These last days, I have been thinking of how to accommodate all of you. Thinking about it, after doing lots of deductions, I finally created this snow crystal formation. With it, the snowmen will have the best environment to live in. Saying this, the time path clone looked at Shuo with a gentle expression. Shuo was very happy, her eyes shined brightly. Fang Yuan, you really thought a lot about it, this is all out of my expectations. To speak the truth, Grandma was still worried yesterday on how to settle down the snowmen. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he held Shue's shoulder. Shue's body shook. Such an intimate action, this was the first time for her. Fang Yuan spoke again, Shuo, you will be the owner of this formation from now on. You can take care of the tribe, my sovereign immortal aperture has nothing but space in it. You must develop it well, make sure that there are more snowmen in the future, try to reach the size of the hairy men. Shuo heard this, her eyes became red from excitement, she said in a choking voice, Fang Yuan, thank you so much. I have never thought that the snowmen would one day be able to develop so openly and freely. I will definitely not let you down. Grandma and Lord Bingguo will definitely be very happy if they hear about your arrangements. Fang Yuan hugged her using this chance. This time, Shuo did not turn stiff, she held onto Fang Yuan's chest with a face that was flushed red. Fang Yuan said with deep emotions, actually, the entire world is misunderstanding me. They call me shameless and unscrupulous, cold and emotionless, but the truth is, they want my immortal GU and precious memories. For that sake, they put all the blame on me and try to extort me using righteous excuses. My experiences are like the snowmen, so I can empathize with and understand you. Sigh, actually, I could have done more. The snow crystal formation lacks some ice and snow path immortal GU, it is not strong enough. At the same time, there is only one ice path crystal essence. If I can get more of those, I can place them all inside here. Fang Yuan's words made Shui feel immense bliss. She did not even think about it. Don't worry Fang Yuan, our snowman tribe has 2 ice path crystal essences in our inventory. Once Grandma hears about this, she will definitely use some immortal GU to develop our homeland. Oh? Is that so? That would be wonderful. Fang Yuan showed an expression of surprise and joy as he smiled. Shui shut her eyes, her lips were curling up, she hugged Fang Yuan's waist as she sank into bliss and happiness. Chapter 1766. One step back, sea and sky expands. A strong breeze was blowing over the autumn grassland. Under the sunlight, golden waves could be seen as the grass moved in synchronization. And amidst these waves, there was a huge black city. From a bird's-eye view, this city was large but has a strict structure. The outer city walls resembled huge rock monoliths, they were black like ink. The surface of the rocks had undergone weathering, the vicissitudes of time were carved on them. The entire city was a hexagon, it was situated on the grassland. The city walls were more than 200 li long, they were 100 feet tall and tens of feet thick, it was a grand sight. If a person stood on the grassland, they would see a huge black beast sprawling. If they got closer, they would need to raise their heads to look up at the huge city gate and walls. Every edge of the city had defensive towers that were filled with countless holes that could shoot out arrows. Every few li apart, there would be a wide path for horse carriages to move on. There were even very secretive armories within the city walls. For mortals, just the city wall was impenetrable. During the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, this grand wall had resisted GU master armies tens of times without falling. Passing the city walls, one would arrive at the vibrant world within. This city had over 800,000 people, there were GU masters of all sorts. The city had many streets and shops, there were great numbers of houses and palaces. People and carriages were bustling, there was an endless flow of activity. Loud noises could be heard constantly, this was truly a lively city. And the most special trait, this city was most populous in ink men. Walking on all the streets and alleys, one could see few humans, but ink men could be seen anywhere. This was a city for the ink men. This was a unique city in Northern Plains, it was special even in the 5 regions. This was Inkman's city. Rumble. Intense rumbling noises could be heard, earthquakes resounded as the peace and order of the city was disrupted. What happened? Did the earth crack? There had been rumors for the last few years that the earth would crack and form earth trenches that extend deep into the earth core. Save me! Mother! At once, the city went into chaos, countless mortals were running around in panic, there was complete chaos. Dust rumbled, the whole of Inkman City's houses and city walls started to shine in a halo of light. Next, Inkman City floated up, it was soaring into the sky. Oh my lord! Inkman City is flying, it's flying. Were the rumors true? Inkman City is really a mortal GU house. Oh my heaven! This mortal GU house is so huge, this is unheard of. The mortals were incredibly shocked, they shouted in disbelief. Right at this time, an immortal killer move flew over, spreading a huge green light that enveloped the whole of Inkman City. Sleep, go ahead and sleep for a while. Fang Yuan smiled lightly as he floated among the clouds. A male Inkman immortal was standing beside him. He was the Inkman City Lord, King of the Northern Plains Inkmen, rank 6 GU Immortal Mo Tan Sang. He was one of the 2 remaining GU Immortals of Inkman City. Due to Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move, Inkman City's mortals fell into deep sleep, the entire city became silent all of a sudden. Inkman City shrunk and became smaller, a moment later, it entered Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture successfully. This Inkman city has 800,000 people. In the past, the legendary Inkman GU Immortal Yuan created it, and it has developed until today. Central Continent has the #1 human city, Emperor City. My Inkman city can be considered half an Emperor city. Fang Yuan recruited the Inkman GU Immortals. He would naturally not give up their greatest asset. From now on, you will continue to be the Inkman City Lord. Develop it, nurture more Inkman GU Immortals. My sovereign immortal aperture has sufficient space for you to display your skills. Fang Yuan smiled as he said to Mo Tan Sang. Mo Tan Sang had an excited expression. He quickly knelt down and paid respects to Fang Yuan. I, Mo Tan Sang, am willing to assist Lord Fang Yuan. I will do my best to develop Inkman City. Go inside too. Fang Yuan smiled plainly. Mo Tan Sang obediently entered Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. He followed Inkman City and landed in mini Western Desert. Fang Yuan had chosen the location long ago. Once Inkman City landed, the dust clouds dispersed, the sleeping mortals started to wake up. Mo Tan Sang gave out orders meticulously. He controlled the situation and maintained Inkman City's stability. Mo Tan Sang was feeling very complex now. When facing Fang Yuan, he did not dare to show any impoliteness. Mo Tan Sang had interacted with Fang Yuan long ago when he was still rank 6. Mo Tan Sang had even sold Tai Bai Yunsheng the 9 Clouds Ring Mortal Killer move as a favor to befriend them. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng was dead while Fang Yuan had rank 8 cultivation level. His terrifying battle strength and incredible battle records eliminated any sense of rebellion in his heart. Fang Yuan came to retrieve Inkman City. Mo Tan Sang had learned about it in advance. He cooperated fully during the process. Fang Yuan smiled internally. Mo Tan Sang is indeed a talented person. I remember that in the 500 years of my previous life, this person led Inkman City and nurtured many Inkman GU Immortals. He cooperated with Ma Hongyun on equal status. During the 5 regions chaotic war, not only did he raise his cultivation level, he even expanded Inkman City to hundreds of cities all over northern plains. With him governing Inkman City and without any rival forces in mini Western Desert, his future prospects are very bright. Mo Tan Sang was a talented leader. Not only did he have unique foresight and courage to take resolute actions, he could also bow and submit when necessary. He was not someone who could be belittled. As long as he had a chance, he would turn around the situation and create miracles for himself. In this aspect, he was like a weaker Wu Yong. But because of his variant human identity, he did not have a good cultivation environment. He had always been troubled by his circumstances. As long as he had a chance, his development would not be restricted to this. Fang Yuan was not worried about his growth. He was happy to see it happen. This was the magnanimity of an expert. This was Fang Yuan's confidence in himself. No matter how Mo Tan Sang grew, Fang Yuan was confident in controlling and manipulating him for his own use. There was actually some risk in relocating Inkman City. Heavenly Court might have tried to ambush him during this process. If Fairy Zi Wei deduced the origins of the participating Inkman GU Immortals, knowing that they were from Inkman City, she might realize that Fang Yuan would go after Inkman City. In this case, even if Heavenly Court did nothing, as long as Fairy Zi Wei told this news to Longevity Heaven, they would also cause Fang Yuan great problems. But the lucky thing was, even after Fang Yuan obtained Inkman City, there had been no problems. It was smooth sailing. Fang Yuan's main body quickly left while his time path clone stayed with Lang Ya Land Spirit. The long hair refinement path formation was currently operating. Lang Ya Land Spirit controlled it personally and reported to Fang Yuan's clone, in about a month's time, the seal of Lang Ya's origin core will be fully removed. Fang Yuan nodded lightly, observing the formation. Every immortal aperture, be it Blessed Land or Grotto Heaven, would have an immortal aperture origin core. The immortal aperture origin core was the foundation of the immortal aperture, the base of it all. Developing the immortal aperture, annexing other immortal apertures, it would strengthen one's own immortal aperture origin core. When the immortal aperture origin core is damaged or drawn out, the painstakingly developed immortal aperture would reverse its progression, the space would shrink and the primeval energy would dwindle, life forms within would die en masse. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was like a spirit spring. GU Immortals were drawing immortal essence from the Origin Core itself. Lang Ya Immortal Aperture was once a rank 8 grotto heaven. The Immortal Aperture Origin Core was a milky white lump. After Long Hair Ancestor died, Lang Ya Heavenly Spirit could barely resist the rank 8 calamities and tribulations. After spending countless years, he found a solution. The Heavenly Spirit used a refinement path killer move to seal the Lang Ya Origin Core. Its rank fell and became a red-colored rank 7 Origin Core. Lang Ya Heavenly Spirit thus became Lang Ya Land Spirit. But precisely so, the future calamities and tribulations that Lang Ya Immortal Aperture faced were at rank 7. Fang Yuan was rank 8 now, but it was a fake rank 8. He had enough Dao marks, but his Immortal Aperture Origin Core was still the red Origin Core. Only after Lang Ya's Origin Core gets unsealed and returns to being the milky white rank 8 Origin Core would Fang Yuan become a true rank 8 GU Immortal. After annexing and fusing with it, his Immortal Aperture would become a grotto heaven. It would start producing white lychee immortal essence. This method of sealing the Origin Core and lowering the grade of the Immortal Aperture was extremely amazing. It had a huge significance. During normal times, most GU Immortals would die from calamities and tribulations. Hu Immortal was one of such cases. She died from the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow Calamity, leaving behind Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If one could use this method to lower their rank by 1, the GU Immortal would be able to deal with calamities and tribulations more easily. They can even accumulate Dao marks and not fear that they cannot match the strength of the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan obtained this method. He liked it a lot. He praised Lang Ya Land Spirit about it for a long time. But Lang Ya Land Spirit told him instead, I am just mimicking. My main body obtained this method from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, while Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable obtained this from Limitless Demon Venerable's inheritance. This killer move was originally a rule path killer move, named One Step Back. Afterwards, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable modified it extensively, creating the space path killer move Sea and Sky Expands. I am merely turning it into a refinement path version. It cannot be considered a modification or improvement. I am merely mimicking. Thus, I could not bring myself to give it a name. I fused the former two names together and called it One Step Back, Sea and Sky Expands. Fang Yuan heard this and sighed, to think that this method had such a long and impressive history. Immortal Killer Move, One Step Back, Sea and Sky Expands. Very evidently, this was a support move to manage the Immortal Aperture. It did not have any offensive power. But its value and worth was immeasurable. If this was leaked out, the entire GU Immortal world would benefit. The number of GU Immortals in this world would surge by many times, even tens of times. From this aspect, Fang Yuan could see the immense talent and strength of Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. With this method, Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could easily accumulate Dao marks and pass tribulations without problems. This method broke the norm of the GU Immortal cultivation world. It removed the GU Immortals' pressure from calamities and tribulations. They would not need to risk their lives. They could deal with this without any pressure. This means that Limitless Demon Venerable and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable could accumulate Dao marks on par with rank 9 before becoming Venerable. Fang Yuan said this sentence. But Lang Ya Land Spirit told him, Master, you are underestimating the Venerables. According to Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, when Limitless Demon Venerable was a GU Master, he already had GU Immortal level Dao marks. When he reached rank 6 and became a GU Immortal, he had peak rank 8 GU Immortal Dao marks. Chapter 1767. Rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal GU. Fang Yuan nodded. He thought about the battle in the previous life. Every Venerable's action could easily change the entire situation, overturning all of the GU Immortals' hard work in an instant. Even though Duke Long was so powerful, against a Venerable method, he had absolutely no way to resolve it. Purely in terms of Dao marks, the difference between rank 8 and 9 is not that huge. But the truth is, the difference between rank 8 and 9 is as vast as heaven and earth. It can send someone into despair. This is simply because those are unique individuals. Man is the spirit of all living beings. GU is the essence of heaven and earth. There are no invincible GU worms or killer moves. there are only invincible people. Look at Limitless Demon Venerable. He had rank 8 level Dao marks when he was still rank 6. When he reached rank 9, how many Dao marks would he have? Fang Yuan could not estimate it. Cultivation logic and common sense were not appropriate on Venerables. Red Lotus Demon Venerable could rebirth countless times. Limitless Demon Venerable had such shocking Dao mark numbers. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's plot affected heaven and earth, altering history. All these Venerables were unfathomable. Or at least, for the current Fang Yuan, that was the case. In fact, in the Battle of Lang Ya, Fang Yuan killed Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi. He also stole Feng Ju Ji's fixed immortal travel. But what was his greatest gain? It was that he had expended one of Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's methods. Karma relocation. In the previous life, Chen Yi had relied on this move to defend infallible blessed land until the end and stalled for a long time. It made Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, and Bing Sichuan lose their final opportunity to turn the situation around. Even though I expended the killer move Karma relocation in advance, who knows how many methods these Venerables have left behind? Maybe due to the influence of my rebirth, even more venerable methods might be triggered. By just relying on my rebirth advantage, I will become stronger than my previous life through constant accumulation. But that is not assuring enough. Who knows when a Venerable's method will be triggered at a crucial moment. To destroy fake GU, I alone am not enough. I need to obtain some Venerable methods to play safe. Fang Yuan analyzed in his mind. A few days later. Southern border, Plunder Shadow Earth Trench. This was once Shadow Sect's base. Fang Yuan had stayed here for some time. Afterwards, when Southern Border's GU Immortals attacked and besieged him, Fang Yuan self-detonated a large number of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, forming dream realms that stalled them while he escaped successfully. As a result, a large number of dream realms were left behind. Southern Border's GU Immortals chose to set up a formation here to observe and research on the dream realms. Fang Yuan came here silently. He used a refinement path killer move. A drizzle started on the formation around these Southern Border GU Immortals. The formation activated to resist the rain. Who is attacking us? HMPH, this formation is impenetrable. That's right, nobody can even dream of breaking through. The main GU Immortals defending this place were Yang Sanmu, Kai Chiu, and Xia Fan. They immediately became alert after the mysterious attack. Soon, they found Fang Yuan easily. He did not conceal himself. In fact, using this immortal killer move would cause his aura to surge and burst out. He could not hide it. Fang Yuan had only seen one person who could perfectly conceal his killer move's aura. That was Wu Yong. However, Fang Yuan still used familiar face to change his appearance. If he used his true appearance, wouldn't these defending GU Immortals be scared to death? It's a rank 7 GU Immortal. We are not sure who, but he has Southern Border aura. He must be a secluded cultivator. Within the formation, Xia Fan could not tell that it was Fang Yuan. He started to guess. By now, Lang Ya's origin core had been completely unsealed. Fang Yuan annexed it and became a true rank 8 GU Immortal. But he purposely disguised his aura to be at rank 7. His familiar face killer move had been modified extensively during the final moments of the previous life. Right now, none of Southern Border's GU Immortals could discover the truth. In order to prevent an expanding ink effect and to maintain his rebirth advantage, Fang Yuan still chose to do the same thing as in his previous life. He was still going to attack this defensive formation. At the same, he concealed his rank 8 cultivation level. On one hand, he was guarding against Heavenly Court. On the other hand, he was luring out Southern Border's GU Immortals. According to his previous life's memories, with this development, Southern Border would organize a group to pursue Fang Yuan. If he exposed his rank 8 cultivation level, there would not be just one rank 8 GU Immortal, Xia Cha, coming after him. It was natural that Fang Yuan pretended to be weak. The drizzle soon turned into a heavier rain as it penetrated the formation. Within the formation, Kai Chiu's expression changed. What refinement path killer move is this? It can actually refine our formation. This cannot go on anymore. Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya blessed land. he obtained the long hair refinement path true inheritance and a large number of Immortal GU. There were originally 3 rank 8 Immortal GU, they were Water Refinement, Forceful Refinement, and Advanced Refinement. All 3 were Refinement Path Immortal GU. When used alone, they had no offensive power, they were all support type. Among them, Forceful Refinement Immortal GU could directly refine the Immortal GU of others. It was the original core of the Immortal GU House Refinement Cauldron, but Shadow Sect had stolen it back then. In that battle, rank 8 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus also got damaged. It had fallen to rank 7 after that fight. Rank 8 Advanced Refinement Immortal GU was the core of the long hair refinement path formation. As for rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal GU, it was hidden within the refinement water. All along, Lang Ya Land Spirit had been using this GU and other supplementary GU worms to form an immortal killer move to convert the refinement path and water path Dao marks of Lang Ya Blessed Land into refinement water. Lang Ya Land Spirit's plan was to accumulate the refinement water, and after reaching a certain point, it would become the Refinement Sea. Refinement Sea was a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Once it formed, it would replenish itself unceasingly. This was a grand plan. It consumed an immense amount of refinement path Dao marks, wealth, time and energy. After Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land, he wisely halted this plan. He took out the Water Refinement Immortal GU within for his own use. The killer move that Fang Yuan was using now had rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal GU as the core. Fang Yuan used many GU worms to suppress the rank 8 aura, disguising it as rank 7. This was also part of his tactic to express weakness. No worry, how can this rank 7 killer move break our formation? Kai Chiu said with a prideful tone. This formation was created by Kai Clan. As a Kai Clan GU Immortal, Kai Chiu was very prideful. He had absolute confidence in his clan's Immortal formation. Look, the formation activated. Even without us interfering, it can deal with the enemy. This refinement path killer move will end up in failure. Kai Chiu laughed. But soon, Kai Chiu's smile vanished. The formation had already undergone several changes, but no matter what, it could not deal with the refinement path killer move. The rain that was already heavy became a downpour. The downpour was unceasing. The formation was corroded to a large extent. There were GU Immortal reports constantly. They had anxious tones and expressions, because a large number of mortal GU were refined by the enemy in the rain. However, this formation could only work on its own at the early stages. Unless there was no choice, GU Immortals could not control it. This was the lesson that the southern border GU Immortals learned from the Battle of Yiqian Mountain. To prevent outsiders like Fang Yuan from infiltrating and controlling the Immortal formation, it was specially designed like this. Kai Chiu was helpless. He gritted his teeth and said with a look of disbelief, "How can this be? What kind of refinement path killer move is this? My clan's formation is actually useless against it." Kai Chiu was simply dumbfounded. Normally speaking, refinement path did not have such a big advantage over formation path. But Fang Yuan's formation path attainment was very high. And most importantly, he was very familiar with this defensive formation. Even though this formation had caused him a lot of trouble in the previous life, Fang Yuan had threatened and lured Kai Chiu into cooperating afterwards. Kai Chiu became the biggest traitor of southern border. He gave the information of this formation over to Fang Yuan. This pitiful Kai Chiu would never imagine that their formation was completely exposed to the enemy. And the traitor was actually their first supreme elder. Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Not to mention that Fang Yuan was using a rank 8 killer move. Not long after, the southern border GU Immortals in the formation became anxious as they started pacing around. What do we do? What do we do? The enemy's refinement speed is getting faster. Who is he? Possessing such a killer move, no wonder he attacked so confidently. Their GU worm refinement speed is getting faster, we cannot keep up. At the final moment, even if we can control the formation, it will be too late. Kai Chiu wiped the sweat off his forehead. Formation path is useless indeed. Xie Fan snorted coldly as Kai Chiu stared fiercely. Xie Fan did not care, looking at Yang San Mu and saying, "The urgent matter now is to send out GU Immortals to fight. we will disrupt the enemy's killer move so we can exchange GU worms in the formation and repair it. He was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. He had the responsibility to come up with a tactic. Yang Sanmu nodded. He was the leader. He had to stand up now. Then I will go and deal with the enemy. Even though Fang Yuan was mysterious, Yang Sanmu had a lot of confidence in himself. He was a Soul Path GU Refinement, a renowned rank 7 expert in Southern Border. Meanwhile, Refinement Path was skilled at refining GU. It was weaker than other paths in other aspects. Xian had a joyful expression. With Brother Yang taking action personally, we will definitely kill the enemy and resolve this problem. Yang Sanmu glanced at him before flying out of the formation. He approached Fang Yuan. Come fight. Yang Sanmu ended in defeat. How can he be this strong? Yang Sanmu was captured. A moment later, the formation was taken down by Fang Yuan. Even though it had a transportation function, Fang Yuan had used a refinement path method to refine it. This method was destroyed from the start. None of the GU Immortals guarding the formation escaped. Fang Yuan captured all of them. Chapter 1768. Kai Chuyu's anger and grief. Southern Border's super forces soon noticed this fact. The righteous path was shaken. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench Dream Realm was the largest congregation of dream realms other than Yiqian Mountain in Southern Border. Any path had its own cultivation resources. Dream realms were evidently the unique resource for Dream Path. They contained the profundities of Dream Path within. Immortal Yi Yang's prophecy of 3 Venerables had been ingrained in everyone's hearts. GU Immortals knew about the future era. It was the era of Dream Path. Any super force paid huge attention to the dream realms. They were very careful in regards to guarding them. Plunder Shadow formation was destroyed too rapidly. Who is that culprit? According to the GU Immortals information and our own investigation, there was only one enemy, and he was just a rank 7 GU Immortal. A rank 7 GU Immortal could take down this formation? And with such speed and power. This situation is really bizarre indeed. Do you think it is that demon Fang Yuan? That's unlikely. If it is Fang Yuan, why would he leave those dream realms in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench untouched? He has a method to turn them into bodies after all. Different from the previous life, Fang Yuan did not keep the Plunder Shadow Earth Trench dream realms. He purposely left them. This caused Southern Border's righteous path to start guessing randomly. Fang Yuan's identity was well concealed. At once, Southern Border's GU Immortals were wondering who that GU Immortal who attacked the formation was. Who had the guts to challenge Southern Border's righteous path? Who had such methods to destroy a super immortal formation with ease? What was his purpose? Was he just trying to suppress Southern Border's righteous path? He had enmity towards the righteous path? Or maybe, he had some gains in Dream Path. He was making use of the Dream Realms. Among all of the Southern Border righteous path forces, the most unhappy one was Kai Clan's first Supreme Elder, Kai Chuyu. Plunder Shadow Earth Trench's immortal formation had a secret backdoor. Kai Chuyu had left it behind. To prevent the Dream Realms from getting stolen, he had planned in advance to set that arrangement. When Fang Yuan attacked the formation, he rapidly sensed it. He hesitated on whether to use this backdoor or not. After all, he had done that sneakily. If he exposed it now, his reputation in Southern Border's righteous path would be tarnished. By the time he sensed something wrong and wanted to use the back door, Fang Yuan's refinement path killer move had already broken it. Kai Chuyu felt gloomy and irritated. In the previous life, after Fang Yuan exposed his identity and could not destroy the formation in time, Kai Chuyu made up his mind and transported himself into the formation secretly. But in this life, Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. His strength was much higher now. At the same time period, Kai Chuyu did not have much time to react to this. The truth was, he had a chance but he hesitated. He did not make use of it. Of course, even if he used the back door to arrive before Fang Yuan, he would not be a problem. Soon, Kai Chuyu's irritation got worse. Out of nowhere, rumors started to spread. They said that the formation was so easily broken without giving the righteous path any time to send reinforcements because Kai Clan had a traitor. Precisely because this traitor exposed the formation secret, the mysterious GU Immortal could easily destroy it. This is slander. These are baseless rumors. My Kai clan will definitely investigate properly. All these people will face our judgment. Kai Chuyu reacted quickly. He immediately made an announcement, displaying his stance. But the rumors spread even quicker. Lots of different stories emerged. Some were clearly fake news while others were quite reasonable. The Righteous Path GU Immortals became quite suspicious. Kai Chuyu was extremely angry. He had been feeling gloomy the last few days. These rumors were attacking him. His reputation that was built up over a long time was starting to fall rapidly. How can my Kai clan divulge information? The mastermind behind this is truly vicious. Kai Chuyu stood up and made his point. He felt regret now. Had he known this, he would have taken the risk to transport himself over last time. Even if that back door is exposed and I suffer criticism, I will at least be able to capture the mysterious culprit. Kai Chuyu was very confident in himself because he felt that the enemy was a rank 7 GU Immortal. Regarding this guess, other than the evidence present, Kai Chuyu also had his own train of thought. If this was a rank 8, they could attack directly. Why was there a need to hide themselves and act mysteriously? Some Righteous Path GU Immortals consoled him and expressed their trust towards Kai clan. While some Righteous Path GU Immortals, like the ones from Yang clan which had always been opposing Kai clan, had much worse tones. It is not that hard to believe that it was an inside job. Our Yang clan had terrible losses. Yang Sanmu is a rank 7 expert. He lost too quickly. That was not normal. Evidently, someone leaked his information. There were even Yang clan GU Immortals blaming Kai Chuyu directly. Since Lord Kai Chuyu is claiming innocence now, how do you explain why the leaked contents of the Immortal formation are all accurate? Kai Chuyu had nothing to say. He was also troubled over this. However, he had to speak righteously and keep a firm attitude. There is no need to explain this. The formation's details are not just known by my Kai clan. In terms of suspicion, any super clan involved in this has a possibility of being a traitor. Admitting that Kai clan had a traitor was too damaging to their reputation. Kai Chuyu swore to himself that he would never admit it no matter what. If a traitor really appears, I will pull out their tendons and rip their skin. I will crush every bone in their body. Kai Chuyu cursed. He hated the mysterious enemy, but he also held huge grudges towards Kai clan's possible traitor. The laughable thing was, Kai clan really had a traitor. It was himself. Of course, that was the previous life's matter. Even Kai Chuyu had no idea this would happen. In other words, his circumstances were all caused by himself. But no matter how Kai Chuyu defended himself or pushed his stand, rumors about Kai clan continued to spread and intensify. Looking at this situation, it seems that other than the enemy who attacked, the other southern border forces are also adding fuel to the fire. Yang clan is definitely involved. Kai Chuyu was very angry. Even with his rank 8 cultivation level and formation path Great Grandmaster attainment, he was without options in this situation. In the rules of the Righteous Path, cultivation level was not everything. There is only one way now. I need to find the instigator. That's right, as long as I can capture them and unveil the truth, I can get the whole of Southern Border's Righteous Path to shut up. Kai Chuyu almost wanted to shout, "Return my innocence, return my reputation." But if he really found the culprit, who knows what expression or idea he would have. Chapter 1769. Variant Human Race Inheritances. The truth was, Kai Chuyu did not have it easy at all, and these rumors were still trying to defame him. Kai Chuyu was very angry and upset. He gritted his teeth as he waited for Fang Yuan to appear again. As the culprit, Fang Yuan had been living peacefully these last days. He had a very fulfilling time. He was managing his Immortal aperture. The Immortal aperture was the foundation of a GU Immortal. If the Immortal aperture management was poor, no matter how strong a GU Immortal was, they would achieve nothing much. Lang Ya Blessed Land had completely integrated into the sovereign Immortal aperture. After its origin core was unsealed, Fang Yuan quickly annexed it. Fang Yuan let Lang Ya Land Spirit do the work of changing the variant human GU Immortals alliance agreement. The new alliance agreement was strict and had strong binding terms. It ensured that Fang Yuan had the supreme authority and status. All of the variant human GU Immortals were his subordinates and vassals. There was a rule: all of the variant humans will contribute their immortal apertures into the sovereign immortal aperture after they die. Thus, Fang Yuan's grotto heaven gained many new blessed lands. These blessed lands belonged to the unlucky variant humans who had died at Chen Yi's hands during the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land. The hairy man GU Immortals were shocked at this, but Lang Ya Land Spirit had great prestige. Along with Sixth Heir's cooperation, they quickly accepted the fact. The other variant human GU Immortals were unwilling to do so, but with Fang Yuan's strength, they could not resist, they could only accept it. Of course, Fang Yuan was an old schemer. His political manipulation was not worse than Wu Yong. He also set a rule for himself in the alliance agreement: he would fully nurture the variant humans without any discrimination. When the alliance agreement became effective, he gave these variant human GU Immortals a lot of benefits immediately. In fact, he even secretly sent a portion of the variant human GU Immortals to the Stone Lotus Island secretly. They were able to enjoy the effects of future self and gain greater knowledge. The variant human GU Immortals were extremely shocked. They realized now that Fang Yuan was actually backed by the most mysterious Venerable in history, Red Lotus Demon Venerable. As a result, they lost all thoughts of betrayal. Of course, Shuo, Bingguai and others were not given the chance to use future self. According to the ink effect, Fang Yuan had already killed them in the previous life. They did not exist in the lower stream of the river of time. They had no future. It was easy to deceive them. Fang Yuan said that the Stone Lotus Island had a limit. Future self-killer move needed time to accumulate and recover. The alliance agreement stated that they needed to be honest with Fang Yuan, but he could choose to keep secrets from them after all. Of course, this was not fair. But with Fang Yuan's use of the carrot and stick, these variant human GU Immortals could only lower their heads and accept their fate. The truth was, Fang Yuan indeed wanted to nurture these variant humans. There were several points. Firstly, the more variant humans there were, the more lifespan GU would be produced. While Fang Yuan had no concerns about this now, he could start preparing early. Secondly, Fang Yuan was starting an attempt to comprehend human path. The more humans or variant humans he raised, the more helpful it would be towards his human path comprehension. And thirdly, the racial inheritances of the variant humans. Back then, when the human immortal venerables and demon venerables emerged, suppressing all 10 variant human races and slaughtering them, the variant humans had little hope towards the future. It was full of despair. The variant humans realized that this was bad. All of them worked together to create their racial inheritances that contained the most valuable possessions of their own race, hiding them for their future generations, to leave hope for the future. According to the understanding of the variant humans, Fate GU was part of the heavenly Tao. It took away surpluses while replenishing deficits. They acknowledged that there was the decree humanity is supreme, but this decree would not last forever, right? The variant humans were not wrong in this regard, but they had not expected star constellation Immortal Venerable to be so brazen as to become one with the Tao. This resulted in the long-lasting rule of humanity. The variant humans were stunned. They were suppressed until now. But this was advantageous to Fang Yuan too. According to the information that Lang Ya Land Spirit had, when the number of variant human mortals and GU Immortals reach a certain number, their racial inheritances would appear to them. It would help them grow and develop. In history, the variant humans had never risen up, so these racial inheritances were mostly preserved. According to Lang Ya Land Spirit's guess, the racial inheritance of hairy men was the infallible inheritance. Infallible Blessed Land was at Hairy Foot Mountain. Even though Heavenly Court found it, they had great difficulty in trying to obtain it. The Heavenly Court, which had immense foundation and geniuses, were simply without options against infallible Blessed Land. Eventually, they relied on human path methods to try and extract a part of infallible Blessed Land's wealth. But no Heavenly Court GU Immortal had actually managed to enter this secluded Blessed Land. Nobody knew what the inside of infallible Blessed Land looked like. In the previous life, even though Fang Yuan destroyed Hairy Foot Mountain, infallible Blessed Land was still intact. All these reasons showed how profound and special infallible blessed land was. This proved that the variant human racial inheritances were extremely extraordinary and mysterious. This was also why Fang Yuan had not gone to Hairy Foot Mountain yet, even though he had fixed immortal travel and its modified killer move. According to his previous life's memories, at this point in time, Heavenly Court had not set up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation at Hairy Foot Mountain. Despite this, even if Fang Yuan tried to launch a sneak attack using fixed immortal travel, he could not do anything to infallible blessed land. Heavenly Court seems to have found a way to destroy infallible blessed land, but I do not have any for now. Even if I do, would Fairy Zi Wei not guard against that? Sneak attacking it is simply too risky. After thinking about it deeply, Fang Yuan gave up on attacking Hairy Foot Mountain. This idea was too risky, it underestimated his enemy's intelligence, it also went against Fang Yuan's vigilant nature. After annexing Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's gains were huge. Let alone anything else, he benefited the most from information. The variant human racial inheritances were the most obvious example. Lang Ya Blessed Land had simply too long of a history, it had existed for over 300,000 years. How long had it been since Fang Yuan became immortal? Even with the 500 years of his previous life, he had not reached 600 years. Lang Ya Land Spirit knew a lot of historical secrets. Before being annexed, he would not tell Fang Yuan everything, but now, he kept no secrets to himself. Several days later. Southern border, above Contact Heart River bank. Jade green light flickered weakly, before green bubbles started to appear. Rank 7 killer move aura quickly spread and permeated to the surroundings. This aura? It was a rank 6 GU immortal from Kai clan who defended Contact Heart River bank. He controlled the formation as he sensed a killer move aura. Before he acted, these jade green bubbles popped on their own. Each popping bubble gave off a thick green light, it spread like flowing water. A large number of bubbles vanished, in their place was a thick lump of jade green light. The green jade light was extremely bright, it gave off a radiance that could not be looked at intently. The strong light appeared and faded just as quickly. When the green light vanished entirely, a person appeared in the sky. He wore a green robe, his complexion was as clear as jade, his nose was tall and he was handsome to the point of looking like a peerless beauty. His skin was white as snow, his eyes were dark like the abyss, he had long luscious black hair that resembled a waterfall, hanging straight down to his waist. The rank 6 GU immortal from Kai clan defending this place saw the person's appearance and his mouth opened wide, his heart was pounding as he felt a chill, his body broke out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan. Ever since Fang Yuan escaped from Thunder Ghost True Monarch and sold her 3 rib bones in Treasure Yellow Heaven, his reputation surpassed Feng Ji. He was publicly recognized as the #1 rank 7 expert, he had the power to fight rank 8. After the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost. Even though Fairy Zi Wei concealed Chen Yi's and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, she took responsibility and announced the failure of Heavenly Court to invade Lang Ya Blessed Land to the public. Feng Ji was pursued by Fang Yuan, half of his immortal GU were stolen, she had placed the video of this in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Thus, everyone knew now that Fang Yuan not only had rank 7 fixed immortal travel, he even annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and possibly had a method to steal immortal GU. After defeating Feng Ji, Fang Yuan's reputation stabilized and even improved, he was a common topic among countless GU immortals. Kai clan's rank 6 GU immortal saw the great demon Fang Yuan appear. Why would he dare to stay any longer? Faster, faster, faster! He activated the formation, teleporting away for his dear life. Fang Yuan was still savoring the immortal killer move he used earlier, Jade Flow Pearl. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core and almost all of Fang Yuan's current space path immortal GU, a few refinement path immortal GU, and a lot of supplementary mortal GU to construct. Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and became rank 8. His Dao marks increased immensely, just the rank 7 fixed immortal travel alone could not teleport him. Only by creating a killer move and increasing its power could he barely be moved. In the previous life, he had also created a space path killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core to transport him, when having rank 8 cultivation level. But Jade Flow Pearl was different from the previous life's killer move. The previous life's fixed immortal travel killer move was a space path killer move, while this current move was a compound killer move of space path and refinement path. One of the reasons was that the fixed immortal travel killer move in his previous life was created after Fang Yuan extorted Southern Border's righteous path and obtained many specific space path rank 7 immortal GU. But now, he had not ambushed Xia Cha yet, not to mention the rest of Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan space path immortal GU mostly came from Lang Ya Blessed Land's inventory now, most were rank 6 and they were not very compatible. Thus, Fang Yuan used Refinement Path Immortal GU to modify the killer move intensively. With the power of Refinement Path, Fang Yuan's Refinement Path Dao marks were no longer a burden to the teleportation. This was the advantage of compound killer moves. But compound killer moves were much harder to deduce. Fang Yuan could deduce it quickly because he had quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. Fang Yuan put away the thoughts in his mind for now as he looked down. For a range of hundreds of li, there were mountains and forests. But below him, there was a flat land that was about half a square kilometer large. It was covered in smoke and fog. Fang Yuan pointed as dragons flew out, roaring with a grand and fierce aura. It was Immortal Killer Move, a Myriad Dragon. Fang Yuan refined Myriad Self-Immortal GU successfully. It took very little time to activate Myriad Dragon now. The Myriad Dragons rushed into the fog and smoke, easily destroying the defensive method below. Similar to the previous life, the defending Kai Clan GU Immortal had already escaped. Fang Yuan smiled. This was within his expectations. He had purposely exposed his identity for this. In the previous life, he had learned about the cowardice of this Kai Clan GU Immortal. This time around, he achieved a great effect by doing the same action. Of course, Fang Yuan had to expose his identity regardless. Because he used fixed immortal travel, and also because of the killer moves he was using, there was no use in trying to conceal his identity. Chapter 1770. Kai Chuyu convinces himself. This was a mid-sized resource point of Southern Border's Kai Clan, Contact Heart River Bank. Fang Yuan placed all the GU worms he obtained into his immortal aperture. There were more than 3,000 rank 5 Contact Heart GU, 50,000 rank 4, and over 1 million were rank 3 and below. Next, he used Strength Path Immortal GU Pulling Water. Similar to the previous life, Pulling Water was currently rank 6. After a moment, the river water was pulled up like silk by a formless force, before being moved into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. This Contact Heart River Bank was a special area filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks. There were Earth Path, Water Path, Wood Path, and other Dao marks as foundation, but they paled in quantity compared to Wisdom Path. Fang Yuan took away the water which had dense Wisdom Path Dao marks, but most of it remained in the surrounding soil. Fang Yuan was without options regarding this. He lacked methods to pull up the ground. This was not mortal soil and it required at least peak rank 7 Earth Path methods. One had to overcome the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil first. And the method had to be delicate. It could not destroy the Wisdom Path Dao marks in the soil. If the Wisdom Path Dao marks were destroyed, the value of the soil would drop. This was like smearing a world-class painting. It would have no value remaining. Specific methods were required to plunder and move resources in the outside world, but destroying them was easier. It was like Heavenly Court's attempt to gain infallible blessed land. Heavenly Court had a method to destroy infallible blessed land, but to extract its success Dao marks, they had to spend a lot of effort and use human path methods. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention expended a lot of time and effort. Fang Yuan's appearance in Plundering Contact Heart River Bank soon reached Kai Chuyu. Kai Chuyu was still slightly hopeful at first. Is the information true? Soon, his hopes were completely crushed. Because there was an immortal killer move resembling fixed immortal travel as well as Fang Yuan's signature Myriad Dragon killer move, those were concrete evidence. Why did this Fang Yuan appear at Contact Heart River Bank? Kai Chuyu's eyes twitched. Does he need a large number of Contact Heart GU? Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he was not just a normal rank 7, he could fight rank 8, he was unique. Kai Chuyu thought about the video in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Now that Fang Yuan has re-obtained rank 7 fixed immortal travel, and also apparently has a method to steal immortal GU, if he tries to find trouble with my Kai clan, it would be a problem. Kai Chuyu sighed internally. He had to admit, Fang Yuan was a huge problem. Fixed immortal travel allowed him to travel with ease, only specific methods could restrict him. Fang Yuan also had rank 8 battle strength, most of Kai clan's GU immortals could not fight him, Kai Chuyu himself or a rank 7 immortal GU house was needed. That way, even as a super force, Kai clan only had limited resources to deal with him. As for the theft path method, it should not be Fang Yuan's own ability. Right now, Fang Yuan has not shown any method in this aspect, while Longhair Ancestor had refined GU with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable back then. Lang Ya Blessed Land has a Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Fang Yuan could resist Heavenly Court because he made use of Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation. Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land, he would still need some time before he can master this Thieving Heaven True Inheritance. Kai Chuyu evaluated. He felt that he was really unlucky recently. Fang Yuan had actually targeted his Kai clan out of all the clans. Wasn't this bad luck? Even though Fang Yuan gave Kai Chuyu a huge headache, he had to counterattack. Kai clan's benefits, their righteous path status, and the pride of a rank 8 GU immortal, these reasons forced him to go and defeat Fang Yuan quickly. Kai Chuyu led the expedition personally, controlling Great Space Temple and traveling towards Contact Heart River Bank as soon as possible. The formation was destroyed, it was a ravaged site, everything was in ruins. A vast number of GU worms were gone, Contact Heart River Bank had lost all vitality. The river water was also gone, it had completely dried up, it was truly a sad sight. Even the rocks around the bank were missing. Fang Yuan took literally everything from this place. Kai Chuyu had an ashen expression. The other Kai clan GU immortals started scolding Fang Yuan and cursing his 18 generations of ancestors. This demon is too daring. This is a mid-size resource point of our clan. Now that it is plundered, it might not recover even after a few years of time. There is no point in cursing Fang Yuan's 18 generations of ancestors. He is an otherworldly demon. He killed all of his ancestors in this world with his own 2 hands. Kai clan's GU immortals gradually stopped scolding as they frowned at this terrible situation. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed, but its foundation remained. Fang Yuan could not bring the soil here with him. But the problem was Fang Yuan himself. He was still alive. Would he show up again? Would he target Kai clan again? Kai clan did not understand even at this point. Why did Fang Yuan choose Contact Heart River Bank? Wait, earlier, the mysterious GU immortal who attacked Plunder Shadow Earth Trench and destroyed the formation, was it Fang Yuan? Someone suggested. It is very likely. They are both rank 7 GU immortals with extraordinary battle strength. Fang Yuan also had high formation path attainment, he can definitely destroy both formations. Furthermore, he annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and has Refinement Path Immortal GU now. Didn't that mysterious GU Immortal use Refinement Path methods? But if that mysterious GU Immortal is Fang Yuan, why would he conceal his own appearance when attacking Plunder Shadow Earth Trench? This time when attacking our clan's Contact Heart River Bank, he chose to expose his own identity. Many of Kai clan's GU immortals turned their heads in suspicion. They simply could not understand why. Firstly, there was no evidence that linked the mysterious GU immortal to Fang Yuan directly. Secondly, Fang Yuan's motive in attacking Contact Heart River Bank was unknown, nobody knew what he was up to. First Supreme Elder, what do we do now? Kai clan's GU immortals did not have any answers, they asked Kai Chuyu. Kai Chuyu's expression eased, he had been screaming internally long ago, he also wanted to know what Fang Yuan was planning. By the time they arrived, Fang Yuan was gone already. Kai Chuyu was in a really awkward and passive situation. But on the surface, he had to maintain the dignity of Kai clan's leader. Don't panic, investigate the scene and search for evidence. Even if Fang Yuan escapes now, our Kai clan will remember this. He will pay us back 100-fold in the future. Yes, Lord. Kai clan's GU Immortals answered. The huge Great Space Temple floated in mid-air, not concealing its aura as it displayed Kai clan's authority in full view. A while later, all the GU Immortals returned with a look of embarrassment. Fang Yuan had done a good job in cleaning up the scene. No clues of value were left. Even if they had clues, could they deduce anything about him? Kai Chuyu bore no hope himself. Even Heavenly Court failed to deal with Fang Yuan. Kai clan specialized in Formation Path. They were weak in Information Path and Wisdom Path aspects. If our Kai clan wants to regain reputation, we will need to spend a lot on information and clues, before hiring a Wisdom Path great expert to deduce him. After that, we need to set an ambush, go after Fang Yuan and fight him. Sigh. Kai Chuyu sighed internally. Thinking about the process, he felt a little dejected. The price and risks were too high while the gains were minimal. Only rank 8 GU Immortals that were Wisdom Path or Information Path great experts could handle Fang Yuan. People like that would require a huge amount before they would help Kai clan with this matter. And after finding Fang Yuan, Kai clan would need to fight him. It was questionable if they could actually kill him. Thunder Ghost True Monarch went after Fang Yuan and got 3 of her rib bones sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Heavenly Court wanted to invade Lang Ya Blessed Land and it ended up being annexed by him. Feng Ju Ji's Immortal GU were even stolen by Fang Yuan, while Fairy Ziwei had to openly announce that they lost the battle. What did Kai clan have? Yes, it was a super force, but could it compare to Heavenly Court? Even Heavenly Court had no options against Fang Yuan, even though Fairy Ziwei hated him to the core. So what? Even though Fang Yuan is a single person, he cultivates many paths, he has no clear weaknesses. He is a cunning and crafty person, he is ruthless and devious. Even Wu Yong was toyed around by him. Earlier, even when Southern Border's righteous path went after him, he still escaped. I want to go after him with just Kai clan? He. Kai Chuyu felt very angry but also helpless and sad. Fang Yuan had grown too quickly. Kai Chuyu felt extremely deep wariness towards him. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, he is more troublesome than most rank 8 GU Immortals. Ordinary rank 8 GU Immortals cultivate one path, they do not have deep wisdom path attainment or fixed immortal travel. If Fang Yuan can stop now and not go after Kai clan's resources, I should let this go. Kai Chuyu sighed in his heart. He had decided to give up. Contact Heart River Bank was destroyed but its foundation remained, it could still be developed. Or rather, in arrogant terms, it was just a mid-sized resource point, Kai clan could afford to lose it. Of course, on the surface, we need to be very angry and upset, we will speak righteously and create a commotion, we cannot ruin the reputation of Kai clan. But secretly, I need to restrain my GU Immortals and keep on guard, we will mainly cultivate and maintain our resources. If during this period, Fang Yuan targets the resources of other clans, that would be great. A moment later, Kai Chuyu made up his mind, he convinced himself on this plan. Making a rank 8 GU Immortal lower his head alongside his super force, it was not easy. But Kai Chuyu was a wise leader, he knew the big picture. There was no benefit in challenging this demon. If Kai clan mobilized everyone, he could give Fang Yuan huge problems indeed, he could even threaten his life. But Kai clan would pay an immense price, it would be too much to handle. If this situation happened in Northern Plains, the entire tribe might be riled up, they would attack directly without thinking. But in Southern Border, isn't it better to live calmly and peacefully? Even if they lose a mid-sized resource point, Kai clan still has others, and even countless small-sized, large-sized, and giant resource points. They could live very well. They might lose some reputation but their foundation would be unaffected. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. If Kai clan went after Fang Yuan with full force and went down with him in flames, the other super forces would benefit and take the advantage. What would they do then? Kai Chuyu let out a breath of air, he wanted to vent out all of his anger and frustrations. Soon, he calmed down. Report! Fang Yuan has appeared at our clan's Cloud Bamboo mountain range. He destroyed the formation and our 2 GU Immortals could not resist him. Right now, Fang Yuan is scavenging for all sorts of resources, among which is a newly formed Wildwood Path Immortal GU. Kai Chuyu heard this and his expression froze. His heart that had just calmed down instantly became filled with overwhelming rage. Fang Yuan, screw your entire lineage of ancestors. Chapter 1771. Mature Bamboo Immortal GU. Fang Yuan floated in the air, an immortal-level enslavement path killer move was shot out everywhere. Pew pew pew. Cloud foxes and other creatures struggled intensely, they had a painful expression as they growled. But soon, their resistance weakened as they stopped moving, they stayed on the spot and lowered their heads as they became Fang Yuan's enslaved beasts. Fang Yuan smiled as he opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The cloud foxes went inside obediently. Not just the cloud foxes, even other life forms could not escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Cloud Bamboo mountain range was a huge large-sized resource point. It was filled with dense Dao marks. It was normal for desolate beasts and plants to grow here, even ancient desolate beasts could grow. Fang Yuan quickly scavenged the area. With his previous life's memories, he clearly recalled the location of these desolate beasts and plants. Soon, he obtained 7 desolate beast cloud foxes, a total of 11 desolate plants of 3 species, cloud chi root, white hair root, and spear tip bamboo. The thing that made Fang Yuan the happiest was the quantity of a rank 7 immortal material, cloud soil. It was huge. I have a lot of time left. Fang Yuan calculated his time. In the previous life, he had spent a lot of time just getting these resources. But now, because it was his second time, he obtained everything rapidly and efficiently. He saved a lot of time. In the previous life, I only searched through briefly. This mountain range has a lot of untouched places. Fang Yuan explored the foreign area and soon found a desolate beast cloud fox. He was about to use an enslavement path killer move to suppress it when Lang Ya Land Spirit's voice resounded from the immortal aperture. Master, I have already obtained the name of this new wood path immortal GU. It is a rank 6 immortal GU known as Mature Bamboo. GU are the essence of heaven and earth. Undeniably, Mature Bamboo Immortal GU was the greatest treasure on this Cloud Bamboo mountain range. In the previous life, Fang Yuan was obstructed by Cloud Bamboo mountain range formation. He could not make it in time. The 2 Kai clan GU Immortals defending this place were resolute. While escaping, they destroyed the newly formed Wild Immortal GU. But now, Fang Yuan noticed this and targeted the formation's weakness immediately, destroying it and gaining control over that newly formed Wild Immortal GU. The 2 Kai clan GU Immortals were stunned. The formation was destroyed too quickly. This formation could block Fang Yuan for a while in the previous life, but it was fixed, and since Fang Yuan already destroyed it once, he understood its concept. He could easily destroy it this time. After getting it for a while, the Wild Immortal GU that was newly formed was refined by him on the spot. Immortal GU Mature Bamboo, it was the size of an average person's thumb. It was long and flat. At the tip of its head was a cylinder that covered its entire head. Its eyes were in a hemispherical shape. Fang Yuan played with it in his hand. Its body and wings were very soft. It had 6 armor plates on its stomach. Its tail glowed with a dim green light. All in all, this Mature Bamboo Immortal GU was a firefly that shined with green light. Not bad, this Immortal GU is useful to me. Fang Yuan had a joyful expression. Fang Yuan killed Chen Yi and obtained his soul. He had been soul searching. Chen Yi was the first supreme elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. In his youth, he had obtained a Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Divine Tree. During the battle in Lang Ya Blessed Land, he obtained another Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Karma Relocation. Thus, Fang Yuan had 2 Genesis Lotus True Inheritances now. But the foundation of Karma Relocation was Karma Divine Tree. The core Immortal GU of these 2 killer moves, other than the 2 Rule Path Immortal GU cause and effect, were some Wood Path GU. Chen Yi died, his phantom aperture vanished. He had already destroyed all his GU worms. Fang Yuan had to collect these GU worms if he wanted to cultivate the Genesis Lotus True Inheritances. The mortal GU were simple, but Immortal GU needed preparation. Mature Bamboo Immortal GU was a woodpath GU suitable for his Genesis Lotus True Inheritance cultivation. By the time Kai Chuyu arrived at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range using Great Space Temple, Fang Yuan was already gone. Kai Clan's GU Immortals looked at Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range in a daze. Many people opened their eyes widely, showing deep disbelief. It is completely barren. This is Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? What happened to our flourishing Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range? An old GU Immortal almost coughed blood as he said shakily, I had once stayed here to develop the mountain range. I spent so much effort, but this thief Fang Yuan took it all. Fang Yuan, you demon, I will never let you off. Someone thought about it and said solemnly, we planted normal cloud bamboos here on a huge scale, only specific woodpath methods can extract them so quickly. Fang Yuan came totally prepared. In the previous life, Fang Yuan lacked woodpath methods. Eventually, a vast amount of ordinary cloud bamboos were left on the mountain. He could only take the desolate plants. But this time, with the advantage of rebirth, he came amply prepared. Fang Yuan had purposely designed a woodpath immortal killer move to collect the cloud bamboos. His woodpath attainment level was not high, but with the light of wisdom, he could still create a rank 6 killer move targeting mortal materials very easily. He annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. He obtained several woodpath immortal GU. They were all useful in this regard. Lang Ya Blessed Land had a huge inventory. The white-haired land spirit had governed the Blessed Land for hundreds of thousands of years. He had several immortal GU of each mainstream path. They were not a complementary group. The land spirit had refined them in preparation for any refinement path research problems. Fang Yuan had once borrowed Wood Sprout Immortal GU to use the killer move Light Fungus Radiance. Kai Chuyu's expression was completely dark. His fists were tightly clenched under his sleeves. Fang Yuan. He gritted his teeth. His illusions were shattered. Fang Yuan was targeting Kai Clan. But Kai Chuyu could not understand why Fang Yuan was targeting him and Kai Clan. When they pursued him back when he was weak, everyone in Southern Border's righteous path was involved. Wu Yong was the person with the deepest enmity with him. Why didn't he attack them? If he thought Wu Clan was too strong, he could bully the weaker ones like Qiao Clan. Kai Clan was not weak, it was upper tier even among Southern Border's righteous path. Who did they offend? Why was he doing this? What did they do wrong? Couldn't he tell them? Couldn't he just talk nicely? Communication was the key to human relationships. These types of people were the worst. Attacking without warning, destroying and plundering without making a single sound. Why did he do that? He was a true scumbag. Not just Kai Chuyu, all the other Kai Clan GU Immortals felt very upset and wronged. Fang Yuan is clearly targeting us. He has made ample preparations. The question is, what is he after? We need to know this. This is the first obstacle for us in dealing with Fang Yuan. Kai Chuyu thought about it. He said. He gave up on his previous mentality. He decided to deal with Fang Yuan with all his strength. If they did not do anything, Kai Chuyu would not be able to account to the clan. Demonic Path GU Immortals often traveled alone, but the righteous path had to maintain a force. One could not live freely by one's own intentions. Kai Chuyu, for example, even though he was rank 8, he had his bloodline descendants to take care of. And Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was not just a large resource point for Kai Clan. Back when Kai Clan was still in its infancy period, Kai Clan's ancestors had scrimped and saved when they were weak to slowly develop it. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range had provided a stable source of income for Kai Clan's development. Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range was the glorious history of Kai Clan. It was a form of mental encouragement to Kai Clan's members. Fang Yuan plundered Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range. He was trampling on the pride and history of Kai Clan's GU Immortals. Right at this moment, Kai Chuyu and the rest received requests for reinforcements from Kai Clan's GU Immortals again. Report! Fang Yuan has appeared at Wind Flame Mountain. He is currently using the killer move Myriad Dragon to attack the formation. Report! Fang Yuan has appeared outside Ragged Cave. He was obstructed by the formation and has mysteriously vanished. Different from earlier, Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at 2 locations. Kai Clan's GU Immortals were very shocked and suspicious. How could there be 2 Fang Yuan? One is a fake and one is his true body. Or maybe it is Fang Yuan's clone. That's possible too. No, according to the timing, Fang Yuan first appeared at Ragged Cave before he used fixed immortal travel to arrive at Wind Flame Mountain. Kai Chu-Yu analyzed calmly. That means Fang Yuan is still at Wind Flame Mountain? We need to reinforce it immediately. But why did he teleport to Ragged Cave then? Isn't that unnecessary? Maybe he felt that Ragged Cave's defensive formation was too strong, so he chose the easier Wind Flame Mountain. No, these are both giant resource points, their defensive formation are equally strong, there is no weaker one. Kai Chu-Yu thought about it before a thought flashed in his mind. He said plainly, split up and help them. That is the only way. If the giant resource point is looted by Fang Yuan too, our Kai clan will lose too much. But is this Fang Yuan's scheme? He wants to divert us away. Fang Yuan's current strength is far beyond the time when he chased after all. Even someone like Feng Juji lost so terribly to him. Kai clan's GU Immortals were hesitant, they were very wary towards Fang Yuan. Should we seek reinforcements? Suddenly, a GU Immortal asked. The whole of Great Space Temple sank into silence. This was something that most of the GU Immortals were thinking, but did not dare to say. Amidst the silence, the Immortals looked towards Kai Chu-Yu. Kai Chu-Yu had a dark expression as he shouted, he is just a rank 7 GU Immortal. Our clan has only lost 2 resource points and you are all frantic already, you want to seek outside reinforcements. We cannot afford to lose our reputation like this. Did anyone die? Are we only left with the old and weak? Seeking reinforcements without even fighting against Fang Yuan once. Where is your courage? Where is your bravery? Where are your pride and glory as Kai clan members? The Immortals lowered their heads in silence, they took Kai Chu-Yu's fierce scolding. After Kai Chu-Yu scolded them, he gave orders, do as I say. I am going to Wind Flame Mountain now, you all will travel in Great Space Temple and go to help Ragged Cave. Act quickly and do not panic, the defensive formation of a giant resource point is not so fragile. Keep in touch at all times. Yes, Lord. Nobody disagreed with his order. With their current location, Wind Flame Mountain was closer while Ragged Cave was further. Thus, the Space Path Immortal GU House Great Space Temple would go to Ragged Cave while Kai Chu-Yu, who was slower, would go to help Wind Flame Mountain. Chapter 1772. Done in by himself. Fang Yuan was currently uprooting the sunset parasol trees. He stole the countless birds within the parasol forest, including the fire phoenixes, with incredible efficiency. The GU Immortal defending this place had not left, he was attacking Fang Yuan fiercely using the remaining formation. Fang Yuan was able to deal with it easily. He dealt with the formation while looting resources continuously. Stop! Kai Chu-Yu shouted with startled anger. First Supreme Elder, you are finally here! The rank 7 GU Immortal defending this place was extremely agitated, he was overcome with tears. He was at first confident in regards to the defensive formation, but after a while, Fang Yuan easily broke it, he was incredibly scared and desperate, he did not dare to act rashly. Before Kai Chu-Yu came, he had been defending himself, now that the Supreme Elder was here, he attacked with some flashy methods. As Kai Chu-Yu had finally arrived, Fang Yuan stopped his actions. Fang Yuan, what a great job you've done! Retribution is here! Kai Chu-Yu's eyes were spewing fire. Wind Flame Mountain was quite a special resource point. Other than raising phoenixes, at a certain timing each year, many wild phoenixes would come here and lay eggs. If something happened to Wind Flame Mountain, the wild phoenixes might choose other locations, Kai clan would suffer great losses. But Fang Yuan was smiling throughout. Compared to the previous life, Kai Chu-Yu was more angry because Fang Yuan's efficient looting meant that Kai clan suffered even greater losses. Kai Chu-Yu felt pained from this. Senior Kai Chu-Yu, I have been waiting for you, This is my move, Fang Yuan said as he activated Yama Battlefield. Kai Chuyu hesitated for a moment but did not dodge. He allowed Yama Battlefield to envelop him as he said, "Let me see what you're made of." Yama Battlefield formed quickly. A huge yellow-brown lump enveloped both Fang Yuan and Kai Chuyu. Next, Yama Battlefield shrunk rapidly, condensing from a yellow-brown lump into a tiny spot. It was like an immortal aperture that was placed outside, vanishing entirely without a trace. An amazing soul path battlefield, Kai Chuyu praised. Kai Chuyu's arms were behind his back as he stood calmly. His attitude had changed tremendously. Even though he was trapped in Yama Battlefield, he did not try to forcefully deduce it. He looked very much at ease. He was wary internally. To think that Fang Yuan even had a battlefield killer move, there was no information about this at all. At this point in time, different from the previous life, Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield was not exposed. Last time, he used Yama Battlefield to trap Feng Ju Ji. Not only did he expose this method, Fairy Zi Wei deduced and broke it successfully. After the battle in Lang Wei Blessed Land, Fairy Zi Wei even exposed the profundities of Yama Battlefield and the method to break it in Treasure Yellow Heaven openly, causing Fang Yuan's Yama Battlefield to lose its value in battle. The risk of using it was much higher. And in this life, even though Fang Yuan used Yama Battlefield multiple times, his targets were Meng Tu, Sleeping Lady, and the Diamond Head Turtle. They were either killed or captured. Against Feng Ju Ji, he used the superformation space and could not activate Yama Battlefield. Thus, this method was kept a secret until now. Now that Fang Yuan used it, it was finally known to the outside world. Fang Yuan was not going to kill Kai Chuyu. Information about Yama Battlefield was definitely going to spread. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan could not kill Kai Chuyu, but the risks were too high and the reward was minimal. This was the same reason for Kai Chuyu, who did not want to face Fang Yuan earlier. When two tigers fought, one was definitely going to be injured. Fang Yuan stood at the end of the other side of the battlefield as he assessed Kai Chuyu, smiling. "Lord Kai Chuyu, you are inside my immortal battlefield now. Why are you not attempting to retaliate? Instead, you look like you want to talk. Why is that so?" Kai Chuyu snorted coldly. "Stop pretending. Fang Yuan, you went around plundering for the sake of gaining my attention. Thinking about it, since you could easily break the defensive formation, why did you not take the lives of my Kai clan's GU Immortals? This is not hard to achieve, but you did not think of killing a single one of them. Furthermore, be it Contact Heart River Bank, Cloud Bamboo Mountain Range, or Wind Flame Mountain, even though you looted them clean, you left their foundation behind untouched. Both Great Space Temple and I went out at the same time. That was part of your plan. Seeing that we were together, you attacked Wind Flame Mountain and Ragged Cave at the same time, so that we would have to split up. You were merely finding a chance to talk with me, but did not have any special method to do so. Tell me, what is it that you want?" Kai Chuyu spoke calmly. Before splitting up, he had already guessed Fang Yuan's intention. All that anger and hatred was just an act. Kai Chuyu's analysis was mostly right. In the previous life, when Plunder Shadow Earth Trench was still around, Kai Chuyu defended it for some time. Only after Fang Yuan attacked Wind Flame Mountain did he show up. This time, Fang Yuan took down Plunder Shadow Earth Trench in advance, but because Kai Chuyu and Great Space Temple were together, it was quite troublesome. Great Space Temple was a Space Path Immortal GU house. It countered immortal battlefields. Fang Yuan had fought against it in his previous life. Even Great Thief Ghost Hand was unable to counter it. If Fang Yuan wanted to talk to Kai Chuyu, the best way was to avoid this house and find a chance to lure Kai Chuyu out alone. This was not hard for Fang Yuan. With his deep wisdom path attainment, he could easily achieve his target with some adjustment in thinking. But Kai Chuyu was wrong about one thing. Fang Yuan did not leave behind the foundation of the resource points on purpose, but because he had no way of taking them. Kai Chuyu had misunderstood it. Of course, Fang Yuan would not correct him. Clap clap. Fang Yuan started to clap. It is so easy talking to a smart person. Senior Kai Chuyu, take a look at this. Kai Chuyu's eyes flickered with uncertainty. he carefully received the information path Mortal GU that Fang Yuan tossed out. He seemed at ease now, but he was very alert in his mind. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level, Kai Chuyu knew how devious this lad was. He was crafty and ruthless, he needed to be guarded against, one could not relax around him. But soon, Kai Chuyu's expression changed. He started to frown, a cold light flashed in his eyes as his expression turned dark. The information path Mortal GU that Fang Yuan gave him included the details of Kai clan's defensive formations, as well as Fang Yuan's conjectures and methods of breaking them. Among which was Wind Flame Mountains formation. Fang Yuan understood it very well. With his understanding, he could easily destroy the defensive formation and take all of the resources within, but he did not do that. From this point, Kai Chuyu could see Fang Yuan's sincerity. It confirmed his guesses while also showing that Fang Yuan had shocking formation path attainment. And the thing that ruined his mood was the latter part of this information path Mortal GU. These contents were very detailed about Kai clan's information. Kai Chuyu felt a chill in his heart. This was not something he could get from a little investigation. A lot of time was needed to accumulate such a rich pool of information. And in this information, the emphasis on Kai clan's internal problem, the fact that Kai Chuyu had no successor, was the main issue. This made Kai Chuyu's expression change. He was deeply shocked. Because the information was just too detailed, very clearly, someone in southern border was helping Fang Yuan, secretly providing this. Who was it? Demonic Path GU Immortals were very unlikely. They were loners and did not have much of a grudge with Kai clan. There was no need to observe Kai clan and waste their own cultivation time. Other than those predatory Righteous Path forces, who else can it be? Kai Chuyu was filled with shock and rage. Yuan clan soon became his biggest suspicion. Kai Chuyu felt deep anger. If a certain southern border Righteous Path super force was secretly helping Fang Yuan, this situation would become much more passive for him. Very likely, my Kai clan has no traitor. It is these vicious Righteous Path clans that are trying to attack my Kai clan using this sharp blade. These idiots, these fools, these traitors, they are the biggest parasites of southern border's Righteous Path. Kai Chuyu's anger was like an erupting volcano. The lava was spewing out endlessly. He was already restraining himself. If Fang Yuan was not here, he might be shaking intensely. Fang Yuan laughed secretly. He observed carefully and assessed Kai Chuyu's current mood and thoughts. He had a general idea. This information that he gave out needed a lot of manpower and resources to obtain over a long time. The truth was, there was no southern border Righteous Path clan helping him. He had obtained the information from the southern border Immortals when he captured them in the previous life. Fang Yuan was definitely going to use this hidden card well. As he had expected, once he used this card, the effect was immediately. Kai Chuyu's expression turned dark. His calm attitude was no more. I'm sure that right now, Kai Chuyu must hate these southern border Righteous Path clans much more than me. That is only natural. Throughout history, almost all organizations would hate traitors the most. But the truth is, this was merely one of my gains from the previous life. And I was able to capture those southern border Immortals because of the dream realms that Kai Chuyu had provided to me. The culprit was really just Kai Chuyu himself. Kai Chuyu's expression was very ugly. He was emitting an intense air of tragedy. He was done in by himself, but he could not sense it. Fang Yuan spoke again. Lord Kai Chuyu has been famous for a long time. You have governed Kai clan for so long, you must be sure of the value of this information. The force that gave this information to me is not just underestimating me, they are also underestimating you, Lord Kai Chuyu. Kai Chuyu heard this. He had a thought. It seems that Fang Yuan does not like being made use of. Unknowingly, he did not hate Fang Yuan that much anymore. Fang Yuan continued, now, do you believe in my sincerity? Kai Chuyu thought about Kai clan's losses. He felt pained. He squinted as he sneered at Fang Yuan. Does that mean I should thank you for holding back? Fang Yuan smiled. Chapter 1773. Fang Yuan's Epiphany. Fang Yuan sighed. We have limited time. I will say this directly. I want to make a transaction with Kai clan. Are you interested in my Dream Path research results? Kai Chuyu was slightly stunned before his cold and icy gaze changed slightly. Dream path? Did I hear wrongly? A flash of excitement flickered in Kai Chuyu's eyes for a moment. Fang Yuan's dream path research results were not a secret by now. When he disguised as Wu Yihai, his goal was the dream realm. Fang Yuan had methods to turn dream realms into people. He had used it back in the battle over the dream realms. Many super forces were extremely envious of his method. Fang Yuan had spring-autumn cicada. He had been reborn from the future which had a flourishing dream path. It was not strange that he had some dream path mysteries. One could say, Fang Yuan's dream path research results were at the peak of the 5 regions, far ahead of this world. The mysteries of dream realms and the depth of dream path, I have only made slight progress in it. What if I told Senior that my formation path attainment level was obtained from the dream realm? What do you think? Fang Yuan smiled as he spoke casually. It was like a huge rock that splashed into Kai Chuyu's heart, creating a huge commotion. Oh? Is that true? Kai Chuyu was moved. He could not hold his cool anymore. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had meticulously crafted this conversation to lower Kai Chuyu's aggression. At this point, he had complete control over the flow of the conversation. This was different from the previous life. Fang Yuan tossed out an information path GU worm. Senior, take a look. Kai Chuyu received it and his gaze flickered. He unconsciously grasped the information path mortal GU in his hand, as if afraid that it would fly off. The information path mortal GU had all sorts of details regarding dream path mysteries. It was incredibly attractive. Kai Chuyu was completely drawn into it. He quickly finished looking through. Kai Chuyu licked his lips. He felt that his throat had gotten dry after this short while. He was incredibly moved. Kai Chuyu forced himself to stay calm as he purposely asked, "What transaction do you want?" "I want dream realms. Give me dream realms and I'll give you the dream path research results of the future." Kai Chuyu did not agree instantly. He said, "This is difficult. Almost all of Southern Border's dream realms are being guarded by the Righteous Path super forces." Fang Yuan smiled. "Senior Kai, I want the dream realms on Yitian Mountain. Even though the formations there have changed, you are the person in charge. I also know that there are many hidden backdoors. It will be easy for your clan to steal some dream realms without any problems." Kai Chuyu heard this. His expression changed again. Fang Yuan understood the situation so clearly. It was really terrifying. The backdoors at Yitian Mountain's formation were Kai Chuyu's proud creation. He had created them under the eyes of all the Southern Border forces. He was bullying their lack of formation path expertise. These backdoors were set up in secret. I thought I deceived everyone, but to think that Fang Yuan saw through it. Maybe not just Fang Yuan. Sigh, I have underestimated the geniuses of this world. Kai Chuyu was overthinking it. Fang Yuan's information was obtained in his previous life. It was given to him by Kai Chuyu himself. Fang Yuan used Kai Chuyu's information against him. It was really useful. Otherwise, why would there be the saying, "Your biggest enemy is often yourself"? Fang Yuan continued to pressure Kai Chuyu as he lost his resistance. Every negotiation was a battle. Even though it was not as straightforward as fighting, it was still a contest of strength in terms of wits and tactics. Compared to the previous life, Fang Yuan had too much advantage. He was stronger now because of his information. He knew his opponent well. His tactic of putting up a front was incredibly effective. Even a person like Kai Chuyu had fallen victim to it. The transaction was quickly negotiated. It was very advantageous to Fang Yuan in the end. Kai Chuyu agreed to the transaction, but for his status, this was humiliating. But there was no choice. Fang Yuan had a strong hold over him. Firstly, he could not do anything to Fang Yuan. Even if he tried to deal with him, the risks were too high, the gains were marginal. Secondly, if he worked with Fang Yuan, he would stop plundering Kai clan. They would even gain some dream path research results. This was too attractive to Kai Chuyu. Finally, Kai Chuyu was still worried about the so-called traitors in Southern Border's Righteous Path. He wanted to find these traitors. He might be able to find them through Fang Yuan. Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Southern Border. A mountain was empty and bare, it had no vegetation and stood proudly on the ground. Around it, the ground was not flat, there were some contours but the inclination was limited, there were just some small mounds. Because of these mounds, this empty mountain looked even larger in perspective. Right now, at the peak of this empty mountain, a rank 6 Rockman GU Immortal stood as he looked up at the sky. After becoming a grotto heaven, this immortal aperture truly became different from a blessed land. It is so grand and magnificent. The size of this sovereign immortal aperture is beyond logical, it is unimaginably big, worthy of the miracle created by spectral soul demon Venerable. Every time Xian looked at this place, he would sigh internally. This was majestic, this was a miracle, this was simply a divine construct. He was completely awed by spectral soul demon Venerable, he had no thoughts of resisting Fang Yuan at all. Behind him was a group of Rockman GU masters, they were talking among themselves. After spending more than 10 days, we have finally constructed this mountain. I am so tired, we had to work from early in the morning to late at night every day. I heard that the creation of this mountain was a mission given by that supreme being. In order to complete it quickly, we paid a huge price and activated GU worms continuously, at least 30 Earth Path GU worms died in the process. Speaking of which, don't you feel that refining GU here has a high chance of success? Sigh, there will be rewards when we complete the sect missions. I hope that the Supreme GU Immortal would give us some valuable rewards. Quiet! Do you think you are qualified to discuss matters regarding that great lord? The Rockman GU Immortal could not take it anymore, he scolded. These Rockman GU masters quickly lowered their heads, becoming silent from fear. At this time, green light flickered as a figure descended from the sky, floating in the air. The Rockman GU masters looked up, it was Fang Yuan's rank 6 time path clone. Everyone's hearts jumped as they quickly knelt down, paying their respects. This subordinate greets Lord. Xian quickly greeted with a humble attitude. Fang Yuan's clone had a plain expression, he nodded and asked, has the formation been completed? Fang Yuan's mission was not just to create an artificial mountain, they had to set up an immortal formation in the interior of the mountain. Xian quickly reported, Lord, I have already set up this fire path formation according to the formation chart you provided, you just need to activate it now. Fang Yuan had already used his divine sense to penetrate the mountain, he was already looking into it. He nodded, he was quite satisfied with the setup of this formation, he was about to get these rockmen to leave, but he saw that Xian wanted to speak, although he did not dare to. Xian had rank 6 cultivation level but he had once fought against Fang Yuan, his immortal battlefield grey cloud rock puppet left Fang Yuan a deep impression, he was quite talented. After moving the rockmen, Fang Yuan sent the Rockman GU Immortals to the Stone Lotus Island to familiarize themselves with future self. Meanwhile, Xian stayed behind, he was the leader of the Rockman tribe, similar to Shui and Mo Tansang in their own tribes. You have something to say to me? Fang Yuan's clone stopped as he asked, he had some patience towards this talented person. Xian blinked as his expression turned uneasy, he made up his mind as he said, I heard that Lord has been on the offensive and gained great victories, the southern border righteous path is extremely fearful now. Even that Kai clan first supreme elder Kai Chuyu was helpless against you, he could only watch as you left freely. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light, he was such a shrewd person, how could he not understand Xian's words? He interrupted, your tribe's GU Immortals want me to stop and live peacefully, there is no need to take such risks, am I right? Oh, I beg for forgiveness. Xian bowed deeply, he had an expression of fear, this was my own bold idea, the Supreme Elders are all cultivating at the Stone Lotus Island, they are unaware. Fang Yuan's clone sneered internally. The Rockmen had different ideas to him, they wanted to live in peace and develop slowly and stably, they hated risks. They would love nothing more than for Fang Yuan to hide in a cave and cultivate for a century or a millennium. They did not want Fang Yuan to take risks, because if he died, the sovereign immortal aperture would be exposed, they would all be implicated. But how could this be possible? Fang Yuan pursued eternal life, this was only possible after destroying Fate GU. If Heavenly Court fully repaired Fate GU, they would not let him off, they would find him one day and kill him. Hiding and stalling would only lead to despair. Only during the final Central Continent Refinement Path Convention would Central Continent be attacked by all 4 regions. When Heavenly Court is at its weakest, he would have a chance of success if he acted. The variant human's wish would not come true. Not only that, they would have to fight for Fang Yuan in the future. They were already tied to him now, they could not isolate themselves. Shishacheng's words was actually the idea of many variant human GU immortals. They used Shishacheng to suggest it instead of saying it themselves. It was a way to keep themselves safe. It was a mature political tactic. Fang Yuan did not reject nor agree to anything. He waved his hand, bring the elites of the tribe and leave this mountain. Yes. Seeing that Shishacheng had taken some distance, Fang Yuan's clone started to activate the mountain's formation. Instantly, the formation became a furnace. Intense heat was emitted from it. This heat quickly charred in the interior of the mountain, creating waves of molten magma. A moment later, with an explosion, the top of the mountain erupted. Smoke rose into the sky as gushes of lava flowed down the mountain. The temperature rose sharply. The Rockman GU masters watched from afar. They gasped. This method of changing the natural environment and creating a volcano out of nothing was truly stunning. Even Shishacheng was deeply moved. His formation path attainment was low. At this point, he finally realized the use of the formation that he set up. But the more shocking thing happened next. A huge hand appeared in the sky over the mountain. It was as large as the mountain as the 5 fingers spread out, scattering countless trees onto the volcano. These trees were covered in a flowing light. They landed softly and planted into the lava itself. The terrifying lava was quickly absorbed by the roots as the trees took in all the nutrients. Soon, branches extended as leaves grew. They gave out the beautiful light of the setting sun. These were sunset parasol trees. A moment later, more hands flew out as they scattered fire phoenixes all over the volcano. One by one, the fire phoenixes landed on the top of the volcano. They were quickly suppressed and sealed by the formation. The entire process was overlooked by Fang Yuan's clone. No unexpected mishaps occurred. Shishacheng opened his mouth wide. He looked at this scene with a dumbfounded expression. Even though he knew that Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8, it was not as shocking as witnessing this himself. There were ancient desolate beasts among these fire phoenixes. Just a single one could slaughter Shishacheng without any problem. Finally, Fang Yuan's clone left behind a large number of firepath birds of all types. There was a huge variety of them. From now onwards, this will be known as Firebird Mountain. It is your Rockman tribe's resource point. Fang Yuan's clone flew towards Shishacheng. This was a huge surprise. Shishacheng quickly knelt down and thanked him. He was very excited. Fang Yuan's clone smiled. Get up, I said before that I would help all of you. This mid-sized resource point is my reward to you for your hard work of creating the mountain. This subordinate is ashamed. Shishacheng was incredibly thankful. Compared to this Firebird Mountain, the hard work that they had put in was truly insignificant. The GU worms used to create the formation of this Firebird Mountain, the formation chart used, and all the resources provided had all come from Fang Yuan. This was akin to his gift to them. Fang Yuan's clone added, I will continue to give you missions in the future. Firebird Mountain is not the final one. Shishacheng was dazed. There was deep meaning in Fang Yuan's words. Where did the fire phoenixes and sunset parasol trees come from? He had plundered them. Fang Yuan said that Firebird Mountain was not the final one. He meant that he would continue to plunder and take risks. The variant human GU Immortals gave Fang Yuan very subtle advice. Fang Yuan's rejection was also very subtle, but if one looked into it, they could see how domineering and intimidating Fang Yuan's response was. Shishacheng did not dare to contradict him. He even felt a little joy after receiving this gift. With this Firebird Mountain, my Rockman tribe can finally rise up. How can Lord Fang Yuan be someone that is so easily convinced and shaken? That is not my problem. Lord Fang Yuan has given me the task of leading the tribe. These resources are also my cultivation resources. As long as I do not go overboard, I can definitely cultivate rapidly and raise my cultivation level. Shishacheng had a heated gaze. Any GU Immortal would treasure and feel deep desire towards their own battle strength under the pressure of the calamities and tribulations. Due to Fang Yuan's political tactic, Xian had already been separated from the other Rockman GU Immortals. The Rockmen were suitable for managing Firebird Mountain. The temperature of the earth around the volcano was hot. It was a good place for Rockmen to sleep in. Of course, Eggmen were the most suitable for managing volcanoes. But currently, Fang Yuan had no intention of bringing in Eggmen. It was sufficient to develop these variant human groups now. Xian's words gave Fang Yuan quite some insight. Different from my previous life, this time around, I took in many variant human tribes. I need to nurture and strengthen them. I also need to divert some attention and resources to them. Fang Yuan could use enslavement path methods to subdue all these variant human tribes, but in that case, he would lose any chance of nurturing them as it is. I want to comprehend human path. It is not like enslavement path. Everybody has their own thoughts and desires. To maintain an organization, I will need to consider the thoughts and emotions of the members in this organization. There are no two completely identical individuals. No matter how similar, people are different in their own ways. Fang Yuan suddenly had a thought. A flash of inspiration sparked in his mind like lightning, brightening his entire mind. It was the epiphany of human path. Suddenly, Fang Yuan understood a certain point. He had a complex expression, human path, so that's it, I had a human path killer move all along. At this moment, his human path attainment level rose to Master. Human Path Master. Chapter 1774. Eerie light under her eyes. On a nameless mountain, there was the noise of a waterfall as mist spread out widely. At the cliff of the waterfall, Fang Yuan's main body sat on a pine tree branch as he thought deeply. The human path inspiration came abruptly. Fang Yuan placed great importance on it. His main body and clone stopped what they were doing and thought about it together. At this moment, inside the sovereign immortal aperture, an army had formed. There were 100,000 strength path phantoms. They stood on the grassland unmoving, like solid statues. They all had the same faces. They resembled Fang Yuan's main body. They stood in an orderly formation with the same distance between each one. This was Fang Yuan's Myriad self-army created from using Myriad self-immortal GU. Fang Yuan grasped onto that inspiration as he stopped Myriad self-immortal GU, activating Myriad self-killer move instead. In a while, a larger number of strength path phantoms formed again. Fang Yuan thought about it before using Myriad self-killer move for a third time. But this time, he did not use the immortal level killer move, but the original mortal killer move instead. Rank for all-out effort GU as the core, with the supplementary bitter strength GU, borrow strength GU, self-reliance GU, refine essence spirit GU, earth strength GU, water strength GU, wind strength GU, lightning strength GU, fire strength GU, lurking soul coat GU, breath concealment GU. Eventually creating the killer move Myriad self, splitting the main body's soul into a grand army of strength path phantoms. But because it was a mortal killer move, these strength path phantoms were far inferior to the previous phantom army. But this was the origin. Back then, during the Northern Plains Imperial Court contest, Fang Yuan combined 6-arm Heavenly Zombie King and self-strength, using Soul Path, Wisdom Path, Chi Path, and Enslavement Path killer moves as reference, solving the age-old question of combining enslavement and strength, creating this move. Next, using the foundation of this move, he developed Strength Path Giant Hand and Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The former gave Fang Yuan a new offensive method at the appropriate timing and was his strongest method for some time. The latter was the crucial trump card to Fang Yuan's ability to fight rank 8 as a rank 7. Be they Myriad Self, Strength Path Giant Hand, or Reverse Flow Protection Seal, they were very exceptional. They were top tier even among top tier killer moves. Right now, Fang Yuan gained some human path inspiration. He traced its source and modified the original version of the mortal killer move Myriad Self once again. Fang Yuan's main body and clone deduced together. At the same time, his clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. The killer move soon became modified. Fang Yuan activated Myriad Self for the 4th time. This time, he created a Strength Path Phantom army again, but different from the first three. Even though this army was standing quietly, the individuals had various expressions of all sorts. Some were crying, some were laughing, some were frowning, some were smiling, some had killing intent, some were expressionless, some were resting with their eyes shut, some had peaceful expressions, some had darting eyes, curious about everything around them, while some were sighing and grunting, looking extremely bored. Fang Yuan's divine sense swept through these phantoms, countless thoughts sparked in his mind like lightning. After a while, Fang Yuan and his clone abandoned these phantom armies, activating wisdom path methods to deduce once more. This deduction took 6 hours. After succeeding the deduction, Fang Yuan obtained an extremely complex mortal myriad self-killer move that was many times the size of the original in terms of GU worms. He activated this killer move. Because this killer move had too many GU worms, the arrangements were too complex. Even as a rank 8 GU Immortal, Fang Yuan only succeeded after a long while. This time, the myriad self-phantoms were far fewer in numbers than the original 3 versions, but they all had individuality in them. Some of these myriad self-phantoms were running, jumping, sitting and thinking, playing around. Some were even angry and furious, attacking the surrounding myriad self-phantoms and creating huge chaos. The chaos among the myriad self-phantoms grew rapidly. After a while, these myriad self-phantoms were all engaged in a huge brawl. Even though some did not want to participate, they had no choice. These myriad self-phantoms did not have the same strength, some were stronger, some were weaker. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He found that in this chaotic battle, the myriad self-phantoms who won became stronger, while those who lost became weaker, or even got destroyed. The myriad self-phantoms fell in numbers rapidly. Soon, less than 10 phantoms were still fighting intensely. Eventually, only one phantom stood on the battlefield. All the rest of the phantoms were destroyed. This phantom was tens of times stronger than before, but it was still at the mortal level. The phantom looked identical to Fang Yuan, but it was filled with anger and hatred. It roared at Fang Yuan's time path clone, showing deep killing intent and animosity. But it did not dare to attack. It charged towards the previous few groups of myriad self-phantoms. These myriad self-phantoms stood quietly and without orders from Fang Yuan. They did not move. They allowed the angry phantom to attack them. After slaughtering them all, this angry phantom's aura grew time and again. It broke the limits of the mortal level and reached the level of a rank 6 GU Immortal. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's main body and clone both showed joy on their faces. Fang Yuan's clone waved. The remaining myriad self-army moved like a tide, surrounding the angry phantom and fighting it to the death. The angry phantom had outstanding strength. Even though it was encircled, it continued to fight without fear. With every phantom it destroyed, it grew a little stronger. It did not know fatigue. It was like a fighting machine that kept growing. It growled and roared, continuing to stand on the battlefield. Eventually, after it broke through from rank 6 to 7, Fang Yuan's main body finally moved, activating a killer move and personally killing this Strength Path Phantom. This 4th myriad self-killer move that Fang Yuan used created very unique Strength Path Phantoms that had their own thoughts and personalities. Even his main body could not control them. And amazingly, all of them had terrifying potential for growth. The angry phantom started out at rank 4 level, but it eventually grew to reach the level of a rank 7 GU Immortal. Of course, only its aura and level broke through. Its own battle strength was not too high. It was even weaker than ordinary ancient desolate beasts. Because its body was phantom, it was not as sturdy as an ancient desolate beast. It was also limited in intelligence. It could not use GU worms to fight. It only had battle instinct. Be it Myriad Self-Immortal GU or Myriad Self-Killer move, they both expend my soul. This is the basis of the killer move. It is a flaw that cannot be avoided. Precisely because these Strength Path Phantoms originate from the same source, the souls can merge. They are able to get stronger by devouring each other. The final Myriad Self-Killer move that I activated is no longer just the convergence of enslavement and strength. It has progressed to become a human path killer move. Fang Yuan's time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom all along. Its eyes flickered with uncertainty and bright light. At this point, the killer move Myriad Self had become a true human path killer move. while Myriad Self-Immortal GU was confirmed to be a Human Path Immortal GU. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had felt regret that he lacked a human path method or foundation when attacking Central Continent. The truth was, he had won all along, but because he had too many issues going on and things to consider, he did not notice it during the battle. This was like the poem, "The mountain resembles a range when you look from the front, it resembles a peak when you look at it sideways." The mountain shows different features at different angles near and far. You cannot see the real Lushan mountain, because you are on the mountain yourself. His exploration in human path had started in the 500 years of his previous life, but he had no awareness in this aspect. A person's life is their exploration towards human path itself. Other than Myriad Self-Immortal GU, I also have another human path Immortal GU. That is, Perseverance GU. Wait, not just Perseverance GU. The Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU that I stole is also a human path GU worm. Looking at the Legends of Ren Zhu, Hope GU, Vanity GU, Guts GU, Stubborn GU, Pride GU, Self GU, Suffering GU, weren't all these human path GU worms? No wonder the Legends of Ren Zhu is known as the Human Path True Inheritance. It truly contains the deep profundities of human path within it. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. At this point, he could finally read the Legends of Ren Zhu with a proper level of understanding. Fang Yuan had reached this conclusion after living for nearly 600 years. His human path inspiration was not obtained from nurturing the variant humans, it was the crucial qualitative breakthrough that he gained after accumulating sufficient life experiences. It was like a small pile of gunpowder that was lit by a spark, an intense explosion with a loud sound was set off. Fang Yuan surpassed his original limits and reached a new level in human path. This was his growth after deep accumulation. Progress was very smooth. Central Continent, Heavenly Court. In Central Great Hall. The dense purple aura calmed down slowly, before it completely retracted back into Fairy Ziwei's mind. Fairy Ziwei frowned lightly. What is this demon Fang Yuan plotting now? In the Battle of Lang Wei Blessed Land, Heavenly Court lost terribly. Fairy Ziwei took the responsibility personally. She rapidly divulged the information regarding Fang Yuan for free. But currently, Fang Yuan was very strange. He had not taken any action. Normally speaking, with Starcast exposed and the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Fang Yuan would definitely spread news of it everywhere to attack Heavenly Court's prestige, to make the other four regions more antagonistic towards Heavenly Court. But Fang Yuan did not do that. Fairy Ziwei had a sense of unease all along. These last days, she had been paying close attention to Fang Yuan's movements. Even if a slight incident occurred, she would deduce it with her full strength. Fairy Ziwei already knew about Fang Yuan's actions in southern border. But why did Fang Yuan target Kai clan? What motive did he have? Was he really just going after those 3 resource points of Kai clan? Earlier, the formation in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench got destroyed. Was that mysterious GU Immortal Fang Yuan? Or maybe, he wants to refine GU now after annexing Lang Wei Blessed Land and gaining a huge foundation. Or maybe, he has already used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth. He is using his rebirth knowledge to obtain all of his potential advantages now. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After Fang Yuan's Spring-Autumn Cicada got exposed, his enemies would all consider it when they thought about his actions. Fairy Ziwei had been paying attention to this all along. Once Fang Yuan rebirths, Spring-Autumn Cicada would need a lot of time to recover. That would be the best time to kill him. At the same time, all the methods that I used already will be known to Fang Yuan. I will need to change my battle tactics. It was crucial whether Fang Yuan had already used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth or not. If he did, Fairy Ziwei would need to stop all her original plans and start from scratch. However, even though Fairy Ziwei deduced with her full strength, even after using Star Constellation chessboard, she could not confirm if Fang Yuan had been reborn or not. Fang Yuan destroyed the formation in Plunder Shadow Earth Trench but did not take the Dream Realms. He was very secretive when dealing with Meng Tu and the rest. Even for Great Thief Ghost Hand, Fang Yuan did not use it openly. He used the super formation to conceal it. Heavenly Court could not link him to Suan Bu Jin. His smoke bomb was just too brilliant. He had successfully confused Fairy Ziwei. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was a huge help in this aspect. This rebirth was very different from the previous ones. Against the strong enemy Heavenly Court, he had to consider the ink effect at all times. Fang Yuan is crafty and shrewd. He has left too little valuable information for us. Fairy Ziwei thought about it angrily. She turned around and left the central Great Hall, arriving at the place she held Spectral Soul captive. Soul Search. Spectral Soul resisted for a while before relenting as waves of memories were extracted. The secret of golden dragonfish rearing. Fairy Ziwei was first joyful before becoming disappointed. If it were before, Fairy Ziwei would be very happy about targeting Fang Yuan's main source of income, but now that he obtained Lang Ya Blessed Land, all of its businesses were taken over by him. This method that Fairy Ziwei obtained was not very useful. Even so, I cannot give up on this chance to suppress Fang Yuan. Fairy Ziwei thought about it as she gritted her teeth and made her decision. But unknown to her, while she was thinking, in the depths of her eyes, a dark eerie light flashed for an instant. Chapter 1775. Developing Green Ghost Desert. 2 GU Immortals flew rapidly while hiding their traces, the thick dark clouds providing them an additional layer of concealment. It is here. While moving, one of the GU Immortals spoke. The other immediately stopped. Next, at the center of the dark clouds, an immortal battlefield opened slowly, absorbing the 2 GU Immortals before it closed rapidly. The 2 GU Immortals entered the immortal battlefield and removed their disguise. They returned to their normal appearance. The one with lower cultivation level had an ordinary appearance, but the other was a rank 8 GU Immortal with great authority and reputation. It was the famous Kai clan's first supreme elder, Kai Chuyu. If other Righteous Path GU Immortals saw this, they would stare in disbelief and shout in shock. The great Kai Chuyu was actually sneaking around in the darkness. Who was he meeting? Senior Kai Chuyu, we meet again. The GU Immortal defending the immortal battlefield had Dream Path aura and an ordinary appearance. He was the type that would be indistinguishable in a crowd. Kai Chuyu looked at him and said in displeasure, Fang Yuan, I thought your main body would come. Aren't you being too careful? Fang Yuan was the one waiting for Kai Chuyu, and this battlefield was Yama battlefield. But Fang Yuan did not come in his main body. This was a pure dream reality seeker physique body that he created. Fang Yuan's clone smiled, I am cowardly and afraid of death. Please do understand me, Senior Kai Chuyu. Cowardly and afraid of death. Kai Chuyu's eyebrows were raised. He thought of the 3 rib bones belonging to Thunder Ghost True Monarch that were sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven, and the time when Fang Yuan disguised as Wu Yi Hai, and also the recent losses that he incurred from Fang Yuan's plundering. He smiled and said mockingly, Fang Yuan, you are too humble. I've brought the thing that you want. Let's not waste time in case mishaps occur. Let's do the transaction. This place was close to Yitian Mountain. The location was quite sensitive. Kai Chuyu did not dare to be careless. Of course. Fang Yuan's clone nodded. The two finished their transaction on the spot. Kai Chuyu obtained an information path mortal GU, while the GU Immortal beside him flew towards Fang Yuan's clone. The GU Immortal that came with Kai Chuyu was also Fang Yuan's Dream Path clone. After Fang Yuan and Kai Chuyu came to an agreement, they first targeted several southern border locations and obtained the scattered dream realms, before using pure dream reality seeker transformation to turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Next, using these pure dream reality seeker physique clones, he communicated with Kai Chuyu and met with him. Kai Chuyu brought one of them with him as he entered the secret formation space on Yitian Mountain through the back door. There, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique clone used a method to convert the rest of the dream realms into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies and stuff them into its immortal aperture. The original pure dream reality seeker physique came from a Shadow Sect member, Wisdom Path Great Expert Old Man Yangsha. The killer move pure dream reality seeker transformation was the greatest achievement of his lifetime's research. The original pure dream reality seeker transformation that he had could create the most extreme form of pure dream reality seeker physique. It had 18 hours to live, and every 2 hours, the cultivation level would rise by 1 rank. At the final moment, it would have rank 9 cultivation level. But after the battle on Xian Mountain, Shadow Sect Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, which was made from countless years of effort, was obtained by Fang Yuan, while Spectral Soul got trapped in the Dream Realm. During the second Xian Mountain battle, Purple Mountain True Monarch brought the remaining Shadow Sect forces to attack, attempting to save Spectral Soul's main body. During the battle, Purple Mountain True Monarch also used Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, but it was the incomplete version. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies were also flawed, they were not as strong as the original. The version that Fang Yuan obtained was also this incomplete one, but afterwards, he got the original version from Spectral Soul's true inheritance. In Fang Yuan's previous life, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation killer move was obtained by Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had obtained it after soul-searching Spectral Soul for a long time. Not long after, Feng Jin Huang displayed the talent of a future Venerable, she actually perfected the original version of Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation, which had a huge flaw. Thereafter, Heavenly Court obtained the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, the 11th Extreme Physique. During the final battle in Central Continent, when Fang Yuan attacked the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, he captured the perfected Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies from Feng Jin Huang and comprehended their creation. He also obtained the method to create perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. Right now, when Fang Yuan did transactions with Kai Chuyu, he did not use the perfect Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique, he was using the incomplete killer move that Purple Mountain True Monarch gave him. Because this incomplete version had a time limit in lifespan, it would self-detonate when the time was up. Fang Yuan made good use of this flaw. Even if Kai Chuyu tried to harm him, he would not get the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Before the transaction, Fang Yuan informed Kai Chuyu of this flaw. After learning that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies would self-detonate, Kai Chuyu's expression turned ugly, but for the sake of the Dream Path research results, he had to accept it. Seeing that the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body returned to Fang Yuan, he also let out a sigh of relief. If this thing self-detonated around him, even Kai Chuyu's formation path methods would be ineffective against it. This transaction carried huge risks for both parties, but the rewards were too alluring. Both sides were taking a gamble. After this first transaction, both parties were quite satisfied. They were more confident now in continuing. Before leaving, they agreed on the second transaction location and time. They also arranged many secret and safe methods to communicate. Fang Yuan's transaction with Kai Clan had changed drastically from the previous life. Last time, Fang Yuan used the Dream Realms to exchange for Kai Clan's Immortal Essence Stones and Immortal Materials. That was because he lacked Immortal Essence at the time. But now, Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and advanced to rank 8. With his rank 8 Immortal Essence, he did not lack Immortal Essence at all. He lacked Dream Realms instead. In the previous life, he basically explored all of the Dream Realms that were scattered outside. Only a small portion was worth exploring because he had sold them to Kai Chuyu. Fang Yuan needed a large number of Dream Realms, those that were on Xian Mountain. Because he knew that Spectral Soul was a great Grandmaster in all paths, his Dream Realm was on Xian Mountain. There could likely be Human Path, Information Path, and Chi Path Dream Realms. If he could completely inherit Spectral Soul's attainment levels, Fang Yuan would be qualified to annex every single rank 8 Grotto Heaven. Spectral Soul's Human Path attainment level was naturally Great Grandmaster. Without such a foundation, how could he possibly create Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU? My current Human Path attainment level is at Master. This is my accumulation after 600 years. Fang Yuan knew that with his Human Path achievement, he could not deal with Heavenly Court's Human Path methods left by different Venerables. He was still too young, his accumulation was not deep enough. Red Lotus Demon Venerable lived for 3,000 years. This was the shortest among the Venerables, but the truth was, due to his rebirths, his lifespan was far beyond 3,000. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable lived for 25,000 years, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable lived for 19,000 years, while Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable lived for 12,000 years. These three were the top three Venerables in terms of lifespan. To deal with their methods, Fang Yuan had to use dream realms to grow rapidly. Other than human path, information path, chi path, and even ice and snow path were areas that Fang Yuan desired. Fang Yuan's main body was near this transaction location. After Kai Chuyu left, he summoned his clones after a while. Soon, he placed the two pure dream clones in his sovereign immortal aperture. The dream realms that Fang Yuan obtained this time were not human path, they were mostly chi path. Chi path dream realms were very useful. If Fang Yuan had great Grandmaster attainment level in chi path, he would be able to annex Chi Si Grotto Heaven. His cultivation level would rise drastically. Fang Yuan stored the dream realms. He activated Familiar Face before using Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to leave southern border. At the next moment, he arrived in Western Desert. He disguised as the Wisdom Path GU Immortal Suan Bu Jin again. After flying for a while in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan saw Fang Clan's rank 7 GU Immortal Fang Huasheng. He was the third Supreme Elder of Fang Clan, specialized in healing methods. He wore a white robe and had white hair. As he looked at the approaching Fang Yuan, his stern expression turned into a warm smile. "Friend Suan Bu Jin, how have you been?" Fang Huasheng greeted. Fang Yuan nodded. "Thanks for the concern. My goal in coming here is to cooperate with Fang Clan and develop Green Ghost Desert together." Fang Yuan moved quickly and spoke openly, stating his intention without wasting time. This was different from the previous life. Last time, Suan Bu Jin's identity was exposed, his connection to Fang Clan was cut. As a result, Fang Yuan had to extort Fang Clan using his own identity. Even though Fang Clan relented and gave him some resources, it was not part of Fang Yuan's original plans. In addition, Fang Clan had also promised Fang Yuan an Immortal GU as a reward, but after he got exposed, they did not act on it afterwards. Afterwards, when Fang Yuan repaired Dang Hun Mountain, he lacked soul beasts and could not produce enough guts GU. His own soul path cultivation became very slow. He had felt regret towards this loss many times. It hindered his growth tremendously, his cultivation path was disrupted. But now, Fang Yuan paid attention to this issue and changed it. Even though Suan Bu Jin had used Great Thief Ghost Hand in front of Chen Yi, and also against Feng Ju Ji in the formation space, the two situations were very different. Without any evidence, nobody could link Fang Yuan to Suan Bu Jin. Even though they were both theft path methods, there were still theft path GU Immortals in the 5 regions. Currently, most people thought that in the Lang Ya Blessed Land battle, Fang Yuan's theft path method was the foundation of Lang Ya Blessed Land. After all, Long-Hair Ancestor had once worked with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Huasheng had a grim expression as he sighed. "Ever since the Battle of Divine Bin Palace, Suan Bu Jin, you have been vividly etched in our memories. We are more than happy to cooperate with you, but now..." Fang Huasheng said that as he paused, raising his head to observe Fang Yuan's expression. But he was going to be disappointed. Fang Yuan's plain face had no change of expression at all. Fang Huasheng had no choice but to continue. "Right now, our Fang Clan is in an awkward position. We are facing pressure from Western Desert's righteous path, which is giving us problems. Especially recently, friend Suan Bu Jin, there have been rumors that you are actually the demon Fang Yuan, because you both possess a method to steal Immortal GU and also oppose Heavenly Court. That demon Fang Yuan has Familiar Face after all. He can conceal himself and has a vicious heart. We truly cannot defend against him. Even Heavenly Court is without means against him." Chapter 1776. Fang Clan's External Supreme Elder. But Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his mind was calm and tranquil. Because he had heard of such rumors long ago. Since he was going against Heavenly Court, he had to have great foresight. Currently, he was trying to stand above the 5 regions, using the entire GU world as the chessboard to compete against Heavenly Court. Rumors that said Suan Bu Jin and Fang Yuan were the same person did not originate from Heavenly Court. Fairy Z-Wei had no evidence. Random guesses would only ruin Heavenly Court's reputation. At most, they could only suspect it and try to help spread this rumor. The ones who came up with it were Western Desert's other Righteous Path forces. Fang clan had obtained complete victory in the battle over Divine Bin Palace. They defeated Chen Yi and Qing Chou, obtaining Divine Bin Palace and even recruiting 2 rank 7 demonic path experts, Old Ghost by Jun and Eagle Concubine. Fang clan's gains were huge. After they assimilate this newfound strength, their battle strength would rise greatly. They would jump up and become the #1 Western Desert Righteous Path force. This would break the current balance. There would be a huge commotion that would affect the Righteous Path force's benefits. Thus, they worked together and tried to suppress Fang clan. In order to make up excuses so they could act freely, they started looking for reasons. All sorts of random stories and old feuds were dug up. Even historical conflicts were taken out and used as excuses. If they could not find any reasons, what would they do? They would create reasons. Using all sorts of rumors and underground information, they could create commotion that sounded reasonable, but would be easily dispelled if effort was placed into answering them. The rumor that Suan Bu Jin was Fang Yuan was one of them. There was no strong evidence, but did rumors need evidence to begin with? These were just rules of the game that the Righteous Path played. They were working together to target Fang clan and needed this layer of reasoning. Who cared if there was evidence? These reasons were sufficient. Fang Yuan even suspected that this rumor regarding himself was the inspiration of a random GU Immortal one day. This GU Immortal who created the rumor would likely never think that they had actually hit the nail on the head. But Fang Yuan was quite sure that Fang clan would not believe this rumor. Even though Suan Bu Jin appeared abruptly, he had a reasonable background that they could research on. Fang Yuan made ample preparations for this purpose. He had linked Suan Bu Jin's background to a Western Desert lone immortal, Sheng Jingshan. Fang clan trusted the background that Fang Yuan had provided to a large extent. Because Sheng Jingshan had lived tens of thousands of years ago, his relationship with Fang clan was a secret. The other forces did not know it. Fang clan would not admit that Suan Bu Jin was Fang Yuan in any case, unless strong evidence forced them to be speechless. It was like this in the previous life. Because Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Fang clan was quite troubled. Western Desert's Righteous Path forces found the perfect excuse and became overjoyed. Fang Yuan knew that Fang Huasheng's words were simply to gain the maximum benefits for Fang clan. Fang Yuan sneered internally. He looked at Fang Huasheng with a plain gaze. In that case, forget it. I will look for the other clans to work together. Saying this, he turned around and left quickly. Fang Huasheng saw Fang Yuan's gaze and felt his heart jump. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to leave, he gasped and quickly chased. Suan Bu Jin, wait, hold up. What is it? Is anything the matter? Fang Yuan slowed down as he floated in the air. He looked at Fang Huasheng with a mocking gaze, saying plainly, isn't Fang clan in huge trouble now and does not want to cooperate? Fang Huasheng had a bitter smile. He understood that Fang Yuan knew the fact that Fang clan was trying to extort him through this reason. But Fang Huasheng was helpless because he was currently exposed. Regarding this, Fang Huasheng was mentally prepared. Because before coming, Fang clan's Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster Fang Di Chang had already informed him. Suan Bu Jin was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Fang Huasheng cupped his fist towards Fang Yuan. Friend Suan Bu Jin, please don't worry. Even though Fang clan is in dire straits now, our determination to cooperate with you has never wavered. Our relationship extends all the way to tens of thousands of years ago. This is really a special connection between us. We need to treasure it. Last time, during the battle over Divine Bin Palace, we worked together harmoniously. If not for your help, we would have had much more difficulties in obtaining Divine Bin Palace. We still owe you the reward for that battle. Even though you allowed us to delay the payment, we have never forgotten about it. Before coming, First Supreme Elder even told me to apologize to you properly regarding that matter. Fang Huasheng said a long string of beautiful words without any effort. Fang Yuan felt disdain on the inside, but he showed a faint smile, cooperating with Fang Huasheng while allowing this matter to end on a nice note. Fang Yuan said, I know about Fang clan's circumstances, you know I am a Wisdom Path GU Immortal too, I vitally want to develop Green Ghost Desert as well. I have already written the details of this cooperation, take a look. Fang Huasheng received the information path Mortal GU, he looked into it, his face turning pale gradually. The details that Fang Yuan wrote were advantageous to him, the conditions were neither too harsh nor too easy on Fang clan, it was right on Fang clan's bottom line. Friend, you are truly a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Fang Huasheng felt a chill in his heart as he spoke with admiration. Even though Fang clan obtained Divine Bin Palace, the refinement of this GU house was very difficult, they were making little progress. After the Battle of Divine Bin Palace, Fang clan's 3 immortal GU houses were heavily damaged, Fang clan's strength fell drastically, they were at their weakest point. But at this moment, Western Desert's righteous path forces acted together to suppress Fang clan. They were in a worrying state now, they needed external help. Suan Bu Jin was an ideal reinforcement. Because from Fang clan's perspective, Suan Bu Jin was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal with methods to enslave a Soul Beast army. During the battle in Divine Bin Palace, he even showed the ability to steal rank 8 Immortal GU Soul Beast token, it was simply shocking. Fang clan was very wary regarding Suan Bu Jin, but thankfully they had a historical relationship and had worked together before. At this point, if Fang clan could gain a rank 7 expert like him, their morale would rise, it would help this situation greatly. And if they refused to cooperate with Suan Bu Jin, he might even be forced to join his enemies instead. If Suan Bu Jin worked with the other Righteous Path forces, Fang clan's circumstances would be even worse. Fang clan was wary of Suan Bu Jin, but they also needed him. Suan Bu Jin was only a rank 7 GU Immortal, but Fang clan was not able to reject his offer to work together even if they wanted to. Fang Yuan knew about this point, that was why he acted fearlessly against Fang Huasheng. In the negotiation with Kai Chuyu earlier, I could have failed. But in this current negotiation, I have no way of losing. Fang Yuan felt very confident in this. Of course, if Suan Bu Jin's identity is really exposed, Fang clan would never cooperate with me no matter what. That was why I gave up in the previous life and directly extorted them. This was the rule of the Righteous Path. As for why Kai Chuyu took the risk to make transactions with Fang Yuan, the profits were too immense. Additionally, Kai Chuyu was confident that even if the matter got exposed, he could still deny it. Kai clan also had a formation defending them, they were extremely safe, in the worst case, he just had to give up some resource points. Kai clan's circumstances and status were different from Fang clan. Because of the two clans' differences, they could make different decisions. Fang Huasheng looked at the contents clearly before returning the information path Mortal GU to Fang Yuan. But at the same time, he handed another information path Mortal GU to Fang Yuan. Second Supreme Elder has personally entrusted this to me. According to your proposal, we can definitely cooperate. But this information path Mortal GU contains another proposal filled with Fang clan's sincerity, please take a look and consider it. Fang Yuan laughed to himself on the inside, he knew what the contents were before he even looked at it. After taking a look, Fang Yuan's lips curled up indistinctly. As expected, Fang clan wrote one condition, they invited Fang Yuan to be their external Supreme Elder. Fang Yuan smiled secretly to himself but he showed a hesitant expression. He said to Fang Huasheng solemnly, this is a huge matter, I need a few days to consider it. Fang Huasheng was overjoyed, he was afraid that Fang Yuan would reject him on the spot. Now that he said he would consider it, it meant that he was inclined to accept the offer. It was not strange for him to be moved by it. Back then, when Fang Huasheng first saw the plan to recruit Fang Yuan, he was very shocked too, to think that the clan was willing to pay such a huge price. Fang Huasheng quickly said, please take your time to consider it, I'm sure you can see Fang clan's sincerity and foundation, even though this is a difficult time, our future is bright. The truth is, our clan already has some progress in refining Divine Bin Palace. Fang Yuan gasped as he showed an obvious expression of being moved. But he was rolling his eyes internally. Fang clan's progress in refining Divine Bin Palace was definitely very slow. The reason? because they did not use it to fight even during the final battle in Central Continent. Fang Huasheng was simply lying through his teeth. But that was not Fang Yuan's concern. He decided to agree to Fang clan's request and become their external Supreme Elder. Given enough time, with his own information path methods, no agreements could bind him. With this relationship, the development of Green Ghost Desert would become even smoother. Fang Yuan would also gain a lot of cultivation resources as his reward for joining Fang clan. These resources moved Fang Yuan as well. But he could not agree now. If he did, it would seem like he was too eager. That was not how Suan Bu Jin would act. Fang clan's wisdom path Great Grandmaster Fang Di Chang had incredible methods and capability. Fang Yuan had witnessed it personally. He could not underestimate him. At this point, Fang Yuan said goodbye to Fang Huasheng. "Goodbye, friend." Fang Huasheng stayed as he watched Fang Yuan leave. He had an expression of sincerity on his face. Fang Yuan felt a little amused. "I will agree to this in a few days. If one day, my identity gets exposed, I wonder how Fang clan would react." Chapter 1777. Ink Effect. In Mini Southern Border, a damaged mountain stood proudly on the ground. Even though it was damaged, the surrounding mounds were still like tiny pebbles compared to it. Different from normal mountains, it looked like it was made of crystals. It was pink throughout while emitting the colors of dreams and illusions. It was the secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, Dang Hun Mountain. Fang Yuan's divine sense went around it entirely. Dang Hun Mountain is about 80% repaired. This is way faster compared to the previous life. Compared to now, his previous life was truly pitiful. Firstly, he did not annex Lang Ya Blessed Land. The battle expended a lot of his immortal essence storage. Afterwards, he attacked southern borders areas and stole dream realms, before transacting with Kai Chuyu to gain a large number of immortal essence stones, finally replenishing his immortal essence storage. In the previous life, Fang Yuan used landscape as before Immortal GU to repair Dang Hun Mountain. He expended a vast amount of immortal essence. Landscape as before was just rank 6 while Fang Yuan's immortal essence was rank 7. He also faced pressure from the outside, be they Heavenly Court or Southern Border. They wanted to create problems for him. For a long time, Fang Yuan's immortal essence storage was kept at a dangerous level. He could not accumulate any as his expenditure was huge. But now, after annexing Lang Ya Blessed Land, everything was different. He became a rank 8 GU Immortal. He was able to produce rank 8 White Lychee Immortal Essence in his Sovereign Immortal Aperture in advance. It was the same as 100 Red Date Immortal Essence beads. That was to say, Fang Yuan's Immortal Essence was produced at 100 times the efficiency as the previous life. At the same time, Fang Yuan had rank 7 Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, while Lang Ya Blessed Land itself had a huge stock of Immortal Essence stones. This huge foundation was sustaining Fang Yuan. He faced no problems in terms of Immortal Essence. By spending a huge amount of Immortal Essence without concern, Dang Hun Mountain was being repaired at an extremely fast rate, far superior than his previous life. In the previous life, at this time, Dang Hun Mountain was only 30% repaired. But now, it was already 80% repaired. Given just a bit more time, it would be fully repaired. If landscape as before had a higher rank, the recovery speed would be even faster. Currently, landscape as before was merely rank 6, using it to repair Dang Hun Mountain was like chopping a tree using a knife. Even though Fang Yuan had rank 8 Immortal GU Advanced Refinement and the long hair refinement path formation, he was unwilling to take the risk to refine landscape as before due to his vigilant nature. Unless he obtains Regret GU and creates Regret Pool. The success rate of GU refinement was too low. If he failed and the Immortal GU got destroyed, it would be a disaster. Fang Yuan had thought of the Vital GU. When a Vital GU is refined, no matter how many times it fails, it would not die. But Fang Yuan's clone had Spring Autumn Cicada as its Vital GU, while the Sovereign Immortal Body was created using Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU, it had no such thing as a Vital GU. If I can obtain a GU Immortal's body and use Split Soul to turn it into my clone, I can change the Vital GU and refine landscape as before Immortal GU using it. That would be safer. But this plan could not be done now. It was not that he could not capture GU Immortals, he had a batch of them now. But the problem was, the amount of expended soul foundation was huge. With his current foundation, he could not use split soul. Whenever a wisdom path GU Immortals makes deductions on Fang Yuan, Emperor Yama would activate and expend his soul foundation. Every pure dream reality seeker physique body that Fang Yuan creates would expend his soul foundation. The same went for Myriad self. And exploring dream realms also damaged the soul. With all these reasons, Fang Yuan's soul was constantly being drained. Especially recently, Fairy Z Wei had been deducing matters on Fang Yuan every now and then, causing Emperor Yama to be activated continuously. Fang Yuan was consistently pestered, his guts GU storage was reaching its end. Ever since Rebirth, even though the ink effect gave Fang Yuan lots of benefits, there were also problems that happened. In the previous life, his soul foundation was able to last for a long time. But now, it was terrible. At this rate, he would finish his stock of guts GU. Fang Yuan would need to use other soul path methods instead. These soul path methods all had their downsides, none were as useful as guts GU. There is another issue. Heavenly Court has started to take over the dragonfish business. Heavenly Court is actually selling a large number of iron dragonfish and silver dragonfish. They seem to be able to produce golden dragonfish too. It is causing a great impact to my dragonfish business. Even though this happened in the previous life as well, it occurred much later. To think that it would happen in advance now. But Fang Yuan was helpless about this. Spectral soul was taken captive. Fairy Z Wei was likely provoked by the loss in Lang Ya Blessed Land. She intensified the soul search on spectral soul and obtained the information regarding the dragonfish business. It seems that spectral soul is starting to lose his hold. Even in the previous life when Longevity Heaven attacked Heavenly Court, he did not show up, he was imprisoned all along. Fang Yuan sighed, retracting his complex emotions. He had no time to waste. He had to use every minute and every second. Who knew if this extra second would be significant during the huge battle in the future? Any bit of accumulation mattered greatly. Fang Yuan's post-rebirth plans were progressing smoothly and gradually. Lang Ya Blessed Land was annexed. He became a rank 8 GU Immortal, after which he took in the Four Races Alliance and gained a huge foundation. His human path attainment broke through to master level. Kai Chuyu made a transaction with him. The contents were even more advantageous to him than in the previous life. There was also Fang clan trying to recruit him. The plan to develop Green Ghost Desert was going to be very helpful. All of these changes and accumulations were totally beyond his previous life. Fang Yuan did not relax at all. He knew that the southern borders leaders were going to meet and create a group to chase after him next. On one hand, Fang Yuan's attack was a type of provocation towards the southern border righteous path. They had to make an active response. On the other hand, Wu clan, Tai clan, Ba clan, and the others also wanted to gain some benefits from this and raise their reputation. They wanted to gain a larger say in this group. There should be some time left. Because Southern Borders Righteous Path clans will not have an easy time coming up with a plan or conclusion. They need to compete against each other. With the emergence of earth trenches, the clans need to fight for natural resources. They have a lot of conflict among themselves. Currently, Tai clan's Beacon Tower plan had not started yet. Even though Tai clan promoted it, the clans were not willing to let it start. In fact, the Southern Border Alliance was nowhere to be seen. Wu Yong had such ambitions, but if he mentioned it now, it would be a joke. Fang Yuan had a lot of things to do. Firstly, he needed to modify his Jade Flow Pearl killer move. This killer move used rank 7 fixed immortal travel as the core and almost all of Fang Yuan's current space path immortal GU, a few refinement path immortal GU, and a lot of supplementary mortal GU to construct. He had used this killer move many times. It was already exposed. Even though Kai Chuyu was transacting with him secretly, he would definitely search for relevant information and look for other wisdom path immortals to find a way to counter it. To prevent himself from being countered, Fang Yuan needed to modify it and create a new version just in case. Because now, Bai Ning Bing, Ying Wu Xie, and the rest were still cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. Omnidirectional travel could not be used now. Even though Shui, Mo Tan Sang, and Shisha Cheng were prospective replacements, Fang Yuan did not practice with them a lot. They were far from actually mastering it. In terms of movement, Fang Yuan was heavily relying on omnidirectional travel and fixed Immortal travel's killer move. If these two methods were unusable and Fang Yuan got encircled, he would be in trouble. One could never be too careful. The killer move involving fixed Immortal travel was Fang Yuan's method of escaping if an unexpected mishap occurred. Next, he had to repair Spring-Autumn Cicada. Currently, he was already using Immortal killer moves to help the weakened rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada recover more quickly. He also had to develop his businesses aggressively. The Dragonfish business was heavily affected. Heavenly Court had a deep foundation. Fang Yuan could not compete against it. Many of Lang Ya Blessed Land's businesses were needed by Fang Yuan himself. The rest needed to be adapted to suit Fang Yuan's current needs. Additionally, Fang Yuan also disguised his identity in Treasure Yellow Heaven and purchased immemorial year beasts. As for the conceptualization of the incomplete Immortal GU house, as well as the deduction of the killer move GU as before, they were underway. Fang Yuan wanted to create his personal Immortal GU house. In the previous life, his Immortal GU house was constantly destroyed or damaged. These terrible experiences were precious to the current him. He had benefited greatly. His gains ever since he was reborn were quickly absorbed. Fang Yuan made use of every minute and second to grow stronger rapidly. Several days later. Western Desert, Fang Clan's headquarters. It is truly our clan's blessing that friend Suan Bu Jin could join us. From today onwards, you will be renowned throughout Western Desert, or even the other 4 regions. Fang Clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong held Fang Yuan's hands warmly. Fang Yuan smiled as he pulled back his hand inconspicuously. This old man looked very valiant and upfront on the outside but was actually devious and sinister. Fang Yuan had witnessed him sneak attacking Chen Yi and beating him up in Divine Bin Palace. The moment I joined Fang Clan, Fang Gong came to welcome me personally, while Fang Di Chang and the rest can't wait to spread news of this. It seems that Fang Clan is truly in a bad state now. Fang Yuan thought about it. He looked towards Fang Di Chang as he smiled. Fang Di Chang had a strange feeling of nervousness. He thought to himself, what is going on? Why do I have a bad feeling all of a sudden? At the next moment, Fang Di Chang's and Fang Gong's expressions changed. Fang Gong shouted loudly, such guts! Demonic Path GU Immortals dare to attack our clan's precious heavenly Dew Oasis. Do they think that our Fang Clan is easy to bully? Fang Di Chang had a grim expression as he said, it is a complex matter. It might not be Demonic Path GU Immortals but other forces instead. Especially now when Elder Suan Bu Jin has just joined us. We have just released this information in Treasure Yellow Heaven, but this actually happened. Fang Yuan snorted coldly from agitation. He had a grim expression. Let me handle this. Fang Di Chang and Fang Gong looked at each other rapidly. Fang Gong clapped. Wonderful, Elder, we will wait for good news from you. Chapter 1778. Fang and Fang scheming each other. Fang Yuan's body moved like light smoke, traveling rapidly within the sandstorm. An oasis with a huge area appeared in his vision. This was Heavenly Dew Oasis. The oasis had a large lake that had a lot of water in it. It was almost like a small sea. Acupuncture trees were planted all around this lake. This tree was dark green in color. It resembled a human shape with arms and legs. Its legs were stabbed into the depths of the desert, absorbing water and maintaining its vitality. Its arms were either spread out or pointed towards the sky. Some were standing, their arms bent and their pinky fingers pointed towards their heads, as if they were picking their noses. Some were completely lying on the ground like a lazy person. The hands were placed behind their heads as they looked up at the sky. A large number of acupuncture trees, several hundreds of them, surrounded Heavenly Dew Oasis tightly, forming the first line of defense. Ordinary acupuncture trees were the most numerous. They were 10 to 20 feet tall. They looked like still giants. There were also several hundred desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were even larger, at 50 to 60 feet tall. They were very grand. There were also 10 or so ancient desolate plant acupuncture trees. They were large like mountains. Even if they were lying down, they were extremely conspicuous among the other trees. At ancient desolate level, the acupuncture trees would blossom every year. The petals were snow white. The core had rainbow colors that were mostly pink, yellow, and light blue. Each petal was a seed of the acupuncture tree. It could scatter with the wind. The acupuncture tree was very valuable. It had great use. Each leaf, each branch, and each root was a GU material. It had rich fire path and wood path Dao marks. When a strong enemy attacks, these acupuncture trees would stand up like giants, waving their limbs around and moving in the desert. They would fight the enemies using their strength and sharp needles. During normal times, they would be peaceful. When they met someone they favored, they would move their needles to pierce into them and inject some liquid. This liquid was like spring water, but it had great value. It could increase the vitality and foundation of the living being. It could alleviate fatigue and illnesses, even treating diseases. By using the acupuncture needles regularly, one could stay healthy and strong. They can even live longer. Ignoring the more valuable lake, just these acupuncture trees surrounding it were very valuable. They made this heavenly dew oasis a giant resource point. This oasis was famous in Western Desert. It was one of the top 10 oases. Fang clan had placed much importance into this asset. Even though Fang Yuan's Dragonfish Sea was a giant resource point too, it was dwarfed in comparison with this oasis. Recently, Fang clan has faced the suppression of the other Western Desert forces. Among all of their resource points, the small ones are being affected and even taken away. This time, Heavenly Dew Oasis was attacked. Fang clan's limit for tolerance was touched, so Fang Gong showed deep anger in response. After a while, Fang Yuan arrived above Heavenly Dew Oasis. The formation of Heavenly Dew Oasis was already activated. It was resisting a mysterious GU Immortal. This GU Immortal cultivated soul path. He wore a black robe, and above him, there was a dark cloud. He was surrounded by grey-white vengeful spirits that moved around in the sky. He moved in a peculiar manner. His killer move was outstanding. Each attack would emit a shrill noise that made people feel goosebumps all over. The Fang clan GU Immortal defending Heavenly Dew Oasis had already activated the formation. But Fang clan's formations were inferior to Kai clan. Their strong point was in Immortal GU houses. Furthermore, this Western Desert Soul Path GU Immortal attacked peculiarly and ruthlessly. Half the formation was already destroyed. He was rampaging in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Fang Yuan did not conceal his aura. He arrived in the battlefield and attacked the Soul Path GU Immortal. Boom, boom, boom. The two fought as they created thunderous noises. Air current surged and created huge waves in the Oasis Lake. Fang clan's GU Immortal contacted Fang Yuan and asked him to help, but Fang Yuan only told him to defend the Oasis. The Fang clan GU Immortal was worried because the Soul Path GU Immortal was very strong. He felt very uneasy in this situation. But Fang Yuan showed an even stronger stance. He had many Immortal GU, while acting as Suan Bu Jin. Even with just Wisdom Path methods, he had a variety of different methods that could not be dealt with easily. The Soul Path GU Immortal had peculiar methods, but Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path killer moves were more exquisite, filled with wisdom and elegance. As the two fought, Fang Yuan gained the upper hand. He slowly obtained control over the tempo of the battle. The Western Desert Soul Path GU Immortal became more fierce in his attacks as he shouted, "Who are you? How did Fang clan find someone like you?" Fang Yuan laughed loudly. "I am Wisdom Path Suan Bu Jin, an external supreme elder of Fang Yuan. I have just joined Fang clan, but you jumped out to provoke me. You are simply looking down on me. I will take your life." Fang Yuan's display of killing intent surged as he forced the Soul Path GU Immortal back into a dangerous spot. The Fang clan GU Immortal inside the formation felt a chill in his heart. This newly joined Supreme Elder of the clan was definitely not a kind or easygoing person. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance. His face was full of sternness and arrogance. He waved his sleeves as he attacked like raging tides. His attacks were very powerful. The spectator was deeply shocked. After a while, the Soul Path GU Immortal shouted loudly. He seemed to have used a killer move with deep backlash. His face turned pale as his aura became dim. He was very weakened now. But his speed increased rapidly. he flew out of the battlefield like a sharp arrow. "Where are you going?" Fang Yuan shouted loudly, chasing relentlessly. Under the Fang clan's GU Immortals' expectant gaze, Fang Yuan chased after the Soul Path GU Immortal. Fang clan headquarters. In the room, Fang Gong and Fang Dichang were discussing their plan in secret. All of a sudden, they stopped their discussions at the same time. "Oh?" Suan Bu Jin made the strong enemy retreat. "He is really fast." Fang Dichang smiled. "But?" Fang Gong had a low tone. According to the information, Suan Bu Jin chased after him but returned midway. According to Suan Bu Jin, he returned in order to prevent the enemy from setting a trap and ambushing him elsewhere. "What do you think about that?" Fang Dichang smiled. "Suan Bu Jin is a wisdom path GU Immortal like me. He might have found some clues and sensed a scheme. Or maybe, he did not want to spend so much effort on this. Forcing the enemy away was already enough to show some credit for his work. He is not a Fang clansman after all. He joined us because the rewards were plentiful, and also because he wants to develop Green Ghost Desert with us." Fang Dichang's analysis of Fang Yuan was very in-depth. Fang Gong nodded. "Suan Bu Jin has good strength. His methods are numerous. Should we rope him into this plan too?" Fang Dichang shook his head. "I would not advise you to do that. He has just joined us. We do not know about his background yet. Even though we have the agreement, we cannot entrust everything to it. He is an uncertainty." Fang Gong pondered. "Then forget it. I just felt that it was a pity. He has great battle strength after all." Fang Dichang smiled. "Actually, even without him, our arrangements are sufficient already. Even if he does not join our secret plan, he can also provide some help. We should let him defend Heavenly Dew Oasis instead. We can bring the rank 7 member back to participate in this. In that case, we can show that our Fang clan is willing to give outsiders a chance. We can use Suan Bu Jin as a good example. With the results of this battle and our spreading of the news, he will gain huge fame. He will become an eyesore of the Western Desert Righteous Path forces. He will draw a lot of the attention away from us." "Ha ha ha." Fang Gong laughed, looking at Fang Dichang with deep admiration. "It is truly great that our Fang clan has a Wisdom Path great Grandmaster like you." The next day. "Letting me defend this place." Fang Yuan looked at Heavenly Dew Oasis as his thoughts moved rapidly like lightning. He was already using his Wisdom Path killer moves. "I have just joined Fang clan, but they actually let me defend this place alone. They deployed the original rank 7 GU Immortal elsewhere. And with the battle earlier, Fang clan promoted it intensely. The Western Desert Righteous Path is already onto me. Normally speaking, Fang clan should deploy 1 GU Immortal here to keep an eye on me. But not only did they not do that, Fang clan's experts are also moving in a peculiar fashion. It seems that they are going to attempt something big. In the previous life, what did Fang clan do?" Fang Yuan frowned. In the previous life, because Suan Bu Jin got exposed, Fang Yuan did not pay much attention to Fang clan. Fang Yuan did not know how Fang clan countered the suppression of Western Desert's Righteous Path, what happened from now until the time Fang clan took the lead to attack Emperor City. It seems that Western Desert's Righteous Path had worked together to conceal the truth. Or perhaps, something has changed in this life already. The ink effect has already spread until here. Fang Yuan lacked information now. He could not think of any plan. For the following period, he could only wait and see what happens. On one hand, he can wait for the development here. On the other hand, he had to continue his plans. "Ying Wuxie, where are you now?" He contacted Ying Wuxie. Within Green Ghost Desert, a Soul Path GU Immortal looked at the dark sky as he moved with his head lowered, reporting to Sect Leader, "I am already inside Green Ghost Desert." It was Ying Wuxie. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had secretly brought him out of the Stone Lotus Island and gave him Yang San Mu's body, Immortal Aperture, his Soul Path GU worms, and the modified Soul Path killer moves. Ying Wuxie had changed his appearance already. If Fang clan's GU Immortals saw him now, they would be enraged. "Isn't this the mysterious GU Immortal who attacked our Heavenly Dew Oasis yesterday? Very good, I have already handed Soul Beast token to you. Go ahead and develop the army." Keep in contact with me at all times. I already have fixed Immortal Travel's killer move now, I can reinforce you at any time. Don't be careless and end up in an Immortal battlefield or a formation space. Fang Yuan added. I understand, sect leader. Ling Wuxie replied respectfully, with me here, there will be an unceasing supply of soul beasts. Chapter 1779. Killer Move Steel Dao. Because he was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. Usually, only experts among rank 8s had Great Grandmaster attainment level, they were hard to deal with. There would be too many traces left behind if Fang Yuan tried to use Wisdom Path methods to deal with Fang Dichang's deductions. After all, Fang Yuan was just a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, he was skilled at deductions and killer move modification in terms of Wisdom Path. Using the light of wisdom, in terms of deducing killer moves, he was the #1 person in the world. But dealing with other GU Immortals and resisting other Wisdom Path GU Immortals' deductions was not Fang Yuan's expertise. After Fang Yuan joins Fang clan, it might stir some strange feelings in Fang Dichang. Wisdom Path GU Immortals were usually very calm. If their mental state was affected and their emotions changed, it would signify a huge problem. Thus, Fang Yuan arranged for Ling Wuxie to disguise as a Western Desert GU Immortal and attack Fang clan's Heavenly Dew Oasis. As expected, Fang Dichang fell for it and did not suspect Fang Yuan. Making Ling Wuxie attack Heavenly Dew Oasis had another deeper meaning. It was to help Fang Yuan integrate into Fang clan more quickly. Suan Bu Jin had worked with Fang clan to fight over Divine Bean Palace, but he had just joined the clan. Western Desert's righteous path was not familiar with him, while Fang clan held suspicion towards his loyalty. At this time, Fang Yuan arranged for such an event. He displayed his own battle strength and to a certain extent, his loyalty towards Fang clan. However, Fang Dichang's Wisdom Path attainment level is higher than mine. The more we interact, the more likely he would be to find out the truth. Fang Yuan alerted himself. Dealing with a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was too troublesome. Even though Fang Yuan was using familiar face killer move, he was in danger of getting exposed. Other than that, there was another risk, Ling Wuxie. Ling Wuxie's disguise method was not special, after all Soul Path did not specialize in that. Furthermore, legendary immemorial Soul Beast Ching Cho was likely still lurking somewhere in Green Ghost Desert. These were all hidden dangers and risks. But compared to these risks, Fang Yuan's need for a vast number of soul beasts to raise his soul path cultivation level was greater. He was willing to take the risk. Even though I joined Fang clan and they agreed to develop Green Ghost Desert, giving me a portion of the soul cores once in a while, they are very busy now, and because they have some stockpile of soul cores, they will likely hand me these accumulated soul cores during this period of time. Fang Yuan had already expected this. He needed to rely on himself for the development of Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan had not thought of relying on Fang clan to capture soul beasts for him. In that situation, Fang clan would not try their best after all. The truth was, Fang Yuan did not want Fang clan to overly take control of Green Ghost Desert. The cooperation with them was to prevent Fang clan from causing trouble. After all, there was only one clan, Fang clan, around the vicinity of Green Ghost Desert. Fang Yuan could not station himself in Green Ghost Desert, he had to arrange pawns like Ling Wuxie. If Fang clan found trouble with him, they could not deal with Fang Yuan easily, but Ling Wuxie was an easy target. Fang Yuan had considered many things. In this case, he had to cooperate with Fang clan first. Even though Fang clan did not have effective methods to use the soul beasts, they would capture many soul beasts each year and extract their soul cores. It could build up their inventory and also be sold for profit. If Fang Yuan tried to hunt in Green Ghost Desert alone using Suan Bu Jin's identity, Fang clan would find him an eyesore. As the super force that was the closest to Green Ghost Desert, Fang clan had already treated Green Ghost Desert as their own territory. Fang Yuan could not eliminate them entirely, he had to choose to work with them. Turning an enemy into a friend was also a way of eliminating an enemy. From Fang Yuan's perspective, killing was just a method. Other than killing, there were many other methods he could use. To achieve his goals, he had to use the most appropriate and effective method, regardless of what it entailed. This was different from Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable handled matters and conflict with basically one method. That was to kill. You do not relent? Kill. You are an eyesore? Kill. His own mood was bad? Kill. He was bored? Kill. Fang Yuan began to inspect Heavenly Dew Oasis. He had already seen the acupuncture trees, they were at the periphery. But he had to enter the formation to observe the lake water within it. Heavenly Dew Oasis not only had a lot of water resources, they were of various types. Commonly seen were delicate springs, jade-toad drool, bitter fragrance water. More rare ones included divine strength water, black-white water, and others. There was a huge quantity of GU materials, with immortal materials of all kinds. For example, even though divine strength water was a type of water, it contained strength path Dao marks, it was a rank 6 strength path immortal material in the market. In Mortal Fables, divine strength water had a lot of names. Often, when mortal heroes drink this water, they would gain divine strength and be able to defeat evil GU masters. And because this divine strength water was an immortal material, drinking it without food path methods would kill even a GU immortal just because of its strength path Dao marks. Therefore, the mortals of these stories often die themselves after taking revenge. The most important one was black-white water. Black-white water was a rank 7 immortal material. It was situated at the center of Heavenly Dew Oasis. During daytime, the black-white water would be white, during night, it would be black. Placing the black-white water there while exposed to the sky, as the days and night cycle, the black-white water would create drops of heavenly dew. The heavenly dew was transparent and looked like a droplet, it was round and each drop had the size of a baby's finger. The heavenly dew could not fuse together, droplets could only be placed together but not as one entity. The most valuable thing in Heavenly Dew Oasis was the heavenly dew. It was a rank 8 immortal material. Fang Yuan soon found that this black-white water region had 100 droplets of heavenly dew accumulated here. Ling Wuxie attacked this place but did not reach the center. The heavenly dew that had accumulated for half a year was still here. Fang Yuan smiled as he stored 30 droplets of heavenly dew away without hesitation. This was the hidden rule of the righteous path. Any GU immortal sent to defend the resource points would secretly keep a portion of the resources for their own cultivation needs. Of course, this was not an outright rule. But basically, all the super forces allowed this. Being stationed outside to defend resource points was a tough job, it had risks. Without this benefit, who would want to do it? In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had learned about these things. Taking 30 drops of heavenly dew was the limit already. This was a valuable sum, it was 3 months of heavenly dew oasis accumulation. If he took more, Fang clan would not be happy, they would accuse him of embezzlement. It is a pity that the 9 heavens shattered, only black heaven and white heaven are left. If the 9 heavens were around, according to this heavenly dew oasis location, this would not be black-white water but rank 8 immortal material 9-colored water. 9-colored water faces the sky and experiences the 9 different heavens continuously, with the direct rays of the stars, moon, and sun from the 9 heavens. It would produce a drop of 9 heavenly star sweat every year from this 9-colored water. 9 heavenly star sweat was a rank 9 immortal material. It was one of the 3 waters of heaven and earth, along with Myriad being creation water and rising falling tide water. It had extreme value, it was rare even among rank 9 immortal materials. Different from the 3 fires of heaven and earth, the 9 heavenly star sweat of the 3 waters of heaven and earth had already vanished. Because 7 of the 9 heavens were already gone, only 2 heavens were left. After looking at all the resources, Fang Yuan sighed in admiration. This heavenly dew oasis was truly one of Western Desert's top 10 oases. He looked at the formation again. He was tasked to guard this place, he obviously could use the formation. Fang Clan gave him the methods to utilize this formation. Fang Yuan tried activating them and comprehending the workings of this formation. He had formation path Grandmaster attainment level, he also had wisdom path methods, he quickly gained some knowledge. Compared to Kai Clan, Fang Clan's defensive formation at Heavenly Dew Oasis was not impressive. Thus, Fang clan spent a lot of effort to place the acupuncture trees here as a form of defense. Fang clan was like Kai clan, they excelled in formation path. But the difference was, Fang clan excelled in Immortal GU houses, because Immortal GU houses were a type of mobile Immortal formation. Meanwhile, Kai clan excelled in creating immobile formations, that was the mainstream of formation path. And most importantly, Kai clan had a formation path Great Grandmaster, Kai Chu-Yu. Formation path GU Immortals who had Great Grandmaster attainment level could use natural Dao marks to set up Immortal formations. Not only could they save on Immortal GU, they could even use the environment to create strong defenses while helping the development of the resource point, increasing its yield. Fang clan set up this formation in Heavenly Dew Oasis, they used many Immortal GU. But the formation's main purpose was to increase the Heavenly Dew production, it was not focused on defense. But Fang clan's specialty is very strong too. They own multiple Immortal GU houses, not only do they have high mobility, they can use the Immortal GU houses to fight rank 8 enemies with just rank 6 GU Immortals. If I am Fang clan's leader, in this situation, I would gather my people to attack one enemy. By displaying a fierce demeanor, we can intimidate and deter the rest of the Western Desert Righteous Path forces. But they would need to pay close attention to the extent of their actions. If they go overboard, they would be in trouble. If they do too little, it would deter no one. Fang Yuan was thinking about Fang clan and Western Desert's Righteous Path forces now. He had to cultivate during this period of time, processing his gains and modifying killer moves. It did not matter if he was in Western Desert or Southern Border. Time was quite pressing. Very soon, Southern Border's Righteous Path would come to agreement, they would come after him. Flipping Heaven Sand Sea. Huge sand waves were rising and falling continuously. Under the rays of the moonlight, white sand looked like snow, sand waves rose to tens of feet with a grand aura. It was a famous sight in Western Desert. Fang clan's GU Immortals had secretly gathered, approaching Treasure Moon Oasis within the Sand Sea. According to the intel, Dong clan's Dong Lu Chen has already arrived. Let's go! Fang Di-Chan transmitted secretly. Good! Fang Gong burst out with overwhelming aura, attacking Treasure Moon Oasis directly. Dong Lu Chen flew up, his rank 8 aura also permeated the area. He shouted with shock and anger, Fang Gong, I did not approach you for trouble, but you are actually attacking me. Fang Gong roared, cut the crap, let's fight. The battle of two rank 8 GU Immortals caused thunderous sounds and intense explosions. Dong Lu Chen was in a passive spot, he was quite restricted as he had to defend the Treasure Moon Oasis behind him. He blocked Fang Gong's attacks as his expression sank. Fang clan, just you wait. You dare to attack the territory of Righteous Path forces, you have broken the rules. In just a while, the whole of Western Desert super forces will inflict judgment upon you. Is that so? Didn't your Dong clan spread the rumor that Treasure Moon Oasis was once attacked by our clan? Since you do not have evidence, we are so kind as to come here and give you some evidence. A strangely shaped broken Immortal GU house flew into the sky. Fang Di-Chang's voice came from within it. Dong Lu Chen became even more furious. Fang Di-Chang, you are a mere rank 7, you dare. Before he finished, Fang clan's Immortal GU house unleashed an Immortal killer move. Dong Lu Chen's anger vanished all of a sudden, replaced by deep shock and fear. This Immortal killer move, don't tell me. Exactly, it is the killer move that thieving heaven demon Venerable used to create his path, Steel Dao. Fang Di-Chang answered. No. Dong Lu Chen growled, he turned to look at Treasure Moon Oasis. Due to the killer move Steel Dao, the countless natural Dao marks of Treasure Moon Oasis became exposed. They were either long or short, most were lines that weave together, forming some sort of mysterious shape. Some were like webs while others were like balls of thread, accumulating into a mountain. Dong Lu Chen tried to stop them but it was futile. He watched with a furious expression as these Dao marks were all drawn into that theft path Immortal GU house that Fang clan owned. This was the power of the killer move Steel Dao. By activating this move, one could directly steal Dao marks. In the past, after creating this move, thieving heaven demon Venerable gathered enough foundation to trigger a qualitative change, officially establishing the new GU path, Theft Path. Chapter 1780. Crime Scene. Undeniably, Steel Dao was a powerful weapon. At once, the entirety of Western Desert's righteous path forces were intimidated. Fang Yuan soon received word of this battle. The details were very specific. There was a video of the entire battle. This was naturally given to him by Fang clan. Fang clan has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Fang Yuan was quite shocked at this discovery. Fang Yuan soon thought of Great Thief Immortal GU. He had obtained this Immortal GU from Fang clan. According to rumors, Fang clan had obtained this Great Thief Immortal GU by chance. A lone immortal who joined them had contributed it. It seems that back then, Fang clan not only obtained Great Thief Immortal GU, they also obtained clues to a thieving heaven true inheritance. The foundation of a super force, truly. Fang Yuan shook his head. Like Wu Yong's clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building and Fang clan's Theft Path Immortal GU house as well as the killer move Steel Dao, these trump cards were all able to rapidly change the disadvantageous situation that they were facing. Undeniably, this is a huge deterrence to the other clans. Fang clan's situation is going to change because of this. It seems that in my previous life, this was the reason why the entire righteous path relented. Steel Dao could steal Dao marks. Once used, it could destroy a natural resource point. The main foundation of righteous path forces were these scattered resource points. Different from destroying these resource points, Steel Dao had an immediate effect. Its effect could directly cripple the resource point without any way of recovering it. With Fang clan's assault, Dong clan's first supreme elder Dong Lu Chen remained unscathed, but the entire Treasure Moon Oasis was wiped from existence. If they truly forced Fang clan to use this method without restraint, which Western Desert Righteous Path force could handle their retaliation? Even a rank 8 GU immortal like Dong Lu Chen could not do anything. Fang Yuan praised Fang Di Chang's decision internally. He chose a strong enemy and attacked the location guarded by Dong Lu Chen. This was a strong deterrence to the other forces. At the same time, he did not go overboard. Treasure Moon Oasis was a mid-sized resource point. It was not even a large resource point. It bore a special meaning to Dong Lu Chen because his beloved wife was buried there, so every year at a certain time, he would go there and mourn her death. As a result, Dong clan's losses were not severe, while Dong Lu Chen was not particularly angry. Only the Dao marks were lost. His wife's grave was not touched at all. They really had a good grasp of the situation. By making full use of this battle result, they not only deterred Western Desert's righteous path, they also sought to intimidate me. Fang Yuan held the information path Mortal GU in his hand as he laughed coldly. In this GU, Fang Di Chang also mentioned the heavenly dew. He said, there should be very little heavenly dew lost from the battle, only about 10 droplets. He asked Fang Yuan to look around. He might find the remaining 20 somewhere. Fang Yuan had taken 30 droplets earlier. He reported it to Fang clan as the loss from the battle. Ying Wuxie had caused it when he attacked. In the future, production might also fall. This was just an excuse. Both him and Fang clan knew the truth clearly. But Fang clan did not accommodate to this. They warned him in a subtle manner, don't go overboard. 10 droplets is enough. Hand over the remaining 20. Heavenly Dew was a rank 8 immortal material after all. Fang clan did not want to give up this profit. Of course, they were also trying to suppress Fang Yuan. You had just joined us recently but already wants to keep some profits for yourself? Control yourself. Look at this battle. Our Fang clan is still very strong. You should consider the gains and losses carefully. This was the true meaning of Fang Di Chang's letter to Fang Yuan. Conversation among Righteous Path members was usually very implicit. It was not straightforward like the demonic path. But the truth is, this shows how weak you are now. Fang Yuan was crystal clear in his mind. In this battle, Fang clan did not use any other Immortal GU house. It showed that during the Battle of Divine Bean Palace, their Immortal GU houses were heavily damaged. Fang clan used the Theft Path Immortal GU house that was clearly damaged. The Steel Dao killer move they used had rank 8 power, but Fang Yuan could see that this move had a huge burden on the Immortal GU house. It could not be used extensively. And it was not stable. If the killer move was stable and could be used often, Fang clan would have used it long ago. They would not have waited until now. Steel Dao was the trump card of Fang clan. They did not want to use it, but there was no choice. Very likely, Fang clan did not have the complete Thieving Heaven true inheritance, or maybe they had not grasped it fully yet. Because Fang clan was most numerous in Formation Path GU Immortals, they excelled in Formation Path. They were not familiar with Theft Path. Fang Yuan first replied to Fang Dichang. In the letter, he wrote that he found the 20 droplets of heavenly dew. He had been too careless earlier. Next, a dark light flashed in his eyes. It is time to take action personally. Immortal killer move, Jade Flow Pearl. During this period, he had gained control of Heavenly Dew Oasis formation. He even set up a formation inside this formation. Not only could it create the illusion that he was inside defending the place, it could also conceal Fang Yuan's actions. Jade Flow Pearl was also modified successfully. The activation speed was faster now and the aura leaked at the destination was smaller. It was not as eye-catching as before. Fang Yuan arrived at Burning Firefly Desert. This place was filled with weird rocks and few plants. There was a type of insect that filled this place, called burning fireflies. There was an endless number of burning fireflies here. Among them were a vast number of burning firefly GU, from rank 3 to 5. Burning Firefly GU was a type of Firepath GU. It was quite high grade, with rank 3 being the lowest, but it had never produced a rank 6 GU before. This was a mid-sized resource point of Fang clan. Fang clan set up an immortal formation here as well. They used the Burning Firefly GU to create a Firepath environment to raise a lot of other Firepath GU worms here. A rank 6 Fang clan GU immortal was defending this place. Fang Yuan used Familiar Face to disguise himself. He directly attacked. He killed this Fang clan GU immortal and tossed the corpse. Before destroying the formation and slaughtering all the GU worms, the entire desert was turned into ruins before he left. Worth mentioning was that he used Earth Path methods. Within Lang Ya Blessed Land's inventory, there were several Earth Path immortal GU. Fang Yuan also had a large number of Earth Path killer moves. After doing all that, he returned to Heavenly Dew Oasis. Over on Fang Dichang's end, he smiled after receiving Fang Yuan's reply, but soon learned about the nightmare that his clan's Burning Firefly Desert was destroyed. In an instant, this Fang clan Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster was dazed. His joyful emotion was gone. A member of Fang clan died. Burning Firefly Desert was not important. The important thing was, Fang clan's GU Immortal died. All along, Fang clan had always lacked GU Immortals. Compared to the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces, they were disadvantaged. Only after bringing in Old Ghost by Jun, Eagle Concubine, and Suan Bu Jin recently did the situation change. But these three were outsiders. They did not have Fang clan bloodline. It was not the same. Fang clan's GU Immortal died. Even though they were just rank 6, it was a severe loss to the whole of Fang clan. Fang Gong placed great importance on this. He quickly discussed the situation with Fang Dichang. After a short conversation, Fang Gong stayed to guard the headquarters while Fang Dichang went out to find the culprit at the scene of the crime in Burning Firefly Desert. The murderer killed our clan's GU Immortal. They even destroyed all of the desert's resources. This is clearly not a crime of greed. This is totally an act of revenge. Fang Dichang used his Wisdom Path method. He surveyed the scene and quickly saw indications of the ruthless thoughts, hatred, and angry emotions of the culprit behind this incident. Earth Path method, is it Dong clan's revenge? Fang Dichang thought of this as Dong clan specialized in Earth Path, but he soon shook his head. If Dong clan did it, this is way too obvious. There must be other Righteous Path forces trying to take advantage of the situation. The situation is bad. Fang Dichang's expression turned grim. He was a Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster. He had made many deductions regarding the consequences of using Steel Dao to intimidate the Western Desert Righteous Path forces. Among them was one possible situation: someone in Western Desert's Righteous Path forces might want to provoke him but would not dare to do it publicly. They would hide behind the scenes and use some devious plan. Fang Yuan acted very cleanly. He only left behind the clues that he wanted them to find. There was another element. Fang clan lacked Information Path GU Immortals. Fang Dichang was a Wisdom Path Immortal. He did not cultivate Information Path. If an Information Path GU Immortal came here, they might be able to find some traces or evidence that lead to Fang Yuan. But Fang clan could not. Even if Fang clan invited an Information Path expert to help, they could not approach the other Righteous Path forces. That meant that there was little choice available. If they invited lone and demonic immortals, the person would need rank 7 cultivation level. But as part of the Righteous Path, Fang clan did not have a good relationship with lone and demonic immortals. Even lone immortals with decent relationship or demonic immortals who have transactions with them secretly might not cultivate Information Path. Fang Dichang did not find any valuable clues. When he returned to the headquarters, his expression was very dark. Western Desert's Righteous Path soon got news of this. Immediately, a rank 8 expert went to ask Dong Lu Chen. Dong Lu Chen heard this and became very stupefied. He breathed in deeply as he felt deep anger rising. He cursed internally, "Which bastard is trying to harm my Dong clan? Fang clan has Steel Dao, but they did not go overboard and target our giant resource points. Yet this bastard killed their Fang clan's GU Immortal. That is going too far. Damn it! This person used Earth Path methods and I am an Earth Path GU Immortal. My Dong clan specializes in Earth Path too. They are trying to frame us. So devious and vicious, yet I cannot retort to them." Dong Lu Chen could barely contain the anger and annoyance in his heart. He could not go around shouting that he was not the culprit. Firstly, nobody was publicly accusing him. Even if they suspected him, wouldn't he be showing weakness by declaring innocence? Earlier, Fang clan destroyed one of Dong clan's mid-sized resource points. If he shouted about his innocence now, wouldn't it show that he was afraid of Fang clan? That would not only taint Dong Lu Chen's reputation, the whole of Dong clan's prestige would be affected. Thus, even though Dong Lu Chen hated Fang Yuan and wanted to declare his innocence, towards the rank 8 expert who asked him, he could only snort, "This feels great, I am very angry. But who did this to them? I will definitely give them a huge reward, tear them to shreds, 1. He. The rank 8 expert replied with a meaningful answer. Dong Lu Chen's feelings felt even worse now. Your mother. Am I having an easy time? My Dong clan's territory is bordered with Fang clan. They were pushed aside so they attacked my clan to intimidate us all. This time, Fang clan's GU Immortal died. If they retaliate now, my Dong clan will face the greatest danger. Chapter 1781. Grasping Karma Divine Tree. On the surface, they were still creating a large number of slanders and rumors towards Fang clan. But the truth was, their suppression towards Fang clan became all noise and no action. After all, Steel Dao was already used. Even rank 8 GU Immortals could not stop Fang clan from attacking forcefully. Our attack on Treasure Moon Oasis has already started to show effect. Fang clan's GU Immortals were overjoyed. Fang Dichang's expression was ugly. It is a pity. If the situation in Burning Firefly Desert did not happen, it would be perfect. We have not found the culprit even now. It is truly a regret. Even though Dong clan was the most suspicious, Fang Dichang and Fang Gong were astute people. They did not want to take action yet. They had no evidence or reason to move. There was also a chance that this was a trap. Fang clan did not take action, but Dong clan had quite a commotion. These last days, Dong Lu Chen had been deploying people to strengthen their defenses against Fang clan. Dong Lu Chen did not have an easy time. He was quite fearful. He would not be surprised if news that Fang clan was attacking got out at the next moment. Quickly investigate it, find the culprit and clear my Dong clan's name. Secretly, Dong Lu Chen was looking forward to Fang clan's investigation results. But on the surface, he kept a tough stance. He constantly sought compensation from Fang clan for the matter in Treasure Moon Oasis. Instead of taking revenge, they were only asking for compensation. It was already a clear attitude. the other Western Desert Righteous Path forces were also trying to guess who the culprit was. Most of their attention was placed on each other because it was evident that if the plan to sow discord succeeds, the other Righteous Path forces would gain the most benefit. Among them, the most suspicious ones were the clans that bordered Fang clan, including Dong clan. Naturally, these super forces had huge mental pressure right now. They wanted Fang clan to find out the true culprit. Fang clan was searching for the culprit. But the truth was, they did not work hard on it, their actions were quite perfunctory. Fang clan's true crisis was not the culprit behind burning Firefly Desert, but the suppression by the whole of Western Desert's Righteous Path. Fang clan's situation was quite awkward now. If they found out the actual culprit and it led to a certain Righteous Path force, would they exact revenge? They had to take revenge if they knew. Otherwise, Fang clan's reputation would suffer deeply, and those rank 6 and 7 GU Immortals in Fang clan would not accept inaction. GU Immortals were the higher-ups of a super force. If they died and the force did not safeguard or avenge them, what was the point of joining an organization? Would it be worth risking one's life for them? But if they took revenge? Would they really go all out and fight a super force? Fang clan had Steel Dao, but other super forces also had their own trump cards. And most importantly, if two super forces fought each other seriously, the ones who benefited would not be themselves but other super forces instead. These last days, Fang Dichang had calmed down already. He told Fang Gong about his viewpoint in secret. They should try to stall the investigation of the truth. The most important thing now was time. They needed to repair their 3 immortal GU houses and refine Divine Bin Palace. As long as they got over this hurdle, Fang clan's strength would rise. After that, when they find the culprit, no matter which super force it was, they would have a good reason to find trouble with them and have enough strength to gain the maximum benefit. Fang Gong heard his analysis and agreed with it. He praised Fang Dichang for his planning. Not long after, Fang Gong announced publicly, Fang clan would actively pursue the truth. They already had a lot of progress towards finding the culprit. Fang clan would not let any culprit off, but they would also not malign an innocent person. On the day of their announcement, Fang clan's GU Immortal sent Fang Yuan a large number of soul cores, among which was one rank 8 immemorial soul core. In the previous life, when Fang Yuan extorted Fang clan, they only gave rank 6 and 7 soul cores. There were no immemorial soul cores. Evidently, Fang clan is trying to appease me. Fang Yuan smiled lightly in his mind. Earlier, Fang Dichang warned him and ordered Fang Yuan to hand over 20 drops of heavenly dew. If the matter in burning Firefly Desert did not occur, that would have been the end. But after the murder case in burning Firefly Desert, Fang clan's intimidation plan was much less effective. Western Desert's Righteous Path was still full of undercurrents. Everyone was guessing which side would make a move next. Everyone had a desire to take action. Thus, Fang clan needed to ensure that Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength, was still on their side. But they could not return the 20 drops of heavenly dew. Fang Dichang could not go back on that order. Thus, they used an immemorial soul core to compensate and appease him. Fang Yuan took a risk to attack burning Firefly Desert. This was the result he wanted. Fang Yuan did not want to see Fang clan in a stable position. If Fang clan became stable, they would not need him. He could not make use of them anymore. The development of Green Ghost Desert would become very slow. They would not put in effort. But now, Fang clan was actually gifting Fang Yuan an immemorial soul core. Additionally, Fang Yuan needed Western Desert's Righteous Path to draw the attention of Fang Dichang and the rest. If they had an easy time, Fang Dichang would be able to pay attention to Fang Yuan. He might be able to sense something amiss. Speaking of which, Fang clan was quite unlucky. In the previous life, because of Fang Yuan's absence, they got through the crisis and intimidated Western Desert's Righteous Path, eventually cooperating and coming up with a certain agreement. But now, because they took in Fang Yuan, this traitor with ill intentions was causing their situation to become unstable. For the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated quietly in Heavenly Dew Oasis. Over at Green Ghost Desert, Ying Wuxia made use of Soul Beast token to develop rapidly. As for Fang clan, they were still using the soul cores in their inventory to provide for Fang Yuan as per the agreement. Within the sovereign immortal aperture, the land spirits and variant humans were all working hard. Under the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan's time path clone made deductions almost all the time without rest. Immortal killer move, Karma Divine Tree. Above Fang Yuan's head, a lump of green smoke appeared. It turned into a tiny thin tree. There were few branches on it and the 2 to 3 fruits that were hanging on them looked malnourished. If Heavenly Court's GU Immortal saw this, they would be shocked and overflowing with fury. Karma Divine Tree was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's signature method. To think that it would end up in the hands of this demon Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan killed Chen Yi, the GU worms in the phantom aperture were destroyed. He only obtained Chen Yi's soul and corpse. After searching his soul, Fang Yuan obtained 2 Genesis Lotus true inheritances. They were Karma Divine Tree and Karma Relocation. With the original killer move, Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify and create the rank 6 level Karma Divine Tree killer move, using rank 7 mature bamboo Immortal GU as the core along with other rank 6 wood path Immortal GU. Because he lacked the core rule path Immortal GUE cores, and the core wood path Immortal GUE effect 1, Fang Yuan had to use a vast number of mortal GU as replacement. But because of that, the steps became complex. He had to spend a lot of effort on it. Karma Divine Tree took longer to activate and it could not be used in actual battle. It is a pity my wood path attainment level is still ordinary. I have not even reached master level. And even though mature bamboo Immortal GU is wood path, it is not appropriate as the core of Karma Divine Tree. According to biological studies on Earth, bamboos are a type of grass and not trees one. Thus, the core was rank 7 but this killer move was only rank 6 after activation. Fang Yuan recalled how Chen Yi used Karma Divine Tree. He had a grand aura. Once he unleashed Karma Divine Tree, he was simply inexhaustible. Even though it focused on defense, being on the same level as Reverse Flow Protection Seal and Verdant Sun Flame Cloak, it was more comprehensive and had greater potential. It could be used in other aspects like offense, movement, or healing. Karma Relocation was a movement method developed on the basis of Karma Divine Tree. However, it did not target the GU Immortal themselves, but others around him like GU Immortals, plants, beasts, or killer moves. It was, after all, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's creation. It was incredibly powerful. Fang Yuan was far from recreating this killer move's true power. Karma Divine Tree was still in its initial stage, but Fang Yuan gained a new wood path killer move that was quite useful. This move was named Mature Bamboo Chest. It was a rank 7 wood path killer move, using Mature Bamboo Immortal GU as the core but having Wisdom Path effect. After activating this killer move, there would be a jade light permeating from Fang Yuan's chest. When Fang Yuan uses Immortal Essence to deduce a certain matter, if he succeeds in the deduction, a dark green bamboo forest tattoo would appear on his chest. Fang Yuan had already grasped the strengths and weaknesses of the killer move Mature Bamboo Chest. This move excelled at deducing one single matter from start to finish. That was its strength. The sign of success would be the bamboo forest tattoo on his chest. But if the deduction does not succeed, if he lacks Immortal Essence or gets distracted for other reasons, Mature Bamboo Chest would fail. That was its weakness. And because the killer move fails, the GU Immortal would suffer backlash. Fang Yuan had purposely tested it. The jade light permeating from his chest and the half-completed bamboo forest tattoo faded away as Fang Yuan's soul and body suffered injuries. His mind was intact. After all, this was not a pure Wisdom Path killer move, it was Wood Path. Thus, when using Mature Bamboo Chest to deduce a target, the range could not be too large, otherwise, the killer move would fail and the user would be injured. Other than Mature Bamboo Chest, Fang Yuan also gained a new killer move that had the same situation. It was Luck Path killer move, Luck Plan Strategy. This move used rank 6 Immortal GU Luck Plan as the core. It belonged to Luck Path but had Wisdom Path effect. Luck Plan Immortal GU's power was to make deductions on how to optimize the use of the GU Immortal's resources. The killer move Luck Plan Strategy was specialized in making battle tactics. Ordinary GU Immortals cultivated one path, they rarely took on a second path. Thus, there were many killer moves of these sorts which mimicked the effects of other paths. but they created these killer moves while having limited foundation in the path they mimicked. Even though they were strong, they could be easily countered and the weaknesses were obvious. Compared to actual wisdom path methods, they were less useful. Chapter 1782. Comprehending Venerable True Inheritances. These last days, Fang Yuan's main body had been researching on Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. Fang Yuan had already fully grasped Long Hair Ancestor's Refinement Path True Inheritance. It was easy to understand with his quasi-supreme Refinement Path attainment level. Regarding the Genesis Lotus True Inheritances, Fang Yuan had already started by creating the rank 6 Karma Divine Tree Killer move. But because he lacked Wood Path Immortal GU and Wood Path attainment level, Fang Yuan did not overly invest into it. He placed his focus on Giant Sun's True Inheritance and Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance. The former was Self-Luck True Inheritance from one of Giant Sun's 3 True Inheritances. It allowed Fang Yuan to control his own luck. The core of the latter Thieving Heaven True Inheritance was Rank 8 Immortal GU Steel Life. It involved the method to unseal Steel Life Immortal GU. Of course, both also detailed the fundamental cultivation of Luck Path and Theft Path, especially the two Venerables' understanding of the paths they created. Fang Yuan benefited greatly from it. What was luck? At the introduction of Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable asked this question. Next, he answered himself, to discuss luck, one must talk about fate. Before Red Lotus Demon Venerable, there was no luck path. After Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate GU, a peculiar change happened to the world. People first discovered luck path from a certain component of their human chi, luck. Because heaven, earth, and human chi needed to be balanced to become a GU immortal, the more human chi a GU master accumulated, the higher the grade of their immortal aperture after they succeeded in the immortal ascension. Therefore, by placing importance on human chi, people started to research on luck. Soon, they found some traits of this luck. After Fate GU got damaged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, the paths of all beings were no longer fixed and constant. Changes could occur to a certain limit. People found out that luck and this deviation from fate had a profound but direct relation. But what was the connection? Giant Sun Immortal Venerable described his own viewpoint: fate is constant while luck is variable. For a normal person, what was good luck? Good luck was a positive variable for oneself. And what was bad luck? Bad luck was a negative variable for oneself. Within a person's human chi, if their luck was good, then this person would likely benefit. Within a person's human chi, if their luck was bad, then this person would likely experience loss. But regardless of good or bad luck, they were not part of fate. Fate was a constant, it was fixed, it would inevitably be experienced. But luck was a variable, it was merely a probability. The actual outcome would only be decided after factoring in all the other possible influences. If a person had bad luck but also had great strength and wisdom to turn the situation around, they could still achieve their goals or motives. If a person had good luck but was stupid and weak, unable to make use of the opportunity, they would still fail. Afterwards, Giant Sun Self-Luck True Inheritance talked about the sizes, colors, and shapes of the different types of luck. Some people had a lot of luck, some had very little. Normally speaking, the higher your cultivation level and the deeper your foundation, the greater your luck. The 7 main colors of luck were black, gray, white, red, gold, azure, purple. But there were also uncommon colors like pink or blood red. Luck had all sorts of shapes and sizes, it varied greatly and could be very strange. Normal people usually had common or ordinary shapes, while geniuses or champions would have greater luck that came in much rarer appearances. For example, Fang Yuan once had the black coffin luck. His luck was black as ink, it gathered and formed a huge coffin shape, completely covering his body. It emitted a dense death energy filled with thick misfortune. Or for example, when he observed Xian at the Refinement Path convention, that person had rainbow luck that was incredibly dazzling. He stood out very clearly. As for Hong Yi, Yi Fan, and Han Li, these people had special types of luck too. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable left behind the self-luck true inheritance. It had the ability to target one's own luck, allowing one to alter its size, shape, and color. For example, if one wanted better fortune with the opposite sex, they could create peach blossom luck. If they wanted cultivation resources like primeball stones, they could create wealth luck. Or if they had bad luck on them, they could use a series of methods to change it. Giant Sun's self-luck true inheritance was very comprehensive, while Thieving Heaven's true inheritance was very simple and short. Theft path is not about gaining without effort, it is the path of greatest efficiency. GU Masters and GU Immortals want to obtain GU Worms and Immortal GU, be it GU Refinement, transactions, or loot. These methods have high costs and risks. Theft path targets GU Worms and steals them. One can save costs and reduce the risks, raising their efficiency. And what was the essence of GU Worms? GU were the essence of heaven and earth. Stealing GU Worms was akin to stealing Dao Mark fragments. Therefore, the killer move Steal Dao was created. There was also Steal Life Immortal GU. The manifestation of lifespan was simply a type of Dao marks in the person's body. Steal Life Immortal GU could steal those relevant Dao marks and reduce a person's lifespan. Don't think that theft path is shameless or vicious. Many things can be looked at with another perspective. Steal a hook and they hang you, steal the whole country and they make you a prince. Any clan or sect makes their members contribute towards the organization. This is an open form of thievery but is taken for granted. For example, Heavenly Court makes members who join contribute their immortal apertures. They are basically handing over their entire life's cultivation gains. In terms of theft path, this is Heavenly Court stealing the cultivation gains of GU Immortals. But people think of it as a form of glory. They would die to have this chance. Weak mortals are also able to steal the cultivation gains of GU Immortals. That is shown by the true inheritances left by all the different GU Immortals. But this world treats that as a norm. It is the culture. Thievery is merely the most efficient way of gaining something. Creating an organization and making rules, making up honor or using emotions and culture, these are all theft path methods. The most powerful theft path method is assimilation. When grotto heavens or blessed lands get destroyed, the winds of assimilation will blow and turn everything into nothingness. The Dao marks in the immortal apertures would be assimilated and absorbed by this heaven and earth. The greatest thief is this world itself. It steals the cultivation gains of countless generations of peerless geniuses. It accumulates more and more Dao marks, or even produces new types of Dao marks. It stole me from another world, making me an otherworldly demon. It steals the lifespan of myriad beings. It ensures the death of all life forms in this world. The theft path I created imitates heaven and earth, using the most efficient method to gather benefits and strengthen oneself. After taking a look, Fang Yuan felt his horizons broadening. His image of theft path had completely changed from before. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable had a different mindset than others. He was not orthodox, but he peered into the truth. He used the mentality of theft path to comprehend this world. He had a grand vision. He carried his unique trait as an otherworldly demon. GU Masters cultivate, they nurture, use, and refine GU Worms. They manage their immortal aperture. They increase the attainment level of their own paths. They were simply understanding themselves and comprehending this heaven and earth. Every path had a different understanding of the world and themselves from different perspectives. Steal Life Immortal GU is the first immortal GU in my life. I did not refine it myself. The more I used it, the more I understood. In the end, I put some arrangements on Steal Life Immortal GU. Using Steal Life Immortal GU normally would steal the lifespan of others, and with the killer move I created, it can increase one's own lifespan. Of course, it had its flaws. It is inferior to lifespan GU. Using Steal Life Immortal GU in reverse would give the user's lifespan to another target. This looks foolish, but it has its own profundity. That is also the deepest essence of this true inheritance. Inheritor, if you are blessed enough to reach this step, you will be able to remove my method on Steal Life Immortal GU and obtain the information of another corresponding true inheritance. These were the final words of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan was silent for a long time after reading it. Even though he had Theft Path Great Grandmaster attainment level, he still found difficulty in comprehending the words of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Using Steel Life Immortal GU in reverse? Fang Yuan shook his head. He was not confident in comprehending this mystery. According to his deductions, he needed at least quasi-supreme Theft Path attainment level to be able to understand it. Before that, if he tried to use Steel Life Immortal GU in reverse, he would simply be cutting his own lifespan. Furthermore, I need to use this Steel Life Immortal GU to deal with Heavenly Court's GU Immortals. Ignoring anything else, Duke Long is especially countered by Steel Life Immortal GU. Even if Fang Yuan used the final two opportunities and destroyed Steel Life Immortal GU, he still had Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. It contained the recipe of rank 8 Steel Life Immortal GU. Even if I use up the two chances, I can still refine a new one in the future. But, according to Fang Yuan's deductions, the arrangements that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable left on Steel Life Immortal GU were very valuable. If he could understand Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and comprehend the core essence of this true inheritance, Fang Yuan's gains would be much greater than now. While Fang Yuan was cultivating diligently, after the leaders of Southern Border's righteous path had gone through intense negotiation and discussion, they finally reached an agreement. We need to kill Fang Yuan. He is too lawless. Last time he disguised as Wu Yi Hai, now he directly showed up and harmed our benefits. The contest in the earth trenches is our internal conflict. This Fang Yuan is an outsider. Against him, we need to unite. But we need to be careful. Even though Fang Yuan only has rank 7 cultivation level, he is too devious and has a deep foundation. We cannot look at him as a normal person. That's right, especially after he defended against Heavenly Court's attack. Now that he annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land, I'm afraid he has gained the subordination of all the variant human GU Immortals, along with the Shadow Sect remnant forces that he took in. I need to remind everyone that Fang Yuan is not a lone person, he is a super force. One rank 8 GU Immortal leading the group is not enough. To play safe, we should send 2. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? I agree to it. I agree. My BA clan has no objections. On the surface, Lady Xia Cha should lead them. The other expert should conceal his identity and mix within the group, striking at the crucial moment. Good idea. I agree. I agree. Different from the previous life, because Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and defeated Heavenly Court, Southern Border's righteous path felt a greater threat this time. They did not just send Xia Cha, they also sent a second rank 8 GU Immortal. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan had no idea that this was happening. Chapter 1783. Second Ambush Battle. Oh? They trapped Fang Yuan already? It seems that he cannot escape this time. Kai Chu Yu's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan actually tried to undergo tribulation in Southern Border and left clues behind. Even if he wants to advance to rank 8, this is too reckless. But it cannot be helped, he managed to force Heavenly Court to retreat and even made transactions with me. The journey was too smooth, he became overconfident and started to look down on my Southern Border's righteous path. Kai Chu Yu felt that Fang Yuan was able to remain free because of his devious and cunning actions. He had always been on the move and did not face a super force head-on. He often escaped the moment the situation turned bad. This time, Southern Border's righteous path colluded in a secretive manner. On the surface, they showed a calm demeanor. There were no suspicions about them. They even had Wisdom Path GU Immortals to conceal and defend against deductions. And there is that Lu Wei Yin. If he did not join the alliance, our Southern Border righteous path might not have caught Fang Yuan so quickly. Worthy of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could actually find Fang Yuan's location from the Earth Chi of his tribulation. He is truly impressive. Kai Chu Yu sighed internally. Lu Wei Yin interfered and caused the situation in Southern Border's righteous path to become even more complex. This time, Southern Border's righteous path pursued Fang Yuan. There were 3 rank 8s including Lu Wei Yin. The probability of success was high. If they succeeded, Lu Wei Yin's reputation would rise sharply. He would definitely become someone that they would need to place great importance on. Actually, Lu Weiyin had already interacted with all the Southern Border Righteous Path forces before this, in one way or another. His Southern Border paradise was the gathering spot of many Southern Border variant humans. He had taken in many variant humans who had their homes destroyed by humans. These variant humans lived peacefully in the paradise. According to reliable information, many of these variant humans had already become GU Immortals. This made Southern Border's humans very unhappy and worried, but because Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth's inheritor, he carried on the will and aspiration of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The whole of Southern Border's righteous path could not find him for trouble. All along, Lu Weiyin had been pushed aside by Southern Border's righteous path. That was a tacit agreement by everyone. But recently, Lu Weiyin had often shown up and even kept a high profile as he volunteered to find Fang Yuan. If this succeeded, his efforts would not be in vain. He would gain some authority in Southern Border's righteous path. Kai Chuyu did not think well of Fang Yuan's predicaments. Even though he resisted Heavenly Court's invasion of Lang Ya Blessed Land, everyone thought that this was because Heavenly Court underestimated Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation. And most importantly, Heavenly Court did not expose the fact that Thunder Ghost True Monarch and Chen Yi had died in there. This made Southern Border's righteous path GU Immortals feel a sense of confidence. Their confidence was not without reason. They had once pursued Fang Yuan and made him escape from Southern Border like a beaten dog after all. If not for Feng Juji's interference, he would have died already. Kai Chuyu was more worried and wary of Lu Weiyin. He had already started to think about how he would deal with this Paradise Earth inheritor in the future. As for Fang Yuan, Kai Chuyu felt a little regret. Regardless of whether he lives or dies, as long as he ends up in Southern Border Righteous Path's hands, Fang Yuan's and Kai Chuyu's transactions would stop. This went against Kai Clan's benefits. Thus, Kai Chuyu felt regret. Even though Fang Yuan had once attacked Kai Clan's resource points and caused them to lose resources, Kai Chuyu did not feel any grudge towards it. In his opinion, the Dream Path research results that he obtained were enough to make up for these losses. Kai Chuyu was not afraid that Fang Yuan would target him afterwards. Like what he analyzed earlier, even if Fang Yuan took out strong evidences that could not be denied, it was just Kai Chuyu's and Fang Yuan's transaction. With Kai Clan's size and foundation, they would lose a little territory, but their roots would be unshaken. But if Kai Chuyu informed Fang Yuan about the actions of Southern Border's righteous path, that would be a different story. He would be a traitor. If he was exposed, even with rank 8 cultivation level, Kai Chuyu and Kai Clan would face the combined attack of the entire righteous path. The clan might even be wiped out. As a righteous path leader, Kai Chuyu had a strong understanding of his position in this situation. He would not make such a mistake. If he told Fang Yuan about it, regardless of whether he gets captured, the demon Fang Yuan would gain the evidence of Kai Chuyu being a traitor. And furthermore, he and Fang Yuan were just making use of each other. They were not close enough for him to take such risks and tell him about the plan while sacrificing Kai Clan. Kai Chuyu felt a little worry. If Fang Yuan gets captured, I hope he will not expose his Dream Path research results. Our Kai Clan needs sufficient time to develop. To speak the truth, Fang Yuan is a true talent. It is a pity that he is going to end up like this. If he could grow fully, in the future, the 5 regions would become more interesting. Someone of high status would definitely have extraordinary vision. Kai Chuyu truly felt, towards the pitiful ending that Fang Yuan was going to end up in, that it was quite a pity. At the same time, somewhere in Southern Border, Fang Yuan was surrounded by Southern Border GU Immortals. They had overwhelming aura and morale. The leader was an old woman. It was the Time Path Rank 8 GU Immortal Xian. She smiled coldly at Fang Yuan. Scoundrel Fang Yuan, you have finally fallen into my hands. Fang Yuan looked at her as he thought, the same lines all over again. According to my memories, he is going to laugh next. Fang Yuan looked away from Xian. As expected, at the next moment, standing beside Xian, Shong Clan GU Immortal Shong Huzhong started to laugh. Lord Lu Weiyin, he is truly incredible. We found this demon at last. Fang Yuan, the same lines as expected, but his smile is more exaggerated than last time. He is sucking up to Lu Weiyin publicly. Is it because Shang clan has taken interest in the goods of the variant humans in his paradise? Kill this demon, take revenge for our southern border righteous path. Tai Chu Zhong said loudly with deep killing intent. Fang Yuan, oh, someone finally changed his lines, but there is barely any difference. We finally caught Fang Yuan. Liu Hao thought to himself. He was heavenly court spy, he had fixed space Immortal GU, it was ready to activate in his Immortal aperture. Once Fang Yuan shows any sign of using fixed Immortal travel, he would activate the Immortal killer move that used fixed space Immortal GU as the core. Liu Hao was more nervous now compared to the previous life. Because in the previous life, he only had to activate fixed space Immortal GU, but now, because Fang Yuan had the killer move Jade Flow Pearl, he could not use fixed space Immortal GU alone to counter Fang Yuan, he needed to use an Immortal killer move. Heavenly Court did not lack these killer moves of course, even if they did, Fairy Ziwei could modify them. Liu Hao was nervous because he was not familiar with this Immortal killer move yet. If he used it in battle, there was a chance of failure. If his activation fails, he would let down Heavenly Court, that would be embarrassing. Don't worry, I am here. At this moment, a rank 7 GU Immortal transmitted to him. Liu Hao glanced at him. Don't look at me. Immediately, the rank 7 GU Immortal shouted coldly. Liu Hao mentally rolled his eyes. This person was the southern border rank 8 GU Immortal, BA, who had disguised his cultivation level and appearance. With this person around, we will have 3 rank 8s on our side. This battle is not inside Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan has no formation to help him. If we fight, I will have a lot of chances of using my killer move calmly. Liu Hao analyzed as the worry in his heart lifted by a lot. However, at the next moment. Boom! The formation activated, all of the southern border GU Immortals surrounding Fang Yuan were enveloped in it. What the? Liu Hao's eyes were about to pop out, he wanted to scream, why is there a formation here? Within the formation, heaven and earth were fused as once, this was an area of blue space. The southern border Immortals' expressions changed. This is a trap. Someone shouted. Lu Weiyin was silent, while Xia Cha's gaze became increasingly cold, she stared at Fang Yuan fixedly. Stay calm. We have strength in numbers, what can Fang Yuan alone do? That's right, we have Lady Xia Cha and Lord Lu Weiyin, we are not afraid of his Immortal battlefield. Liu Hao was stunned, that's right. How can an Immortal formation be set up so easily? It activated so quickly, this is likely an Immortal battlefield. But Fang Yuan is quite foolish, after using an Immortal battlefield, he can't escape himself. Southern Border's Immortals were astute figures, they soon calmed down and regained their morale. At this time, Lu Weiyin spoke, this is not an Immortal battlefield, it is a super Immortal formation. Time Path formation. Xia Cha added. Liu Hao's lips twitched, after so much talk, this was still an Immortal formation. Both of you are very perceptive. Fang Yuan smiled as he nodded, before waving his sleeves. The gates were shut, it was time to let out the dogs, wait no, let out the year beasts. Howl! 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 Growl! A huge spiral formed from nothingness as countless year beasts charged out like a rushing tide. These year beasts were of various forms, including monkey, snake, dragon, and tiger, they were all at least desolate beasts and even quite a few ancient desolate beasts among them. But Fang Yuan had disappeared. Wild year beasts did not have high intelligence, they soon directed their savage gazes towards the southern border GU Immortals, they charged ahead. Kill them all. Xia Cha said indifferently. Lu Weiyin sighed. The southern border Immortals turned around and started to fight these year beasts. Liu Hao waved his sleeves as countless flying blades shot out, slicing year beasts into pieces wherever they hit. Fang Yuan stood at a formation core as he analyzed, this Heavenly Court traitor is around indeed, I did not waste my effort in reducing the ink effect. Fixed space GU should be in your hands. Liu Hao fought as he thought to himself, it seems that there is a tributary of the River of Time here. Fang Yuan is trying the same method again. He used a similar formation back when he fought Feng Ju Ge. The resemblance is uncanny. But strange, why do I have such a weird feeling about this? Chapter 1784. Ba's Restraint. Fang Yuan remembered this person. In the previous life, this person had a decently developed fire path immortal aperture. He had several majestic volcanoes. It was quite valuable. Tai Chu Zhong was silent. His hands moved rapidly as golden light shot out with immense sharpness, splitting year beasts into halves easily like tofu. Fang Yuan thought of the edge GU in Tai Chu Zhong's hands. It was one of the core GU of Time Cutting Edge. In the previous life, he had obtained it through Great Thief Ghost Hand. This depended on luck. It was not reliable. He had to be careful in this life. Demon Fang Yuan, we have to thank you for such a huge amount of wealth. Ha ha ha. Shang Hu Zhong laughed as he used his Woodpath Killer move, trapping the surrounding year beasts and keeping them in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan was very calm. It did not matter how many of them Shang Hu Zhong took. In a moment's time, even Shang Hu Zhong himself would belong to Fang Yuan. Howl! Year beasts continued to stream into the formation. Southern Borders GU Immortals were fighting against them tirelessly, but the year beasts just kept coming. Why are there so many? This demon Fang Yuan is trying to waste our energy. Breaking apart this formation is the way to victory. The Southern Border GU Immortals conversed. They could tell what this battle was about. But they had no way of diverting themselves to do that. Lu Weiyin and Xia Cha were the most likely people to break the formation. Roar! At this time, the spiral suddenly expanded drastically as an arrogant year beast stepped into the battlefield. Fang Yuan was slightly shocked. Oh, I summoned an immemorial year tiger. It seems even stronger than the immemorial year chicken that I summoned last time. Is it because I used the self-luck true inheritance to increase my personal luck? The Southern Border Immortals' expressions changed. An immemorial year beast. This formation could summon immemorial year beasts, as expected. What formation is this? It is so vicious. Quickly destroy it. Lu Weiyin wanted to take action, but Tai Chu Zhong stood up. Let us deal with it. Both rank 8s need to break open this formation. That is the wisest move. Or maybe I should do something. Ba transmitted. No, now is not the time yet. Brother Ba, wait first. Xia Cha transmitted and urged restraint. Ba thought to himself, that was not wrong. This was merely an immemorial year tiger. They had 2 rank 8s on the surface. This was not a problem. He continued to conceal himself. Tai Chu Zhong and several Southern Border rank 7 experts faced off against the immemorial year tiger. They were powerful rank 7 GU Immortals after all. By working together, they had quite the strength, but after fighting, they quickly fell into a disadvantage. In the previous life, they fought against the immemorial year chicken that Fang Yuan summoned. They were evenly matched. But now, Fang Yuan summoned a much stronger immemorial year tiger. Tai Chu Zhong had an ashen expression. He was stunned in his heart. This is truly strength at rank 8. It is very impressive. To think I actually wanted to challenge such power. There is a formation core here. Suddenly, Xia Cha's eyes flashed as she pointed her finger. The rank 8 killer move activated. Mysterious light shot out, causing a huge sound. The formation shook thrice before it stabilized. The Southern Border Immortals were overjoyed. There was a formation core indeed. Xia Cha destroyed it according to everyone's expectations. Next, the formation core was destroyed. A second spiral entrance appeared as large numbers of year beasts rushed in. The Southern Border Immortals' joyful expressions vanished. Howl! With a loud roar, an immemorial year dragon jumped into the battlefield. The Immortals' expressions changed again. This was the second immemorial desolate beast. It is my turn now. Ba wanted to move. Don't be anxious, Ba, let me do it. Lu Weiyin transmitted as he moved for the first time. He made a grabbing motion with one hand. A huge yellow hand formed and grasped the immemorial year dragon. preventing it from escaping despite its struggles. Lu Weiyin was indeed Paradise Earth's inheritor. He managed to subdue a fierce Immemorial Year tiger in one move in the previous life. Now, he was able to capture an Immemorial Year dragon similarly. Even though he had no attacking methods, this move was unfathomable and made people feel great admiration towards him. The Southern Border Immortals had a surge of morale, while Shadow Sect's members and the variant human GU Immortals had dark expressions. The might of Rank 8 was truly intimidating. Fang Yuan thought about the final battle in his previous life. Because Lu Weiyin had immense battle strength, he was a huge obstruction to Fang Yuan's side. Right now, Lu Weiyin had not even displayed half of his full strength. Even so, he was already one of the strongest Rank 8s out there. Hiss hiss hiss. An Immemorial Year snake dragged its thick and long body while hissing as it slithered out of the spiral entrance, entering the battlefield. A third Immemorial Year beast. Caw caw caw. An Immemorial Year chicken came out with an arrogant attitude and raised neck. A fourth Immemorial Year beast. With two Immemorial Year beasts entering the battle at once, the Southern Border Immortals' faces turned pale. This Immemorial Year snake was not easy to deal with. It was huge and had a greater aura than the first two. The fourth Immemorial Year chicken even had the aura of Wild Immortal GU on it. It was much more dangerous. After the two Immemorial Year beasts appeared, a vast number of Year beasts surged out of the spiral like a raging tsunami. Both sides engaged in fierce combat. GU Immortals used their wisdom and killer moves as they cooperated, while the Year beasts were unintelligent and fought with brute strength, but they had advantage in numbers. Fang Yuan's subordinates were all guarding the formation cores, watching the huge fight between them. This damned formation, we must destroy it for a chance of victory. Actually, as long as we destroy a portion of it, we will be able to send out information and get reinforcements from our Righteous Path allies. This time Path formation is truly profound. Xia Cha frowned. After finding the first formation core, she could not find the second one. The formation is complete and flawless. My formation path attainment is too low. Maybe I should go all out and make this formation unable to handle the attack. I can create a flaw myself. Xia Cha's killing intent surged. Lu Weiyin could sense Xia Cha's intention as he quickly urged, "Don't fall into the demon's trap." This Fang Yuan is very devious, even Heavenly Court cannot capture him. Shadow Sect had obtained graceful chaotic duel stage before. Even though it was destroyed, many of the Immortal GU were left in their hands. If you attack with your full strength, you might fall into Fang Yuan's trap. He would use it against you. Xia Cha hesitated, but the Immemorial Year chicken approached her quickly. A mere beast. Xia Cha laughed from anger. Aura of many GU worms burst out of her body, forming into an Immortal Killer move. Immortal Killer move, Spring Scissors. A pair of scissors that was jade green in color and large as an elephant flew towards the Immemorial Year chicken's neck and clipped. The Immemorial Year chicken could not rival her. After getting heavily injured from the scissors, it quickly fell into a disadvantage. Xia Cha displayed shocking battle strength that was not lower than Heavenly Court's members. Right before the Immemorial Year chicken was about to die at Xia Cha's hands, suddenly, Fang Yuan activated the formation. The heavily injured Immemorial Year chicken vanished on the spot. Submit to me. Behind the scenes, Fang Yuan targeted this weakened Immemorial Year chicken as he used his overbearing enslavement path method. Like what happened in the previous life, he succeeded in capturing this beast. Ever since Rebirth, Fang Yuan had been collecting Immemorial Year beasts. His plan was to gather 12 different Immemorial Year beasts. Even though there would be many Immemorial Year chickens in the River of Time next year, this Immemorial Year chicken had superior battle strength. He did not want to lose it. Fang Yuan used the strength of the Southern Border Immortals to weaken the Immemorial Year beast and enslave it forcefully. Xia Cha's expression turned dark, but she smiled. "You finally exposed a flaw, so what if you get a few Immemorial Year beasts?" Fang Yuan teleported the Immemorial Year chicken away. It allowed Xia Cha to comprehend more of the formation. As expected, not long after, she found the second formation core and destroyed it. The southern border Immortal started to cheer, but at the next moment, the formation core that was destroyed turned into a spiral entrance. On the battlefield, there was a new entrance that transported more year beasts inside. How can this be? The southern border Immortals were stunned. There is no choice, I need to show up now and make my move. BA transmitted. Xian and Lu Weiyin continued to urge him to lay low. No rush, we are already at this step, you should continue to wait. We need to probe this entire formation, you need to act at the crucial moment, let Fang Yuan miscalculate and expose a weakness. BA was silent for a moment before replying reluctantly, fine. The battle continued. Many southern border Immortals were already injured. They were about to puke from killing these year beasts, the killer moves prepared for Fang Yuan and the cooperation between GU Immortals were all used on these year beasts, they were truly helpless and tired beyond belief. And the killing of year beasts was simply never going to end, they kept coming. Lu Weiyin and Xian resisted the immemorial year beasts, even though they faced huge pressure consistently, they persevered. Thanks to them, Fang Yuan enslaved more immemorial year beasts. But the quantity was much smaller than the previous life. Fang Yuan enslaved the immemorial year beasts that were stronger than the ones in his previous life, he only chose the elites among these beasts. The main reason was that his soul cultivation was much lower than the previous life, he could not enslave too many of them. Southern border side was making huge progress. Xian destroyed 2 more formation cores. These 2 formation cores turned into spiral entrances and the year beasts that charged in became even more threatening to the southern border Immortals. A cold light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. In the previous life, my year's flow execution formation only had 3 spiral entrances at most, but after my modifications this life, it can sustain a maximum of 5. It is about time. In the previous life, the battle lasted 2 days and 1 night. This time, there were even more year beasts. Even though it has only been 1 day and night, the southern border Immortals have had even greater expenditure than in the previous life. Everyone, cooperate with me, activate the formation's strongest method. Fang Yuan suddenly transmitted. Chapter 1785. Ba's downfall. Some variant human GU Immortals hesitated, they thought, why are we using the strongest method now, isn't it too early? Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories, he knew that Xian had already found a lot of this formation's information, she just kept it to herself. When she attacked abruptly last time, Lady White Rabbit died, while Fang Yuan and the rest were caught unguarded. This time, Fang Yuan would not commit the same mistakes. Then who do we target? Lu Weiyin or Xian? Bai Ninbing asked. The modified year's flow execution formation had one strongest method, it could shine one silver-white beam of light on a single person. Whoever gets hit by it would experience an extremely slow time flow, they would be defenseless. Lu Weiyin was the current generation Paradise Earth's inheritor, he had incredible methods and secret trump cards. Meanwhile, Xian was a time path great expert, she could destroy the formation, she was a huge threat to the year's flow execution formation. This decision was not easy to make. But once this method was used, the remaining GU Immortals would be on guard, it would be extremely unlikely to hit them again. Fang Yuan's reply was very short, neither Lu Weiyin nor Xian, we will target that rank 7 GU Immortal. Ba was still concealed among the people. Another immemorial year beast came out into the battlefield through a spiral entrance again. Ba's eyes twitched, he forcefully held down the urge to take action. This formation is still firm, I need to wait. The time I take action has to be the most crucial moment, I need to catch Fang Yuan off guard and make him expose a flaw so that we can gain victory. While he was thinking of this, the ancient year beast near him froze as the pure dream reality seeker physique body inside self-detonated, the dream realm spread rapidly. Ba immediately became alert, At this moment, a silver-white beam shot out, hitting him directly. What? Ba's eyes slowly expanded, his time was slowed down by multiple times. In his field of vision, everything outside was rushing towards him rapidly. The dream realm was close to him to begin with. After he got hit, it completely covered him in an instant. Ba wanted to scream, but he had no time to do anything. He was submerged by the dream realm. He fell asleep. What happened? Ah. This is a dream realm. Lord Ba. Damn it, Fang Yuan saw through Lord's identity. The southern border Immortals were moved. Many people shrieked. This attack was too sudden. They were deeply shook. There was a third rank 8 GU Immortal. The GU Immortals under Fang Yuan were all scared and shocked. At the final moment, Ba exposed his true rank 8 aura, but it was useless. Everything was too late. Seeing this, Xian had the urge to cough blood. They had concealed this trump card for so long, but Fang Yuan actually saw through it. Ba had been biding his time. He had not even used his true strength yet, but Fang Yuan got rid of him so easily. Xian was enraged. She shrieked as an intense storm started around her. Crack crack, lightning flashed and thunder roared. These illusions condensed into a huge fan that she held in her hands. Immortal Killer Move, Summer Fan. In the previous life, Xian used this move to deal major damage to Fang Yuan. The year's flow execution formation was destroyed. Fang Yuan and the rest were injured, while Lady White Rabbit died. But now? Feel my fan. Xian waved ruthlessly. Winds were whipped up, emitting loud noises. Good, I was waiting for you. Fang Yuan shouted as his eyes shined with brightness like lightning. The formation was activated. It emitted a buzzing noise as overwhelming silver light enveloped all of the wind and absorbed it. What? Xian stared with wide eyes, feeling extremely shocked. The offensive killer move that she entrusted her hopes to actually had no effect. Again. She waved once more. Winds moved, surging powerfully as they killed many year beasts. Even the immemorial year beasts were unable to hold on. They were scattered by the wind. But at the next moment, silver light appeared as the winds were blocked entirely. Xian. She had an ashen expression. Her heart was filled with a bad feeling. She waved her fan like she had gone mad. Whoosh! 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 An unprecedented wind started to blow. It carried immense might with it. Under the silver light, the wind was instantly devoured. The heaven-destroying might earlier seemed like an illusion. Xian opened her mouth in a daze. After a breath of time, she screamed, "Impossible!" Indeed, it was impossible. She was clearly being targeted in this situation. Not just that, her summer fan killer move had been completely countered. Oh heavens, have mercy! Xian cried out in her heart. She had rarely used summer fan. Why did Fang Yuan know so much about it to be able to resolve it like this? Was this a dream? It was completely illogical. But of course it was logical. Because in the previous life, Fang Yuan not only obtained summer fan, he even modified it to surpass Xian's version. Thus, Xian's proud trump card was merely an inferior initial version in Fang Yuan's eyes. In this life, Fang Yuan considered Xian's killer move and modified year's flow execution formation, causing her threat to fall to its lowest level. The reason he allowed her to act freely until now was because he wanted to weaken the year beasts using her, and he also wanted to probe the foundation of these southern border GU Immortals. Thus, the truth was, even though Xian attacked ferociously and had great battle results, to Fang Yuan, she was the least dangerous GU Immortal out of the 3 rank 8s present. Xian's emotions were changing rapidly. She quickly exposed a flaw. Using this opportunity, Fang Yuan and the rest used the silver-white beam on her. They spread a dream realm to capture her as well. Not far away, Lu Weiyin smiled bitterly. He used a certain killer move to fall asleep as a dream realm started to spread around him. All of a sudden, all 3 rank 8s had stopped fighting. The rest of the rank 7 GU Immortals were going crazy. What the heck had happened? How did the situation change so quickly? They were not able to escape from Fang Yuan's demonic claws. The silver light shot towards Tai Chu Zhong, followed by Liu Hao, followed by This sequence was specifically deduced by Fang Yuan meticulously. Several minutes after the southern border Immortals went into the formation and lost all contact, a ray of white light appeared in the sky. The white light turned into a rank 8 GU Immortal. This person was dressed in white clothes that was not stained by even a speck of dust. He had a pair of thin white brows that extended towards the outer sides of his face. It was a heavenly court rank 8 GU Immortal, Junshan Guang. He cultivated light path. He was originally a supreme elder of one of the 10 great ancient sects in Central Continent. He had recently been recruited into Heavenly Court by Fairy Zi Wei after contributing his immortal aperture. Liu Hao and the rest disappeared here. Junshan Guang had just started his investigation when he found many suspicious traces. This does not look good for Liu Hao. There was definitely a fierce battle here. Unfortunately, Liu Hao did not even send any request for reinforcements. Was it an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield? A moment later, cold sweat appeared on Junshan Guang's forehead. Shock and fear flashed in his eyes for a moment. All the signs pointed to the fact that Xia Cha and the rest had been taken down. The 3 rank 8s as well as many rank 7 experts had all fallen into Fang Yuan's trap. Fang Yuan should have made use of dream realms. Soon, his gaze landed on the only small dream realm in the battlefield, becoming even more certain of his guess. Besides using dream realms, Fang Yuan's other methods, no matter how penetrating they are, cannot create such a result. Junshan Guang sensed something amiss. He quickly retreated and left. After a while, clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building brought Wu Yong, Kai Chu Yu, and the rest as they arrived. They disappeared here. Southern Borders GU Immortals had grim expressions. Quickly investigate what happened here. My clan cannot reach our first Supreme Elder. Xia clan's GU Immortals were extremely anxious. We cannot contact Lord Ba either. Ba clan's GU Immortals were also very anxious. In this life, Xia clan was not alone. They were accompanied by the similarly pitiful Ba clan. It looks like there was a tributary of the River of Time here. There was also a Time Path Immortal level formation. The group rushed here then fought a very fierce battle. What is up with this dream realm? Someone saw that remaining small dream realm left behind by Fang Yuan. Be careful. Southern Borders Immortals gradually separated and encircled this small dream realm. This dream realm is continuously shrinking. Someone suddenly exclaimed. After a while, several GU worms fell out of the shrinking dream realm. Like in the previous life, these information path GU worms contained the extortion letters that Fang Yuan had written to Southern Borders Righteous Path. The Southern Border Immortals went into a commotion. This. Blatant lies. How can this be possible? Our organized team was actually captured by Fang Yuan? HMPH. This must be a huge scam. But why can't we contact our clan's GU Immortals? The Southern Border GU Immortals were uncertain. They started to discuss among themselves. After a while, the dream realm continued to shrink as Lu Weiyin slowly appeared. Lu Weiyin woke up slowly as the dream realm dissipated. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Yong and the rest. He then looked at his surroundings and blurted out, "Oh no." His presence and the words he told them crushed the final bit of hope that these Southern Border Immortals had. Southern Borders Righteous Path brought in many people to organize a troop of experts to specially chase and kill Fang Yuan, but not only were they unable to kill Fang Yuan, they were instead taken captive by Fang Yuan. Oh heavens! Why was Fang Yuan this strong? Why was there a time path formation out of nowhere? Who could explain what happened? Nothing was logical. The assault that was very likely to succeed had reversed the role of hunter and hunted. The Southern Border Immortals suffered a huge loss. Discussions were happening among all of them. They were all panicking and flustered. They had lost all their face, and their material losses were also severe. If Fang Yuan extorted them now, what would they do? These Southern Border Immortals wanted nothing more than to crush and mince Fang Yuan's corpse, but this accursed demon had already escaped far away. Nobody knew where he was right now. Immortal Killer Move, Jade Flow Pearl. Fang Yuan's body flickered as he arrived at the 5 regional mountain range. Fixed immortal travel made traveling truly convenient. Fang Yuan did not care about the reactions of the southern border immortals. His gaze flickered as he looked at this mountain range. He needed to obtain the true inheritance while there was still time now. Chapter 1786. A match made in heaven. Fang Yuan floated in the sky, looking at the ground below him. The huge mountain range was collapsing. 5 colored lights emerged. They shined dazzlingly. But these lights did not fuse together or interfered with one another. They had their own routes. It is not so easy to destroy the 5 regional mountain range. In the previous life, Wu Yong succeeded because he obtained the accumulation of Qiao clan who had researched this inheritance for many years. Fang Yuan thought. In order for Dao Yu's true inheritance to appear, he needed to destroy the entire 5 regional mountain range. The commotion would be huge. This was why Fang Yuan had waited until now before he acted. Firstly, he had just won and captured the southern border immortals. His strength rose sharply. Secondly, the southern border immortals were disoriented currently. Heavenly Court's attention was also drawn there. He could act rapidly here. The 5 colored lights started to dissipate and break apart. They were disintegrating at a rapid speed as they shrunk continuously. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. If anyone tried to change the earth vein without knowledge, unless they were extremely lucky, the lights would still exist for the most part. Only a specific method that targeted this arrangement could succeed, to change the earth vein and cause the 5 colored lights to completely vanish. After a while, the 5 colored lights disappeared completely. A powerful aura suddenly emerged. Enormous pillars in 5 colors soared to the skies. A loud voice reverberated throughout the 5 regional mountain range. Junior, you did well. You actually passed my final test of destroying the 5 regional mountain range. Now, my 5 regional inheritance is yours. Cultivate properly and you can move unrestrained and unhindered over the world in the future. Don't let down my name. In the middle of the 5 colored light pillars, a smoke-like will condensed into the vivid appearance of a GU immortal. This was the will that Dao Zhu left behind. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. He stretched his arm towards Dao Zhu's will. Dao Zhu's will froze instantly. He felt a formless force restraining him. Next, he was pulled out of the rainbow pillar like a carrot that was uprooted. He flew towards Fang Yuan and grabbed by the throat. Dao Zhu's will was furious and humiliated. He stared at Fang Yuan. Rank 7 junior, don't humiliate me. I was a rank 8 back in my day. Fang Yuan purposely revealed a trace of his rank 8 aura. Dao Zhu's will had a change of expression after sensing it. He chuckled as his attitude turned around entirely. He spoke with a tone of being on similar status. So you are a rank 8 friend. Secretly, he was thinking to himself, this young man looks talented and has great disposition, but he actually acts so viciously and domineeringly. He is a rank 8 but he pretends to be rank 7, he must be up to no good. He is not a good person. Fang Yuan smiled, I am a current generation demon, old man Dao Zhu, I will take your true inheritance. Saying so, his sleeves billowed and he unleashed the killer move that he had prepared. The ground shook as GU worms flew out of the 5 colored light pillars rapidly. They all flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, including the immortal GU mixed among them. Next, the 5 colored light pillars faded away. They no longer were eye-catching. Dao Zhu's will was flabbergasted. Fang Yuan's wisdom path method could sense his inner thoughts. That was not strange. The shocking thing was, Fang Yuan could actually take the entire true inheritance without his consent. The main body's arrangements were completely useless against him. Sir, who in the world are you? Dao Zhu's will had a change of attitude again. He looked towards Fang Yuan with curiosity and wariness. Fang Yuan's action earlier had already surpassed Dao Zhu's own attainment. Not only did he see through Dao Zhu's arrangements, he even dealt with them perfectly. Fang Yuan looked over with a cold gaze. Dao Zhu's will felt like he was completely emptied. No, he felt like his entire body was transparent to the other party. He had no secrets left. Fang Yuan smiled, old man Dao Zhu. Yes, I am here. Dao Zhu's will felt extremely terrified by Fang Yuan's smile. He did not dare to put up airs. Your true inheritance is quite interesting. When I dominate the world and invade Heavenly Court, it will be very useful. To reward you, I will allow you to find a new inheritor in my grotto heaven. I will not destroy your will, I will replenish you and allow you to live for a long time. Fang Yuan said. Dao Yu's will was currently at Fang Yuan's mercy. He was like a puppet that could not move. He felt extremely bitter inside. Back then, when the main body researched upon the mysteries of the 5 regional walls, he made a breakthrough towards the end of his life. He had a shocking achievement. But the main body's lifespan was up. He had no time to become famous. He could only leave the inheritance and wait for an inheritor. It was a huge regret. Thus, Dao Yu's main body set up this true inheritance that would cause a huge commotion in the 5 regional mountain range. He would attempt to choose and test a proper disciple to inherit this legacy. When his disciple becomes renowned in the world, he would also gain fame and reputation that would make up for his regret before death. But the result was? Fang Yuan came and disrupted everything. Not only did he destroy the 5 regional mountain range, he skipped all of the tests and arrived at the end, even capturing the will and forcefully taking the true inheritance. He had no politeness at all, he was domineering. Dao Yu's will felt deep grievance. This was not what his main body had intended for. But what choice did he have? He was just a will. If I am not wrong, even my main body is not this person's match. From what he said, he actually wants to attack Heavenly Court, without sufficient strength and confidence. Why would he say that? Thinking so, Dao Yu's will sighed, saying to Fang Yuan, forget it, this is life. I don't care if you are a good or bad person, the true inheritance is in your hands. You might cause bloodshed and death in the future, but that will surely shake the 5 regions, right? This is what my main body wanted to see too. As long as you do not cover up my main body's achievements, so what if you get the true inheritance? Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. His laughter became intense, his black hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes shined with divine light, the surrounding winds and clouds moved with his will. After laughing, he looked at Dao Yu's will solemnly. Don't worry, why would I fight with a dead person over this reputation? If I cannot even let go of this, how can I surpass Heavenly Court? How can I surpass the generations of Venerables and pursue my supreme goal of eternal life? Dao Yu's will stared with wide eyes, thinking, This person talks big. He wants to defeat Heavenly Court and surpass Venerables? Is he crazy or foolish? Oh no, he can detect my thoughts. Fang Yuan laughed again. If I lack even this bit of ambition, what's the point of being human? Failure is fine, just try again several times. Even if I cannot achieve my goals in the end, so what? Dao Yu's will froze. He stared at Fang Yuan in a daze. He saw Fang Yuan taking a deep breath as he looked into the horizons. His eyes were dark like the abyss, but Dao Yu could see that within this pure darkness, there was a brilliant spark. Instantly, memories surfaced in his mind. The questioning and disdain of countless people. Researching the 5 regional walls? What's there to research about? He is so arrogant. This question has existed since the start of time. On what basis does this Dao Yu think he can possibly resolve it? A mere rank 6 immortal, and even a lone cultivator at that, he is so ordinary. The suppression of Southern Border's righteous path. Dao Zu. Stop researching it. The person who warned him had high cultivation level. His face was cold as ice. Why? I did not provoke you. Dao Zu replied in anger. Don't you get it? The Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortal looked at him with a deep gaze. His tone was very cold. What is the true meaning of the 5 regional walls? Right now, Central Continent is the strongest while the other 4 regions are weaker. If your research really succeeds, it will cause a huge commotion in the world. The 5 regions will go into war. It will be a calamity. For the sake of all the living beings in this world, we will be taking away these research gains of yours. No. Bam! Blind fool, if not for her, would you still be alive now? The Southern Border Righteous Path GU Immortal gave him a cold stare as he left. The separation from his lover? Dao Zhu, we are not compatible, let's end it here. Dao Zhu was filled with sadness. Yes, I am just a lone immortal, while you are the beloved child of Yao clan's first supreme elder. No, that's not the problem. Do you not get it? Dao Zhu. You are the reason. You research the mystery of the regional walls every day. How much time do you spend with me? Ask yourself this question, do you really care about me? You love your research more than you love me. The female immortal sobbed. Dao Zhu was speechless. The female immortal wiped her tears as she breathed in deeply, looking at Dao Zhu with teary eyes. This is the final time I will ask you, do you want me or your research? Dao Zhu lowered his head. He had a hesitant expression that was filled with uncertainty. The female immortal walked closer. Be with me, marry into Yao clan, we will live together and have our own children. Don't think about the regional walls, we will provide you all the resources you need. With my father around, you do not need to fear any calamities or tribulations, darling. The female immortal spoke endearingly. Dao Yu's heart shook. He looked at her. The female immortal had an expectant gaze. He took a step back as if he was pushed by a formless force. I? He clenched his fists, he gulped his saliva, he wanted to say something but no words came out. He did not want to lie to the female immortal, he did not want to lie to himself. The female immortal looked at him as her beautiful face turned increasingly pale. Eventually, the hope in her eyes vanished. She smiled lightly, turning around. As the crystal tears fell, she flew away on a cloud. Not long after, news got out that Yao clan was having an alliance marriage with another righteous path force. The bride was that female immortal. He is Dao Zhu. Is he stupid? In order to research the pointless secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on that marriage. He is a lunatic. I've often seen him heading to the regional walls for his research. He often ends up injured and in a sorry state. On the night of the female immortal's wedding, Dao Zhu stayed in a dark and tiny cave. He looked at the mortal formation in front of him in a daze. This tiny formation was only at rank 2 level, but it was the research gains of his entire life until now. He looked at the formation while thinking about the figure of that beautiful female immortal. Her smile was stunning and beautiful like the moon. He laughed to himself, his hoarse voice echoing in the tiny cave. He continued to research the formation in front of him with overflowing tears. All his efforts were not in vain. His stubborn nature was deeply planted into the soil that was filled with the blood of his bleeding heart. It bore fruit in the end. Yao clan's first supreme elder came to him. As a rank 8 himself, Dao Zhu looked at him directly. Yao clan's first supreme elder looked at Dao Zhu calmly but with a hint of pity in his eyes. I heard that your research had some progress recently. I was lucky. Dao Zhu sneered, you are here to snatch my research gains. The old man shook his head, you just became a rank 8, I do not want to bully the young and weak. Dao Zhu's sneer turned colder, your words can deceive a naive newbie, but trying that on me. Dao Zhu shook his head, disdain was shown all over his face. Yao clan's first supreme elder smiled nonchalantly. I admit. He sighed as he nodded, I had underestimated you, to think that you could advance to rank 8. If I had known this, I would not have hindered you and my daughter's relationship in secret. I would have nurtured you and tried all ways to get you two to be together. Even if you are obsessed with this, even if you cannot give my daughter happiness, I would still do it for the sake of my clan's benefit. Dao Yu's expression changed, thinking about the female immortal he loved, his gaze became dark. However, Yao clan's first supreme elder had a solemn expression as he added, I will not allow you to do any research on the secrets of the 5 regional walls. Dao Yu's eye shined with cold light, he regained his cold demeanor as before, HMPH, the same excuse about causing chaos and creating war between the 5 regions which would cause bloodshed in the world? Have you thought about it? Once we decipher the secret of the 5 regional walls, we can bring prosperity and hope to the world. The 5 regional walls are the biggest obstruction to the interaction between all 5 regions. If they vanish, GU Immortals will be able to move more freely and unobstructed. We would be able to share our cultivation knowledge with each other. However, the possibility of war is far higher than peace, isn't that so? Yao clan's old man interrupted Dao Zhu. Dao Zhu was silent, he did not rebuke. The 5 regions had too many differences, not just in terrain and culture, their resource allocation and population density also varied, there was also no lack of ambition people. Unlike the current 5 regions that were isolated and had economic, political, and military balance, once the 5 regional walls were removed, this balance would break instantly. So, you are here to advise me to stop. A moment later, Dao Yu broke the silence, he snickered in disdain, you know that is impossible. Yao Clan's old man said solemnly, I must admit, killing a rank 8 existence is too risky, it is hard for Southern Border's righteous path to make a decision on this. Unless there was no choice, we would not choose to fight to the death. Thus, we are here to tell you a secret, I hope that you can keep it a secret after you learn about it. Why must I listen to you? Dao Zhu laughed. Yao Clan's old man also laughed, because this secret involves the 5 regional walls, don't you want to know? Dao Zhu was moved, he felt a sense of anxiety in his heart but he quickly suppressed it. The look of pity in the Yao Clan old man's eyes became even deeper now, this secret is too cruel to you, but in this situation, I need to tell you. In the future, the earth veins of the 5 regions will merge and become one, the regional walls will disappear by themselves. What? Dao Zhu shouted in deep shock. This was a fatal blow dealt by Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder. This secret voided the goal of Dao Zhu's entire life. The 5 regional walls would vanish in the future, then what was the point of Dao Zhu's research? He put in so much hard work and effort, he took all the life-threatening risks and even gave up on his beloved woman, all of these sacrifices that he made, were they just cruel mockery towards him? This is impossible, you lied to me. Dao Zhu's voice was loud but there was panic in his tone. This is a Paradise Earth true inheritance that our Yao clan inherited, the evidence is with you already. Even if you do not believe me, do you not believe in the words of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? Yao clan's first Supreme Elder said this and smiled, furthermore, you researched about the 5 regional walls and earth veins your entire life, you must know something about it, haven't you sensed anything? All of your research gains can prove the fact that this will happen in the future, right? Dao Zhu was covered in perspiration, he stared with his huge hollow eyes as he fumbled backwards, he lowered his head towards the ground as his expression was full of nervousness. Yao clan's first Supreme Elder smiled. He looked at Dao Zhu, his kind old man demeanor had an extremely cold and cruel disposition. This was all that needed to be said. Yao clan's old man turned around to leave. Before going, he said his parting words, don't research about the 5 regional walls, they will disappear on their own in the future, your research is meaningless. Of course, if you can succeed while the 5 regional walls are still intact, I am sure the moment you achieve success will also be the moment Southern Border's righteous path and all our rank 8s join forces and exterminate you. This is all I have to say, Dao Zhu, think about it yourself. Dao Zhu was dazed on the spot, he stayed motionless, defeat was written all over his face. It was like a dream. Back to reality. Dao Zhu had died long ago, while his lingering will was grabbed by Fang Yuan at the throat. The true inheritance was already taken away forcefully. But Fang Yuan's words had a huge impact on Dao Zhu's will. If I lack even this bit of ambition, what's the point of being human? Failure is fine, just try again several times. Even if I cannot achieve my goals in the end, so what? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Dao Zhu's will laughed maniacally. Years later, his main body had already recovered from the impact that Yao clan's first Supreme Elder dealt, he had the same kind of realization. Indeed. Even if I fail in the end and obtain nothing, even if my life was a complete failure, so what? Even if the 5 regional walls would disappear in the future, so what? Even if my research is meaningless, so what? That is what I want to do. You can call me crazy, you can call me an idiot, you can call me stubborn, you can call me stupid. All right. I am crazy, I am an idiot, I am stubborn and also stupid. But I will still want to do it regardless. That is how I want to live. That is how I can find meaning in my life. However, I still had lingering regrets in the end, therefore, I created this inheritance. And now, this inheritance is in the hands of Fang Yuan. At this moment, Dao Zhu's will became excited. Fang Yuan, I will give you this inheritance, I will also give you the true meaning that is hidden somewhere else. My main body was not skilled at fighting, that was why I had lingering regrets. But I feel that if this inheritance is given to you, all these regrets will be fulfilled. This is truly a match made in heaven. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, he showed a confident but arrogant smile. Then observe it yourself, old man Dao Zhu. I will make sure your true inheritance stuns deities and shocks immortals, it will be renowned in the world. Chapter 1787. Rule Path Great Grandmaster. Like the previous life, this mountain range was inevitably still destroyed. But the result was very different for Fang Yuan. In the previous life, he set up an ambush and created a huge battle in the 5 regional mountain range. Dao Zhu's true inheritance has appeared unexpectedly, he had no chance to obtain it as he had to escape. This time, Fang Yuan was wary of the ink effect, he waited until he ambushed Southern Border's pursuers. After capturing them all, the time was ripe and he came to obtain this true inheritance. After some time, Southern Border's righteous path would agree and support Tai clan in building the beacon towers. By then, it would be problematic for Fang Yuan to take action. The scattered beacon towers would allow Southern Border's GU Immortals to travel much more quickly and efficiently. During the final battle in his previous life, Fang Yuan obtained important information about Dao Zhu's true inheritance from Wu Yong and Kai Chu Yu, he even set up a super immortal formation with them. Thus, he knew a lot about it, with all the deductions he made in advance, he was prepared to successfully take it by force. Dao Zhu's true inheritance. Fang Yuan sighed deeply in his heart. The methods inside this inheritance were very useful to him, they would help him greatly. Even though Dao Zhu was just a rank 8, the importance of this true inheritance surpassed even some venerable true inheritances. His previous life was the best proof. Fang Yuan used Dao Zhu's methods to deal with the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation, it gave Chen Yi and the rest huge problems, they were able to advance with great progress. Dao Zhu's methods were also able to deal with the killer move Heroes Among People. Due to Heroes Among People's amplification, Heavenly Court and Central Continent's GU Immortals had a huge boost in battle strength. But as long as they were inside the 5-colored smoke, these GU Immortals would face greater backlash the stronger they were. This was a mystical move that had an incredible effect. Fang Yuan had to give it a thumbs up, it deserved all his praise. The 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation and Heroes Among People were venerable methods, but Dao Zhu's true inheritance was actually able to counter them. This made many GU Immortals' jaws drop, they were deeply shocked. This time around, even if I cannot find a way to break Heroes Among People, I can use the 5-colored smoke to counter it, Central Continent's people will have a hard time. But the methods of this true inheritance are not too flexible. When used, an immortal formation has to be created. Even though I know this method, I do not want an immobile immortal formation, I need to modify it on this foundation. Fang Yuan thought about it as he looked at Dao Zhu's true inheritance. As he expected, the formation that he created with the Southern Border and Northern Plains GU Immortals was the essence of Dao Zhu's true inheritance. In this true inheritance, Dao Zhu named the formation 5 Regional Limit Formation. And the good news was that other than this formation, there was another immortal killer move, it had the same value as this 5 Regional Limit Formation. This move was known as 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, once activated, it could shoot out light chi made of 5 colors. The effect of the light chi was similar to regional walls, within it, GU Immortals of the 5 regions would face backlash, the stronger their move, the greater the backlash. Of course, because Fang Yuan was a special existence, he was not restricted inside this light chi. 5 Regional Limit Formation, 5 Restriction Profound Light Chi, these were the essence of Dao Zhu's true inheritance. Other than that, there were 2 remaining Immortal GU. These Immortal GU were Rule Path GU worms, one was Rank 8 a region, the other was Rank 7 limit. Rank 8 region GU was clearly Dao Zhu's vital GU, it had risen to Rank 8 alongside him. Dao Zhu's immortal aperture was not preserved. According to the true inheritance, Dao Zhu was very poor then, most of his resources were used for research, his immortal aperture had barely anything. And most importantly, before he died, he left his immortal aperture for the southern border righteous path so that he could conceal his true inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the true inheritance as he felt deeper emotions. This Dao Zhu was a peculiar genius, he spent his entire lifetime and effort on research, he invested so much manpower and resources. In the contents of the true inheritance, he wrote about his countless experiments, he had risked his life each time in all these attempts. Even after he became rank 8, he often went into the regional wall to experience its profundity. This was not something normal people could do. Thus, his immortal aperture was very poor, he could barely maintain the feeding of his immortal GU, it could not develop as he constantly faced backlash inside the regional wall as a rank 8 GU immortal. Next, I need to manage my immortal aperture and gain the ability to feed these 2 immortal GU. Then, Fang Yuan was faced with a tough problem. Should he choose the 5 regional limit formation or 5 restriction profound light chi? Both use region and limit as the cause with a vast number of supplementary mortal GU. If he created a formation, he could not use 5 restriction profound light chi. Similarly, if he chose 5 restriction profound light chi, he would not have enough time in the battle to set up the 5 regional limit formation. Creating a formation had huge drawbacks, because a stationary formation needed the power of an earth vein. Dao Zhu True Inheritance had clearly stated, not only did the 5 regional limit formation need to be set up on the ground, it needed to be rooted to an earth vein. Thus, in the previous life, Kai Chu Yu added in earth vein immortal GU. But now, earth vein immortal GU had not appeared yet. Once a formation was created, it would not be very usable, because Fang Yuan would not be able to take it out at crucial timing. Unless he used formation flag GU or the formation spirit to move this formation around, but that would require a lot of modification and deductions from him, and the results were unknown. Choosing the 5 restriction profound light chi was more convenient and stronger, but it could not last as long as a formation. Furthermore, it had its weakness too. Each time this move was used, the GU Immortal would need to expend a vast amount of earth chi in their immortal aperture. The expenditure was colossal, even Fang Yuan was tongue-tied when he saw it. However, there is a method to resolve the drawback of 5 restriction profound light chi in him. I arrived. Fang Yuan stopped thinking as he arrived at an ordinary-looking cave. It is well hidden, even I could not sense anything amiss. Fang Yuan nodded to himself. Next, he let out Dao Zhu's will. Dao Zhu's will took a few steps forward, the cave changed, a gush of true meaning permeated the walls. Dao Zhu's will handed this true meaning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan first inspected it, after finding no problems with it, he absorbed it without hesitation. A moment later, he became a great Grandmaster in Rule Path. This Dao Zhu's true meaning could allow a person who had no foundation in Rule Path to become a great Grandmaster instantly. Of course, Fang Yuan had his own foundation, he was a Rule Path Grandmaster. Even though Fang Yuan was still a great Grandmaster now, his original foundation was not wasted, it was still accumulated even though he did not achieve a qualitative change into Supreme Grandmaster. It seems that Dao Zhu was a Rule Path Great Grandmaster when he was alive. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. When any path reaches Great Grandmaster in attainment level, a qualitative change would occur. Rank 8 GU Immortals were the elites of the elites. Kai Clan's Kai Chuyu was a formation path Great Grandmaster who could use natural Dao marks to create immortal formations. Blazing Heaven Demonis was a fire path Great Grandmaster. Back then when she made a trap for Fang Yuan, he could not sense it in the immortal materials no matter what. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a great Grandmaster of all paths, this showed how powerful he was. The lifetime achievement of many rank 8 GU Immortals would only be one aspect of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If not for Fang Yuan turning the situation around back then, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable would have infiltrated Heavenly Court, Shadow Sect would control the entire world. As for why Dao Zhu cultivated Restriction Path but left behind a Rule Path true meaning? Because Restriction Path was a sub-branch of Rule Path, it was a small path that had not been fully separated. It was like the emotion path derived from wisdom path. This path specialized in using charm and emotion to influence others. The truth was, rule path had many smaller paths derived from it. It was truly the number one path without question in this regard. The more famous ones were restriction path and phantom path. Phantom path was derived from rule path. It focused on illusions and phantoms. Between truth and falsity, it had not fully separated from rule path yet. Fang Yuan had some rule path immortal GU. They were precaution, big, fight, and others. The characteristics of rule path could be easily seen from this. Big, small, tall, short, fat, skinny, far, close, good, bad, round, square, curved, straight, truth, false, strong, weak, 1, 2, 3, 4. These were all rule path GU worms. Because rule path was a huge concept, it had many branching smaller paths as a result. Among all the paths, rule path GU worms have the widest range of use, or rather, they are the most practical for usage. For example, rule path GU worm strong can be used with any path to make any killer move stronger. Rule path had another advantage: the GU Immortal could often create their own true meaning using it. This was the advantage of wisdom path as well. True meaning involved the truth of rule path, as well as the will of wisdom path. Other than these two paths, there were truly very few GU Immortals of other paths that could leave true meaning behind. The 10 Venerables were exceptions. These monsters were not confined to common sense, they were unique existences that could not be assessed through logic. Dao Zhu's true meaning was quite a joyful surprise to Fang Yuan, because he knew that Wu Yong and Kai Chuyu did not obtain it in the previous life. It was not hard to understand. Fang Yuan had already deduced much of the truth. Dao Zhu was suppressed by the southern border righteous path when he was alive. Before dying, he gave up his immortal aperture to lure the attention of the righteous path while he set up his true inheritance and hid his true meaning elsewhere. Southern border's righteous path obtained Dao Zhu's immortal aperture. They thought that his research had no results, because they could not see through the 5 regional mountain range. They could not discover Dao Zhu's true inheritance. Even though Dao Zhu's true inheritance ended in the hands of Southern Border's righteous path last time, Dao Zhu's true meaning had been hidden from them. Dao Zhu's true meaning was very useful to the current Fang Yuan. It came at the perfect timing, because he had just captured Ba. This rule path rank 8 GU Immortals Grotto Heaven could not be annexed with Fang Yuan's original rule path attainment level. I wanted to undergo some transactions with Kai Chuyu to get some rule path dream realms and raise my attainment level. To think that this would happen, I do not need to wait anymore. I can save a lot of effort. Chapter 1788. Righteous Path's Headache. In a room, light was dim. Wu Yong had an ashen expression as he sat like a motionless statue. The information path GU worm in his hand was still a little warm because he had just activated it. There was an intense conference of higher-ups earlier among the southern border righteous path forces. It was as heated as a market. Xian clans and Ba clans GU Immortals were close to screaming, their voices filled with terror and helplessness. Most of the people were engaging in loud discussions, close to the point of arguments, as they vented their shock and fear. How is this possible? Fang Yuan ambushed us and obtained complete victory. Our GU Immortals were all captured by him. What do we do now? This has never happened before in Southern Border's history. If news get out, our Southern Border righteous path would become the laughingstock of the 5 regions. Reputation is no longer important. The important thing is that our clansmen are in his hands. Earlier, Fang Yuan left an information path GU worm behind. Didn't he ask us to wait for his reply? Yes, but he has not sent anything to us. Do we just wait for him? Wu Yong could still hear the discussions of these people echoing in his ears. HMPH, a bunch of useless people. What is the point of talking and discussing now? Wu Yong snorted coldly in displeasure. He squinted as his already long and thin eyes became even slimmer. An eerie cold light flickered in his eyes continuously, while his fists were clenched uncontrollably. This is troublesome. Fang Yuan has the absolute initiative. Even if I reject his extortion, Xia clan and Ba clan would not, because their first supreme elders are the ones captured. Heavenly Court's arrangements were useless as well. HMPH, I wasted my effort in contacting Z-Wei. But this is not because Heavenly Court is weak. This Fang Yuan has simply shown battle strength that is too terrifying in this fight. With such terrifying battle results, looking at my southern border righteous path, only Kai Chuyu is a character. He remained calm and cool. Wu Yong remembered clearly, in the intense discussion earlier, Kai Chuyu had a calm expression and even was the first to suggest a plan to chase after Fang Yuan and pursue him. Even though barely anyone responded, that was the proper behavior of a righteous path member. Wu Yong had no idea that Kai Chuyu was forcing himself to act calm. He was filled with shock and anxiety internally. He pretended to make this suggestion to pursue Fang Yuan so that he could conceal himself deeper. Fang Yuan actually won. Not only did Fang Yuan win, he even captured 2 rank 8s and multiple rank 7 experts. Was it a joke? Before this battle, Kai Chuyu would definitely think this was a joke. But now, he could not laugh at all. Kai Chuyu did not dare to believe it, but the evidence that Lu Weiyin showed them was genuine. He had to accept it. Fang Yuan obtained complete victory in this battle. Not only did Southern Border's righteous path go into chaos, even Kai Chuyu felt like Fang Yuan had a hold on him. Because Fang Yuan won using Dream Realms. And these Dream Realms were given to him by Kai Chuyu. That was to say, Kai Chuyu was the biggest contributor to Fang Yuan's success. He had become the greatest traitor of Southern Border's righteous path. Before this, Kai Chuyu had thought that Fang Yuan would use the Dream Realms to deal with Southern Border's righteous path. But he was limited by common sense. Firstly, transacting with Fang Yuan simply benefited Kai clan too greatly. This temptation and desire blinded Kai Chuyu. Secondly, Fang Yuan had escaped by self-detonating the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies last time. In the entire process, he was in a distressed state, and he could not even control the self-detonated pure dream reality seeker physique bodies that formed dream realms. Thus, Kai Chuyu felt that this self-detonation held little threat. But to think that Fang Yuan would set up a time path super immortal formation. If not for this immortal formation stopping GU Immortals from teleporting, how could he succeed in using the Dream Realms? The Time Path Immortal formation is not scary. The scary thing is how deeply concealed this formation was. If Fang Yuan had not activated it, it could not be detected. Kai Chuyu felt a headache thinking about it. He was a formation path great Grandmaster. He naturally understood formations. But the immortal formation of each path had their own strengths and weaknesses. The strength of time path immortal formations was that they could affect the flow of time inside. Fang Yuan used this to fight for days and nights inside the formation, capturing the pursuers. Only several hours had passed outside. But time path immortal formations were not good at concealment. It was the strength of dark path, phantom path, and transformation path formations. Once time path immortal formations were created, they would be out there in the open, easily detected and seen. It should not be concealed so deeply. So how did Fang Yuan make it this hidden? Kai Chuyu was stumped by this question, while at the same time, Fairy Z-Wei who was inside Heavenly Court found the answer. She had just ended her deductions. Central Great Hall was still flickering with purple light. Fairy Z-Wei sighed deeply. It should be the past arrangements of Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect had once been scattered in all 5 regions, hiding under Zombie Alliance while searching for natural tributaries of the River of Time, using the surrounding time path Dao marks to set up formations. At Great Grandmaster, Formation Path GU Immortals could directly use natural Dao marks to set up formations. But the formation created would have different strengths and advantages according to the distribution of the natural Dao marks. The GU Immortal would often only be able to adjust it slightly. It was not as convenient as using GU worms to create formations. But that time path formation in Southern Border is specialized in concealment. Fang Yuan had perfect use of it. He added more time path formations inside and used the Dream Realms to capture all of the Southern Border pursuers in one go. Fairy Z-Wei had a dark expression. She felt regret now. Had she known this, she would have told Southern Border about the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. After the loss in Lang Ya Blessed Land, Fairy Ziwei only told the world about a portion of the details. As long as Southern Border's Righteous Path knew of Chen Yi's and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's deaths, they would place more emphasis on Fang Yuan. They would not send just 2 rank 8 GU Immortals. Lu Weiyin had joined on his own accord. That was not under the control of Southern Border's Righteous Path. This was not to say that Fairy Ziwei had made a mistake. She had her own considerations too. Initially, Fairy Ziwei had lingering hope that Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch might still be alive. Thus, she only exposed Fang Yuan's secrets to the world while hiding this incident. But after a long time passed, Fairy Ziwei realized that Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch were truly dead. She chose to conceal this information because she did not want to help raise Fang Yuan's reputation, and also because she was afraid that GU Immortals of the other 4 regions would compromise with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had the strength to harm rank 8 GU Immortals. His influence had reached a qualitative change. The other 4 regions were not like Central Continent. They had many forces that opposed each other. Those forces were not united and could easily be crippled by Fang Yuan. It was easy for them to secretly reach an agreement and undergo transactions. Fairy Ziwei was not wrong at all. Western Desert's Tang clan and Southern Border's Kai clan were doing this. Fairy Ziwei concealed this fact to ensure that the 4 regions would still be antagonistic towards Fang Yuan. Regardless of the results, both sides would have some expenditure. Any loss to either of them would benefit Heavenly Court overall. At the same time, they would expose information and clues that Heavenly Court could gain by simply observing. When the time is right, Heavenly Court would deduce Fang Yuan's exact location and take action to exterminate this demon. Fairy Ziwei made a good plan. She was looking towards the future and making preparations for the 5 regions' chaotic war. But the situation was way out of her expectations. Fang Yuan actually obtained complete victory. He captured all the Southern Border Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan has rank 7 cultivation level, last time, he made use of Lang Ya Blessed Land's foundation. And this time, he is using Shadow Sect's remaining arrangements. The result is a one-sided victory by him. Our arrangements did not even have time to take effect. Fairy Ziwei gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan was too devious and cunning. It was getting increasingly harder to deal with him. Fairy Ziwei started to feel a sense of helplessness. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but she could do nothing to him. One of the reasons was that he cultivated too many paths. Wisdom Path, for example. Fang Yuan had deep Wisdom Path attainment. Even if Fairy Ziwei made deductions with her full power now, she could not deduce his location. She needed a lot more clues. Normally speaking, GU Immortals who were not in Wisdom Path would be easy to locate through deductions. There were many Demonic Path GU Immortals in this world, but why were there few who would wreak havoc like Fang Yuan? It was because the moment they create chaos and make everyone angry, Wisdom Path GU Immortals would undergo deductions and locate them quickly, before pursuing and hunting them down. Or for example, Refinement Path. Lang Ya Blessed Land was not so easy to annex. Many GU Immortals could not do it even if they wanted to. Even some rank 8 GU Immortals could not. Because Lang Ya Blessed Land was rank 7, one needed at least Grandmaster Refinement Path attainment level. Or, for example, Dream Path. Fang Yuan was reborn from the future. He had many Dream Path methods. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he used these methods to escape danger and survive the ordeal. Or, for example, this ambush battle. Fang Yuan showed incredible formation path attainment. To be able to use the time path formation to this extent, his formation path attainment level was at least Great Grandmaster. Of course, this can be part of the arrangements left by Shadow Sect. But why did Fang Yuan not use it back then? There is little possibility in this. There is another possibility. After Fang Yuan annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land, one of the variant human GU Immortals that he took in has Great Grandmaster formation path attainment level. I don't have enough clues. Fairy Ziwei placed her hand on her forehead as cold flight flickered in her eyes. She stood up and left Central Great Hall, arriving at the place where Spectral Soul was imprisoned. Soul search. Not long after, Fairy Z-Wei nodded in satisfaction. She searched specifically within Spectral Soul's memories about the secrets regarding the Time Path formation. It is a formation with strong concealment capability indeed, but it does not have the power to summon year beasts. Fang Yuan must have added it in afterwards. Fairy Z-Wei was in deep thought. The eerie light in her eyes was just a speck earlier, but it had already spread to a larger area now. Chapter 1789. Suspected of Rebirth. Throughout the eras, countless immortal halls were built. Behind Central Great Hall, there was a tall tower that was covered in a white gold halo. It was the Rank 8 Immortal GU House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Surrounding Heaven Overseeing Tower, several Heavenly Court GU Immortals were working together. They were very busy. Through their hard work, a refinement path formation was slowly taking shape. A GU Immortal with a strong body that was like a monolith was watching outside the formation. Even though he was just standing, he gave a feeling of a huge pillar that could support the sky. It was Duke Long. Greetings, Duke Long. Fairy Z-Wei arrived at this moment, standing behind Duke Long. Right now, Lang Ya Blessed Land is in Fang Yuan's hands. That means he also knows the details of Refinement Cauldron. Originally, Heavenly Court's Refinement Path formation was modeled after Refinement Cauldron. I ordered them to disassemble the original formation and modify it into another one. Duke Long said as he turned around, facing Fairy Z-Wei. Guilt showed on Fairy Z-Wei's face as she said, "I have failed in my duties." Before she finished, Duke Long interrupted, "No need to take about blaming yourself. I believe you have already reflected upon your actions. The past cannot be changed. We should face the present and plan for the future." Duke Long looked at Fairy Z-Wei as he sighed. Right now, Heavenly Court has control of the situation, but it seems like our control is slowly dwindling. Fang Yuan, this pawn arranged by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, was able to thwart our plans and cause the deaths of Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. Right now he even captured many southern border immortals. Even if he is only rank 7, regardless of what methods he used, the result is apparent to us all. The facts are simply like this. Z-Wei, how will you deal with it? In the previous life, Duke Long did not place importance on Fang Yuan. He thought that he was just a nuisance. But now, after Fang Yuan attained great victories one after the other, Duke Long became alert towards him. He no longer entrusted everything to Fairy Z-Wei like in the previous life. He started to feel uneasy and asked questions about future plans. Fairy Z-Wei breathed in deeply. She already had a plan on how to deal with Fang Yuan. She said calmly, "The first thing is to find his location. Wisdom path methods are not enough. Right now, I have sent out 3 rank 8 GU Immortals in southern border to search for his traces. Furthermore, we need to counter his killer move that uses fixed immortal travel as the core. This move is more threatening than omnidirectional travel. It gives Fang Yuan the initiative to advance or retreat at will. I have already given orders to prepare the refinement of Fixed Space GU before anyone else." Fixed Space GU was in Liu Hao's hands, but he was captured by Fang Yuan now. Fairy Z-Wei was confident in Heavenly Court's methods. They could make Liu Hao's Fixed Space Immortal GU self-detonate. With the crucial Fixed Space GU, they would be able to deal with Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. And thirdly, Fairy Z-Wei said as she paused, continuing in a heavier tone, "We need to guard against his Spring-Autumn Cicada. I am increasingly suspicious that Fang Yuan has already used Spring-Autumn Cicada. He had been reborn already. In the Battle of Lang Ya Blessed Land, our side lost because Starcast was broken. This is very suspicious. Feng Juji left so many Dao marks at various locations. Why did Fang Yuan lock onto that particular one? Setting a formation in advance and blocking us from entering. But I have made many deductions on this without any result. The clues are too few." Fairy Z-Wei sighed deeply. Spring-Autumn Cicada is a problem indeed. Duke Long nodded. "Do you have any way to deal with it?" Fairy Z-Wei nodded. "Lord Duke Long, didn't we discuss already? We will use the killer move Benevolent Equality on Spring-Autumn Cicada. But Benevolence GU is still in southern border. It is owned by Paradise Earth's inheritor, Lu Wei-yin. That's right. Duke Long said in a low tone. If Fang Yuan uses Spring-Autumn Cicada, he might not just be using it alone, he likely would be using a killer move. Using Benevolent Equality to deal with any potential Spring-Autumn Cicada killer move is most appropriate. Precisely. Purple light flickered in Fairy Z Wei's eyes. That is why I plan to contact Lu Wei-yin soon. I want to discuss the matter of borrowing Benevolent GU from him. At this time in the previous life, Heavenly Court was calm and composed. They had not contacted Lu Wei-yin so early. But due to the ink effect, they decided to approach Lu Wei-yin in advance. Duke Long nodded as he had a thought. You want to use this chance to see if Fang Yuan has truly been reborn. That's right. If Lu Wei-yin rejects us, the likelihood of Fang Yuan using Rebirth is higher. That is because our Benevolent Equality killer move counters Fang Yuan. But if Lu Wei-yin agrees, it means that we were able to use Benevolent Equality. It would be unlikely that Fang Yuan managed to rebirth. At the same time, we can probe the attitude of this current generation Paradise Earth inheritor. Fairy Z Wei said slowly. On the topic of Paradise Earth, Duke Long had a complex expression as he said, let's do that. However, even if Lu Wei-yin refuses to lend to us, we do not need to worry even if we cannot deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. As long as we control the situation and progress as planned, no matter how that scoundrel Fang Yuan tries, he cannot turn this around. Back then, with Red Lotus strength and foundation, he still failed in the end, not to mention this mere Fang Yuan. Duke Long said this with a grand tone as he smiled. Fairy Z Wei was a little hesitant. She asked, Lord Duke Long, there is something I do not understand. With our Heavenly Court's deep foundation, why do we need to borrow GU in order to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada? Do we really lack any kind of method to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada? Duke Long's smile faded away. The cause is likely Red Lotus. Back then, he had told me this personally when we fought. He said that in the River of Time, there are many Stone Lotus Islands that are not connected to each other, yet they share a special influence. All of the Stone Lotus Islands form one immortal killer move. It is his proudest creation. This method can influence the flow of the River of Time. It can indirectly affect the traces of all beings in this world. Without the River of Time, the entire world would be still. The myriad beings could only move and live because of the moving River of Time. Using this relationship, Red Lotus Demon Venerable created a grand method that exerted its influence until today. The most evident effect was that any GU worm or method that countered Spring-Autumn Cicada would never end up in Heavenly Court. After the matter of Red Lotus, Heavenly Court concealed the truth to defend its reputation while aggressively searching and planning for methods to deal with Spring-Autumn Cicada. Gradually, Heavenly Court found something strange. Any immortal GU that could counter Spring-Autumn Cicada would intentionally avoid Heavenly Court. Among the GU Immortals that joined Heavenly Court, very few cultivated Time Path. But as time passes, this influence is weakening. Heavenly Court has obtained some methods that can influence and disrupt Spring-Autumn Cicada. You know them too, most are still unusable. Duke Long added. So that's it. Fairy Z Wei had a calm expression, but she was shocked on the inside. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had created an incredible method. This truly surpassed the limits of Time Path. It had a trace of the power of fate. He not only damaged Fate GU, he even forcefully used Time Path methods to mimic the power of fate in order to counter it. Fairy Z Wei blinked as she calmed her emotions. Next, I will let out news that Fang Yuan is trying to undergo tribulation and ascend to rank 8. At the same time, I will talk to Wu Yong and interact with the Southern Border Righteous Path forces to find more people that would go against Fang Yuan. And finally, I have already given orders to nurture Fang Ving fully. This person was brought about by the Heavenly Tao. He is a crucial key to dealing with Fang Yuan. Has he already undergone immortal ascension? Central Continent. The blood rain became smaller as Gu Fangjing floated in the sky above the mountain peak. His heaven, earth, and human chi were condensing into one spot. He had gone through many ordeals. His suffering had turned into his precious wealth, allowing him to balance the three chi successfully. Fang Zheng suddenly opened his eyes, he breathed in deeply and tossed a rank 5 blood path GU into the lump of qi. Boom! A shocking sound exploded around him, the qi lump burst out and turned into an immortal aperture. High-grade blessed land. Fang Zheng's immortal ascension succeeded, there was also a lot of heaven and earth qi remaining. Fang Zheng was overjoyed, these heaven and earth qi could raise his vital blood path mortal GU into an immortal GU. Fang Zheng, quickly let me in, I will help you with the tribulation. Fan Shi Liu transmitted, he had been guarding Fang Zheng's entire immortal ascension process. Fang Zheng frowned, showing displeasure. The immortal aperture was the most private area of the GU immortal, Fan Shi Liu was infringing on it, Fang Zheng felt a sense of anger. But immediately, Fang Zheng relaxed his brows, he opened the immortal aperture door and said plainly, sure, Fan Shi Liu, please enter. Fang Zheng knew that not only was Fan Shi Liu here, during his immortal ascension, countless eyes were watching him. He gradually understood his value, he was just a tool, he was being nurtured to deal with Fang Yuan. A moment later, his tribulation ended. Fan Shi Liu was inside his immortal aperture, he had a complex expression, Fang Zheng. This is a high-grade blessed land. Back then, I went through so much and faced a great risk during my tribulation, but only gained a medium-grade blessed land. Your immortal aperture has at least a size of 5,666 square kilometers, while the limit is at 6,000 square kilometers. This is definitely a large tributary of the river of time. The rate of time compared to the outside world is 1 to 28. The limit of a high-grade blessed land is 1 to 30, the difference is very small. His time path and space path resources were far beyond what Fan Shi Liu had back in his day. Rank 6 GU immortals with high-grade blessed lands were elites, they were few in numbers to begin with. And during this tribulation, you ascended your vital GU as well, you now own 2 blood path immortal GU. The sect has given orders, I brought you a lot of resources to plant and get past the toughest initial stage post-ascension. Fan Shi Liu said this as he took out a large amount of blood path resources from his immortal aperture. All these resources had huge value, they were mostly immortal materials, this experienced GU immortal Fan Shi Liu could not even conceal the jealousy and envy in his eyes. The sect was putting so much effort into nurturing Fang Zheng. The value of these resources was equivalent to a rank 6 lone cultivator's 100 years of accumulation. Even for Fan Shi Liu who had immortal crane sect support, he had to spend 50 years to reach this stage. One could say that Fang Zheng became a rich rank 6 GU immortal without doing anything. The sect is putting so much effort for you, Fang Zheng, don't let them down. At the end, Fan Shi Liu said with a hoarse voice. Just by seeing Fan Shi Liu's complex expression, Fang Zheng understood. He was also shocked that he was receiving so much attention and nurturing. Regardless of their motive. I have finally become an immortal. Fang Yuan, the difference between you and I is no longer immortal and mortal. Fang Zheng's divine sense looked around, he felt deep emotions while looking at his immortal aperture. This is my immortal aperture, my blessed land, my foundation. At this moment, he felt that his future was bright, it seemed to be filled with endless possibilities. Fang Yuan, even though you are strong, you were still forced to escape from Central Continent and Heavenly Court, you dare not step into Central Continent. With their help, it will not be impossible for me to deal with you. Even though I understand you, I will not forgive you. Fate toys with people, we will still end up as enemies after all. This current life was different from the previous, Fang Zheng received much more attention and help, his immortal ascension was brought forward by quite some time. In the previous life, everyone knew about the nightmare that Southern Border faced, Fang Yuan's demonic might was overwhelming. But now, Heavenly Court concealed the facts behind their loss, while Southern Border's situation had not been known to everyone yet. Thus, Gu Fang Zheng had no idea that Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch had died, he did not know that Southern Border's immortals were all captured by Fang Yuan. This created a misconception after his immortal ascension that if he continued like this, he might be able to reach Fang Yuan's height and face him directly. Chapter 1790. Annex, Annex, Annex. Within the empty mini-yellow heaven, a figure was flying at rapid speed. It came to a stop abruptly, landing before a group of GU Immortals. It was Fang Yuan's Time Path clone.
Lord Fang Yuan. Sect leader.
The group of Immortals paid their respects. Looking at them, other than Ying Wuxie, who was working in Green Ghost Desert, Fang Yuan subordinates were gathered around. By Ning Bing, Hei Lu Lan, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, Shuo, Bing Yuan, Shizong, Cheng, and Mo Tan Sang, their immortal auras permeated the area. These talented people were all gathered here together. These people had participated in the ambush earlier. They witnessed how Fang Yuan controlled the situation and captured the southern border Immortals. Thus, the Immortals looked at Fang Yuan with even more heated and respectful expressions than before the battle. Especially those variant human GU Immortals, they had smiling expressions with a polite attitude. They were as tame as pets. No need to stand on ceremony. Fang Yuan glanced at them before turning to the other side. An immortal formation was floating in the sky. It had been built by this group of GU Immortals not long ago. Of course, the main part of the formation was made by Fang Yuan. He had only left the minor portions to these subordinates. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone observed patiently before nodding in satisfaction. This formation was operating smoothly. This was the Wisdom Refinement formation. It was constructed by using the light of wisdom along with woman's heart and unravel mystery to refine other immortal GU. If there was the other person's will, the effect would become even more outstanding. Initially, Fang Yuan had used Mo Yaro's fake will to refine the immortal GU of Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, including Chained Soul Immortal GU. This crucial immortal GU allowed Fang Yuan to turn the situation around, snatching Sovereign Immortal Fetus GU during the Battle of Yiqian Mountain from Spectral Soul. In the previous life, this formation was modified by Fang Yuan. It had great power. And in this life, Fang Yuan only tweaked it a little before using it, because the effect was sufficient. Further modification was unnecessary. All right, get into the formation. Fang Yuan instructed. The GU Immortals beside him started to enter the formation. They controlled the formation for Fang Yuan, maintaining its operation. Fang Yuan turned around and looked behind him. Behind him, there was an illusory dream realm. It was like a huge lump of rainbow clouds. A pure dream reality seeker physique body had already been formed. Fang Yuan had learned this move from Feng Jin Huang in the previous life. It was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body that could exist permanently. But because Fang Yuan's soul cultivation was still low, he could not create a split soul. It was merely Fang Yuan's will that was controlling this pure dream reality seeker physique body. The will would be constantly expended until it dissipates into nothingness. It was only a proper clone if it had an accompanying soul. Thus, this pure dream reality seeker physique body was only half a dream path clone. But it was enough for now. After the pure dream reality seeker physique body entered the dream, a southern border GU Immortal was quickly pushed out. As he had not entered the formation yet, the GU Immortals around Fang Yuan looked and had changes of expression as they recognized this person. After the battle, they did not idle. They were searching for the information of these captives, thus they knew a lot about these people. This is Yang Clan's GU Immortal Yang Ku. He is one of the peak representative experts of Soul Path in Southern Border's GU Immortal world. He had once destroyed the nest of a group of ancient desolate beasts by himself, and had successfully escaped from the pursuit of an immemorial desolate beast. Lady White Rabbit and the rest were talking. Yang Ku's upper half was still inside the dream realm, while the lower half was exposed outside the dream realm. Fang Yuan's main body used his killer move. Immortal killer move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. A ghost hand descended from the sky. It quickly went into Yang Ku's immortal aperture. As the Immortals watched, in just a few breaths of time, the ghost hand came out. It flew past Fang Yuan's Time Path clone as it came to the top of the Wisdom Refinement formation. Its 5 fingers opened up and tossed the newly stolen Immortal GU into the formation. This was a rank 7 Soul Path Immortal GU. The Immortal GU entered the Wisdom Refinement formation. It was immediately enveloped by the formation and trapped in the center. Activate it with full force. The GU Immortals inside the formation cried out. The Wisdom Refinement formation shined with a bright golden light. Amidst the buzzing noises, the light of wisdom also gathered on the stolen Immortal GU, rapidly refining it. Great Thief Ghost Hand flew back to Yanku's Immortal Aperture. It came out after a few breaths of time, bringing out a second Immortal GU. This Immortal GU was Devour Soul GU. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone nodded. With this Immortal GU as the core, he could finally use the killer move Devour Soul. After Great Thief Ghost Hand tossed Devour Soul Immortal GU into the Wisdom Refinement formation, it flew back to Yanku's Immortal Aperture. For the following 2 times, it stole Immortal GU again and finally plundered all of Yanku's Immortal GU. Some of the variant human GU Immortals who were unaware saw this and revealed expressions of shock. Did Fang Yuan already modify Great Thief Ghost Hand so that it would always steal Immortal GU? If that was the case, Great Thief Ghost Hand would be hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than before. But Great Thief Ghost Hand had indeed been modified. After Fang Yuan gained some results in comprehending the Steel Life True Inheritance, he was able to specify the intended target for Great Thief Ghost Hand to steal. As long as Fang Yuan knew the target well, and where their Immortal GU were, he could steal Immortal GU every time. And in this case, Fang Yuan was completely aware of Yanku's Immortal Aperture. Because in the previous life, he had stolen GU and soul-searched, he annexed the entire aperture. Yanku's Immortal Aperture was fused into his own sovereign Immortal Aperture. A moment later, Fang Yuan looted Yanku dry of his Immortal GU. Using the Wisdom Refinement formation, he quickly refined them into his own. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone took away Devour Soul Immortal GU as he instilled Immortal Essence, activating other GU worms as well to form the killer move Devour Soul. This Devour Soul killer move was also modified. It was more effective than in the previous life. Fang Yuan drew in a breath. Yanku's soul was drawn out. As a Soul Path GU Immortal, Yanku's soul was about to wake up the moment it left the Dream Realm, but Fang Yuan was prepared for this. He used a Soul Path killer move and sealed it. After taking away the Immortal GU, Yanku was like a tiger without teeth. After his soul was taken, Yanku was a tiger without teeth that was having a fatal illness. The final step, Aperture Retrieval. Fang Yuan called out as he activated his killer move, pulling out Yanku's Immortal Aperture from his body. The Immortal Aperture was forcefully sealed. It was turned into a light grey lump of light. Bai Ningbing and 2 other GU Immortals flew over at this moment. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone handed this grey light to Bai Ningbing with deep caution, saying, "Go ahead." He had deduced everything already. Bai Ningbing held onto Yanku's Immortal Aperture. She and the others flew towards mini-southern border. After confirming the location, Bai Ningbing tossed. This grey-white light was fused into a certain mountain peak. Immediately, heaven and earth chi rumbled. The grey light exploded and became larger. The area outside the grey light cracked as mountains moved. There was a deafening noise. As the grey light expanded, it eventually turned back into the appearance of Yanku's Immortal Aperture. "Be careful!" Bai Ningbing called out sharply as the 2 Immortals beside her got ready. Chirp chirp! Firstly, a group of flower-wing white-bone birds emitted a crow-like call as they flew outside rapidly. Next, the ground shook as a beast tide surged out towards mini-southern border from Yanku's blessed land. Bai Ningbing and the rest had serious expressions, but they were not flustered. Long ago, Fang Yuan had deduced this. He had made the necessary arrangements with great detail. The 3 Immortals took action immediately. Bai Ningbing soon dispersed the beast tide, while the flower-wing white-bone birds were also drawn away by a variant human GU Immortal to another area. Yanku blessed land originally had a balanced ecology. The living beings inside lived harmoniously, but after fusing into mini-southern border, the balance that Yanku had created was broken. Chaos ensued. Ordinary GU Immortals would definitely be flustered at this point. But Fang Yuan was calm and composed. He used his deep wisdom path attainment and the GU Immortal subordinates that he had to control the situation. The chaos only lasted for a while before it vanished. One of the 3 Immortals stayed behind to handle the loose ends while Bai Ningbing and another variant human GU Immortal flew towards mini-yellow heaven. On their way back, they saw another group of 3 GU Immortals holding a pink lump of light as they flew towards mini-southern border. Great Thief Ghost Hand, Wisdom Refinement Formation, Devour Soul Killer Move, Aperture Retrieval Method. Stealing GU, Refining GU, Separating Soul from Body, Annexing Immortal Aperture, and Suppressing the Chaos. Fang Yuan arranged all these steps meticulously. It was done with much ease. Mainly due to his previous life's experiences, Fang Yuan was very familiar with these captives. Days later, Fang Yuan almost finished dealing with all the captives. Only Ba and Liu Hao were left. A huge dark inkstone vein was moved to the territory of the Rockmen. Cheng was extremely happy upon seeing it. In mini-southern border, dozens of mountains appeared out of nowhere. Some mountains were even famous in southern border. Interior Rain Mountain, Copper Seal Mountain, Bone Bird Peak. The first supreme elder of the Rockman tribe, Shizong, sighed deeply to himself. Plundering and killing brings the most profits. Because they were southern border GU Immortals, most of the resources were placed in mini-southern border, while the other half of the resources were split into the other 4 mini-regions as well as the mini-9 heavens. Firstly, in mini-central continent, there was now a phantom shadow flower garden and a large fertile land filled with an enormous amount of immortal farmer soil. Secondly, there was a huge heaven pillar wind in mini-northern plains. Thirdly, a brand new sea area in mini-eastern sea, called Wave Flower Sea Area. Fourthly, in mini-western desert, a dozen hibiscus trees were planted. Every branch of this tree was an immortal material. And his most important gain, Xian Grotto Heaven's Year Essence Pool. In the previous life, Fang Yuan did not know that Xian had a Year Essence Pool. He had constructed one himself. Having 2 Year Essence Pools did not have much use. The result was that he had wasted a lot of resources. Most of the resources that Fang Yuan extorted from the southern border righteous path forces were spent constructing this Year Essence Pool. In this life, Fang Yuan directly took over Xian's Year Essence Pool. Fang Yuan had been troubled by the Year Beasts, Ancient Year Beasts, and Immemorial Year Beasts. He immediately threw them into the Year Essence Pool now. The Immortals had huge waves of emotions. After experiencing much shock and surprise, they became numb. Fang Yuan plundered almost all of these southern border GU Immortals' life savings. He took everything without any wastage. Lord Fang Yuan truly has a comprehensive array of attainment levels. He could annex so many immortal apertures of various paths without problems. His grotto heaven is grand and vast. After annexing so many immortal apertures, it is still so stable and firm. This is simply a slaughter of livestock. These GU Immortal experts were all like chickens falling in the hands of a butcher. Their throats were slit, their blood was run dry, their feathers were plucked and they were cleaned and chopped up. This is truly. The Immortals were tongue-tied, some could not speak. Fang Yuan's mass annexing of apertures had caused them to feel a chill in their hearts. It was as if these GU Immortals were not GU Immortals in Fang Yuan's eyes. They were livestock ready for the slaughterhouse. Even rank 8 GU Immortals were no exception. This had a huge impact on these Immortals, especially the variant human GU Immortals. They were much more shocked now than during the ambush earlier. Chapter 1791. Getting another rule path rank 8 Immortal GU. This Immortal GU was like a cocoon, but it was not white, it was pitch black like iron. When held, it gave a cold and hard metallic feeling. This was rank 8 Rule Path Immortal GU, Addition. It consumed pearl thread water as food. Pearl thread water was a rank 8 water path immortal material. It looked like an ordinary type of crystal clear water on the surface, but if one placed their hand into the water, they would be able to grab onto water threads and pull them out of the water. The water threads were long and silky, pearls gathered along the threads as they linked together, creating a beautiful necklace made of pearls strung on a thread. But if the threads were pulled upwards continuously, the pearls would shrink until all the water became long threads. The Immortal GU looked like an oval black cocoon, even though it had no mouth or holes. As long as it was submerged in the pearl thread water for 8 days and night, it would be full. The next feeding would be 80 years later. There are 36 years until the next feeding session. BA already has enough pearl thread water. I can transact the rest away with Eastern Seas GU Immortals. Fang Yuan was very clear about this, because he had already taken Ba's Immortal GU and Soul. Ba had a lake in his immortal aperture. The lake was huge and contained a large number of ancient water spiders, as well as 2 immemorial water spiders, 1 male, 1 female. The pearl thread water was the saliva of the immemorial water spiders. It was the essence formed after they lived a long time in water. It took a long time for them to accumulate droplet by droplet. If one did not collect it in time, the ancient water spiders would consume these pearl thread water to increase their strength. As a rule path GU Immortal, Ba's immortal aperture mostly had a rule path environment. He had spent a lot of effort to create this lake. The feeding of immortal GU was sometimes troublesome. For example, Ba had a rule path immortal GU, but its food was pearl thread water. To be able to feed it, Ba had to create a water path resource point in his immortal aperture to produce pearl thread water. This was not easy for a rule path GU Immortal. But for Fang Yuan, it was no issue. His mini Eastern Sea was too huge. After the water spiders entered it, it felt like going from a village to a city. Fang Yuan could even give these water spiders an entire sea area to live in. With a large space and a more suitable water path environment, these water spiders would breed better and grow even more numerous. Fang Yuan, who had sovereign immortal aperture, was able to cultivate multiple paths. He had a huge advantage in raising GU too. Ba's immortal GU were all taken away. He only had 1 rank 8 immortal GU. Other than that, there were some rank 7 and 6 immortal GU. Among them were 2 rank 7 immortal GU. They were 1 and 3. Number GU were the largest series of rule path GU worms. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they could be said to be limitless. Even though Fang Yuan had so many rank 8 immortal GU, the truth was, it was very hard for a rank 8 GU immortal to even have 1 rank 8 immortal GU in normal situations. Ba had 1, Xian had 2, that was because these 2 were the leaders of their righteous path super force. They had deep foundation and countless inheritances. Normal lone cultivator rank 8s would not even be able to get a rank 8 immortal GU. For example, Northern Plains' old ancestor Shui, who had great battle strength. He was the number 1 demonic GU immortal in Northern Plains, but he had no rank 8 GU immortal. Even Heavenly Court had many rank 8 GU immortals but few rank 8 immortal GU. The ratio was terrible. In the previous life, when Longevity Heaven invaded Heavenly Court, there was quite an awkward situation. Many rank 8 GU immortals awakened, but they did not have enough immortal GU to use. Ba's most valuable killer move was the consecutive hit method. If he could get 18 consecutive hits, Ba would be able to easily kill a rank 8 GU immortal on his level. In the previous life, when he fought against Qing Yi, this Heavenly Court member was very wary of this. He tried very hard to prevent him from getting 18 consecutive hits. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was a little disappointed. He originally thought that since Ba specialized in the consecutive hit method, his rank 8 rule path immortal GU might be consecutive GU, to think that it was addition GU. Consecutive GU was more famous than addition GU. It was also more practical in different situations. With rank 8 consecutive GU, Fang Yuan could use it to link many different killer moves to achieve the effect of a consecutive move. Consecutive move was one of the techniques to utilize killer moves. By linking 2 or more killer moves together, they could unleash greater power. Normally, only elites among GU immortals could use this. Back then, Blazing Heaven Demoness possessed this technique. She created a consecutive move with Angry Bird and Fire Prison. It had great power. At least Great Grandmaster attainment level was needed to design consecutive moves. One could see that Blazing Heaven Demoness consecutive move used only Fire Path killer moves. But using consecutive GU, one could link the killer moves of various paths. This difference was very significant. For example, Fang Yuan's Myriad Ghost Sword Dragon and Great Thief Ghost Hand, or Jade Flow Pearl and Strength Path Giant Hand, there were many possible combinations. He could raise his battle strength to an unprecedented level. Ba's immortal GU, killer moves, and soul were taken by Fang Yuan. Only his body and immortal aperture were left. Even though Fang Yuan could annex the aperture with his current attainment level, he decided to wait a while before doing it. Because after annexing the aperture, the timing of his upcoming tribulation would be reset. This was a minor detail, but it was quite important. The annexing of immortal apertures was temporarily halted, but Bai Ningbing and the rest were still extremely busy now. During this period of time, Fang Yuan plundered and annexed many immortal apertures. The numbers were shocking. The newly added blessed lands and grotto heavens were too much. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture was still stable, it had severely affected the ecology of the immortal aperture. There was quite a bit of chaos. Bai Ningbing and the rest were busy dealing with the turmoil. Earlier they had suppressed it with brute force, now they were meticulously resolving it. Whichever mountain needed to be moved, which river should be kept, which beast group should be relocated, while plants should be cultivated. All these laborious and lengthy tasks were all calculated by Fang Yuan through deductions. There was a perfect arrangement overall. This was the benefit of having wisdom path methods. The new setup would not only allow these resources to grow properly, they could even benefit each other. He had even considered the future annexing of Ba's Immortal Aperture and Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. He had allocated the space for them in advance. GU Immortals of other paths would have a huge headache thinking about it. They would not be able to arrange it this specifically. A lot of resources would be wasted. The losses incurred usually made many GU Immortals feel severely pained. However, Fang Yuan was busier. His time path clone and his main body were both cultivating diligently, but they still felt they did not have enough time or energy. Fang Yuan wanted to split himself into several portions to work hard together. His rule path attainment level had risen. The attainment level was the foundation of GU cultivation. With the rise in attainment level, many things would change. The Immortal would transform greatly. Especially since Rule Path GU could be widely used. After getting so many Rule Path Immortal GU, Fang Yuan had to conceptualize more killer moves or integrate them into his killer moves. Otherwise, he would be letting down his own hard work and planning. The Immortal Aperture management could be delegated to his subordinates to a large extent, but there were still many things that Fang Yuan had to do personally. The training of killer moves was an important aspect. Ba's consecutive hit method could be set aside, while he was already familiar with Xia's time path methods, but Dao Zhu's true inheritance had two main methods that Fang Yuan had to learn no matter what. They were extremely crucial. Giant Sun's true inheritance, Thieving Heaven's true inheritance, Longhair's true inheritance, they were all incredibly profound. Fang Yuan would gain much insight every time he comprehended them. For example, Giant Sun's true inheritance. Fang Yuan could not deduce the identity of Ba who had joined the Southern Border group that pursued him. That was because Southern Border's righteous path had no lack of wisdom path GU Immortals. They had concealed the secret well. What alerted Fang Yuan was the fact that his luck felt pressured for some reason. Later, during the battle, he observed carefully and finally discovered the threat of Ba. Fang Yuan's luck path cultivation had grown a lot. If this was earlier, he would not be able to sense it. Other than Northern Plains GU Immortals, Fang Yuan could reliably use luck path methods against his enemies. He would often gain unexpectedly good results. Because there were only 3 luck path true inheritances, arranged well by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, they did not become widespread in the world. Even Heavenly Court was searching hard for them without any gains. The same went for Southern Border's righteous path. Second was Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Recently, if he had not gained new insight, Fang Yuan would not be able to modify Great Thief Ghost Hand. Third was Longhair's true inheritance. Even though Fang Yuan had quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level, he still had gains when he looked at Longhair's true inheritance. Without considering other matters, the conceptualization of GU as before had much progress because Fang Yuan had researched Longhair's true inheritance multiple times. To speak the truth, this was the first time Fang Yuan had a feeling of being stuffed. He felt like he was having indigestion. His sovereign immortal aperture was very strong. It could absorb many immortal apertures while remaining stable. But he had to comprehend too many things. There were too many killer moves to modify. He had too many true inheritances to learn from. Each one of these true inheritances would change the future of a normal person. It would benefit their entire life. It would even influence the order of the world. Right now, Fang Yuan had too many true inheritances in his possession. Red Lotus True Inheritance, Spectral Soul's True Inheritance, Giant Sun's True Inheritance, Genesis Lotus True Inheritance, Two Thieving Heaven True Inheritances, Longhair's True Inheritance which was on par with these Venerable inheritances, and Dao Yu's True Inheritance which was also quite powerful. Fang Yuan had countless Immortal GU. He had enough Rank 8 Immortal GU for almost all Rank 8 GU Immortals in this world to feel ashamed about themselves. He even had Rank 9 Immortal GU. And his subordinates. Different from the previous life, he had many subordinates in this life. Most of them were elites that were much stronger than the ordinary members of a super force. At this stage, Fang Yuan's accumulation and foundation was already at a world-shocking level. As long as he had a period of time to fully process them, Fang Yuan's strength would reach the peak of Rank 8. But he lacked time. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself internally. In the previous life, he already felt that he had insufficient time, but it was worse in this life. This feeling was even more intense. Fang Yuan estimated, even though he had the light of wisdom, in this situation, he needed at least 100 years to fully absorb everything and grasp these true inheritances, researching and innovating so that he could gain his own insights and create even greater results. On one hand, I can modify the Immortal Aperture's rate of time to get more time for myself. On the other hand, I need to explore more dream realms and raise my attainment levels. It was far easier for me to comprehend Longhair's true inheritance compared to the true inheritances of Thieving Heaven, Giant Sun, and Genesis Lotus. And finally, I need more manpower, I need more clones. Under Fang Yuan's expectant gaze, a few days later, Danghun Mountain finally got restored to its peak condition. This was far earlier than during his previous life. Chapter 1792. Shocking the World. It was pink throughout and gave off a dreamy illusory light. It was the famous secluded domain of heaven and earth recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu, Danghun Mountain. Right now, Danghun Mountain had almost fully regained its former glory. But it was not entirely repaired yet. Like the previous life, Fang Yuan was worried that Heavenly Court might have a method similar to Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move. Of course, it was already extremely close to complete restoration. The decline in Guts GU production was negligible. Fang Yuan could accept it. Rank 6 Rockman GU Immortal Xian arrived before the mountain. Even though he knew that Fang Yuan had Guts GU, when he saw this legendary mountain personally, he was greatly stirred. Excitement flashed in his eyes with incomparable light. Danghun Mountain, Guts GU. He muttered. Guts GU had an incredible significance to the Rockmen. Rockmen were all male, they had strong and tough bodies that created a huge burden on their soul. The more active a Rockman was, the more damage their soul would receive. Thus, Rockmen would spend 80% of their whole life sleeping and nurturing their soul. After an old Rockman dies, the soul and rocks they split into will form new Rockmen, and inherit a portion of the old Rockman's memories, or some important experiences. In some cases, old Rockmen sleep too much and their soul foundation accumulates to a degree, they would split apart a portion of their bodies to form new tiny Rockmen. This unique reproduction method meant that the Rockman soul was the key to their strength. The stronger the Rockman soul, the more Rockmen they could reproduce. However, Rockmen were variant humans that possessed Earth Path Dao marks from birth. It conflicted with Soul Path. Thus, Soul Path methods that could increase the strength of their soul were very rare for the Rockmen. But Guts GU was different. It was formed from a secluded domain of heaven and earth. Even though it was a mortal GU, its ability to strengthen the soul could affect even GU Immortals. After a Rockman used it, the effect would be quite extraordinary. Back then, when Fang Yuan had just obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he also nurtured some Rockmen. Xian looked at Danghun Mountain as he could almost see the rise of his entire Rockman tribe. They had a way to become stronger now. How could he not feel excited? His emotions surged intensely. He felt that the decision to follow Fang Yuan was extremely wise for both him and the Rockman tribe. Fang Yuan was observing all of Xian's expressions. He was quite satisfied by it. This time, Fang Yuan purposely asked Xian to come over while collecting Guts GU. it was to lure him and feel that the future was bright. As long as he followed Fang Yuan, he would gain an incredible amount of benefits. After a while, Xian calmed down as he started to control the formation. Fang Yuan had formation path and soul path attainment. He did not lack immortal GU. Furthermore, soul path cultivation was most important right now. He went around Dang Hun Mountain and set up an immortal formation. Xian was given permission by Fang Yuan to manipulate the formation. The formation resonated, a grey-blue light was shot out. It was like fog or smoke, quickly surrounding the whole of Dang Hun Mountain. Dang Hun Mountain shook lightly. The pink crystal mountain gave off a faint light that quickly dyed the grey-blue fog into a pink color. The pink color spread in the fog and quickly covered the entire formation. There was a large number of soul beasts and soul cores inside the formation. Under the effect of the pink fog, the soul beasts and soul cores vanished rapidly without a trace. After a while of operation, Guts GU started forming, going from single digits to the thousands. Xian expressed deep shock on his face. What sort of efficiency is this? The number of Guts GU is still increasing so rapidly, it is reaching tens of thousands soon. This soul path formation was created by modifying the contents of Spectral Soul True Inheritance, along with Fang Yuan's own Immortal GU. He named it Soul Expending Myriad Guts Formation. It produced at least 10,000 Guts GU each time. This was definitely more efficient than using Dang Hun Mountain alone. Of course, the condition was that he needed enough soul beasts and soul cores to create 10,000 Guts GU. Fang Yuan had already prepared sufficiently. Earlier, he had arranged cooperation with Fang clan to develop the Green Ghost Desert in Western Desert. This was a way to obtain soul beasts stably in huge quantity. Even though Fang Yuan had such a terrifying appetite for soul beasts and soul cores, Green Ghost Desert was able to fulfill his needs with great ease. This desert was too huge, it had countless soul beasts, it was truly a soul path giant resource point. It was a pity that this desert was inside the territory of Fang clan, which cultivated formation path. And Qing Cho was still hiding inside Green Ghost Desert. It was a huge threat. As long as it remained, Green Ghost Desert would have a fatal danger. It was not a safe place. Fang Yuan did not even think of buying soul cores in Treasure Yellow Heaven or extorting Southern Borders Yang clan, because doing that would leak some important information. In the previous life, Fang Yuan only repaired Dang Hun Mountain a long time after. Now, even after he repaired it, he lacked immortal essence, soul beasts, and soul cores. His progress was greatly delayed. This time around, not only did he repair Dang Hun Mountain early, he even had a good supply of soul beasts and soul cores. This would allow his soul path foundation to rise rapidly. Fang Yuan's soul went into the soul expending Myriad Guts formation directly. With the use of the formation to help him absorb Guts GU, Fang Yuan used 10,000 Guts GU in an instant. The effect of Guts GU was so evident, his soul inflated like a balloon, becoming a giant in just a few breaths of time. Fang Yuan's soul flew out of the formation, arriving at Luo Po Valley, who was nearby. Bewilderment fog covered his soul as it started to become looser. Luo Po wind cut and sliced his soul. The wounds that it created were incomparably painful. Pain, pain, pain. This pain originated from the depths of the soul. It was more painful than dying by 1,000 cuts. Fang Yuan was almost going berserk. But he controlled himself. A moment later, he flew out with a heavily damaged soul. Going back into the soul path formation, he used the Guts GU to recover as his size expanded again. Guts GU was the most perfect nutrient for the soul. While the cultivation in Luo Po Valley made his soul as tempered as steel, all the impurities were removed. Like this, after 3 rounds, Fang Yuan's soul reached 10 million man soul. Xian, who was controlling the formation, became tongue-tied. He was extremely shocked, being in disbelief. Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were the sacred lands for soul cultivation. Their reputation was deeply justified. Fang Yuan sighed to himself, thinking, the toughest part is finally over. Earlier, because his soul foundation was expending rapidly, he was almost forced to use other soul foundation methods. Even though these soul path methods were exceptional, they all had drawbacks. Only Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley were perfect in their usage. For example, it was like lifespan extension methods compared to lifespan GU. Oh my heavens! Xian praised as he sighed deeply. He had finally reacted and accepted this dreamlike truth. Fang Yuan's soul foundation rose like he was on a rocket. It almost shattered Xian's common sense. His sense of value and life were also in deep chaos. He could not express his agitated feelings in words, his fingers were trembling. As long as we follow Lord Fang Yuan and walk behind him, our Rockman tribe will definitely reach the peak of this world. With these two soul path sacred lands, we will have foundation that surpasses the 5 regions GU immortal world. Xian had no idea that Fang Yuan was not satisfied yet. It is a pity I do not have pacifying soul soup, otherwise, my soul path cultivation speed will be even faster and more terrifying. Wisdom path cultivation emphasized on 3 aspects of thoughts, wills, and emotions. Soul path also had 3 aspects of strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. The former 2 had the ultimate methods of cultivation. They were Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley. Meanwhile, pacifying soul soup from the bewitching lake would pacify the soul. This was recorded in the legends of Ren Zhu. After reaching a certain level of soul cultivation, the soul would gradually detach from the body. The soul, a portion, would fly out and result in incidents like blanking out or being physically unconscious. At this time, drinking pacifying soul soup would resolve this problem. Fang Yuan did not have pacifying soul soup. He could only use other methods instead. They were not as good as his other 2 cultivation methods. This also caused Fang Yuan to only be able to cultivate soul path once in a while. Even though the efficiency was already out of this world, Xian was nearly shocked to death, but if he had pacifying soul soup, he could almost endlessly cultivate without stopping. Haste makes waste. Fang Yuan had to temporarily halt his soul cultivation. A commotion occurred in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Heavenly Court started to spread rumors that Fang Yuan was reaching rank 8 soon. He might be undergoing tribulation very soon. He was close to his rank 8 tribulation. Other than that, information that Fang Yuan captured the southern border GU Immortals had also been spread by Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan sneered, this must be the work of Fairy Ziwei. In the previous life, Fairy Ziwei did this too, but that was at a later time. In this life, Fang Yuan progressed rapidly and gave Fairy Ziwei immense pressure. She used this method earlier than last time. In fact, this move was quite vicious. Fairy Ziwei would be able to borrow the strength of every GU immortal that feared Fang Yuan and did not want him to reach rank 8, they would pursue and deal with him. In the previous life, during the 5 regional mountain range battle, Fang Yuan used this to his advantage as he made use of these GU immortals' intentions. If not for the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, I would fall into Fairy Ziwei's trap and she would gain initiative in this matter. Now that she is spreading rumors like this, it means she has not discovered the true secret of the Sovereign Immortal body. Of course, it is possible that she knew but pretended not to, spreading out rumors like this as the start of her devious plan. Fang Yuan started to use wisdom path methods as he thought intensely. A moment later, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He made a new decision. In this case, I will not wait around aimlessly. Let's expose your Starcast killer move, as well as news of Chen Yi's and Thunder Ghost True Monarch's death. Fairy Ziwei was trying to borrow strength. Fang Yuan was doing the same. Compared to Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court was a bigger source of wariness and fear among the 4 regions. In the previous life, Heavenly Court's GU refinement was met with the attack of all 4 regions. Fang Yuan's spread of information had a lot to do with it. This time, I will reveal my battle strength. After all, I cannot conceal the matter in southern border anymore. Since the world will be shocked by it, let's go ahead and make them fear me even more. This way, it will help with my extortion of the southern border righteous path later. As expected, Fang Yuan and Heavenly Court exposed information about each other once more. It caused countless GU immortals to gasp in shock. Information spread like wildfire. Soon, the entire GU immortal world knew about it. The world was shocked. Chapter 1793. Little Demon Venerable. Unbelievable, Thunder Ghost True Monarch is a legendary character. She had once fought against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Meanwhile, Chen Yi is also the former first Supreme Elder of Heavenly Lotus sect. He possesses Genesis Lotus true inheritance. These two experts actually died at Fang Yuan's hands? This is simply unthinkable. Not just that, this demon Fang Yuan did not stop there, he even went to target Southern Border's GU Immortal world. Southern Border's Xia CHA, BA Xia BA, and the other rank 7 experts were all captured. How does he have such battle strength? He is only rank 7. Against Heavenly Court, he used Lang Ya Blessed Lands Foundation. Against Southern Border, he used a Time Path Superformation. There are too many suspicious points here. Even now, I still can't believe it. It should be true, Heavenly Court and Southern Border did not dispute him. Fang Yuan, this demon is getting increasingly scary. It has only been such a short time, yet he already killed and captured a bunch of rank 7 and rank 8 experts. Ha ha ha, Southern Border's righteous path has lost a lot of face this time. That's not entirely true, even Heavenly Court failed against Fang Yuan after all. Fang Yuan is only a rank 7, how can his methods be so extraordinary? I finally understand now, a person like Fang Yuan does not conform to logic or common sense. He has the air of a demon venerable. Weren't all the past demon venerables like this when they were still young? Easily fighting above their rank and killing rank 8 experts with ease. That is true. It is a pity that only Great Dream Immortal Venerable exists in the future, there is no Demon Venerable. This is not Fang Yuan's era. You are wrong about that. Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Heavenly Court's fate GU, the future is not certain. Fang Yuan is already so vicious at rank 7, he has committed so many crimes, what will happen when he reaches rank 8? That's right, while he is still rank 7, we need to kill him, this is the final chance to exterminate him. Too difficult. Even Heavenly Court has not found his location. Fang Yuan is not only vicious, he is also cunning. He is an otherworldly demon who has reborn, he has too many methods. Ordinary experts are courting death if they approach him, even rank 8 GU Immortals need to be careful and not fall into his schemes. But if one can kill Fang Yuan, the gains are tremendous. That's true, Fang Yuan has many venerable true inheritances, he has countless resources, spring-autumn cicada, fixed immortal travel, and other immortal GU, he even has multiple secluded domains of heaven and earth, he is basically a super force on his own. The GU Immortal world of the 5 regions went into chaos, Fang Yuan became the talk of all the GU Immortals wherever they went. GU Immortals felt hatred, fear, and jealousy towards him, they had complex emotions. If Fang Yuan had become renowned earlier from escaping Thunder Ghost True Monarch's assault and selling her rib bones in Treasure Yellow Heaven, then now, with the blood of rank 8 experts on his hands, and after capturing a large number of GU Immortal experts, Fang Yuan's name now shocked the world. He had used Reverse Flow Protection Seal in the past to fight against rank 8 GU Immortals, he was known as the #1 rank 7 expert. But now, not just rank 6 and 7 GU Immortals, even most rank 8s were wary of Fang Yuan, they did not dare to look down on him. A new title regarding Fang Yuan gradually gained recognition among the GU Immortals, Little Demon Venerable. This title displayed the potential and disposition that Fang Yuan had towards becoming a Demon Venerable, he could be said to be a future Demon Venerable that was still growing. This was a high evaluation. In human history, through the eras, GU Immortal experts were countless like the shining stars in the sky, but how many Venerables were there? Adding them all together, they amounted to 10. And now, the GU Immortal world recognized that Fang Yuan had hopes of becoming a Venerable himself. Of course, other than the discussions involving Fang Yuan, Heavenly Court was also the target of their discussion. The things that Fang Yuan exposed, like Starcast, made the GU Immortals in the 4 regions extremely shocked. Especially the Righteous Path super forces, they felt like they were on pins and needles. Starcast had a huge significance in war, it allowed Central Continent and Heavenly Court to deploy GU Immortals and attack suddenly without needing time to travel. This gave Heavenly Court the complete initiative. Rank 8 GU Immortals of the 4 regions were usually leaders of their force, they could not band together in anticipation of Starcast, right? In that case, Heavenly Court had a chance to use Starcast to attack one rank 8 with multiple rank 8 battle strength existences. Within Heavenly Court, Fairy Z-Wei's expression was grim. Even though she had expected this, when it truly happened, she still felt quite gloomy. Fairy Z-Wei did not want to let Fang Yuan off. Fang Yuan was also not going to let Heavenly Court have an easy time. This was an open fight that dealt damage to both sides. They were both losers. But the person who suffered the biggest setback was probably Gu Fang. He had just advanced to rank 6, he had just gained the powers of a Gu Immortal, his confidence had just risen when this nightmarish news appeared. Fang Yuan was actually able to defeat Heavenly Court, even Southern Border's Righteous Path forces were helpless against him. Fang Yuan only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he defied logic, even rank 8 Gu Immortals were not his match. After hearing this news for the first time, Fangding had a lot of things to say, but he ended up speechless. After a long while, he muttered to himself with a pale expression, "I was truly too naive." He smiled bitterly. "Fang Yuan, the difference between us, is it really this big?" This pitiful younger brother still had no idea that Fang Yuan was already a rank 8 expert. The truth was, the entire world was fooled by Fang Yuan. And it was not a surprise. Because even Fairy Z-Wei did not know of the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's true secret. If Fang Yuan wants to ascend to rank 8, he would need to undergo tribulation, regardless of success or failure. Important clues would be left behind. If he was really rank 8 now, the speed of growth was just too fast. Other Gu Immortals work hard and spend years cultivating like they were treading on thin ice. Weren't they completely useless people if he actually succeeded? Fang Yuan looked at the discussions. To think that a day would come when I am a hotter topic than Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Even though the other Gu Immortals were focusing on him more than on Heavenly Court, he did not feel disappointment. Because Fang Yuan knew that the super forces in the Four regions were now discussing on how to deal with Heavenly Court. Long ago, predecessors had already foreseen the changes in the future, for example, Yao clan in Southern Border. Now that the Earth veins moved and the Great Era was impending, most super forces already knew that the regional walls would vanish and that the 5 regions' chaotic war would start in the future. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Heavenly Court, just you wait and see. Fang Yuan was paying attention to the discussions while noting the ink effect. He knew that by researching these changes, he would benefit greatly in his comprehension of fate, all living beings, and the world. Recalling my actions post-rebirth, directly annexing Lang Ya Blessed Land was the best initial action I took. One step ahead and I will always be ahead. My advantages grew rapidly like a rolling snowball. This is the advantage of rebirth. Of course, I also have the advantage of being a complete otherworldly demon. And most importantly, all these are thanks to Red Lotus damaging Fate Gu. Compared to the previous life, he had much more gains this time, but disadvantageous ink effects were also taking place. Firstly, Southern Border's Rule Path rank 8 expert Ba was captured by Fang Yuan and would get an X soon. He did not end up well. This meant that when Wu Yong leads the Southern Alliance to fight Central Continent, they would lose one powerful ally. During the battle in the previous life, Ba was one of the main pillars on Fang Yuan's side who resisted Heavenly Court's Gu Immortal Qing Yi. Meanwhile, because Fang Yuan took away the 5 regional true inheritance and destroyed the 5 regional mountain range, the ambush battle would not occur there. Heavenly Court's member Jun Guang had been captured by Fang Yuan in the previous life during that battle, but now he was still free. Other than that, Heavenly Court had another rank 8 Gu Immortal, that was Prince Feng Xian. Within Treasure Yellow Heaven, my dragonfish business is facing intense suppression, the profits are almost close to zero. In the previous life, even though this also happened, Fairy Z-Wei had been provoked by Fang Yuan in this life, the actions that Heavenly Court took were more than 10 times as forceful. Furthermore, the dragonfish business was also prematurely targeted at this time period. Thankfully, I annexed so many immortal apertures, I gained a large number of revenue sources. But in the previous life, Fairy Z-Wei worked with Southern Border's Righteous Path to target my businesses. I wonder if this will happen earlier this time? Will they intensify their actions like what happened to the dragonfish business? Fang Yuan thought about it. It was very likely. There was also another bad result that had occurred. It involved Longevity Heaven. In the previous life, Longevity Heaven annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land. By giving them equal status, their reputation rose sharply, allowing Longevity Heaven to unite the entire Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Bing Sichuan and the rest managed to invade Heavenly Court. This time, not only did Lang Ya Blessed Land get annexed by Fang Yuan, with Longevity Heaven getting nothing, Prince Feng Xian also returned to Heavenly Court. With such a huge traitor in Northern Plains' righteous path, not only did the Huang Jin bloodline members lose face, Longevity Heaven was also implicated. The outside world was in chaos, but Fang Yuan was not affected. He waited and developed at a corner, moving his location constantly. His enemies had no lead on him. His soul cultivation advanced rapidly, but he was still a distance away from using split soul. Fang Yuan's time path clone was focused on deductions, while his main body practiced killer moves. He was very familiar with Xia's killer moves. All his accumulations in the previous life were brought over through Rebirth. Fang Yuan was focusing on the contents of Dao Zhu's true inheritance. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. GU Worm spiraled, immortal essence was injected, a grand light qi burst out like a fountain. It was purple-black in color, the smoky appearance resembled light, making one think of Southern Borders Miasma Regional Wall at first glance. This was the Southern Restriction Purple-Black Miasma Light Qi. The other 4 were Central Restriction White Gold Scent Light Qi, Northern Restriction Jade Licorice Light Qi, Western Restriction Red Raging Flame Light Qi, and Eastern Restriction Blue Water Light Qi. Fang Yuan had just started learning it. He could only unleash one type of light qi. He could not summon 2 light qi at once. As for the other 5 regional limit formation, because he lacked Earth Vein Immortal GU, Fang Yuan could not use it now. According to his memories, Earth Vein Immortal GU had not appeared at this point in time. And even if he had Earth Vein Immortal GU, Fang Yuan also needed to modify the 5 regional limit formation. He needed to add in the Formation Spirit and Formation Flag GU. Chapter 1794. Myriad Year Flying Warship. The more powerful the killer moves, the greater the risks. But it was necessary to practice as well. They could not just use killer moves blindly during a battle, right? In fact, the environment during a battle was worse as there would be strong retaliation from the enemy. There were many cases in history where GU Immortals failed in activating their killer move and faced the backlash, suffering deep injuries and even dying. Among them, there were plenty of cases where they died while practicing killer moves. Fang Yuan was practicing 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, which was a very powerful killer move, so he was extremely focused and careful. He had yet to choose between 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi and 5 Regional Limit Formation. The 2 could not be used together. It was very difficult to set up a formation when on the verge of battle. And even if the 5 regional limit formation was set up, it was difficult to disassemble it. During a battle, having 5 regional limit formation meant 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi could not be used. From the point of flexibility, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was better. But Formation Path had its own advantages. Once 5 regional limit formation was set up, it was akin to having a prepared immortal killer move that could be used at any time. Fang Yuan would have huge initiative to go on the offensive. An example was the recent ambush by using the year's flow execution formation. Be it the previous life or this life, this battle was the achievement that Fang Yuan was the most pleased with. Not only because his gains were plentiful, the more important reason was that the whole battle was always in his control. He managed to steer the entire battle in the direction that he set. This was not easy to achieve normally. Any plan seemed perfect before it was put into practice. When it was truly implemented, even Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven were unable to have control over the situation. The most important factor that helped Fang Yuan's ambush succeed was that time path immortal formation. As long as the formation was set, Formation Path GU Immortals could often win against stronger foes. But Formation Path's flaw was that it was not mobile and had many inflexible areas. The absolute majority of the immortal formations could not be moved once set. A formation path GU Immortal might have set up a powerful formation, but the enemy would detour around once they discover it. There were plenty of such embarrassing situations recorded in history. Thus, Kai Chu Yu and Fairy Zi Wei were astonished that Fang Yuan's time path formation could be so hidden that it worked on the southern border Immortals. There was another point as well. Setting up an immortal formation was not easy and took a long time. 5 to 6 days would be the least, 2 to 3 months was normal. There were even those that took a couple of years. In the previous life, Heavenly Court had begun setting up the 9-9 consecutive unceasing formation a year earlier. But after this formation was set up, the subformations could be created extremely quickly. This was the method left by star constellation Immortal Venerable. It could not be looked down upon. Even though it was extremely fast, creating subformations still required some time. In the previous life, Chen Yi's group had to come out and hold back Wu Yong's group so that the GU Immortals behind could set up the subformations. Many super immortal formations were also not something that GU Immortals could create casually. In the previous life's Great War, Wu Yong and others were assistants. Kai Chu Yu, Fang Yuan, and Black Extremity were the ones in charge of setting up the formation. The long-hair refinement path formation in Lang Ya Blessed Land was also not set up by long-hair ancestor. He had requested long ago for formation path great expert Immortal Lady Juhua to make it. Fang Yuan estimated that if he chose 5 regional limit formation, he would need at least half a year to set it up. Fortunately, he could use the difference in rate of time between his immortal aperture and the outside world to greatly mitigate this flaw. In his plan, the new 5 regional limit formation would merge the Earth Vein, Formation Flag and Formation Spirit. With these 3, Fang Yuan could first set up the formation inside Sovereign Grotto Heaven, then take it out when he needed it. However, Fang Yuan had yet to deduce this new 5 regional limit formation. In this period of time, Fang Yuan's time path clone was deducing an immortal GU house again. Immortal GU houses were also GU formations. They were developed from Formation Path. Initially, many Formation Path GU Immortals felt the inconvenience and inflexibility of formations. They did not even have time to set up formations when there were sudden battles. In history, there were many cases where some Formation Path GU Immortals and even those great experts would suddenly run into a battle and be unable to display any of their strength. It would be considered fortunate if they only lost the battle. Many actually died in battle while having much grievances. The initial concept for immortal GU houses was a portable immortal formation. Previously, the time path clone had been extremely busy managing the immortal aperture or being under the light of wisdom to deduce many things. And Fang Yuan's main body was busy in practicing killer moves and using the remaining time to cultivate his soul as well as managing his immortal aperture. The number of killer moves continued to increase. His soul foundation also soared with every cultivation session. His immortal aperture management was also smooth sailing. The main thing was he had an elite group of GU immortal subordinates helping him. The year essence pool was important as it was the resting place of year beasts. It contained many advantages. It saved space as the year beasts lived here. It also produced time path GU worms, and could even control the time flow of the immortal aperture. It was a micro river of time. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had to bitterly gather the resources to form a year essence pool, but he found Xia also had a year essence pool after annexing her immortal aperture. In this life, he directly took the year essence pool, which was already well constructed by Xia, but it was not good enough according to Fang Yuan's vision and plan. Over these days, Fang Yuan and his subordinate GU Immortals were focused on fine-tuning the structure of the year essence pool, which showed to be very effective. Fang Yuan put his immemorial year beasts inside and they were so pleased that they did not want to come out. As far as year beasts were concerned, there was food and water here, and they felt most comfortable soaking in water of the river of time. Most importantly, there were no enemies. They were all kin, unlike in the true river of time. Year beasts and eagle groups had always been burdens of the sovereign immortal aperture. Now, the year beasts problem was solved and the aspect of eagle beasts made huge progress. To create a food chain for the eagle beasts, Fang Yuan first created many eagle nests, then he chose grass-weaving birds to be eagle beasts' food. This kind of bird was also called birds weaving grass. This bird was rather special. During spring, they were only seeds. Once the seeds grew on the soil, they would gradually form a grassland. When summer came, the grass would weave with each other, forming the shapes of birds. These birds flew in groups. These were grass-weaving birds. In autumn, they migrated in groups. When winter came, they would fall to the ground, their figures would dissipate and turn back into seeds. The seeds would be buried under the snow, waiting to sprout in spring. This species of bird was easy to raise and they reproduced quite fast. Although the eagle beasts did not like to eat these birds, the food chain was just established, and they had nothing else for food. How could they be picky? Spring GU and summer GU were already refined by Fang Yuan and could be used for this purpose. He stationed a GU Immortal in the mini-9 heavens to look after the place before activating the killer move. He had modified 2 killer moves. One was called Spring Sprout, which used rank 8 Immortal GU Spring as the core and would sprout Immortal GU as the supplementary. It sprouted the birds weaving grass planted in cloud soil and quickly dyed the large patch of cloud soil green. Another move was Summer Days. It used rank 8 Immortal GU Summer as the core and some Light Path Immortal GU as supplementary to form blazing sunlight. The grass-weaving birds started flying. Their amount increased rapidly to an extremely astonishing scale. The hungry eagle groups finally had something to fill their hunger. Fang Yuan also was free from the plight of having to purchase food from outside. But because planting birds weaving grass led to large expenditure of cloud soil, Fang Yuan now had to purchase cloud soil. Activating killer moves also expended rank 8 Immortal Essence. Calculating everything, Fang Yuan's expenditure was slightly larger than before when he was just feeding eagles. This was a problem which was always present when creating a food chain. At this period of time in his previous life, Fang Yuan had not made any plans regarding the eagles. In this life, he had many assets and did not care about this cost as he could totally afford it. This led to another problem. The 2 time path killer moves changed the surrounding environment to spring at one moment and summer at the next moment. It was a great stimulation to the eagles, causing many of the female eagles to lay eggs in spring. And, because the switch between spring and summer was too sudden and frequent, without the adjustment and recuperation of autumn and winter, the eagles became increasingly violent and there were many bloody conflicts when eagles fought over their mating partners. During such moments, the GU Immortal whom Fang Yuan sent acted as a nanny. This simple food chain was just in the initial form. There would still be more parts added in the future to form a complete and stable food chain. This was not a complete disadvantage. At the very least, Fang Yuan gained many eagle eggs. Unlike year beasts which had the year essence pool that mimicked the environment of the River of Time, eagle beasts were much more troublesome to arrange. A complete food chain involved all kinds of aspects where changing one aspect would alter the whole situation. Sometimes, even a tiny caterpillar might have a wide-ranging influence on the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan still needed to consider the future. Right now, the sovereign immortal aperture still had a vast empty space. Deducing matters related to this was more difficult than deducing a rank 6 immortal killer move. The amount of such deductions would become even more terrifying in future. Stable management of the immortal aperture, annexing blessed lands, and gradually absorbing grotto heavens had already filled so many places with resources that it surpassed most of the GU Immortals in the world. Fang Yuan's time path clone deduced without rest, finally gaining success. Immortal GU House, Myriad Year Flying Warship. In the previous life, Fang Yuan had always wanted to build an Immortal GU house to explore the River of Time as well as to let his subordinates join the battles of rank 8s. Unfortunately, he tried many times but did not achieve much success. His first incomplete Immortal GU house was destroyed by Li Huang. He then rebuilt it later. After extorting Southern Border's righteous path, he had all kinds of GU worms and managed to build an Immortal GU house, but it was firmly disadvantaged in the battle in Central Continent and was not of much use. In this life, he learned his lesson and for now lowered the standard he had, conceptualizing a time path Immortal GU house. Chapter 1795. GU as before formation. The project of constructing Eternal Yacht was already at its most crucial moment. Heavenly Court rank 8 rule path GU Immortal Song Yang took out an Immortal GU. This Immortal GU was like an extremely splendid and luxurious centipede that was the size of a forearm and was completely golden, with countless thin and small spikes on its back. It was Rule Path Immortal GU, Permanence. This GU was used in Heavenly Court's Eternal Sand Cave but was now taken out to construct Eternal Yacht. The final step. Song Yang took a deep breath as he solemnly and carefully sent Permanence GU into the incomplete Eternal Yacht Immortal GU house. The incomplete Immortal GU house absorbed the GU, its aura began to be unsteady, rising and falling before rapidly falling out of control. Song Yang's expression changed greatly. Oh no! Bam! A thunderous explosion occurred, the incomplete Immortal GU house shattered. Countless mortal GU died and many supplementary Immortal GU were damaged. Only Permanence GU suffered no damage, it was protected firmly by Song Yang even at the cost of suffering heavy injuries. Permanence GU was the core, it could not be harmed, unlike other supplementary Immortal GU which could be replaced even if destroyed. At the same time, Fairy Ziwei left Heavenly Court and descended to Central Continent, arriving at Duke Long's location. I have succeeded in learning Shatter Dream. Feng Jin Huang raised her arms, exclaiming in joy. Fairy Ziwei had not thought she would personally witness this important growth of Feng Jin Huang. She was inwardly shocked as she looked at the broken dream realm fragments that were like broken mirror fragments. Feng Jin Huang's progress in Dream Path was far beyond her expectations. Duke Long sent away Feng Jin Huang, who was jumping with joy, and asked Fairy Ziwei about her purpose for visiting. Fairy Ziwei said truthfully, Lord, these last days, I have been feeling uneasy but cannot find the reason, so I came to ask for your guidance. Duke Long nodded, is there any progress in deducing Fang Yuan? Fairy Ziwei's brows furrowed and revealed a vexed expression. Fang Yuan's defense in Wisdom Path is airtight, I have used all my strength but cannot deduce anything about him. Duke Long comforted, your previous plans against him were already good, even I cannot plan a strategy like that, after all I am not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Have you destroyed Fixed Space Immortal GU? The Refinement Path killer move on those GU worms have yet to activate. But I have already ordered Yuan Qiongdu to be ready at all times. Duke Long nodded, looks like it is not easy for Fang Yuan to plunder the GU worms from the GU Immortal captives. Thinking for a bit, he asked, have you looked into Spectral Soul? Fairy Ziwei's reply was direct, he is only a remnant soul and a prisoner with no immortal essence or immortal GU. After the defeat in Lang Ya Blessed Land, I have paid extra attention to him, there is no issue with him. Duke Long sighed, maybe it is him. Who? Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Fairy Ziwei's heart shook, she heard Duke Long continue, how is the progress with finding Red Lotus true inheritances? Fairy Ziwei's expression turned unsightly, present and past pavilion has been in the river of time all along, as long as Fang Yuan enters, we will definitely know. But earlier, Eternal Yacht's construction failed, we need to redo it again. I still plan to construct 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, Shark Flow lever, and Moment stage. With these 5-time path Immortal GU houses, even if we cannot find Red Lotus true inheritances, we also won't let Fang Yuan get to them. Duke Long replied, the first 4 are okay, but the core Immortal GU of the 5th Moment stage is the Immortal GU in Million Heavenly King Gallery. Fairy Ziwei, this is the most stable plan among the ones I deduced. Duke Long attached high importance to Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan would never compare to Red Lotus Demon Venerable. He said deeply, Red Lotus true inheritances are the greatest variable, blockading the river of time with 5-time path Immortal GU houses is indeed a safe method. We shall go with your plan then. Although I don't cultivate Formation Path, I know the difficulty in constructing an Immortal GU house, don't put blame on Song Yang. Yes, Lord Duke Long. Because of the defeat in Lang Ya Blessed Land, Heavenly Court was even more aggressive this time, and they were moving with a tight pace. GU Fangdong's Immortal Ascension was only one aspect, Eternal Yacht was also being constructed, and they had also added the 5th-time path Immortal GU house. This ink effect was unknown to Fang Yuan. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. This is the most crucial part. Years flow like water. Immortal GU, go. Fang Yuan willed it and an Immortal GU shot towards the front. When it entered the incomplete Immortal GU house, there was a dazzling radiance. The radiance was absorbed and emitted, flickering between bright and dark. Fang Yuan was controlling the whole situation with all his concentration. Countless thoughts welled up in his mind like surging waves in the sea. His accumulated will was melting like snow. His main body was soaked in sweat in just a short while. The Time Path clone was also brought here to help out. He was forcibly enduring the stress, his face was pale as paper and his body was on the verge of collapsing. All these painstaking efforts were not in vain. The multicolored radiance gradually merged, forming a clear and bright blue light. The light was no longer flickering between bright and dark, it gradually stabilized. Finally, when the blue light completely retracted and vanished, an Immortal GU house revealed itself. Rank 8 Immortal GU house, Myriad Year Flying Warship. Its core was years flow like water Immortal GU, which elevated this Immortal GU house to rank 8. Fang Yuan's first creation was directly a rank 8 Immortal GU house. Years flow like water's main use was to produce year GU. The countless year GU it produced were used to feed Fang Yuan's year beasts. But now, there was a complete and stable food chain because of the year essence pool. Fang Yuan let the year beasts be self-sufficient inside here and could now use years flow like water Immortal GU for other purposes. This rank 8 Immortal GU was created by Fan. It specialized in logistics and was an outstanding Immortal GU in the aspect of Immortal aperture development, but it lacked offensive power. Fang Yuan fulfilled Fan's wish by using it to form a rank 8 Immortal GU house. Besides years flow like water Immortal GU, Myriad Year Flying Warship's main supplementary Immortal GU were two rank 7 Immortal GU, Precaution and Fight. The former had been used by Fang Yuan in Divination Tortoise transformation along with Vajra Thought Immortal GU, but this level of transformation killer move was no longer suitable for Fang Yuan currently, so he used it to increase the defensive power of Myriad Year Flying Warship. The latter was Rule Path Immortal GU Fight, but it was never used properly because Fang Yuan did not have high attainment level in Rule Path previously as well as having few Rule Path Dao marks. It was only recently that his Rule Path attainment level had increased steeply. Rule Path was the path with the widest range of use. These two Immortal GU perfectly coordinated with years flow like water. Myriad Year Flying Warship had a narrow structure like a small boat and shined with a dazzling silver light. It gave a strong feeling of sharpness and toughness. Heavenly Court had failed in constructing Eternal Yacht, but Fang Yuan had succeeded in his. It was not only because of Fang Yuan's Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level, but also because of his Rule Path Great Grandmaster and Formation Path Grandmaster attainment levels. Fang Yuan had put in his energy to cultivate many paths since long ago, and after the initial problems in the start, the benefits were already showing and these benefits would keep on increasing in the future. This is the first Immortal GU house that I created. It is a completely new creation and will definitely give a huge surprise to my enemies in future battles. Fang Yuan was joyous. In the previous life, he had intended to build an Immortal GU house but did not truly succeed. The ones which he built were incomplete and their power was barely passable. In this life, he constructed Myriad Year Flying Warship and was satisfied with himself. But this was not the end. This was only the first Immortal GU house. Fang Yuan had an enormous plan. He had estimated that he would build at least 3 Immortal GU houses. In his deductions, this plan would make the most use of all the resources he obtains in this life. Myriad Year Flying Warship was set aside. The Time Path clone had almost fainted while constructing this warship. He was in poor condition now. Fang Yuan could only arrange him to rest and not deduce anything for the moment. Fang Yuan's main body was also able to rest for 2 days. 2 days in the outside world was multiple months inside the sovereign immortal aperture. The Time Path clone had already recovered and had made another gain in his deductions. Immortal GU formation, GU as before formation. After spending some energy, Fang Yuan finally succeeded in constructing this formation. Fang Yuan decided to make a move on Liu Hao now. Liu Hao's immortal aperture was still inside his physical body, but Fang Yuan had already extracted his soul and imprisoned it in another place. Fang Yuan took out fixed-space Immortal GU from Liu Hao's immortal aperture. Almost in the same instance, fixed-space GU showed signs of detonating, but GU as before formation was already activated and had started affecting the destruction of fixed-space GU. Fixed-space GU flickered with lights as the refinement path DAO marks on it were destroyed. After a while, fixed-space GU went back to a stable condition, albeit with slight injuries. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air as he held this GU. He finally obtained this GU. In his previous life, Heavenly Court's hidden methods were activated, destroying not only fixed-space GU but also the other GU worms inside Liu Hao. But Fang Yuan had made some gains as well. From the fragments of fixed-space GU, he had obtained the hope of conceptualizing the immortal GU as before. In his previous life, he had done deep research into these fragments and had never stopped deducing about this matter. With such accumulations, his deductions finally had an initial success in this life and he was able to create the GU as before formation. This formation involved millions of GU worm. There were more than 20 immortal GU involved in it from refinement path, time path, and rule path. What Fang Yuan envisioned was GU as before immortal GU, so this GU as before formation was only an initial success. After he modifies and simplifies this large formation into a practical killer move, it will be mid-stage success. And later, when he condenses this killer move into an immortal GU recipe and refines GU as before immortal GU, he would then achieve complete success. But currently, GU as before formation is already my limit. I need to increase my foundation to improve it. I have absorbed the long hair true meaning, my refinement path attainment has reached quasi-supreme Grandmaster. But in the history of refinement path, there are still two other monumental figures equal to long hair ancestor, old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. Most of these two's inheritances have definitely been pocketed by Heavenly Court. The refinement path methods Heavenly Court put on fixed-space GU might have come from these two experts. As long as I obtain these contents and increase my foundation, I may not be able to create an immortal GU recipe, but I will definitely be able to simplify this formation into a killer move and obtain mid-stage success. Fang Yuan's eye seemed to burn with the flames of passion. In his previous life, he could not see such hopes and felt Heavenly Court was a deep chasm that was beyond him. But in this life, he did not think so. Heavenly Court, I will invade Heavenly Court and plunder these true inheritances. Chapter 1796. Pure Dream Clone. After several cultivation sessions over this period of time, his soul had already recovered to 60 million man soul. His soul was no longer gloomy and weak like before, it was filled with energy and was lifelike. Its face was exquisite and the body size was normal. There was a light from deep within it that covered it completely and would make people feel it was solid and pure. Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, Rank 9 Killer Move Ghostly Concealment, it was like a silk inner garment sticking to his soul, above it was a layer of Ghost Official Garment. Ghost Official Garment used Rank 7 Change Soul Immortal GU and Rank 6 Cleanse Soul Immortal GU as its cause. At this moment, it had already turned into a martial uniform, there was even battle armor covering his shirt, it was a grand sight. With his current soul foundation, Fang Yuan had the confidence to split his soul. Immortal Killer Move, Split Soul. Instantly, Fang Yuan's soul left his physical body, only relying on the remaining thoughts, wills, or emotions to manipulate GU worms and maintain Split Soul Killer Move. As natural as drinking water, half the soul of the main body split and the main body soul once again returned to its body. In an instant, Fang Yuan's main body soul fell to 30 million man soul. The split soul was also at 30 million man soul. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and rested for a while. When the soul returned to his body, he felt slight dizziness. This was a normal reaction because he had split half of his soul, which was a huge amount. Immortal essence stopped moving inside his immortal aperture as all kinds of GU worms rested with none injured. This split soul was a success. It was actually not easy to activate this move, there was a huge risk and a high failure rate. But Fang Yuan had diligently practiced this move before, spending a lot of energy and paying quite a price for it. All of his efforts made this attempt a success. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he had fully recovered and his mind was clear. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance a little, his split soul immediately moved along with the wind and went through. There was already a physical body waiting for the split soul inside the sovereign immortal aperture. This physical body was none other than the pure dream reality seeker physique body created from a dream realm. After the split soul entered the pure dream reality seeker physique body, there was some fluctuation in the aura at first before it turned silent like a corpse. Fang Yuan was calm. He had more or less grasped 3 types of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The first type was the strongest pure dream reality seeker physique body, the one that was condensed by Old Man Yangsha and also the Ying Wuxia of back then. This pure dream reality seeker physique body only had 18 hours of lifespan, its cultivation would increase by a rank every 2 hours and its strength would continue to grow, becoming extremely terrifying near the end of its lifespan. However, this pure dream reality seeker physique body required many immortal GU as well as a vast amount of dream realms. Fang Yuan could not fulfill the requirements. The second type was the pure dream reality seeker physique body with GU immortal cultivation. Fang Yuan had used it many times and had once used them to stall the pursuit of southern border GU immortals. He also used it to secretly trade dream realms with Kai Chu Yu. This pure dream reality seeker physique body had one huge flaw: it had a time limit. Once the limit was reached, they would self-detonate back into a dream realm. The third type was the one Fang Yuan learned from Feng Jin Huang's pure dream reality seeker physique body. This was a perfect pure dream reality seeker physique body, it consumed few dream realms and did not use many immortal GU, in which they could also be replaced with other immortal GU, but it was only a mortal body and did not have GU immortal cultivation. The body which the split soul had merged into was the third type of pure dream reality seeker physique body, it possessed an aperture and was only at rank 1. After a while, the pure dream reality seeker physique body opened its eyes. The 30 million man soul was restrained and was starting to adapt to this body. This body was unable to hold the complete 30 million man soul with its low cultivation. This was the classic case of a weak body but a powerful soul. With Fang Yuan's split soul restraining most of its power, it was like a giant had curled up its body and was lying carefully inside a paper house. But it did not matter. Fang Yuan had already prepared Relic GU. Relic GU was a sphere-shaped mortal GU that was thumb-sized and had an ordinary appearance. But its effect was major, it could enhance the aperture walls and advance the GU Master's cultivation by a small realm. GU Master cultivation had 5 ranks from rank 1 to rank 5, Relic GU also was divided into rank 1 to rank 5. Rank 1 Green Copper Relic GU, rank 2 Red Steel Relic GU, rank 3 White Silver Relic GU, rank 4 Yellow Gold Relic GU, and rank 5 Purple Crystal Relic GU. No matter which rank the Relic GU was, it was a treasure of that rank. Its price far surpassed other similarly ranked GU worms. For instance, Red Steel Relic GU was priced at 8,000 Primeval stones in the mortal world. This value surpassed ordinary rank 3 GU worms. White Silver Relic GU was a treasured rank 3 GU, its value reaching 50,000. There would be at best White Silver Relic GU circulated in mortal markets. The market for Yellow Gold Relic GU was controlled and they were extremely rare, often held in the hands of the higher-ups. This situation was much better in Treasure Yellow Heaven. After all, Treasure Yellow Heaven was the transaction area of GU Immortals and was the largest market in the world. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, rank 1 to 3 Relic GU were sold in batches. There were few rank 4 Yellow Gold Relic GU, and even fewer rank 5 Purple Crystal Relic GU. This was not because GU Immortals were holding these GU worms in their hands and did not want them to circulate, it was because Relic GU could only be formed naturally and were currently unable to be created by GU Immortals. Even Lang Ya Blessed Land and Heavenly Court were unable to do so. Why? With Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster and Human Path Master attainment levels, Fang Yuan understood the reason now. It was because Relic GU were Human Path GU worms. It had a fundamental effect towards variant humans and humans. Much more relic GU would form in the areas with many variant humans or humans. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone began to use green copper relic GU. His aperture was different from normal GU masters. An ordinary aperture was stable, but the pure dream clone's aperture was constantly forming and breaking like a dream. This was the characteristic of dream realms. In the previous life, Feng Jin Huang had also exclaimed that the main reason for her being able to create the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique was due to coincidence, as well as her creating the killer move Shatter Dream beforehand. Regardless of the pure dream clone's aperture shattering and forming, it had a membrane of light around it that looked extremely thin but firmly kept the dream path aperture inside it. This membrane was the aperture wall of rank 1 initial stage. After one green copper relic GU was used, the light membrane thickened immediately and the light started to circulate like water, becoming water membrane. Pure Dream Clone used another green copper relic GU. The water membrane became even thicker and firm, transforming into stone membrane. After using the third green copper relic GU, Pure Dream Clone's aperture's stone membrane turned into crystal membrane. The pure dream reality seeker physique was a special aptitude. Its green copper primeval essence might be illusory like a dream, but it filled more than 90% of the aperture. Fang Yuan's pure dream clone immediately sat cross-legged as it controlled its primeval essence to attack the crystal membrane. However, before it even made a move, its aperture advanced directly. The crystal membrane shattered, turning into red steel rank 2 light membrane. The pure dream clone had become a rank 2 GU master within moments. Fang Yuan exclaimed lightly before realizing, pure dream reality seeker physique is the 11th extreme physique, on the same level as the 10 extreme physiques. Its cultivation can rise continuously without any obstacles. In a GU master's cultivation, it was easy to advance through small realms. They only needed enough time and patience. However, every large realm had a barrier, and the higher you go, the harder it is to cross. Fang Yuan had thought of using his plentiful experiences to advance, but he had not expected the pure dream reality seeker physique body to break through naturally. This was much more convenient than his original expectations. Relic GU were consumed one after the other, and Fang Yuan's pure dream clone's cultivation kept on rising and breaking through to the next level. Although there were few purple crystal relic GU in Treasure Yellow Heaven, there were a lot in Lang Ya's treasury. They were not an issue. Thus, in just a mere hour, Fang Yuan's pure dream clone had rank 5 peak stage cultivation level. Prepare for immortal ascension. Fang Yuan sent the pure dream clone out of the sovereign immortal aperture. It could not undergo its tribulation inside the sovereign immortal aperture, because this would cause a huge disorder in heaven and earth chi and greatly disturb the immortal aperture's balance. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture itself had a huge demand for heaven and earth chi. Were the pure dream clone to undergo its tribulation inside, there would be a huge deficiency in heaven and earth chi. So Fang Yuan's plan was for the pure dream clone to undergo tribulation outside. Fang Yuan intended to create a perfect pure dream clone with GU immortal cultivation at one go. But just as he was about to implement the next step, he suddenly felt an intense sense of danger. Ooh? Wait a moment. Fang Yuan's gaze focused. He had a deep wisdom path attainment. This strong sense of danger that came out of nowhere was not without reason, it was a certain premonition. Fang Yuan could not ignore this feeling. This seems to be a hint that if I were to let the pure dream clone undergo tribulation, it will encounter an immense danger. Fang Yuan frowned. GU masters needed to undergo tribulation to advance to GU immortal. According to common logic, no matter how much heavens will strengthen such calamities and tribulations, there would be a limit. No matter how strong a rank 6 calamities and tribulations were, it would not surpass rank 7 calamities and tribulations. But if they are the calamities and tribulations of Dream Path? Fang Yuan's gaze turned deep. The pure dream reality seeker physique body's immortal ascension would likely encounter Dream Path's calamities and tribulations, but Fang Yuan did not know much regarding this. Under the present situation, even an expert as strong as Duke Long was without options against Dream Path methods. Fang Yuan was much stronger than Duke Long in this because he had Unravel Dream. However, Unravel Dream was not omnipotent. Moreover, dream realms were primarily divided into two kinds. One was realistic dream realms. What Fang Yuan explored the most were this kind of dream realms. Another were abstract dream realms where anything could happen that could not be explained with logic. Even Fang Yuan did not want to encounter them. If I were to let my pure dream clone undergo immortal ascension, it would give Heaven's Will the opportunity to attack me. If so, I should let it undergo immortal ascension inside the sovereign immortal aperture. There is no Heaven's Will inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Although it will extract a large amount of heaven and earth chi and damage my foundation, there are more benefits to having a GU immortal level pure dream clone. However, when Fang Yuan took back the pure dream clone and wanted to let it undergo tribulation, that sense of danger still lingered although it had lessened slightly. Fang Yuan pondered, does this mean that even without Heaven's Will, there will still be dream path calamities and tribulations when the pure dream reality seeker physique body undergoes immortal ascension? Moreover, it will be a great threat to me. Immortal ascension signified taking risks. Was this risk worth it or not? Fang Yuan hesitated for a while before sighing. He chose stability. This risk was not worth it at this moment. The crucial thing was he did not have even a little assurance. If it were other paths, it would be okay, but dream path. Fang Yuan shook his head. He actually had a great anticipation for this. Because once the immortal ascension succeeds, Fang Yuan would not only obtain an immortal level pure dream clone, there would also be the opportunity for natural inspiration that could allow him to better understand dream path and have an opportunity to advance dream path mortal GU to immortal GU. But Fang Yuan regretfully discovered that the immortal ascension held way too much danger. If it goes bad, I might not even be able to use spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan was progressing very well in this life. It was not worth it to take such a risk. Blindly taking risk was not courageous but stupid. Forget it, I shall let it be for the moment. Fang Yuan snorted. Chapter 1797. Extorting Rank 9 Immortal Material. Sounds of sea waves and clear cries of sea birds entered Fang Yuan's ears. The eastern sea area in front of him glittered with warm sunlight. Gentle and refreshing sea wind brushed across his face. Fang Yuan, however, was slightly dejected. As expected, it is not time yet. He used Jade Flow Pearl to arrive in Eastern Sea from southern border. His target was to find the blue dragon whale. To Fang Yuan, gaining regret GU would be a splendid matter. Because he wanted to raise the ranks of his numerous rank 6 immortal GU to increase his own overall strength. With regret GU, he could decrease his losses and reduce the risk of refining GU to the lowest degree. In fact, ever since his rebirth, he had come here several times. This sea area was the area where he had followed Miao Mingshen's group and seen the blue dragon whale in his previous life. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan was not successful in finding the blue dragon whale. Should I attack Miao Mingshen and seize his method? With that method, I can find the exact location of the blue dragon whale by myself. This thought flashed past Fang Yuan's mind and he quickly evaluated the risks. If he made a move, Miao Mingshen would not be a problem. Fang Yuan could even use Chu Ying's identity to scheme against Miao Mingshen using wisdom path methods. The true uncertainty was Fang Yuan did not know what that method was. It was okay if it was some ordinary immortal killer move. But if it were some bizarre method and he made a rash move, it would simply backfire on him. According to Fang Yuan's deduction, the possibility of the latter was not small. Because in the 500 years of his previous life, he had not heard of anyone seizing this method from Miao Mingshen. Eastern Sea had rank 8 GU immortals while Miao Mingshen was only rank 7 and his method concerned a Paradise Earth true inheritance. There was no way those rank 8 GU immortals were not moved. But these GU immortals seemed to have no desire to make a move, clearly showing that the situation was not as simple as it looked. According to my previous life, I just need to wait patiently and follow Miao Mingshen into the inheritance ground. But this has a flaw, that is the ink effect. In my previous life, Miao Mingshen selected Chu Ying after some hesitation. Will he still choose Chu Ying in this life? Fang Yuan used Jade Flow Pearl to return to southern border. Currently, southern border was the safest among the 5 regions. Even if southern border's righteous path moved against him, He had a large number of captives as his bargaining chip. He also had the most thorough understanding of southern borders situations. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to make a move against Miao Mingxian. His carefully thought-out plans since Rebirth were progressing smoothly, and even if he wanted to attack Miao Mingxian, it would be too rushed to do so at this time. Everything should be done methodically and when the timing is correct. Sometimes, one needed to speed up, sometimes, one needed to slow down. By acting too quickly and intensely, the end product might end up charred. But if one acted too slowly, they would lose their chance as a result of inaction. Fang Yuan already had a firm grasp over the appropriate speed he should use. His main task now was still his clone. He needed to make a Dragonman clone. Fang Yuan had already obtained by Ning Bing's Dragonman transformation method, and had already begun researching it. This method was called the Humans Are Like Dragons GU Refinement method. It used the GU Immortal themselves as a GU material and refined together with Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, their race would change and turn into a Dragonman. This method's success rate was very minute. During the GU refinement process, all of the Dao marks of the GU Immortal would be affected. When Fang Yuan had first read this method, he had exclaimed at its incredible concept. He then discovered the flaw of this method. This method was created by Duke Long, who was proficient in Qi Path and Transformation Path. He did not have a deep attainment in Refinement Path and had mostly relied on Qi Path and Transformation Path to imitate Refinement Path. But Fang Yuan was a Refinement Path quasi-supreme Grandmaster. He could give a huge improvement to this method in the Refinement Path aspect. After improving it, the success rate would also greatly increase and might even reach 10%. That was a 1 in 10 success rate. This was already Fang Yuan's limit. He could not improve it any further. Because the Humans Are Like Dragons GU refinement method was essentially a human path killer move and also involved the profundities of Transformation Path. Fang Yuan's Transformation Path could not match Duke Long's. It was even more so for his human path attainment. Thus, the Humans Are Like Dragons GU refinement method was also a supreme material that could allow Fang Yuan to comprehend some essence of human path. The real obstacle is still Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire was an extremely rare rank 9 immortal material. It was the human flame among the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human. By Song Grotto Heaven had 1 lump, but it was already used by Ning Bing. Treasure Yellow Heaven did not have it. Announce the offer to buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? No, Fang Yuan had a better option. Xia Clan headquarters. The hall was filled with a heavy and stifling atmosphere. Fang Yuan's ransom letter was still sent to Xia Clan first. This scoundrel Fang Yuan is a heinous criminal. He should be damned to death. We have to kill him. Xia Fei Kuai shouted with a fierce expression. The other Xia Clan GU Immortals looked ashen and had unsightly expressions. Besides fury and hatred, these Righteous Path GU Immortals also had a feeling like they were currently dreaming and nothing was real. The Grand Xia Clan, a super force, was actually being blackmailed by one Demonic Path GU Immortal. And the cause of this ransom was actually the kidnapping of Xia Clan's strongest expert, Xia Clan's foundation, Xia Clan's supreme figure of authority, First Supreme Elder Xia Cha. If someone had told Xia Clan's GU Immortals this would happen before the ambush attack, Xia Clan's GU Immortals would definitely give that person a few hard slaps and even shout at them to wake up. But at this moment, Xia Clan's GU Immortals had the urge to slap themselves. How did the situation fall to this state? Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder Xia Zhao was the person who felt the greatest pressure. He sighed and said, "You have all seen that mortal letter GU. Fang Yuan is demanding Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. What are your thoughts on this?" Xia Clan Immortals looked at each other, silent. Xia Zhao could only point out a name as he looked towards Xia Fei Kuai. "Come, didn't you shout quite loudly just before? Speak your thoughts." Xia Fei Kuai had an irascible temper and felt extreme anger towards Fang Yuan, but he remained silent for a good while before speaking. Even Heavenly Court GU Immortals were unable to get rid of this demon Fang Yuan. He might just be rank 7, but he is truly diabolical. If he really wanted Lady Xia Cha's life, he would definitely not have any misgivings. Maybe we can ally with other clans? Fang Yuan is blackmailing us, he will definitely blackmail the other clans as well. Xia Liu Pei immediately retorted, the one we lost is our first Supreme Elder, how could those outsiders be relied on? Right now, they are eager for us to lose Lady Xia Cha. Since Fang Yuan will definitely blackmail other forces, did you see any of them contacting us? You? Xia Fei Kuai glared, but could not find any words to retort. After a good while, he said, even if we want to compromise, we don't have Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. Just because we do not have it does not mean others don't. That demon Fang Yuan might only be putting a high price first and is waiting for us to negotiate. Xia Clan's GU Immortal continued to speak their thoughts. Same as the previous life, Xia Clan's most important person had landed in Fang Yuan's hand. The Xia Clan GU Immortals could only admit defeat and be blackmailed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's reply was direct, don't mention other things to me, I want Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. I don't care how you get it, but we can only discuss after you bring it over. Or else, Xia Cha's life? He. Fang Yuan was even more calm than in the previous life. In the previous life, he had to make several probes while blackmailing Southern Border's righteous path. In this life, he was familiar with every clan's limits. Xia Clan was going to be blackmailed hard by him. Although Xia Clan and BA Clan both lost rank 8 GU Immortals as captives, Xia Clan's situation was still the worst. Because BA Clan still had another rank 8 candidate, Bada. So Fang Yuan's first target of blackmail was still Xia Clan. Xia Clan did not have Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, which was within Fang Yuan's expectations because he had already searched Xia Cha's soul and did not see Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire in the treasury. The other rank 7 Xia Clan GU Immortals might not know about all the things in the treasury, but Xia Cha definitely knew the details as the first Supreme Elder. Actually, Fang Yuan truly did not know which force of Southern Border had Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. It was possible for a clan to have stored it, but the rank 9 immortal material might be hidden so deep in the treasury that only the first Supreme Elder could know of it. There was also the possibility this fire was not with any Southern Border righteous path force. Fang Yuan did not care about this, he was going to make Southern Border's righteous path take care of this headache. In Fang Yuan's plan, the Dragon Man clone was one of the important parts. Because this clone would involve the acquisition of Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan did not actually have clear information regarding Dragon Palace, but he was able to deduce that the Dragon Man clone would be the crucial key to inherit Dragon Palace. In the previous life, Bai Ningbing being able to become the owner of Dragon Palace was the best evidence. Fang Yuan extorted the Southern Border righteous path while continuing to cultivate and absorbing his gains. Not long later, he successfully improved Time Cutting Edge. The new Time Cutting Edge was 30% more powerful than in previous life. This was because Fang Yuan had a lot more Time Path Immortal GU than in his previous life. Not only was it because he had gained Lang Ya Blessed Land, but also because the year's flow execution formation was not seriously damaged like in previous life during the Southern Border Immortals attack, so many Time Path Immortal GU were preserved. There was another point, Fang Yuan had even calculated some Time Path Immortal GU of Southern Border Righteous Path's treasuries in his plan. First was Xia Clan, then Ba Clan and Yi Clan. Yi Clan's GU Immortal Yi Yang was blood related to Yi Clan's first Supreme Elder, and was a successor of the clan nurtured by the first Supreme Elder. He was very important to the clan. Fourth was Kai Clan. Fang Yuan's attitude towards Kai Clan was quite amiable. Brother Kai Chuyu, we are really good friends. I was able to capture Southern Border Immortals because of you. I will directly return your second Supreme Elder to you. Kai Chuyu's face was pitch black like the bottom of a pot. Don't act so close to me. Kai Chuyu felt an intense disgust inwardly. He discovered that he was dragged in so deep by Fang Yuan that he could not get out. These past few days, his mood had been extremely heavy. Because he knew Fang Yuan was able to capture the Southern Border Immortals mainly because of Dream Realms. And he was the one who had secretly handed these Dream Realms to Fang Yuan. Were the Southern Border Righteous Path to know of this huge secret, not only Kai Chuyu, even Kai clan would be in imminent danger. The Dream Realm trading had become a threat to Kai Chuyu. He really wanted to stop these dangerous transactions, but was it possible anymore? The person he was facing was Fang Yuan. Kai Chuyu's heart went cold at this thought. Chapter 1798. Inspiration of Destiny. Rumble. A loud sound was heard. The ground shook for a moment before the dense radiance of an Earth Path killer move covered the surrounding 100 li. Like a large formless hand molding soft mud, the surrounding terrain began to sink in while the land in the periphery began to rise, forming a circular valley. This sunken land was surrounded by mountains, forming an environment that was isolated from the outside. There was no vegetation in this sunken land, soil was also scarce, it was instead covered by a large amount of steel materials. This is White Steel Bowl Valley. Rockman Gu Immortal Xian watched this scene from outside the valley with shock. Fang Yuan had countless powerful methods, casually creating another mid-scale resource point without exerting much effort. Over these days, Xian had conversed with other Gu Immortals and gained a deeper understanding of how vast the sovereign immortal aperture was and the large amount of resources distributed all over it. Such a deep foundation was astonishing and increased the confidence of these Gu Immortals regarding their future. However, what made Xian even more amazed was Fang Yuan's courage. Other Gu Immortals would not have dared, but Fang Yuan fought against stronger enemies, targeting Southern Border's righteous path. The important thing was he not only attacked them but also was victorious and captured these Southern Border Gu Immortals. If not for these captives, how could Fang Yuan have extorted these resources to easily create White Steel Bowl Valley? Compared to Fang Yuan, the Rockman tribe's Gu Immortals looked excessively conservative. Lord Fang Yuan is the one we should follow. Xian was becoming increasingly inclined towards Fang Yuan. He was completely captivated by Fang Yuan's charisma and subdued by his disposition. Over these days, with He Lulan and the others' continuous work, every resource was arranged properly. The sovereign immortal aperture had been barren, but annexing blessed lands and grotto heavens had gathered a large amount of resources in it. And now, these resources were distributed ingeniously and harmoniously to form a balanced ecology. There was no chaos or mutual disturbance, the resources aided one another in their growth. This was the result of Fang Yuan's meticulous deductions using Wisdom Path. The next step was to fill up some gaps. For instance, White Steel Bowl Valley was something Tai Chu Zhong wanted to construct but had not started yet. With it, Tai Chu Zhong could feed Edge Gu by himself and would not have to rely on external sources. Fang Yuan had already filled the gaps here. In the previous life, he had completed this project, and it was even easier in this life. As for the necessary resources, Fang Yuan extorted them from Southern Border's righteous path. Fang Yuan clearly felt it was much easier to extort the Southern Border righteous path in this life than in the previous life. It was because the resistance of Southern Border's Gu Immortals' resistance had become much weaker. The video Fang Yuan revealed in Heavenly Court showed him killing Chen Yi and Thunder Ghost True Monarch. This greatly stirred up the Southern Border righteous path. Even Heavenly Court lost to this demon Fang Yuan. What is so strange about our Southern Border righteous path failing to deal with him? Even if the Southern Border Gu Immortals did not admit this thought, they knew it inwardly. Adding on Fang Yuan's plentiful experience in extortion, these Southern Border righteous path forces could only give in. The extortion in this life was also different from the previous life. In the previous life, Fang Yuan mainly wanted to construct a year essence pool and thus extorted many precious and rare immortal materials. He did not need to do so in this life and change the demands to other things, but they were still mainly immortal materials. A small portion of these immortal materials were used to fill up the deficiencies in the sovereign immortal aperture, like constructing White Steel Bowl Valley. The remaining large portion was in preparation for advancing the ranks of his immortal Gu. In this life, Fang Yuan had a lot more immortal Gu than in his previous life. Rank 6 immortal Gu occupied the majority, but they were too weak for him, being at rank 8. So large-scale refinement was necessary and would give rise to a great increase in Fang Yuan's comprehensive battle strength. He had done this in his previous life, and it would be much easier in this life since he had annexed Lang Ya Blessed Land and had many refinement path immortal Gu. He planned ahead, preparing these immortal materials in advance. The gains from annexing apertures were almost processed completely. The whole sovereign immortal aperture's development had already reached 16%, this was already close to the highest limit he reached in his previous life. Moreover, he still had Liu Hao's and Ba's immortal apertures to annex, as well as Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Killer moves were being familiarized, true inheritances were still being researched, and he was still comprehending human path. Fang Yuan made some time to go to the River of Time once again. He was unable to forget about his Pure Dream clone. Although the plan for the Pure Dream clone had received a setback, Fang Yuan thought of the Stone Lotus Island's Future Self killer move. Maybe I can use Future Self to bring over a GU Immortal level Pure Dream clone. The Fushuanzi in present and past pavilion were observing the River of Time at all times, but they were simply unable to detect Fang Yuan's tracks. Fang Yuan understood present and past pavilion much more than them. He smoothly reached the Stone Lotus Island and used Future Self on the Pure Dream clone. However, Fang Yuan was disappointed as there were simply no changes in the Pure Dream clone. Is it because the Pure Dream clone is created from dream realms, most killer moves are ineffective on it? Or is it that the Pure Dream clone doesn't have a future where it becomes an immortal? Fang Yuan's Pure Dream clone was already at rank 5 peak stage, just a step away from undergoing immortal ascension. However, this step had fatal danger, so Fang Yuan wisely chose to stop. If Future Self is ineffective because the Pure Dream clone doesn't have a future where it is an immortal, does this mean there is no hope for the Pure Dream clone's tribulation with my current strength? Thinking of this, Fang Yuan suddenly felt somewhat interested. There is no harm in trying. He immediately activated the Immortal Killer move, exposing Heavenly Secret. This killer move used Heavenly Secret Immortal GU as its core and could observe the contents of the following calamities and tribulations of the target. Blank. Exposing Heavenly Secret showed no effect on the Pure Dream clone. Is it because of the characteristics of the Pure Dream clone, or because exposing Heavenly Secret is currently unable to target Dream Path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan was perturbed. There were very few GU worms that were effective on the Pure Dream clone. Relic GU was effective because it was a human path GU worm. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body was a human body, so human path GU worms were effective on it. But in fact, many other GU worms were completely ineffective on the Pure Dream clone. Because the Pure Dream clone was created from dream realms and had the characteristics of dream realms. Fang Yuan had relied on dream path superiority to cross many obstacles before or stir up troubles, but he was now stumped by this superiority. Just like Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Duke Long and others were unable to contest Lead Soul into Dream, even Spectral Soul had fallen asleep inside the Dream Realm, existing methods had negligible effect against Dream Realms. Fang Yuan actually had many methods to deal with calamities and tribulations. For instance, Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU or Endless Trouble Killer move, but could these methods be able to deal with Dream Path calamities and tribulations? Fang Yuan shook his head in his mind, there was almost no chance. The only possibility is to develop a corresponding Dream Path killer move. However, Fang Yuan's Dream Path attainment level was stuck. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had not prioritized researching Dream Path and had pursued Blood Path. Not long after returning from the River of Time, Fang Yuan was pleasantly surprised as the Dragonman clone plan had made a progress. Xie Clan expressed that Shang Clan's treasure realm had Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, and they were currently in the process of trading for it. Shang Clan's treasure realm, it should be the immortal aperture left behind by Shang Clan's creator. After the ancestor died, it was left behind in Shongliang Mountain. Since GU Immortals are unable to enter it, even Shang Clan GU Immortals don't know if it is a grotto heaven or a blessed land. Looks like the foundation of this treasure realm is much deeper than I estimated. Fang Yuan exclaimed at Shang Clan's foundation. Shang Clan had always been among the top few clans in the southern border GU Immortal world, and because of their unique geographical location, they had maintained harmonious relationships with other super forces. If Xie Clan can get the Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire, my Dragonman clone will have half of the obstacles remaining. Fang Yuan waited patiently while increasing his strength. With regards to using 5 restriction profound light qi, he was gaining more experience and insight, and was now able to use for different light qi at the same time. His soul cultivation was rising explosively every time. He had split his soul again for the Dragonman clone, but even so, his soul cultivation was gradually reaching 80 million man soul. The Dream Realm trading with Kai clan was continuing in secret. Kai Chuyu had come to terms with his situation. He had made one misstep and now could only fall deeper into it. Naturally, Fang Yuan never let go of his guard against him. This rank 8 GU Immortal was not a simple person and might retaliate if not handled properly. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had already chosen to support Kai clan in preparation for the future. Kai clan obtained Dream Path research results from the transactions. This gave Kai Chuyu pleasure amidst the pain, since he had already made a terrible blunder by agreeing to this exchange. Why not just continue with it? Kai Chuyu did not want to take a risk, but because Fang Yuan led him on this path, he could only clench his teeth and continue walking towards the abyss. In his free time, Fang Yuan soul searched those GU immortal souls. Although he had done this in his previous life, he still did it again in this life because he wanted to look into something. That was the ink effect. Compared to the previous life, the subtle differences in this life made Fang Yuan think deeply. An indescribably mysterious feeling had been lingering in his mind. Is this fate? Fang Yuan felt like he had touched a strand of the web weaved by fate GU. He gradually felt a strong premonition: if I continue researching this, my understanding of fate will become increasingly deeper. This is the best way to comprehend fate. After gathering more clues from a few more rebirths and making deductions, I might be able to conceive a mortal killer move that has the effect of fate. If I merge it with the profundities of luck path, that will be destiny her. Fang Yuan's mind jolted slightly and his eyes shined with bright light. Heavenly Court. Feng Juji was stationed in Embroidered Tower. This small pavilion was adorned with beautiful decorations. Its walls were red and its tiles were made of jade, looking exquisite and beautiful, but it lacked part of its foundational support. One could clearly see the traces of destruction on the Immortal GU house. In the sky above Embroidered Tower were 3 pieces of bloody skins directly sewn to the air that were still letting out traces of primal savagery. Back then, when reckless savage demon Venerable invaded Heavenly Court, he was stopped by Embroidered Tower. In the end, reckless savage demon Venerable destroyed half of Embroidered Tower, which was still unable to be repaired by Heavenly Court, but he also left 3 pieces of bloody skins behind. Ever since the defeat in Lang Ya Blessed Land, Feng Juji had been immersed in a deep state of comprehension. He did not cultivate transformation path, but he came here purposely to comprehend a trace of transformation from these 3 bloody skins. This transformation was a kind of concept. It was the transformation of destiny. It was the injury of reckless savage demon Venerable. Reckless savage demon Venerable was strong while Embroidered Tower was weak, but the strong was forced to discard 3 pieces of skin by the weak. This was an unexpected change. Heavenly Court failed when invading Lang Ya Blessed Land. Southern border GU Immortals chased Fang Yuan but were captured instead. These were also similar kinds of unexpected changes. This series of changes and transformations kept on resonating with depths of Feng Juji's soul. The deep state of comprehension gradually entered an optimal condition. Feng Juji's lips curled up into a smile. It seems that my next song will be Destiny Song. Chapter 1799. Suan Bu Jin falls into a trap. Fang clan's headquarters. Gu. Fang Dichang coughed out a mouthful of blood and fell headfirst onto the ground. Father! Fang Yun, who was at the side, immediately rushed forward and supported Fang Dichang. Fang Dichang's injuries were serious, and after he regained his footing, he was still shaky and dizzy. He quickly observed his condition and smiled bitterly. His brain suffered the highest damage. There was a huge crack in it that almost split apart his brain into 2. His soul was also injured and his physical body was surrounded by a strange green light that emitted wood-path aura. Fang Dichang sighed as he looked at the giant palace in front of him. This palace was lofty like a mountain. Its green bricks and golden tiles emitted dense fragrance of plants and trees. There was solemnity but also liveliness. Carved on the plaque on the palace door were 3 large words, Divine Bin Palace. This Immortal GU house was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. After all, it is comprehensive with no loopholes. I tried to deduce forcefully but suffered such a backlash. I underestimated a Venerable's power and was too hurried. Fang Di Chang sighed. Father, our Fang clan's situation is not bad right now, we can take it slow. Fang Yuan comforted. Fang Di Chang shook his head. Although the situation is stabilized, it is still not optimistic. Those clans are restraining themselves because they are shaken by our theft path killer move, but they have never given up on pressuring us. We must grasp every second and cannot slack. Yes, Father. Fang Di Chang looked at Divine Bean Palace and sighed again. Sigh, it is unfortunate that our Fang clan does not have any Wood Path GU Immortal. This Divine Bin Palace's core is Wood Path. If there were a rank 7 Wood Path GU Immortal assisting me, I would have a lot more progress in deducing this Immortal GU house. Western Desert was filled with deserts with oases decorating them. Wood Path and Water Path were the least cultivated paths in this region. Among the 5 regions, Southern Border had the most Wood Path GU Immortals, while Eastern Sea had the most Water Path GU Immortals. Fang Yuan said after some thought, our Fang clan does not have a Wood Path GU Immortal, but we have another Wisdom Path expert. You are talking about Suan Bu Jin. Fang Di Chang's gaze narrowed with a trace of vigilance flashing past it. Did he ask you to recommend him? Fang Yuan shook his head. No, I am saying this myself. Lord Suan Bu Jin never signaled me, and in fact, after joining the clan, he has always stayed outside and never contacted me. Fang Di Chang's face relaxed only then. Suan Bu Jin is not of Fang clan after all. Although he joined our clan, we need to keep this in mind. Father, you doubt Lord Suan Bu Jin's loyalty? Fang Yuan scratched his head. Fang Di Chang narrowed his eyes. If I had his help, there would indeed be progress. But we can know a man's face but not his heart one, especially in front of such an unmatched treasure like Divine Bin Palace. Even if he did not show this intention before, when he is in contact with this palace day and night, it is hard to not have greed. Fang Di Chang was still not assured, asking, are there any movements from Suan Bu Jin recently? Fang Yuan replied truthfully, there are no movements. However, there are rumors targeting Lord Suan Bu Jin that says he is actually the inheritor of Old Man Xian, a demonic descendant who was recruited by our clan. It is also rumored Wan clan will investigate this matter and verify Lord Suan Bu Jin's identity. Fang Di Chang snorted, these people are still trying to frame Suan Bu Jin. But this excuse has some substance to it. It is at least slightly more realistic than the previous rumor that said he was the demon Fang Yuan. Fang Di Chang sneered, having no idea that the previous rumor was actually truth. It was instead the recent rumor that was twisting the truth. Old Man Xian was a Wan clan Wisdom Path GU Immortal, but because of an accident while cultivating, he lost himself and became a lunatic. He had rank 7 cultivation and his strength increased even further after going crazy. He caused huge losses to Wan clan and even slaughtered GU Immortals of other Righteous Path forces. It led to an uproar during that period of time in Western Desert's GU Immortal world. Several Righteous Path forces allied to besiege and kill Old Man Xian. But no matter what they did, they could find no traces of Old Man Xian. He had disappeared completely and this matter was left unresolved. Fang Di Chang said deeply, Suan Bu Jin has outstanding strength. He understands this kind of cheap trick. But it has not been long since he joined Fang clan, so it is normal for him to be regarded as a weakness of Fang clan. We need to pay attention to him and let him stay in Heavenly Dew Oasis. We can't let him make any rash moves that could give the enemies a hold on him. As for his identity, our Fang clan will clear it for him and give a perfect explanation to Western Desert's Righteous Path. The moment he finished speaking, Fang Di Chang's expression changed. Fang Yuan saw the change and asked, what happened? Fang Di Chang's pale and weak face now had a trace of an ashen look. Suan Bu Jin sent a letter saying he reverse deduced and found a Wisdom Path GU Immortal nearby who is likely to be the one who spread the rumors. He has already gone to catch them. Fang Yuan was stupefied. What? According to the rules, GU Immortals who were stationed to guard resources would have to report to the clan if they wanted to move out. They could only move after the clan approved of it. But Suan Bu Jin's action was the opposite. He moved first before reporting. Whether Fang clan agreed or not, he had left his stationed area and moved out. He is a lone cultivator in the end. His nature is wild. Fang Dichang gritted his teeth. As it so happened, he was heavily injured and could not deduce much at this moment. He could only contact Fang clan's first Supreme Elder Fang Gong and let him go reinforce Suan Bu Jin as quickly as possible. Fang Yun was slightly puzzled. The situation might not be so bad. Aren't we making too much fuss by sending First Supreme Elder as reinforcement? Lord Suan Bu Jin is a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. He must have definitely deduced before moving out and has confidence to handle this matter. Fang Dichang's expression was dark. Suan Bu Jin is indeed extraordinary, but he is prideful and this could be used by others to scheme against him. It would be terrible if those Righteous Path forces intentionally lured him and set a series of traps. If he is captured or killed, those clans could forge ironclad evidence and frame our Fang clan, then further suppress our clan. Naturally, this is only a possibility. Let's just hope it is only me being pessimistic. More importantly, our Fang clan cannot make such a mistake at this crucial time. Fang Yun came to a realization and his expression also turned unsightly. He gave a forced smile. It should not be that serious, right? But the matter was that serious. When Fang Yuan reached the place, Wisdom Path GU Immortal Wan Liang Han had a leisurely expression. Suan Bu Jin, you finally arrived. I waited for quite a while. The moment he finished speaking, the prepared Immortal battlefield activated and trapped Fang Yuan. So it was a trap. Fang Yuan, who was disguised as Suan Bu Jin, sneered. His gaze shone as he looked at the 3 GU Immortals approaching him. These 3 GU Immortals were all rank 7. One was tall and thin, dressed in a green robe, and surrounded by whirlwinds. His name was Wan Xiao. He spoke confidently. Suan Bu Jin, how can you even be a Wisdom Path GU Immortal? You actually jumped into our trap so easily. The second GU Immortal Wan Hao Guang's appearance could not be seen. His whole body was covered with light armor that emitted extremely high heat. The thick light armor emitted buzzing noises. Suan Bu Jin, if you are sensible, then let yourself be captured, side with our Wan clan and expose Fang clan. We won't make it difficult for you and even treat you as an honored guest. The third GU Immortal was the Wisdom Path GU Immortal who lured Fang Yuan. He was Wan Liang Han. His forehead was swollen and had an ugly appearance, but was smiling right now. Friend Suan Bu Jin, as a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, you should be even more aware of the current situation. Even if you survive today, there will be endless troubles coming to find you in the future. You should not be in Fang clan at such a time. Fang Yuan sneered with a ruthless expression. His disguised appearance. Suan Bu Jin looked skinny with long grey hair and a pair of black eyes which seemed to contain vicissitudes of life and ambition. He was trapped inside the Immortal battlefield and also heard the 3 Immortals' words, but there were no change in his expression. This was only natural. Because Fang Yuan had concealed his strength, not only just these 3 rank 7s, even if there were 3 rank 8s, he would be fearless and even happy. The 3 Wan clan Immortals thought they had trapped Fang Yuan. Little did they imagine Fang Yuan returned from southern border this time to especially deal with them and create a commotion in western desert. In the recent period of time, Wan Liang Han had been repeatedly deducing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had Emperor Yama's protection that had no flaws, but this still reduced his soul foundation and it was quite annoying, so he had to get rid of them this time. Fang Yuan immediately opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and released soul beasts. Desolate soul beasts and ancient soul beasts came out one after the other, shocking Wan clan's Immortals. Was he not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal? How could he control so many soul beasts? No matter how many soul beasts you bring out, it is useless in this Immortal battlefield. Wan Xiao activated the Immortal battlefield. A giant tornado immediately sprang up and slowly moved towards Fang Yuan. Soul beasts were densely packed around Fang Yuan and following his gradual mobilization, the quantity kept on increasing. How can he have so many soul beasts? Wan Clan's 3 Immortals were increasingly shaken. This Suan Bu Jin was clearly a Wisdom Path GU Immortal but actually controlled such a huge soul beast army. Wasn't he neglecting his main path too much? The tornado's speed became even faster and neared Fang Yuan's soul beast army. Soul beasts roared and counterattacked, but the tornado seemed to have heavenly might in this immortal battlefield. Although it was weakened, it was extremely stable. Fang Yuan personally activated a killer move to block the tornado. Wan Clan's 3 Immortals' shock slightly decreased when they saw the killer move. Fang Yuan used a Wisdom Path killer move instead of a Soul Path killer move. It won't do like this, he seems to have an endless amount of soul beasts. I will attack. Wan Haoguang shouted. Go, we will protect you. Wan Lianghan agreed. Wan Haoguang killed his way through the soul beast army. He was extremely fast, fully showing the superiority of light path. Every time Fang Yuan mobilized the soul beast army to besiege him, Wan Lianghan and Wan Xiao activated killer moves to protect Wan Haoguang. With their excellent coordination, Wan Haoguang broke through to the center. Fang Yuan's expression did not change as he let out another for soul beasts. Who? Wan Haoguang's momentum paused violently as he blurted out in fright, Immemorial soul beasts. Wan Lianghan and Wan Xiao were dazed, both calling out in an incredulous tone. 4. Chapter 1800. Distracting Thoughts Generation. An absurd feeling rose up in the hearts of the 3 Wan Clan Immortals. Fang Yuan commanded the 4 immemorial desolate beasts to guard him. He wore a black robe and had his hands behind his back. He stood on one of the immemorial desolate beasts and said with disdain, "You plan to trap me with just the 3 of you." Wan Lianghan's eyes twitched. Wan Xiao's expression was ashen. Wan Haoguang's heart sank sharply. Suan Bu Jin's strength far surpassed their expectation. All of them realized Suan Bu Jin might have already guessed this was a trap, but he still came. Anyone would be confident if they had such a trump card. Wan Clan's 3 Immortals felt that it was too late for regret now. Calm down. He is a Wisdom Path GU Immortal after all. He must be forcing himself to control the 4 immemorial soul beasts. Right, these 4 immemorial soul beasts might even be all bark and no bite. Even if they are real, I want to see how well his Wisdom Path and Soul Path can coordinate. The 3 Immortals stabilized their morale and attacked Fang Yuan once again. Fang Yuan did not attack and only defended. Thus, when looked from the outside, Wan Clan's 3 Immortals appeared to be occupying the upper hand. Wan Xiao controlled an immortal battlefield while also activating killer moves, throwing out wind spears that heavily injured or killed one ancient soul beast with every strike. Wan Haoguang was covered in a thick armor of light. He ran wildly amidst the soul beast army, slaughtering them as he passed. Wisdom Path GU Immortal Wan Lianghan commanded the battle, while also constantly deducing Fang Yuan's location in the soul beast army. As the battle continued, Wan Clan's 3 Immortals felt an increasing headache. Because even though they had killed many, the amount of soul beasts Fang Yuan was releasing continued to increase. These soul beasts were united and covered Fang Yuan from all directions, forming tight defensive lines. With such a densely packed soul beast army, the best method of Wan Clan's 3 Immortals was to use large area of effect killer moves. However, every time they used such killer moves, Fang Yuan would move to disrupt the killer moves. Even if there were some attacks that went through, it did not change the overall situation. As the area of effect killer moves were mostly ineffective, Wan Clan's 3 Immortals were forced to use single-target killer moves to kill the soul beasts one by one. They were using the tactic of beheading the leader, trying to pave a path to kill Fang Yuan. Wan Clan's 3 Immortals had tacit cooperation. Each of them was excellent in fighting and their cooperation was tight with no flaws. The 3 Immortals supported each other, causing their battle strength to be extremely strong. Even one at peak rank 7 battle strength would be in a difficult situation when facing them. Unfortunately, they were facing the monster known as Fang Yuan. The four immemorial soul beasts formed the core defensive line. After several rounds of attacks, this defensive line's power made Wan Clan's 3 Immortals feel increasingly hopeless. Damn it, there are too few chances. Wan Haoguang called out discontentedly. He had just found a gap which could allow him to break through to the central defensive line, but many ancient soul beasts rushed to fill the gap almost immediately. There are too many soul beasts here. Suan Bu Jin can actually command such a powerful soul beast army. The most annoying thing is he can clearly use this strength to try and break our immortal battlefield, but he chose to protect himself so tightly instead. Wan Xiao mumbled with a dark expression. Wan Liang Han's expression was similarly unsightly. I had underestimated this Suan Bu Jin. If he chose to attack, we would have more opportunities. But he is choosing to guard himself. Fang clan's reinforcements are probably already on the way. What should we do? Wan Xiao looked towards Wan Liang Han. This situation was quite awkward for them. Their plan had been to combine their strength and capture Suan Bu Jin quickly. Even if Suan Bu Jin had peak rank 7 battle strength, this plan had a huge chance of succeeding. However, when Fang Yuan took out for immemorial soul beasts, their plan was immediately shaken. When Fang Yuan chose to turtle himself, Wan Clan's plan was already destroyed. Wan Liang Han was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. Although his attainment level was not as high as Fang Di Chang's, he was extremely sharp and already had the intent to retreat. However, it was not easy to retreat at this moment. The immortal battlefield had been set up. If they took the initiative to cancel it, it would lead to a huge opening. Suan Bu Jin was also a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. How could he give up such an opportunity? Moreover, the current situation was not completely hopeless. Wan Clan's 3 Immortals naturally still had trump cards to use. Wan Liang Han had a rare moment of hesitation. Fang Yuan was calm and composed. Were he to reveal his true strength, these 3 Wan Clan Immortals might immediately start begging for mercy. However, he did not want to do so. Wan Liang Han definitely needed to die. This rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal was deducing him repeatedly and pestering him. As for the other 2, Fang Yuan wanted to see them live. Back when he disguised as Suan Bu Jin, Fang Yuan specially prepared a set of Wisdom Path Immortal GU and methods for this identity. At present, these methods had become even more plentiful. Fang Yuan secretly activated Immortal GU distracting thoughts to prepare an Immortal killer move. Wan Haoguang's vision was filled with all kinds of soul beasts. From outside, the soul beast army looked like an overflowing blot of ink, and Wan Haoguang's thick armor of light looked like a speck of light that was submerged in the pitch-black ink blot. Wan Haoguang was trapped in all directions, but he showed no cowardice or intention to escape. Forward, forward, forward. He was like a sharp sword that pierced through the densely packed soul beast army before finally stabbing towards Fang Yuan. However, all his advances were in vain. Most of the time, he would lose his momentum in the middle, and in the few cases where he almost succeeded, he was blocked by the 4 immemorial soul beasts. There are 6 ancient soul beasts in front. They are tall and sturdy, forming into 2 rows. There are 2 ancient soul beasts at the rear. They are very fast and are always trying to draw my attention. I cannot stop. Once I stop and get entangled with them, this advancement will be considered a failure. But I cannot charge forward directly. The ancient soul beasts in the front are clearly the wall controlled by Suan Bu Jin. It is a thick defensive line. I can only change my direction. Right. The ancient soul beast at the front left side looks like a mantis. This appearance means it has powerful offense but weak defense. I will charge through this side. Wan Haoguang was a light path GU Immortal and had a mystical light path killer move that could create thoughts of light in his mind. He could think extremely fast using these kind of thoughts. It was because of this killer move, Wan Haoguang could always think about all possibilities in an instant. He chose the most correct path to break through amidst the huge army. Wan Haoguang charged forward. Although he suffered a heavy strike from the mantis-shaped ancient soul beast, he avoided the awkward situation of being pincer attacked. Ha ha, I succeeded. I can still continue charging forward. In this current situation, before I retreat, there is still hope. I am the main attacker, I have to put a lot of pressure on Suan Bu Jin from the front. With Wan Xiao's and Wan Liang Han's methods, there will be a chance to kill Suan Bu Jin. The situation just now was actually quite dangerous. If this Mantis Soul Beast did not happen to have weak defense, I would not know what to do. If Suan Bu Jin cultivated Soul Path or Enslavement Path, there might not have been any hope just now. But Suan Bu Jin cultivates Wisdom Path, he has still not shown a killer move that coordinates with Soul Path, he should not have such a method. But just by being able to control for immemorial Soul Beasts shows his power, this is clearly a peak rank 7 expert. If he had a fitting Soul Path method, he might even be able to resist a rank 8 GU Immortal for several moves. If I can kill such an enemy, I will definitely make a huge contribution to the clan. With such a remarkable battle merit, I can even boast when I run into Lady Qi Qiao in the future. Wait a moment. I am in a battle right now, how can I split my attention and think about personal relationships? Thinking about it, Lady Qi Qiao is really cute. Although she does not have shocking beauty, she is kind and sensible, she is truly my ideal woman. But why doesn't she accept my love? Maybe I should change my way of pursuing her. I should send 1 or 2 small gifts. If the gift is too expensive, it will lose its meaning. I should weave a straw toy puppet and give it to her, would she be happy with it? This is a good idea. Besides the straw puppet, I can also weave a straw rabbit, a straw hat, or a straw mantis. That Mantis Soul Beast just now looked like the kind of mantis I used to catch when I was a child. Boom! A huge sound erupted as Wan Hao Guang was besieged by Soul Beasts. Heavy attacks struck his armor from all directions. Wan Hao Guang's thought process had turned chaotic and he could no longer concentrate in the battle, causing him to suffer these heavy attacks. His armor was heavily deformed and he was muddled and dizzy. Wan Xiao saw Wan Hao Guang in danger and quickly activated an Immortal killer move to break the encirclement. But right at this moment, Wan Liang Han suddenly shouted, "Don't!" Wan Xiao's reaction speed was slightly slower now for some reason, he had already activated the Immortal killer move. The killer move's activation failed and a violent gale backlashed, slashing his hands to a pulp. His body shook like he was zapped by lightning, blood flowed out of his nostrils and his face was deathly pale. Oh, he is a Wisdom Path GU Immortal after all, he finally reacted. Fang Yuan smiled lightly under the heavy protection of the Soul Beast army. The killer move he had used just now was Distracting Thoughts Generation, it could make the enemies within a certain range develop distracting thoughts. The killer move's effect was not obvious at the start. But as time passed, the enemies would have more distracting thoughts which would disturb their normal thinking process. Wan Hao Guang was influenced by the distracting thoughts first since he was the nearest to Fang Yuan, he split his attention in the battlefield and thought of other things, causing him to be encircled and attacked. Wan Xiao was disturbed by this move and suddenly had distracting thoughts when he activated his Immortal killer move, the killer move failed and he suffered heavy injuries. Wan Liang Han was a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, he sensed something wrong and decided resolutely, this Suan Bu Jin is truly sinister, he actually has such a peculiar method. We didn't know his details and were not prepared, thus suffering a huge loss. The opportunity is already lost now, we should now return and think of a method to break this move before we go against him in the future. Just as he was thinking, whoosh! The large Soul Beast army moved like an open dam, countless Soul Beasts rushed out like a tidal flood.